Chapter 201. When Fong Chong returned to Qishao City, it was already dark, and the summer stars were scattered all over the sky, flickering faintly. Having seen the disciples of the Stars sect summon the power of the stars today, Fong Chong couldn't help but become more curious about the stars outside the sky. Since they are all extraordinary stars, are there creatures in myths and legends on those stars? If there are, why don't they come down to Earth? And what is blocking them? Fortunately, Fong Chong has always been an open-minded person. He thought for a while, and stopped thinking when he couldn't figure it out. He brought the people of the Stars sect, including the sleeping old man, into the Golden Tower. The journey was smooth, and no accidents happened. The Disha Prison Golden Tower. The underground prison. Similar to other tower floors, the underground prison is a relatively independent small world. The basic size of the space is only a few hundred square meters, and there are about 30 cells of 10 square meters, all of which are independent cells, giving prisoners relative freedom. Next, if you want to expand the space, it depends on how much energy is provided to the Golden Tower. Now the Golden Pagoda has imprisoned Yin Mozi, a great cultivator in the nascent soul realm, 3 Jin Dan realm real people, plus the Qi refining cultivators and foundation building cultivators captured by the Spirit Sword sect in the past few years, a total of about 100 people. Therefore, the energy to maintain basic operation is very sufficient, and there are now more than 300 independent cells on the negative first floor. Under the suppression power of the Golden Pagoda, even a great cultivator in the nascent soul realm like Yin Mozi is no exception. He needs to practice hard every day. All the absorbed spiritual energy will be converted into pure spiritual energy through their dantian, and then absorbed by the Golden Pagoda, becoming the energy of the Golden Pagoda. According to the different realms of cultivation, the standards for each cultivator are different. Once the task cannot be completed, he will be locked up in a small dark room. The Golden Pagoda will close his 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses, and the whole person will fall into a state of emptiness without thoughts. Even a 1,000-year-old demon like Yin Mozi cannot stand the loneliness of being left alone in the world. So after several lessons, the cultivators who are now imprisoned in the cell practice harder than usual. All the mana they cultivated with great effort was absorbed by the Golden Pagoda, which made it impossible for them to make any progress in their cultivation. Instead, their realm slipped down little by little as time passed. If they hadn't seen so many people who shared the same suffering here and could chat with each other, and everyone had a prison term, they would have lost hope and gone crazy. At this moment, seeing Fong Chong and Li Hu leading people in, all the prisoners woke up and screamed wildly behind the cell door. Deacon Fong said masterly, "Please let me go, I won't dare to do it again." "I was wrong, Sect Masterly, please be kind and kill me." "I know a lot of secrets, Sect Masterly, let me go, as long as I can see the sun, I will tell you all the secrets." "Lord City Lord." "I was wrong, I shouldn't be obsessed, please give me another chance." "Second Sect Masterly, I don't want anything, just give me something to eat, I eat shit like mashed potatoes all day long." "I'm going crazy, there's not even a mouse in this damn place." "I want to eat." "Eat." At the end, everyone stopped clamoring to go out, and all turned into calls for improved food. It's better for those who have reached the foundation of cultivation, they already have the ability of preliminary fasting, and it's okay not to eat for 10 days or half a month. But it's not okay for those with low cultivation, all the mana they have cultivated has been sucked away, and they can only rely on the potatoes sent by the Golden Pagoda to fill their stomachs and replenish their energy. 3 meals a day, potatoes and water, if there is a little saltiness, it is considered a meat meal. Many prisoners kept begging for mercy, calling out different titles. Those who called them the Master and the Steward were captured in the Luyun Mountains, and those who called them the City Lord were captured after the establishment of Qishao City. Li Hu sighed when he saw the pitiful appearance of the people, and with a wave of his hand, a layer of air mask was set up in front of each cell. No matter how the people inside shouted, no sound could be heard. If you can't hear, you won't be soft-hearted. Seeing a group of prisoners so crazy, Lin Yuan was shocked. Her face was slightly pale, and she said, "Dao Yu, will we be locked up here in the future?" Fong Chong nodded slightly. "Don't be afraid, these guys all deserve it, well, of course you too. But you saw that we have locked up so many people here, but we didn't kill them, which means we really won't kill people casually. As long as you cooperate with us, confess and get leniency, you will have the opportunity to make meritorious service in the future, and you will be out soon." "How soon?" Lin Yuan touched her face unconsciously. "When she goes out next time, she may have become an old woman." Fong Chong said, "Decades, after all, you attempted to kill me, which is a heavier crime." Lin Yuan asked with difficulty, Then how should I get out? Didn't I say that confess and give leniency? As Fang Chong walked, he took Lin Yuan and other Xingzong disciples to different cells and locked them up. Sir, do I have to go in too? The old man asked tremblingly. What bad luck he had. It was hard enough to travel through mountains and rivers to search for minerals for others, and he was caught by Xingzong, and had to come to this alien world where he had no relatives. Fang Chong smiled and opened the prison door, and said, Don't worry, we will let you go after we investigate it clearly. The old man walked in, wanting to cry but not tears. Then you must investigate it quickly, sir. I don't have many years left to live. Click. As the prison door closed, chains in the cell spread out from the void, drilled into the bodies of several new prisoners, and quickly disappeared. From then on, their practice was not just for themselves. Brother, please protect me, Fang Chong told Li Hu. Although he had the authority of the Golden Pagoda, he was still one level short. If the clone of the alien world was too fierce, he would have to rely on Li Hu for help. When the Golden Pagoda was at its peak, it could suppress the mighty ones in the Void Realm. Although it is no longer as powerful as it used to be, Li Hu has the strength of a nascent soul. If he uses this Golden Pagoda, he should be able to face a person who is suspected to be a spiritual transformation or spiritual separation realm. Li Hu frowned and asked, Brother, do you think they still have the power to resist? Even Yin Mozi. Do you think they still have some secrets? It's better to be careful. Fang Chong did not explain too much. He first walked into the cell of several disciples. After a while, there were screams, but they stopped soon. After a long while, he came out wiping his hands, with a look of disappointment on his face, as if he didn't get what he wanted. Li Hu took a look and saw that the disciples inside were all distracted and dull, looking like they were tormented. Fortunately, there was no danger of life. Of course, it didn't matter if there was. As Fang Chong went in and out 7 times, the 7 disciples of Xingzong were quickly emptied by him. He then walked into the cell of Lin Yuan, the elder of Xingzong. Lin Yuan sat facing the wall, trying to drive away the chains in her body, and heard the screams of the disciples beside her ears, and she was confused for a while. She suddenly felt that she shouldn't give up so easily. The worst thing was death, but now she didn't know how humiliated she would be. Fang Chong had obviously behaved very well and politely before. Seeing Fang Chong again, Lin Yuan hurriedly asked, What did you do to them? I asked some questions, but they didn't cooperate very well, so I used some tricks, but it's not a big problem, they will recover soon. Fang Chong Heart Demon Great Method superimposed the Grandmaster Realm of the Heart Demon Small Technique, and soon his proficiency rose to the Master Realm. In addition to his realm crushing, it is not too easy to hypnotize these foundation-building disciples. He soon learned simple information about Xingzong from these disciples. Xingzong is the dominant sect in the stargazing world. There are 2 supreme elders in the sect, both of whom are in the realm of transformation. There are also 36 peaks, 800 true disciples, 3,000 inner sects, and tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. The peak master of each peak is in the nascent soul realm, the true disciples are all in the golden core realm, the inner sect is in the foundation establishment realm, and the outer sect is in the chi refining realm. This is just a rough statistics, and there are still many disciples and elders who are practicing in secret. It is a well-deserved giant. You may have to stay for a while. This is a personal gift from me. I knew you were reluctant to give it to me before. Fang Chong smiled and sat down in front of Lin Yuan. With a wave of his hand, a sumptuous banquet appeared. These were all the supplies in his storage bag. When you go out, you always have to prepare some delicious food for yourself. Although you have reached the Jindan realm, you can eat wind and drink dew, and it is no problem not to eat for a year or 2, but who can refuse delicious food? Cultivators are also ordinary people. They will not become noble or evil because of cultivation. On the contrary, it will magnify their various desires, and the desire for food is one of them. Otherwise, there would not be the profession of spiritual chef and food cultivation. Lin Yuan nodded sadly and said, It would be great if they could listen to me, but they are used to being overbearing. Fang Chong asked, Can't you control them? Lin Yuan shook her head and said, I am just an ordinary external affairs elder, and, in short, they are inner disciples of the sect, and their future prospects will not be worse than mine. Fang Chong nodded and said, Can you tell me in detail? Lin Yuan glanced at Fang Chong and saw that he was very interested. Thinking of the miserable situation of the others in the cell just now, she didn't dare to refuse, so she said, There is nothing to say. I was the same as them back then. As Lin Yuan told her story, Fang Chong learned about her origins and many experiences. It was similar to the information he had learned from several disciples before. The beautiful woman in front of him was named Lin Yuan, an external affairs elder of the outer sect of Xingzong, and she was an indecisive person. With her personality, she would never be able to survive in a large sect like Xingzong. But her husband was a Yuanian great cultivator of Xingzong. Under the care of her husband, she successfully broke through the Jindan realm and was given the title of external affairs elder in the outer sect. Her life was smooth sailing. But due to an accident, her husband, a Yuanian great cultivator, disappeared, and even the supreme elder of the sect in the Huash realm was alarmed. Unfortunately, there was still no news in the end. Therefore, Lin Yuan, who lost her backer, had to start fulfilling her duties as an external affairs elder, one of which was to protect the inner sect disciples when they went out on missions. They encountered the space vortex during a mission and were sucked in. But they had some strength after all, and they resisted for a while. Then, their supreme elder rushed to the space vortex as soon as possible. But he did not save them, and gave them a task to lead the sect back. That's why they looked for a suitable place to build a new mountain gate. They have been in the main plane world for half a month. Where is that old man? Seeing Lin Yuan's confusion, Fang Chong asked specifically. He is the old man who is looking for the spirit stone mine for you. Why is he with you? Lin Yuan said. He was sent here by the last supreme elder. Master Li said that he was originally looking for a vein in the mountains, but a force from nowhere grabbed him. We came together and learned that he was a vein finder, so we started looking for spirit veins with him. Who knew that he found the spirit stone mine first? Since your supreme elder has come to the space vortex, do you know why he didn't come with you? Fang Chong and his disciples' information confirmed each other. There was no problem with the origin of this old man. No one would have thought that this ordinary old man had a big secret hidden in his body. But who made him cheat with the identification technique? And in all likelihood, the split spirit lurking in the old man's body is that of the supreme elder. Lin Yuan frowned and said, maybe the space vortex couldn't bear the power of the supreme elder. As soon as the vortex was discovered, the supreme elder wanted to come in, but the space vortex became unstable and seemed to be dissipating at any time. In the end, the supreme elder had to withdraw. And she felt that the supreme elder could have rescued them at that time. But it was not easy to say this in front of Fang Chong. Fang Chong almost guessed that they were just temporary spies of the sect, almost like abandoned pawns. It would be best if they could succeed, but it would not be a pity if they couldn't. After all, going deep into the alien world alone, who knows what dangers they will encounter? He continued to ask, the last question, I heard you say that you want to lead the main sect. How do you plan to lead them? Lin Yuan has said most of it, and she doesn't care to tell it all, and these things are useless to Fang Chong. We plan to set up a subarray of the Zhoutian star array to lead the power of the stars, and set the coordinates. The main array will be set up in the star observation realm, and the two will generate a pulling force. Maybe there will be a chance to open the space door, and let the sect come over. Fang Chong nodded again, and stood up with a smile. Thank you for your cooperation. Your sentence is 30 years. See you in 30 years. When Lin Yuan heard that she would be imprisoned for 30 years, she couldn't help but panic. You said that as long as I cooperate, I can get out quickly? Fang Chong said, this is a reduction in sentence. You are a Jinan cultivator, and your lifespan is long. 30 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Of course, if you really want to get out early, I recommend that you join our Qishao City's pioneering corps. If you make enough contributions, you can be exempted from the sentence. Lin Yuan asked, how can I join your pioneering corps? Fang Chong flipped his hand, and a jade card appeared. With a burst of magic power, he came in front of Lin Yuan. This is the soul-binding jade card. If you are willing, you can refine a trace of your soul into it, and we will let you go. This is a special offer for people with short sentences like you. Those people next door, who have been sentenced for hundreds of years, don't have this opportunity. This is a pair of Jindan cultivators, who were said to have come from the Hundred Flowers realm when Fang Chong came back. In the end, one of them died, and the other was injured, becoming his trophies. This soul-blocking jade plate is a good thing made from the soul-blocking restriction. It can seal the soul, and controlling the jade plate can control the life and death of people. This thing is not easy to refine, and he has no time to mess around with it, so he only has 2 in his hand so far. And due to the incomplete inheritance, this soul-blocking jade plate can only control the highest Jindan realm cultivators, and it can't be higher. It also requires the person to be willing to do it. Forcing it to be refined will only make the soul fly away. There are many conditions, and the upper limit is not high. Fang Chong just studied it, and threw it aside. When Lin Yuan heard the word soul binding, Her face turned pale. Xingzong has a long history, and she has heard about the art of restraint. If she refines into a split soul, life and death will be controlled by others, and she will be no different from a slave from then on. She might as well go to jail for 30 years. Let me think about it, Lin Yuan said with difficulty. No hurry, this matter really needs to be considered carefully. Fong Chan did not take back the jade card, and smiled again. The jade card will be left with you first. Think about it. My pioneering army welcomes you at any time. Lin Yuan did not feel any warmth, but only felt terrified. Suddenly she trembled, her hair stood on end, and she felt that she had been seen through from beginning to end. What did you do to me? She looked at Fong Chong, shocked and angry. Fong Chong retracted his gaze and smiled faintly. A routine checkup. Your body is healthy, very good. With the old man's previous experience, not only him, but also the other 7 Xingzong disciples, were all checked by the identification technique. However, there was only one distracted spirit, and the others were normal. Fong Chong left the cell. Lin Yuan looked at the jade plaque and the table full of delicacies on the table, hugged her knees, sobbed and cried. Sir, I am really innocent. I was forcibly abducted by them. They offended you, and it has nothing to do with me. Seeing Fong Chong walk in, the old man cried out again. Fong Chong did not answer, looking up and down at the old man, thinking about how to force the distracted spirit out of his body. The old man felt that Fong Chong's eyes were full of danger, and he shuddered and shrank to the corner of the cell, trembling. After a while, Fong Chong took out a round, thumb-sized black pill. Come, old man, don't be afraid, take a magic pill to warm your body first. The old man took the pill, and didn't want to eat it. Sir, it's a waste to give such a precious magic pill to me. Do you want to eat? I will. The old man gulped and swallowed the pill in one gulp. A long while passed. The old man touched his chest in disbelief, and said in surprise, I'm fine? Fong Chong shook his head and said, You are too happy too early. Something will happen soon. Look at your palm. The old man, ? He stretched out his hand and spread it, and saw a black eye on it vividly. What is this? With his fear, his eyes blinked, and the black demonic energy spread from his palm to his whole body. This is a good thing. After Fong Chong completely refined the eye of the demon seeds produced by it could invade the host's soul without knowing it, turning it into a puppet of the eye of the demon without knowing it. Since he was distracted and asleep, the best way to wake him up was to change his home. A wisp of demonic energy wrapped and transformed the old man from the inside out. The old man screamed for a while, and found that he was fine. Instead, he was getting stronger and healthier. His strength was growing. He seemed to have returned to his prime and rebuilt his masculinity. He felt that he could still hold on. The demon seed activated by Fong Chong himself was like a perfect tonic pill for a cheer-fighting cultivator like him. Although he was controlled by others from then on, whether it was good or bad was a matter of opinion. But this movement finally awakened the old man's sleeping spirit. Fong Chong clearly felt a strong resistance coming from the old man's body, and the demon spirit of the demon seed was driven out bit by bit. A ray of white soul light enveloped the old man, and the powerful force sealed the demon seed in his palm. The old man opened his eyes again, and his eyes were different. There was no turbidity like that of ordinary old people, as clear as spring water. Even if he was imprisoned, he was still calm and composed. Young man, I am very angry now. The split spirit was forcibly awakened, causing secondary damage to his already weak split spirit. Fong Chong took 2 steps back without saying anything, and said calmly, Senior, it seems that you have not yet recognized your situation. Big brother. Li Hu, who had been prepared for this, shouted, Suppress. Golden light came from the depths of the golden pagoda, like mercury pouring down on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the old man's cell, and golden chains appeared from the void. Swish, the chains dragged and wrapped around the old man. The old man finally found something wrong, and his eyes were no longer calm, but a little more horrified. Is this the power of the law? No, it's just an incomplete power of the law. The light of his soul shone brightly, but the power of suppression in the chain was not something that his little soul could resist. After a stalemate for a moment, the light of his soul weakened, and the golden chain penetrated into the soul and suppressed the old man. For a moment, the light of the golden pagoda shone brightly, and there was a feeling of cheering and jumping for joy. For the golden pagoda, the more monks it suppressed, the faster it recovered. It was also a surprise for it to have a soul-transforming soul sent up. Li Hu was surprised and said, Second brother, who is he? He actually opened the 3rd floor of the golden pagoda directly. Yin Mozi, a Yuanying realm cultivator, can maintain the operating energy of the second floor of the Golden Pagoda. Although the third floor does not require a Huash realm, it is not something that can be opened by a few simple Yuanying cultivators. At least several Yuanying peak cultivators are needed. If the old man has such a cultivation level, how could he be easily captured and brought into the Golden Pagoda? Seeing the old man being suppressed by the Golden Pagoda, Fang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Let this senior speak for himself. Senior, I haven't asked you yet. The old man is indeed a great cultivator in Huashan realm. He has been practicing for many years. Even if he was caught at this moment, he quickly calmed down. He first closed his eyes and browsed through the old man's memory, then slowly opened his eyes and said, Xingzong Taishang, Zhongshan. So it's Senior Zhong, I'm Fang Chong, I'm honored. Fang Chong bowed his hands and introduced Li Hu. Brother, Senior Zhongshan is a great cultivator of the transformation realm. Li Hu was stunned. He is in the transformation realm. How can he be so weak? Hearing this, Zhongshan's mouth twitched slightly. If you have the guts, come and fight fairly, and I beat the shit out of you. Fang Chong coughed twice and explained, if I'm not mistaken, this is just a wisp of Senior Zhong's spirit, which is not his real strength, and the Golden Pagoda is powerful, we have the advantage of terrain, so it's an unfair victory. Zhongshan glanced at Fang Chong and secretly agreed. If it weren't for the overpowering power of the law, a mere golden elixir, and a nascent soul, even if his spirit was weak, it could be suppressed with one hand. But his eyes were calm at the moment, and he just said calmly, you have some knowledge. Chapter 202. In a bright cell, Fang Chong, Li Hu, and Zhongshan sat cross-legged. If it weren't for the wrong environment, this would be a good posture for a discussion. Zhongshan had a blank expression on his face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Fang Chong smiled harmlessly, but his eyes were full of joy when he stared at Zhongshan, as if he was looking at a big fat sheep. Li Hu's soul was wandering in the sky, and he had transcended the environment. Anyway, he was just making up the numbers, so he might as well think about what to eat tomorrow. A long time passed. Zhongshan really couldn't stand Fang Chong's greedy eyes. He didn't have much power to resist now. He had been wise all his life, and he didn't want to lose his integrity in his later years. What do you want to do? Fang Chong wiped the non-existent saliva and said with a smile, don't be afraid, senior. You are powerful. How dare we sit with you, if we don't use some tricks on you? In fact, we want to make friends with you. Zhongshan, That is, all the soul chains are hidden in the body, otherwise he would have to shake the chains and complain at this moment. Is this the attitude of making friends? After a moment of silence, Zhongshan said, I won't lie to you. What do you want to let me go? In addition, I can also make a soul oath. As long as you let me leave, I will never trouble you in the future. This world is vast. Wherever you are, I will retreat 1,000 miles away. No, retreat 10,000 miles away. Unless it is a last resort, he is unwilling to give up his split soul, because this is his second soul. Even though he was a great cultivator at the transformation realm, it was still very difficult to cultivate a second soul, which required extremely high talent and great opportunity. Once it was damaged, not only would his future combat power be damaged, but it would also affect his main soul. Moreover, he had finally sent his second soul to the main plane, and there was a possibility of further cultivation, so how could he give it up? Fang Chong shook his head and said, Senior, you are being too polite. We have already said that we are making friends, so how can we retreat thousands of miles away when we see friends? But since you are so direct, I won't beat around the bush. Actually, the reason why I kept you here is very simple. I want you to be our teacher. After the words fell, even Li Hu, who had been wandering in the sky, looked over. Zhongshan repeated it, and his eyes twitched. Be a teacher? Fang Chong nodded seriously and said, yes, be a teacher. He sighed and said, you may not know that my elder brother and I came from humble backgrounds and have been self-taught all the way. I don't know how many detours and efforts we have taken. But the more we practice, the more difficult the road is. What we dream of is to have a teacher by our side to guide us. I think this may be God's will, letting you come to us. Zhongshan stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and said with reserve, since you are sincere in learning, I may accept you as my disciple. Xingzong has no inheritance in this world. I see that you are young and have decent cultivation, so you can inherit the name of my Xingzong. No, senior, you misunderstood. It's a teacher, not a disciple. Fang Chong corrected, we follow the seniors to learn, not to worship the seniors. Zhongshan's voice sank, you don't want to be a disciple, but you want to learn my inheritance, how can it be so easy? Fong Chong shook his head and smiled. We don't want to inherit, but we just hope that the seniors can give us some guidance from a high-level perspective. Other than that, how dare we ask for too much? Zhongshan saw Fong Chong only wanted to take advantage, and didn't want to pay, and cursed him in his heart. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. In his thousands of years of cultivation, he has bowed his head and been in a trough, but as long as he is given a chance, he can still get up. Now, he is the supreme of Xingzong, and the top of the world. His previous endurance of humiliation has long turned into a good story with the passage of time. So he endured it. Zhongshan said, since it is just a guide to practice, of course it is possible, but I can't stay here to guide you forever. I need a deadline. Fong Chong paused and asked, I wonder what other hobbies you have, senior? For example, alchemy, weapon making, etc. Zhongshan, I have dabbled in alchemy, weapon, talisman, and array. This is true. The upper limit of the stargazing world has been set, and the legendary way to ascend to the upper world has been cut off for tens of thousands of years. In order to make progress, he had to focus his energy and attention on the secondary job of cultivation, especially good at making talismans, and was also known as the Star Talisman Taoist in the stargazing world. Fong Chong showed joy. That's great. Senior, do you think this is a good idea? When you train 1,000 senior weapon refiners, 1,000 senior alchemists, 1,000 senior talisman masters, and 1,000 senior array masters for us, we will respectfully send you off. It is too wasteful to use a spirit of the transformation realm just as a battery. The most valuable thing is his experience and knowledge. This is what Qishao City lacks now. After Fong Chong learned about Zhongshan's existence, he had already made up his mind. He would never let him go until he had squeezed out the last bit of his value. As for offending someone, Xingzong might retaliate in the future. Funny, he is someone above him. And think about everything in a positive way. What if Zhongshan is moved by his sincerity and joins their Qishao City with his entire clan? Zhongshan looked at Fong Chong for a long time. Fong Chong blinked and returned a sincere look. Zhongshan said tiredly, let's talk about inheritance. Cultivating 4,000 high-level professions, this bastard dared to say that their Xingzong has accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and even at its peak, it did not have such a scale. I have a Tao-level spiritual technique in my hand, which has reached the Grandmaster level, and can be passed on to you in its entirety. I also have a Tao-level technique, but it has not reached the Grandmaster level, so the inheritance is incomplete. But there are 12 spiritual techniques, and thousands of magic techniques. I can give you all these inheritances in exchange for my freedom. Sure enough, Fong Chong swallowed his saliva. Fighting and killing are such a waste. This is how to make the best use of people. But senior, you are a great power in the transformation realm. Zhongshan said, what do you mean? Fong Chong's face was serious. So you have to pay more. Zhongshan's forehead veins popped. Boy, don't be greedy. What I give you is enough to build a powerful sect. The 9 nether mysterious demonic scripture in Fong Chong's body was running, and a mysterious aura came out of his body. Senior, I don't lack inheritance. There is a second one. A layer of evil spirit appeared on his body, and it was the true body of the earth demon prison. The third one. A demon Buddha appeared in the sea of consciousness, and the breath of the Tao-level skills filled the space. Zhongshan swallowed his saliva. You. One person can gather the 3 Tao-level inheritances of spirit, body, and law. Such talent, such an opportunity. I'm afraid there is no such person in the entire stargazing world. He suddenly really wanted to take the boy in front of him as a disciple. Fong Chong put away the breath of the skills and said innocently, Senior, look, I haven't even mastered my own inheritance. How dare I covet other inheritances? Zhongshan had to nod dejectedly. 4,000 people are too many. Change to a number that I can accept. Chapter 203. Seeing Zhongshan give in, Fong Chong did not embarrass him. Of course, he could not let him feel too relaxed, and finally went through a fierce bargaining, from 4,000 high-level professions to 400. The fierce bargaining made Zhongshan vaguely feel that he had the upper hand. After negotiating the price, Fong Chong politely said goodbye. Senior, I will not bother you anymore. In addition, this cell is too small, so I will change it to a bigger one for you. As he said that, Fong Chong communicated with the tower spirit space, mobilized the energy stored in the golden tower, and began to construct the scene. Soon, the cell of only 10 square meters expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, there were 2 or 3 acres of land, more than 1,000 square meters. A small thatched house rose from the ground, and there was a small pond with a few lotus leaves and weeping willow trees by the pond. The grass on the ground was lush green, and there were clouds and mist in the distance. Although it was still a cell, it was already a private customized luxury cell. Zhongshan was surprised. Although his power was limited, he had a keen sense of the soul. He was very sure that these plants and land were real, not illusions. This was the power of the law, the power of space creation, and the realm of emptiness that he pursued above the transformation of the spirit. He was about to ask, but Fang Chong did not give him a chance and left the cell with Li Hu. Zhongshan caught up with him in a few steps, but found that there was a thin layer of transparent water curtain in front of him. When he touched it, there were ripples. Bait? Zhongshan rubbed his fingers, put his hands behind his back, and looked at this magical world. I did take the bait. Empty! Li Hu followed Fang Chong out of the golden tower, and the night sky outside the tower was shining with stars. Second brother, if Senior Zhong really trains 400 high-level professionals for us, should we let him go? Fang Chong nodded and said, of course we should. It's not easy to train high-level professionals. Even if he is a master, it will take a lot of time. It will take 20 to 30 years to train 400 high-level professionals. After all, we don't have a life-and-death feud with him. We temporarily trapped him only because he is too strong. We must take the initiative in our own hands. Besides, he is just a split spirit. He still has his main body. If we suppress him all the time, we will just create a big enemy for nothing. Li Hu looked puzzled. What if he turns around to retaliate? Didn't he say that he would swear a soul oath? Fang Chong smiled. Anyway, this wave of profit is a big deal. Although there are many ways to circumvent the constraints of the oath, those methods all require a heavy price. We didn't offend him to death, but we asked him to teach the students and were always polite. If he is so narrow-minded, then we should capture his body as well. If we can't even deal with the cultivators in the God transformation realm by then, we deserve to be beaten to death. And maybe he is reluctant to leave. Li Hu, why? Fang Chong smiled and said, Brother, your Earth Demon Prison Golden Pagoda is a sub-tower of the Tongtian Lingbao Beta Pagoda, and its level is far higher than that of the God transformation realm. The power it contains is enough for Zhongshan to study carefully. Why did he risk coming to our world? Isn't it to pursue a higher realm? Now I show this power in front of him. I am not afraid that he will not succumb. In addition, don't you think he is really a good teacher? I won't say anything about my dull qualifications. But you are different, brother. With your talent, and such a living great master of the spirit transformation in front of you, I believe your cultivation speed will reach a new level in the future. Li Hu said with emotion, It turns out that you have calculated all this, second brother. If it were me, I would probably just think about suppressing it. Fang Chong waved his hand and said modestly, It's just a counterattack. It makes me sound like I have 800 minds. Li Hu glanced at Fang Chong. Isn't it? What is your look? I have always been a clean person. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Fang Chong was so angry that he covered his face and left. I go to the Lingshire mine first. Brother, wait for my news and bring people over tomorrow. Okay. Li Hu agreed loudly and smiled at Fang Chong fleeing back. The swaying flying boat flew slowly under the starry sky. Fang Chong rested his head on his arms and lay on the roof of the flying boat cabin, letting the evening breeze blow by and looking up at the bright starry sky. His heart seemed to be spreading with the boundless starry sky, and the void seemed to contain fascinating mysteries. Brother. A gentle call brought him back to reality. Fang Chong turned his head and saw a pretty face that was angry and happy, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. What's wrong? I haven't been alone with my brother for a long time. Fang Taiju's eyes were filled with sorrow after joy. She thought Sister Dongnan was her opponent, but now she found out that she could never monopolize her brother. There will always be different people and different things to divide the time and space she spends with her brother. Because we are growing up. Fang Chong pulled out a hand and rubbed the girl's head. And the girl rubbed Fang Chong's hand like a cat, with a little more satisfaction on her face, muttering how good it would be if it could always be like this. Fang Chong stretched out his hand, and the girl rested her head on it, listening to Fang Chong's words. Look at how vast this world is, and how small we are. I'm working so hard now, just because we are not strong enough. When we can make our own voices in this world, and others are willing to listen, then we can stop. Then we will have a lot of time to look at the stars. The girl nodded gently. Then I will definitely be the one who stays with my brother. Fang Chong grinned, then practice well. I have never fought without you, and you can't be left behind by me. I won't. The girl snorted with some pride. I am actually in the late Jinden stage now, and will soon break through to the Yuaning stage. Fong Chong was stunned for a moment and asked, "When did you break through?" The girl asked angrily, "I broke through a long time ago, but you didn't pay attention to it." "No, I mean how did you break through?" Fong Chong's face became ugly. "You didn't eat all my puppets?" He knew how much the girl was good at eating puppets. Especially after she became a high-level cultivator. Even the second-level puppet was barely a meal for her, and the first-level puppet was just a snack. She was able to break through so quickly, and I don't know how many puppets she ate. The girl stretched out 2 fingers and measured. "I left a little for you, brother." "How much?" "A little bit. I won't ask about the rest." "How many of my second-level puppets are left?" "1. All gone. I left at least 20 second-level white tiger puppets in the puppet building." Fong Chong gritted his teeth and said, "I used to sell one for 300,000 spirit stones, but now one is worth at least 100,000. Fong Taiju, you ate my 2 million at once. Can't you eat it slowly?" I started. "I'm not that heartbroken." The girl defended herself. "I've asked several masters in the puppet building. Now the second-level puppet doesn't need such a high cost, at most 30,000 to 50,000 spirit stones." Fong Chong looked at the girl's sincere eyes and sighed resignedly. "Forget it. I owe a fucking 100 million, and you only eat so little, which is already very face-saving. Speed up, speed up. Fortunately, there is a spirit stone mine waiting for me ahead." The flying boat suddenly turned into a meteor, leaving a long white streak under the night sky. Chapter 204. The sky gradually brightened. There was a loud rumble in the mountains. The ground shook. Countless rubble flew, startled a group of birds and animals, and fled away with sharp cries. Fong Chong waved his sleeves, and a breeze blew away the dust. At the center of the explosion, a deep passage was revealed, and some fine and shiny stones were mixed in the rolling rubble and soil on the outside. "This is my first time mining." Fong Chong thought of his father, and the half of the spiritual stone mine that the Biyun sect owed him. Suddenly, he thought that he was also inheriting his father's business. Yin Fei ran over, picked up the shiny stones on the ground, and trotted to Fong Chong's side. "City Lord, this is one of the associated minerals of the spirit stone mine, the spirit-absorbing stone, which is also the most common associated mineral of the spirit stone. It is because it seals the spiritual fluctuations of the spirit stone. As long as there is a vein with the spirit-absorbing stone, the spiritual inertia is extremely high. Just from the outside, you can't find the difference between the spiritual mine and the ordinary vein." Fong Chong took the spirit-absorbing stone, swept his spiritual sense upwards, and observed carefully. Sure enough, he found that where the spirit-absorbing stone existed, the surrounding spiritual energy was faintly involved by it, and lost its fluidity. "You have been detecting for a day. Can you estimate the size of this vein?" Yin Fei took out a simple vein map. "Mayor, please look, this is the trend map of the spiritual mine veins that I have detected. The center of the spiritual mine is here, with a main vein and 2 branch veins. According to my detection, the spiritual source of the spiritual mine can only be considered low grade, which is not bad for my previous estimate. The annual output is about 1 million spiritual stones, most of which are low-grade spiritual stones." Fong Chong looked at the vein map and asked, "What is the spiritual source?" Yin Fei said, "The spiritual source is the source of spiritual stones, just like the queen bee in the beehive. We can understand that spiritual stones are born from the spiritual source. Mayor, please take a look." Yin Fei pointed to 3 vein lines drawn on the vein map, 1 large and 2 small, and said, "The spiritual source will produce spiritual marrow, which is like a person's blood. They will continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, and then become spiritual stones after crystallization. Therefore, wherever there are spiritual mines, the spiritual energy in the environment is always thinner than other places. So if we want to find spiritual mines, we usually have to go to uninhabited places with little vitality." When Fong Chong heard about the spiritual marrow, he couldn't help but think of the infant transforming pill that the Biyun ancestor owed him. The spiritual energy in the spiritual marrow is extremely pure, even better than the top-grade spiritual stone, and is one of the main materials for the infant transforming pill. A natural disaster made it impossible for him to collect many of his debts. So, the most important thing in the spiritual stone mine is the spiritual source. Fong Chong's eyes lit up and asked, "Then if I take the spiritual source away, can I artificially create a spiritual stone mine somewhere else?" Yin Fei nodded and said, "Well, in theory, it is possible, but the transplantation of the spiritual source is very dangerous. If you are not careful, it will cause the spiritual source to be damaged and the grade to decline. And the newly formed spiritual stone mine takes time, So unless it is absolutely necessary, I don't recommend doing this. But there is a situation where it is possible. What situation? That is the spiritual source leap. Fong Chong looked puzzled. What is the spiritual source leap? Yin Fei explained. The spiritual source of this spiritual stone mine is low grade, and the derived spiritual stones are mostly low-grade spiritual stones. There is only 1 in 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, and it is lucky to mine one piece of top-grade spiritual stones in a year. But low-grade spiritual stones are no different from chicken ribs for cultivators of such a high level as the City Lord. The speed of practicing with low-grade spiritual stones is almost the same as that of absorbing spiritual energy from the air. I wonder if the City Lord has this feeling. Fong Chong nodded. That's right. At the beginning, the spiritual energy in the environment was thin, and he used spiritual stones to practice to reduce the impact of the low spiritual environment, and he didn't feel anything. Later, the spiritual energy environment gradually improved, especially with this change in the sky. Many secret realms were integrated into the plane, and the concentration of spiritual energy increased again, almost returning to the standard spiritual energy environment. And places like Qingyou Mountain, where spiritual veins are born, the spiritual energy environment has long exceeded the standard spiritual energy environment, and it is considered a primary spiritual land. The environment around the Qishao tree has reached the standard of an intermediate spiritual land, and it has its own aura of accelerating cultivation. There is almost no difference between using low-grade spiritual stones to cultivate there, and using the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to cultivate. But the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is inexhaustible. The more you use, the more spiritual energy from other places will flow in. But once the spiritual stones are absorbed, they are really gone. That's all a waste of money. Therefore, he no longer uses low-grade spiritual stones to cultivate. Only high-grade spiritual stones can bring him some benefits. Seeing Fong Chong agree, Yin Fei continued, only high-quality and top-quality spiritual stones can help cultivators, like the City Lord. But how much spiritual stones can an ordinary spiritual stone mine produce in a year? And how many high-quality spiritual stones are there? A low-quality spiritual mine can only support 10 Jindan cultivators at most, which is a bit stretched. At a higher level, even medium-quality spiritual mines cannot meet the needs. But high-quality spiritual mines are hard to find, and top-quality spiritual mines are even more difficult for countless vein seekers to find in their lifetime. Or it can be said that there is no top-quality spiritual mine that is born and raised in the world. That's why there is a spiritual source transition. Use the middle and low-quality spiritual sources to feed the main spiritual source, increase its origin, and make the spiritual source level leap to the top level. By then, the spiritual stone output of a top-quality spiritual mine will be more than enough to support 100,000 Jindan. Fong Chong nodded again. It turns out that even spiritual stone mines can be cultivated. He inexplicably had a sense of mission to cultivate the best spiritual ore. This was probably the most essential and purest pursuit of a game player. For the spiritual source leap, you write a detailed charter. In the future, our Qishao city will also have its own best spiritual ore. Fong Chong instructed Yin Fei, and then led the way into the mine he had just dug out, which was only more than 10 meters deep. It was very dark inside the mine, but Fong Chong used a lighting spell to make the pit as bright as day. There were mostly stone walls inside, mixed with a little soil, and it was very solid. If an ordinary person came to dig, I'm afraid that even if they dug for a whole day, they would only dig out a small piece at most. Fong Chong reached out his hand and dug a hole in the stone wall like tofu. When he took his hand back, he had an irregular piece of spiritual stone ore in his hand, which was gray and could be held in one hand. The ore is not a real spiritual stone. Only by cutting the outer skin of the ore can you see the spiritual stone inside. Moreover, the surface of the ore has the effect of blocking spiritual consciousness, just like gambling on stones. No one knows whether the spiritual stone in the ore is big or small. But what is certain is that there must be spiritual stones in the ore, so there is no need to worry about opening empty. Fong Chong rubbed his fingers, and the hard surface of the ore fell like foam. His luck was not bad. There was a spiritual stone the size of an adult's fist inside, white and smooth like jade, with restrained spiritual energy. If it is cut into standard spiritual stone blocks, this thing can probably cut out 7 or 8 pieces. As for the spiritual stone scraps, they can be ground into powder and used for compost. Of course, it can also be used for cultivation. It is no different from ordinary spirit stones, except that it doesn't look good. Fong Chong casually put the first spirit stone he dug out into the storage ring and said to himself, "This place is too far from Qishao City, and the road has not been repaired. If ordinary people are used to mine, it will take a lot of time just to transport people here, not to mention the loss on the road. If cultivators are used to mine spirit stones, the efficiency is high, but the salary cannot be afforded, and who knows if they will pocket the money. No, it's not whether they will, but they will definitely. Even if their storage equipment is collected, they can just stay inside and absorb the spirit stones directly. After the spirit stones are absorbed, they will become a pile of ash, and there will be no evidence. Human nature cannot stand the test. So it's more cost-effective to use ordinary people. Fong Chong thought about it carefully and finally sighed. Although this spiritual mine only produces 1 million per year, and only 100 high-quality spiritual stones, with this little vinegar, I don't mind making more dumplings. It will be mine sooner or later anyway. Let my eldest brother bring more people, and the tax collector, to first conquer the territory of Dao Qingxiu City, and then repair the road. Once the transportation is convenient, it won't be too late to dig. Thinking about it, Fong Chong had already taken out the Thanka and sent a message to Li Hu. Although it was a little hasty, he had refined the eye of the demon now, and had a magic skill. This thing was just like the 3 corpses brain pill, and it was very convenient to use it to control people. He only wanted people and money, not loyalty. With this thought, Fong Chong did not stay in the mine for long. He was about to walk out, and his spiritual sense suddenly moved. A very strong spiritual energy fluctuation broke out outside, and then quickly subsided. Fong Chong's spiritual sense probed out, as if a high-precision satellite quickly scanned, and saw Fong Taiju kicking down a block of ice with 1 foot. He hurried out of the mine. What happened? Brother, he was spying on us outside, and I found him and wanted to run, so I caught him. Fong Taiju pointed to the person in the ice block and said. The person in the ice block was a man, about 30 years old, wearing a gray long gown, with a terrified expression, his mouth wide open, as if he wanted to say something but didn't have time to say it. Fong Chong rubbed his brows and said helplessly, We just made such a big noise. It's normal for someone to come and see, you untie him first. Well, just let go of the head. Fong Taiju pointed a finger at the ice block, and the ice melted quickly, revealing the man's head. After he was untied, he first took a deep breath, and then begged for mercy before Fong Chong asked him. Senior, spare my life, I was just passing by, and I didn't mean to spy. I didn't see anything. Fong Chong smiled gently. Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. The man looked scared, and seeing Fong Chong's gentle face, his mood seemed to calm down a lot, and he squeezed out a smile. Fong Chong smiled and said, Come, look into my eyes, are they sincere? The man looked over when he heard the voice, and saw a pair of deep eyes, as if they had infinite magic, and he fell into them instantly. You are safe now. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. I can help you. The heart demon technique manipulated the 7 emotions, using the fear in the man's heart as a guide to make him fall into the illusion he wove. Soon, the man revealed his identity and purpose. His name was Yin Jun, and he came from a force called the White Tiger Hall. He did come to see what was going on, but the reason he wanted to escape was because he wanted to inform the White Tiger Hall. He thought there was a treasure in the mountain, so he wanted to inform the several heads of the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall was a notorious mountain bandit den, and the most common thing they did was to rob the way of the cultivators, and rob the major cultivation sects. In terms of identity, they were similar to the air pirates from the 100 Flowers realm that Fong Chong had met before. But they were more organized and more powerful. Similarly, they also came from a secret realm called the Hill Realm. When the space vortex appeared, the 3rd head of their White Tiger Hall was holding a double cultivation ceremony and a big banquet. Hundreds of people from the entire mountain village gathered together, and then they were wiped out in one pot. There are 3 leaders in the White Tiger Hall, all of whom are in the Golden Core realm. The first leader is in the late Golden Core realm, the second leader is in the middle Golden Core realm, and the third leader is in the peak Golden Core realm, only 1 step away from the nascent Soul realm. There are also 28 big leaders, all of whom are experts in the Foundation Establishment realm, and all have unique skills. The rest are ordinary Foundation Establishment realm and Chi Refining realm cultivators. In terms of strength, it is even better than the Bian sect, the first sect of Anan Dao. They have been in this world for more than 2 months, from dormancy at the beginning to slowly extending their tentacles to explore the surrounding environment. The man is one of the spies, and he is still a small leader in the White Tiger Hall in the Foundation Establishment realm. After listening to the man's confession, Fong Chong frowned. This White Tiger Hall is not on his map. There are Xingzong disciples in front, and White Tiger Hall in the back, and they all appeared in recent months. And the Wanli map in his hand was drawn by Li Hu a few months ago, so it is naturally impossible to record them in place. Fang Chong felt that the various secret realms and small worlds were like a sieve. Space vortices appeared one after another, pulling the people from those secret realms in and enriching the plane environment. No, it's not necessarily people, there may be other alien races. This means that there are new people or alien races joining this new plane all the time. In a sense, these guys are all time travelers, but they all come from the same background, so their advantages are greatly reduced. It's not a peaceful era now, otherwise being a plagiarist would be a very comfortable life. The only thing to be thankful for is that the power of the space vortex is not strong enough to withstand the great cultivation of Zhongshan in the realm of transformation, otherwise, he would not have to play now. Just wait for the recruitment. But not being strong now does not mean not being strong in the future. Fang Chong felt a little more urgent in his heart. Brother. The girl came over, as if she knew what Fang Chong was going to do. Fang Chong knocked the man unconscious with a snap, and said with a righteous face, as a cultivator, he does not work, and thinks about robbing others all day long. It is a shame for us cultivators. As a local pioneer, I have the responsibility and obligation to guide them on the right path. With so many strong laborers, it is not good to use them to build roads. Labor reform is also reform. It saves the cultivators in Qishao City from talking about him, the city lord, not treating them as his own people. Now that they are here to supervise, he can't say that he treats them unfairly. And after registering them in the Golden Book, he can get dozens of free experience points every day. It's really profitable. Thinking about it, Fang Chong quickly instructed, Taiju, when the fight starts, try to catch them alive, because only the alive ones are valuable. Also, don't be too aggressive, our eldest brother will be in the front to hold those in charge. We will just be responsible for robbing them and picking the weak ones. The girl shook her head and said, I want to fight, I can't make progress without fighting. Fang Chong coughed lightly, his old face flushed slightly. Okay, you can fight, anyway, I will be behind you to robbing you. There will be no problem. The atmosphere became awkward for a while. 2 hours later. Li Hu was seen flying over with 2 Jin Dan cultivators on his left and right, and 20 or 30 foundation building cultivators behind him. The arrival was the first army of Qishao City. Chapter 205. Under the blue sky. The mountains are undulating, looking from afar, majestic and steep, with dense forests between the mountains, and giant trees more than 10 meters high are everywhere. Suddenly, an explosion sounded on one of the mountaintops. Countless streams of light fell from the sky, like a fire meteor, covering the entire mountaintop, and then there were shouts of killing. 3 powerful auras rose like the sun. Who dares to offend our White Tiger Hall? The battle broke out without warning. Fang Chong, dressed in white, stood in the air, and from time to time threw a few spells from a distance to block the minions who wanted to rush out, perfectly balancing the boundaries of eating melons and paddling. As a leader who is not good at fighting, Fang Chong feels that protecting himself is the best support for his elder brother and sister. Don't always think about rushing forward. And as a puppeteer, remote control attack is his main business. Fang Chong sprinkled out the hundreds of puppets he carried in the large belt made of storage bags to guard the 4 directions, and then sat down and watched the show. Speaking of which, one of the main reasons that limit the combat power of puppeteers is the lack of space equipment. He has a puppet-controlling spirit body, and the difficulty of controlling puppets is much lower than that of ordinary puppeteers, and he has far more control positions than ordinary puppeteers. He estimated that with his current realm and cultivation, it would not be a problem for him to control 1,000 or 800 first-level Chira fighting puppets. The human C tactics can pile up the opponent to death. However, this method is too cost-effective and consumes too much spirit stones. After all, if the puppet is broken, it will cost spirit stones whether it is repaired or reconfigured. Fang Chong doesn't like anything wasteful. With that spare money, it is better to take more private orders, which are low in cost and high in fees. It's a pity that the world has changed drastically, and the market that has been cultivated with great difficulty has also been shattered by the impact. But he believed that the future was bright. When the social environment stabilized, all markets based on human desires would develop greatly. As for combat, in Fang Chong's vision, his puppet army should be an immortal puppet army. Based on his mana, puppet repair can be achieved without cost. Fang Chong has been thinking about how to give puppets only a little spirituality, instead of requiring them to have normal growth like Fang Taiju. As long as he can enjoy his mana characteristics, it is enough. In this way, as long as his mana is endless, the puppet army will be endless. Before, he was busy refining the eye of the demon. Now that he has some free time, he can start research in this area. Fong Chong thoughts are always flying. As for fighting, he has great trust in his elder brother and sister. Yuanying fights Jin Dan, which is like a flying dragon riding on the face. How can he lose? Life is really lonely like snow. Boom! The roar of the collision of spiritual arts continued to resound in the mountains. The second in command of the White Tiger Hall has the weakest cultivation, only in the middle stage of Jin Dan. He is a gentle scholar, about 30 years old, holding a magic weapon that looks like a white paper fan. When the fan is moved, it can blow out yellow sand and poisonous wind that specifically hurts the eyes. Even if a Jin Dan cultivator is accidentally hit by this move, he will be blinded and his spiritual consciousness will be damaged, which will greatly affect his combat effectiveness. You can be without eyes, but you cannot be without spiritual consciousness, otherwise you are no different from a blind or deaf person. The so-called listening to the body to determine the position, it would be a miracle if someone can hear the spiritual technique performed by 100 or 80 meters away. The second in command was directly found by Fong Taishu, and he followed his brother's instructions and picked the weak persimmon. Who are you? The second in command was quite embarrassed at this moment, and his temples were stained with a layer of white frost. If it weren't for the powerful magic weapon in his hand, he would have been turned into an Iceman by Fong Taiju Xianming Cold Light. But he was still one small realm behind Fong Taiju. Even if he had a magic weapon to protect his body, it was still quite difficult to fight against Fong Taiju all-pervasive Xianming Cold Light. Fong Taiju didn't say anything, but his hands moved faster. I have always been able to defeat the strong with the weak, and last time, with the help of my brother, I fought with a nascent soul cultivator for a long time. Now she can't even take down an ordinary Jin Dan cultivator. What will she use to protect her brother in the future? As her mind moved, inside her body, which no one could see, a top-grade spirit stone was draining away the internal spiritual power at an extremely abnormal speed. Since Fong Taiyu was born with spirituality, all her behavior patterns have long been the same as those of ordinary people. But she is a puppet after all, and retains many characteristics of the puppet. For example, she can be restored by Fong Chong mana, such as her built-in spiritual source. This thing is like her second Dantian, providing her with extremely strong endurance, and can also burst out spiritual arts far beyond her own realm level. At this moment, powered by a top-grade spirit stone, Fong Taiju energy is almost infinite. She pointed out. A huge white cold light penetrated the void. The cold light seemed to freeze the space, seemingly slow, but actually deceived the eyes. When the eyes saw it, the attack had already arrived. The second in command's spiritual consciousness was a little slow. When he reacted, it was already unavoidable. He bit his tongue, and the blood in his heart turned into blood mist and spurted out. In the blink of an eye, a layer of blood-colored light and shadow covered his body. The magic power surged like a surging river, and the Dan Yuan in the Dantian in his body was generously dispersed, and the golden elixir magic burst out. He fanned the white paper in his hand, and the wind blew violently, and countless yellow sand swept in, blowing people to the ground and dizzy. Yellow sand, divine wind. But facing the blessing and explosion of a top-grade spirit stone, he could only barely keep up with it even if he tried his best. The cold light swept through the air, and the yellow sand turned into ice chips and fell down. Even the wind in the air was fixed. But the power of the cold light was constantly consumed. When it arrived in front of the second in command, it was no longer a threat. The second in command quickly withdrew, but Fong Taiyu would not let her go and quickly caught up. The previous attack mostly consumed the spiritual power of the spiritual stone in her body, and her own mana was still sufficient. But the second in command's mana was completely gone, with very little left. Seeing Fong Taiju taking advantage of the situation, the second in command's face changed greatly. Big brother, third brother, save me. But his big brother and third brother were also in danger at the moment. Li Hu also put his hands behind his back, with a master's demeanor, and did not fight personally. This battle was also a training for the first corps. He only needed to suppress the two most powerful golden elixirs. A purple lightning dragon with flashing lightning surrounded Li Hu, roaring and flying out. The two heads of the White Tiger Hall were already overwhelmed by this purple dragon. This purple dragon was originally the power of the purple dragon bloodline that Li Hu obtained from the blood fruit. Later, after being nourished by his blood and qi, and the improvement of his cultivation level, the power of the bloodline also evolved step by step. Now it can leave his body and turn into the spirit of the purple dragon, which can be regarded as an extremely powerful spiritual art. If it is calculated by grade, it is between the spiritual grade and the Taoist grade. Moreover, in the nascent soul stage, the law has a primordial spirit. The purple dragon was enlightened by Li Hu, so it could be regarded as a real purple dragon. Not to mention that it was not afraid of being injured. Even if it was destroyed, it only needed to return to Li Hu and be nourished by blood and energy. It would not take long for it to recover. "Brother, we can't fight like this. He is just playing cat and mouse." Hearing the second brother's call for help, the third boss took the risk to take a look and saw that his second brother was being chased by the girl. If the girl hadn't wanted to catch him alive, his second brother would have died by now. "I don't know where these people came from, but they want to capture him alive. This is our chance." The third boss told the first boss. The man in white over there stood firmly on the edge and watched the battle, while the others blocked the brothers who were attacking over there. "I think the man in white is of high status. Big brother, stop this Yuanian cultivator for a moment, and I will catch him. Only then will we have a chance of survival." The first boss glanced at Fang Chong and nodded heavily. "Okay. I fight you." The big boss was a big man with a burly figure, not inferior to Li Hu. At this moment, he roared wildly, and the golden hoop on his head flew up, turning into a stream of light, and smashed heavily on the purple dragon, breaking its body alive. After all, the purple dragon has no physical existence, so its defense is not as good as that of a real dragon. The big boss attacked Li Hu, looking like he would never give up. The third boss shook his body, and also attacked with the big boss, but this was an afterimage, and his real body had seized the opportunity and attacked Fang Chong. He used the explosive secret technique, so the speed was extremely fast, and even Li Hu didn't notice it for a while. When he noticed it, the big boss also used the life-threatening secret technique to entangle Li Hu tightly. "Get out of my way!" Li Hu attacked angrily, with his physical strength, not to mention breaking the mountain. It was not far away. Even though the eldest boss was also a physical cultivator, with a strong physique and special golden elixir magical power to protect his golden body was shattered by a punch, blood splashed in the air, and he fell heavily on the mountain like a meteorite, making a loud bang, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. It took only one move, but it was enough. Fang Chong was stunned when he saw the third boss attacking. "Do you think I'm easy to mess with?" He felt that he was being looked down upon. "Come and die!" The third boss heard a long roar of a tiger behind him, and he changed his body, and turned into a huge white tiger monster. The cold tiger claws attacked, and the sharp aura permeated, wrapping up the space. This third boss was actually a rare demon cultivator. Fang Chong's face turned cold, and a black line appeared between his eyebrows, as if he had opened his third eye. Demon light. Even though he was only in the early stage of the golden elixir, his demon light could not be simply measured by realm. At least they were both in the Jinan realm. If they wanted to take his heavenly demon light without any damage, they would have to have at least a magical weapon that was specifically designed to protect the soul. This was also the first time Fang Chong used the heavenly demon light after refining the eye of the heavenly demon. Compared to the pain of his soul being sucked out at any time in the past, although the heavenly demon light at this time would also consume some of his mental strength, most of it was still his mana. The demon's divine light came first, and the white tiger stood still in the air. It was clear that he was only a few meters away from Fang Chong, and it was just a matter of one claw. But he could not move forward any further, because at the moment he wasted, behind him, Li Hu, with a gloomy face, had already grabbed the white tiger's tail. "Go down!" Li Hu threw it heavily. There was another loud bang, and rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain, smashing a deep pit. The second in command, who was escaping in a panic, saw that his eldest brother and third brother were not sure whether they were alive or dead, and raised his hands very tactfully. "Surrender! Surrender!" Fang Taiju, who was angry, was about to kill him with one finger, but thinking of his brother's instructions, he put down his finger, but also slapped him heavily. Another deep pit was added in front of the White Tiger Hall. Seeing that the three in command were no match for the invaders, the other subordinates lost their composure, and were soon captured by the two Jin Dan and other foundation-building cultivators. After a cup of tea, in front of the White Tiger Hall, Fang Chong slowly came down, and sat on the tiger skin chair that was originally the head of the family, looking down at the White Tiger Hall bandits, who were kneeling on the ground. "First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Fang Chong, and I am the Lord of Qishao City, the ruler of this Dao for 100,000 miles. You can call me Lord Fang or Lord City Lord. Although you are from another world, You do not work and rob your fellow Taoists, which is despised by our generation. Today, my Qishao city upholds justice and acts on behalf of heaven. Do you not accept it? You fucking paw. A white tiger hall bandit who struggled to get up was about to yell and curse, but was slapped to the ground with a slap, his face first on the ground, half of his teeth spit out, and he whimpered a few times, but he could no longer speak. Fong Chong retracted his palm and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, it seems that no one is dissatisfied, which means that you still have a sense of shame and the possibility of reform, which comforts me. So I decided not to kill you. The people in the White Tiger Hall, who thought they were going to die, were cheered up, and looked at Fong Chong with some resentment. You should have said it earlier. You said you wouldn't kill people. Why would they resist? The bandit cultivator whose teeth were broken just now was so aggrieved that he shed tears. Of course, the death penalty can be pardoned, but the living crime cannot be escaped. You have all committed many evil deeds. If I let you go like this, it would not be helping you, but harming you. Fong Chong waved his sleeves, and round, snow-white pills flew out and landed in front of everyone. This is the soul-stealing, and life-eating goo. After taking it, the soul will be inhabited by the goo. Once the goo explodes, no matter how powerful you are, your soul will be devoured and you will become the host of the goo, a puppet without thoughts. Seeing the bandits' shocked faces, Fong Chong continued, but don't worry, this goo is extremely gentle and will never move without my permission. As long as you atone for your past sins, I will set you free. By then, even if you want to join my Qishao city and become a local, it is not impossible. What will happen if we don't take the medicine? Asked a bandit cultivator. Fong Chong smiled and said, what do you think? No one dared to ask any more questions. Many bandit cultivators had already swallowed the snow-white pills and wanted to save their lives first. But some people still asked, how can we atone for our sins? How can we atone for our sins? If we can't atone for our sins in this lifetime, will we be prisoners for the rest of our lives? Then I'd rather die. Bang! A pile of flesh and blood scattered, and drops of blood splashed on the faces of many bandits. Fong Chong shook his head and sighed. I have never seen such a request in my life, so I have to fulfill his wish. Does anyone have any questions? Gulielu. One by one, the snow-white pills were swallowed quickly. Even the 3 unconscious heads were fed one by their subordinates. When Fong Chong saw that everyone had taken the pill, a black light flashed in his eyes. To prevent anyone from having any improper thoughts, you can lift up your clothes and an eyeball-shaped mark will appear on your chest. You can feel the power of this spiritual poison first. Once the demon seed packaged, as a spiritual poison was activated, many bandit cultivators felt as if their souls were being pulled and extremely painful, as if there was really a little bug gnawing at their souls. Ah! No, Lord City Lord, please stop. It hurts too much. The lower the cultivation level, the stronger the pain. It was okay for the Foundation establishment realm, with only a slight sting, and even felt that if they used their power to resist, they could still seal the spiritual poison. The 3 heads did not even hum. In fact, although Fong Chong demon seeding skill can distribute demon seeds without limit, due to his own realm cultivation, his control over cultivators above the Golden Core realm is extremely weak. The Golden Core realm can almost force out demon seeds. Because the demon seed is just a seed, it does not have too strong power. But when the various emotions in their hearts are absorbed by the demon seed, as time goes by, the demon seed will gradually merge with the host, and can no longer be separated until it becomes Fong Chong puppet. So like these 3 heads, they cannot be used directly. They need a cultivation period of several months or even half a year until they can no longer separate the demon seed, and then they can be used as tools with confidence. But at this time, it will not be wasted, and it is good to throw it into the Golden Tower as a battery. Chapter 206. Sentry Captain Duan, pick a few people from this group of bandits, and take people to search this place. Fong Chong ordered Duan Yiping to start looting the White Tiger Hall. In Fong Chong plan, the army structure of Qishao City is extremely simple: soldiers, decapitators, centurions, 1,000-man captains, 10,000-man captains, and army commanders. From chi refining to spiritualization, the army commander is a great master of Dongshu. As for hire, Fong Chong feels that he should be awake even in his dreams. Duan Yiping, as a Jin Dan realm cultivator, is naturally a centurion. In fact, even Li Hu, the army commander, is only at the level of a 1,000-man captain. Even his 1,000-man team is not full. There are only 2 centurions in the entire First Army now, Duan Yiping and Lu Jinyun, who was born in King Yifang City. Both of them were lucky enough to break through the Jin Dan realm thanks to the blessing of the Golden Pagoda. Because they had just broken through, they did not fight against the 3 leaders of the White Tiger Hall in the previous battle, but led a group of centurions to bully the big boss and minions of the White Tiger Hall. The bandits have been sucked into the space vortex for 2 months. Maybe there will be some good things. A thief will never leave empty-handed. As for the real family assets, the bandits naturally carried them with them. Another centurion, Lu, who came from the market, has searched for the storage equipment on the bandits one by one and carefully calculated them. Half an hour later. Lord City Lord, there are a total of 364 storage bags and 3 storage rings, all of which are open. After preliminary calculations, these storage equipment contain more than 6 million low-grade spirit stones, more than 8,000 medium-grade spirit stones, more than 400 high-grade spirit stones, and 26 top-grade spirit stones. There are more than 1,000 bottles of spiritual pills, but I am not very proficient in pills, so the value cannot be calculated. I need to ask the alchemist to verify it after returning to the city. There are also more than 300 magic tools, more than 20 spiritual tools, and 3 magic treasures. There are also some miscellaneous items, all here. Please check them, Lord City Lord. Fong Chong's eyes suddenly lit up, but he still maintained the reserve of the Lord City Lord and did not show too much joy. He pondered for a moment, and then made distribution and rewards for the spoils. Leave the best spiritual stones, and take 20% of the remaining spiritual stones. This is for Corps Commander Lee. Take another 10%, and you, the combatants, will distribute it among yourselves. Take another 20% as the future military expenses of the First Corps, and Corps Commander Lee will keep it. The remaining 50% will be collected by the City Lord's mansion. As for the magic weapons, leave them, and each of you can choose one of the other spiritual tools and magic tools. Other sundries will be temporarily collected by the City Lord's mansion, and after the value is calculated, there will be other rewards. Future spoils will also follow this rule. Yes, sir. Century Captain Lu was delighted. Even if it was only 10% of the spiritual stones, it would be a huge sum of money, more than 1 million spiritual stones. He and Centurion Duan only took half, which was 300,000 or 400,000 spiritual stones each, enough for their salaries for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, they were mainly fighting the corners this time. The real tough guys were all taken down by the Legion leader and Miss Taiju. It was a pleasant surprise to get 10%. Even his eyes looking at Fong Chong had a little more respect. Those who can give spiritual stones and bonuses are all good bosses. Seeing Lu the Centurion happily leading the spiritual stones down, Fong Chong touched his chin and reflected on whether he had given too much. However, win-win has always been his principle. If he is reluctant to pay, how can others be willing to work for him? Speaking of which, the Legion's combat power has not been formed, which is also closely related to the lack of military expenditure. If Duan Yiping and Lu Zhenyan had not owed the City Lord's mansion a debt for borrowing the Golden Tower, they might not have joined the Legion. After all, the Legion's attribute development is a group with extremely high risks. If there are not enough benefits, Fong Chong can't force others to join. Even if someone joins, it is not voluntary. In that case, the Legion he gets is also useless, and will be disunited. Now we are waiting for the 2 Centurions to return to the city to make some announcements, and then the remaining rewards will be announced publicly. I think there should be quite a few people joining the Legion. TSK, Fong Chong sighed in his heart, looking at the 3 heads of the White Tiger Hall, who woke up but didn't open their eyes on the ground. He couldn't help but laugh very happily. I didn't expect that he would get such a harvest just by grabbing a few laborers. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a business without capital, and the financial resources are beyond doubt. When he conquered the other 5 human forces before, although he also killed a lot of people as a deterrent, in order to stabilize the situation, he did not exploit them too much, but just thought about the long term and slowly collecting taxes. So this income can be said to have solved his urgent needs. After a while, Duan Yiping, who went to search for the treasure of the White Tiger Hall, returned with his men, and there was another person beside him. It was a beautiful woman with a good figure, and a bright red wedding dress. She had the foundation of building, but her aura was not strong, probably in the early and middle stages. The woman was about 20 years old, with a melon-seed face, phoenix eyes, raised eyebrows, and a bit of heroism and sharpness. She glanced at the 3rd master lying on the ground, who had turned into a human form. A bit of excitement and hatred flashed across her face. She bowed to Fong Chong and said, "I don't know your name, but I am Lu Qianqian, a disciple of Hua sect. I was abducted by the third master of Baihu Hall. I am grateful to you for your rescue. I have no way to repay you. Fong Chong looked at the woman named Lu Qianqian for a few times, and suddenly exclaimed, feeling, this tiger has abducted you for such a long time, and you can still maintain your virginity. It seems that the third master is not so good. As a demon cultivator who knows a little about Yang Bu Lu, Fong Chong can't tell at a glance whether a woman is suitable to be a cauldron, but he can tell at a glance whether she is a virgin. Of course, he can also tell whether a man is a virgin. Nonsense! Even the third master who pretended to be unconscious couldn't stand this humiliation. He immediately stood up angrily. I just don't want to force anyone to do anything. Don't slander her innocence out of thin air. Then why did you kidnap her to hold the double cultivation ceremony? Fong Chong shook his head and said, this is like being a whore and pretending to be a saint. In his eyes, the demon seed in the third master's body was jumping happily at this moment, and the angry emotions became its best nutrients. The third master retorted, I fell in love with Miss Lu at first sight. If I don't snatch her away, we will never see each other again. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Miss Lu has promised me that when our feelings are there, she will naturally be willing to follow me. Lu Qianqian had someone to support her, and she was no longer hypocritical like before, but spat fiercely. I would rather be with a blind, deaf, lame and stupid person in this life than with a beast that is neither human nor demon. Hey, don't shoot the map cannon. Demon cultivators have no human rights? Fong Chong said dissatisfiedly. He also has a cheap grandfather, who is also a demon cultivator. Hatred is hatred, but what should be protected must also be protected. You? The third master's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were about to burst. Endless anger and regret filled his heart. Puff! He was so angry and injured that he fainted on the spot. Your chi cultivation skills are too poor. After all, you are the third child, not as good as the two elder brothers. Fong Chong made a few sarcastic remarks, and saw that the demons living in the bodies of the three heads began to thrive. According to this situation, the demons will mature in less than half a year. 2 months is enough. Then he looked at Lu Qianqian, flicked his finger, and a snow-white pill stayed at her mouth. Although you were robbed, I treat everyone equally, you can eat it too. Lu Qianqian asked, what is this? Fong Chong explained the theory of spiritual poison again. Unexpectedly, Lu Qianqian grabbed the pill and put it into her mouth. Since you saved me, it doesn't matter if I sell my life to you. Anyway, I can't go back. Obviously, she also knew about her time travel. That's great. Fong Chong clapped his hands and praised, Miss Lu, don't resent me. You are from another world after all. You need to be examined for a period of time to know right from wrong and good from evil. I will give you freedom when the time comes. Lu Qianqian replied, it is a great blessing for me to be able to keep my innocence. I will not resent you. Then you take a rest first. Someone will take you back with us when the time comes. Fong Chong gave a look to his subordinates, and someone immediately took her away. Lu Qianqian's cultivation level is foundation building. She is beautiful, and she is also a female cultivator. Among the pure male cultivators in the Legion, she immediately received a very high welcome. Her Majesty, there are only a few female cultivators who stand at the top of the world. In fact, the advantage of male cultivators in cultivation is much higher than that of female cultivators. This is not only solved by qualifications, but also by social environment and human thinking. What's wrong? Fong Chong sent Lu Qianqian away and asked Duan Yiping. Duan Yiping said with joy, congratulations, sir, I found the magical rice here, and also the seeds. Chapter 207. The Back Mountain of the White Tiger Hall. I learned from the White Tiger Hall spies before that the space vortex has wiped out the entire White Tiger Hall. To be more precise, it has swallowed up the White Tiger Hall's base. This naturally includes the families of the White Tiger Hall's bandit cultivators. Most of them are young women, including cultivators and mortals, but their cultivation is slightly lower. There are also some servants who work, except that they are physically strong, but have no cultivation. When Fong Chong led his men to attack before, all these families hurriedly hid in the back mountain, but under the guidance of the bandit cultivator guide, none of them could escape. For these people, Fong Chong, based on the principle that every meal is hard-earned, is ready to find a human stronghold to leave them when he returns. Because their cultivation is too low, they are not even qualified to be tools, and can only become a number, making a contribution to his freeloading road. Is this the spiritual rice of the White Tiger Hall? Under the guidance of Duan Yiping, Fong Chong soon saw about half an acre of spiritual fields, where spiritual rice plants were planted. The spiritual rice was about 1 person tall, with thick branches and trunks. It was not wrong to say that it was a tree. The ears were full, and each spiritual rice was wrapped in a golden husk. The grains were distinct, and some were too swollen, and they broke the husk, revealing the snow-white jade color inside. Lord City Lord, this is the spiritual farmer, who is responsible for taking care of the spiritual fields. Duan Yiping led an old farmer, with thick hands and feet, dark skin, and traces of wind and frost on his face. Hello, sir? The old farmer looked reserved and cautious. Introduce me. Fong Chong pointed at the spiritual rice. Although the identification technique had already given an introduction, why not chat a little more? The old farmer cleared his throat and replied carefully. To answer your question, this is snow bamboo rice, 2nd level spiritual rice. Eating it can increase spiritual power and purify blood. It was specially found by the 3rd boss. I heard that it is used to purify the demon blood in his body, and reduce the influence of the demon blood on him. Spiritual rice is a special product based on the spiritual environment. When the spiritual environment lasts long enough, ordinary crops will evolve and mutate. Ordinary rice will become spiritual rice after generations of selection. Therefore, for the current immortal and demon plane, it will take a long time to breed spiritual rice species. But with the addition of secret realms, it is not so troublesome to produce spiritual rice species. Spiritual rice is the same as the rice and wheat eaten by ordinary people. It is the food of cultivators. It contains rich spiritual power, and is also called natural elixir. Because this form of food supplement is very easy to be absorbed by the human body, and it will not cause erysipelas and drug resistance. This is also the reason why food cultivation can occupy a niche school among cultivators in the future. Purify blood. Fong Chong nodded slightly. The demon cultivator swallowed the essence of the demon beast and made rapid progress in the early stage, but if he wanted to break through the nascent soul realm, the first step was to purify his spirit in order to manifest the Yuanshan. This purity means that the human spirit is not affected by the blood of the demon beast and produces the habits of the demon. Otherwise, it is not a demon cultivator, but a half-demon. Therefore, Lu Qianqian was not wrong to scold the 3rd master before. The 3rd master needed external objects to suppress the influence of his bloodline. Obviously, in order to be quick, he let the monster's blood essence affect himself. Fong Chong did not come into contact with many monster cultivators. The one who impressed him the most was Dongdong's grandfather, Taoist Qingyou. But if Taoist Qingyou himself did not reveal his identity as a monster cultivator, it would be impossible to find the difference between him and normal people. He just subdued the will in the monster's bloodline. Put away these snow bamboo rice, select seeds, and return to Qishao City to choose a place to plant. You are very good. Join Qishao City in the future and farm for Qishao City with peace of mind. Fong Chong patted the old farmer on the shoulder and encouraged. Our Qishao City is a dominant force in a radius of thousands of miles. Forces like the White Tiger Hall are not enough to fight even if there are 10 more. You can stay here with peace of mind. In addition, Qishao City has clear rewards and punishments. As long as you farm well, you may have a chance to glimpse the foundation building realm in the future. The old farmer has some cultivation experience, probably in the middle and late stages of qi refining, otherwise, he would not be able to take care of the growth of spiritual rice. At this moment, after hearing Fong Chong empty promises, he couldn't help but breathe faster, and even had the impulse of dying for his confidant. For the White Tiger Hall, it was a great blessing for him to farm honestly, and not hurt his life, so there was no way they would give him any promises. Some people forget that they also climbed up from below after standing too high, and regard the people below as grass, unwilling to give even a little warmth and hope. But Fong Chong is different. Anyone who can make money for him will be hit by his empty promises. I will never let you down, and cultivate the best spiritual rice. The old farmer bowed deeply to Fong Chong. In his eyes, Fong Chong is already a great man, and he is willing to say such things to him, obviously not just a lie. He is an ordinary spiritual farmer, and there is nothing to be lied to. Next, Fong Chong took the trouble to use the identification technique to look at the family members and servants of the White Tiger Hall one by one. But it was obvious that he was overthinking. These were ordinary people, and there was no big boss lurking like Zhongshan. After dealing with the White Tiger Hall, Fong Chong first asked Li Hu to lead the people of the First Legion to send away those who should be sent away first. At the same time, they would bring most of the spoils back to Qishao City to bring new vitality to the lifeless Qishao City. Using a group of high-level cultivators to send some low-level cultivators and ordinary people, probably only Li Hu was willing to listen to Fong Chong. As for the bandit cultivators of the White Tiger Hall, 3 of the heads will follow Li Hu and others back to Qishao City, and then they will be locked up in the Golden Tower to become human batteries. When the demon species matures and cannot be peeled off, they will be used according to the situation. The remaining bandit cultivators will heal their wounds on the spot, and then each person will be given a broken magic weapon and a storage bag, and directly requisitioned as a cannon fodder army on the spot, subordinate to the First Legion. They will be the powerful tools for the First Legion to clear the 2,000 miles of territory. After the battle, those who are still alive will be registered and put to labor reform to make the best use of them. As for betrayal, since they took the demon seed, their life and death are no longer up to them. As long as Fong Chong has a thought, he can drain their spirits and turn them into nutrients for the demon seed, and finally return to the eye of the demon to become his power. As a means used by the demon, Isaac, to rule multiple worlds, the demon seed of the eye of the demon is not so easy to deal with. At least not a group of low-level cultivators can do it. Arrange everything. It is expected that it will take at least 3 to 5 days to deal with these affairs. Fong Chong took some time out from his busy schedule to study his undead puppet army. This cannot be studied at home, it will hurt reputation. Fong Chong found a quiet forest near the newly opened spiritual mine, a maple forest, and the fiery red maple leaves fell on the ground, just like a layer of red carpet covering the earth. On this red carpet, a small wooden house stood. In front of the wooden house, there stood a bunch of corpses with stiff faces and no breath at all. Chapter 208. As a magic puppeteer, Fong Chong has finally come to this point. The corpses in the maple forest are corpse puppets made from the corpses left behind after he returned from the water of Qianzhou County and killed the enemies. For example, the white-faced monk from the 100 Flowers realm, who blocked his way before, not only contributed the soul-binding band to him, but also his corpse. This is the first and only corpse puppet of a Jindan monk in Fong Chong hands. For example, when he conquered 5 human strongholds before, most of the people who resisted were killed in order to establish his authority and win the support of the people. After all, Jindan realm real people can be used as batteries for golden towers, and they are more valuable alive than dead. He also collected dozens of corpses, and also consumed some auxiliary materials to refine them, and made them into puppets in his hands. Because of the excellent raw materials, the level of these corpse puppets has dropped a large realm compared to the original body. Of course, this is not important. Anyway, they are all experimental products, so it is not a pity to destroy them. Fong Chong's mind was focused, and a light flickered in the void, like a lamp. It was his own spiritual light. Before, he had given spiritual light to a puppet at a time, hoping that the puppet would be born with spiritual wisdom, and become an intelligent race like Taiju. Later, he found that spiritual light alone was not enough, and the puppet's own foundation was also needed, which was old enough and had enough stories. So he spent 10 years to succeed in 2. However, he used various methods to send the 2 spiritual puppets to Luyun Mountain Range as undercover agents of the sect. Originally, he thought that he and the sect alliance would have a battle. After all, he really wanted Luyun's spirit mine, so he laid 2 chess pieces in advance. And the spiritual puppets have their own racial advantages, so it is easy to stand out. Before the great changes in the world, they had already become the middle level of the sect, and this was because they had entered the sect too recently and had not gained full trust. As a result, who would have thought that now there is no trace of Luyun Mountain Range? Let's get back to the point. As Fong Chong's spiritual light shone, the corpse puppets standing in front of him seemed to be summoned by something, and all looked up at the spiritual light. Their eyes were dull and thoughtless. But after a while, you can find that there is an inexplicable emotion in the eyes of the corpse puppets that does not belong to the puppets. They are evolving, giving birth to spirituality from dead things. Wait until the spiritual light disappears. Fong Chong rubbed his brows, and there was a little more fatigue in his eyes. He is now mentally strong, and there are ancient treasures such as the eye of the demon to protect his soul, and there are also spiritual veins such as the green tear fruit that nourish the spirit. The recovery of the spiritual light is no longer like before. It takes 2 years to use it once. He estimates that it will take about 1 or 2 months now. After all, this is a magical power that can be called creation. It gives spirituality to dead things and regenerates dead things, just like the enlightenment in myths and legends. It's just sitting there anyway, so use it sooner rather than later. Fong Chong murmured, although the puppets with intelligence are not limited by their own grades, they still require a lot of resources to advance. I only have 1 taiju. I can't afford more, and I don't want to afford it. As the master, how can I always work for the puppets? Before, it was more about quality than quantity, But now it is more about quantity than quality. I hope you can give me some face. Fong Chong looked at the many corpse puppets illuminated by the light of spirituality. In his eyes, some of these corpse puppets had light flashing between their eyebrows, and some did not. The corpse puppets with light flashing showed that they had preliminary spirituality, and had broken away from the attributes of dead things, but they were not as intelligent as Taiju. They were not considered puppets, but were somewhere in between. As for those without light, they were naturally stupid creatures that could not be cultivated. The probability of generating spirituality was about 60%, about 20 corpse puppets. This was because his spiritual light was stronger than before, and also because not many puppets were illuminated by the spiritual light this time. If there are 1,000 or 10,000 puppets here, the probability of producing a spiritual puppet may be 1% or 1,000. Taiju, fight with them, don't hold back. Fong Chong summoned the spiritual corpse puppet. The puppets without spirituality retreated to the side to watch the show, hoping that they would learn from their shame and become spiritual soon. Fong Taiju never compromised on her brother's requirements. She rushed into the group of puppets, holding a purple long knife in her hand, slashing east and west, like cutting watermelons. These first and second level puppets had no ability to resist at all, and couldn't even touch the girl's skirt. The girl almost didn't stop, and it only took 2 seconds to slash from south to north. The limbs and heads were scattered all over the ground, like a perverted murder scene. Brother, they are too weak. In the eyes of the girl, these corpse puppets were completely vulnerable, and she didn't know why her brother was so serious. Fong Chong's magic power surged, and he said with a smile, "You will know if you look at it." Then he saw that the broken limbs and bodies on the ground all stood up twisted, and then the broken bodies grew out incredibly. No, not growing, but piecing together. Because their broken limbs were no longer on the ground. It seemed that a most brilliant undertaker had just pieced their bodies together completely, and there was no trace of sewing. They looked at the girl without any fear in their eyes, and rushed forward again. As cheap corpse puppets, they had almost no skills worth mentioning except that their bodies were strong enough. But ants bite elephants to death. These corpse puppets were originally used as waste, used as shields and cannon fodder, and it would be a big profit to consume the enemy's magic power. Blast them, Fong Chong ordered. The girl, who wanted to continue to use the knife, turned her palm, and the long knife turned into an arc of electricity and returned to her palm, and then a powerful force blasted out from her fist. The air seemed to be distorted for a moment, and the huge impact force was like an invisible cannonball, blowing all the rushing puppets into pieces. Fong Chong's magic power rolled again. Then invisible ripples appeared in the air, and the corpse puppets that had just been blasted were resurrected intact in the same place. It actually works. In Fong Chong's eyes, there were still some firefly-like spiritual lights on the more than 20 corpse puppets that had just been blasted. As his magic power rolled over, the spiritual light pulled back the fragments of the dissipated corpse puppets in the air. The tiny molecules combined together to form a complete corpse puppet again. Brother? Even the girl was surprised. She knew that her brother's magic power could restore the puppets, but she didn't expect that even the broken pieces could be restored perfectly. Haha, I'm so fucking awesome. At this moment, Fong Chong felt that he had finally discovered the puppet warfare method that suited him best. Who would have thought that the origin of his undead puppet army was just because of poverty? But don't be proud yet, try again. Fong Chong took turns experimenting with the girl again. 2 hours later, when the 24 corpse puppets returned to their original form, Fong Chong's mana was finally exhausted, and he had to meditate to recover. And he finally figured out the characteristics of this undead puppet army. First of all, there are 2 prerequisites for the immortality of the puppets. One is that the spiritual light has not been extinguished. If the spiritual light of the puppets is exposed to the air for too long, it will slowly go out. The second is that Fong Chong's mana is sufficient. Only his mana characteristics can restore the puppets. If these 2 conditions are met, the puppets are immortal. Secondly, this batch of spiritual corpse puppets also have growth potential, but they are not as active as Taiju. Their combat power will continue to grow with the battle, and the corpses and flesh around them are their best nutrients. For this reason, those corpse puppets that have not been born with spirituality have become pitiful sacrifices. At the same time, this improvement is extremely subtle. If they were not crushed for 2 hours in a row, Fong Chong would hardly notice that they have become a little stronger. But as long as it is free, all problems are not problems. Chapter 209. 5 days later. Fong Chong looked at the 24 corpse puppets in front of him with satisfaction. With his unremitting efforts, the corpse puppets were shattered and reborn again and again, and finally all of them entered the threshold of the second-level puppets, and had a basic face. At this level, it would cost him a lot of mana to recover. 24 corpse puppets would almost exhaust his mana after 3 recovery. Therefore, it is still a long way from immortality. After all, these are 24 second-level puppets. Each one can be regarded as a weak foundation-building combat force, but with the characteristics of fearlessness and lack of emotion, it is okay to regard it as a normal foundation-building combat force. And he is just a weak chicken in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Even though he had a chance to realize it once in the process of conquering the Eye of the Demon last time, and gained a lot of experience points, it was only from the 31st level to the 32nd level, and there was still a gap of 2 levels from the middle stage of the Golden Core. Brother. Fong Taiyu looked at the corpse puppet that had grown stronger in front of her, with some envy and eagerness in her eyes. Theoretically, she could also become stronger in this way. Don't think about it. I can't bear to break you up and rescue you again and again. If there is any mistake in the middle, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Fong Chong touched the girl's head and smiled. We have money this time. When we go back, I will ask the puppet building to refine puppets for you. These corpse puppets here are enough for the time being. According to the time, the eldest brother should be back soon. Let's go! Fong Chong led the girl to the White Tiger Hall station. As soon as he arrived at the White Tiger Hall, Fong Chong heard Li Hu tell him a bad news that someone had run away, and it was not 1 or 2 people, but dozens of people. Second brother, you didn't leave them any tricks. How could they not run away? Li Hu shook his head, thinking that Fong Chong should not make such a low-level mistake. Fong Chong smiled indifferently. Brother, how do you know I didn't let them run away on purpose? You? Li Hu's expression changed, and he didn't say anything. He just mourned for the bandits who ran away. In front of the White Tiger Hall. The bandits in the White Tiger Hall, who had been recuperating for several days, and had recovered from their injuries, all stood together anxiously, surrounded by the members of the First Legion, who were eyeing them covetously. With the last share of the spoils, the subjective initiative of the First Legion has risen sharply, and the morale has greatly increased. The bandits who didn't run away scolded the bandits who ran away, but they were quite looking forward to those people running away. It's not that they don't want to run away, but they are worried about the messy spiritual goo that Fong Chong mentioned before. If the brothers who ran away this time are fine, then they will run away next time. It can only be said that the first batch of people who escaped were too young and became the test subjects of these old hands. They looked at Fong Chong expectantly. Want to know if he has any way to catch those who ran away. Fong Chong had a blank expression on his face, and said to the bandits calmly, Remember, you are all extremely evil bandits with blood on your hands. I am willing to give you 1 chance, but it does not mean that I will give you a second chance. You are wise, and lucky not to choose to escape. Because those who run away will not even have the opportunity to repent in front of me. Fong Chong closed his eyes, and the black line between his eyebrows opened. The Eye of the Demon. Observing the void, the field of vision is greatly improved. This void does not only refer to the real space, but also the void world without the concept of time and space. Just like the Queen in the mountain and river realm can communicate with the 12 mountain and river lords thousands of miles away, which is due to the convenience of the void world. For anyone who has been planted with the demon seed, Fong Chong can obtain their vision, and even use the Eye of the Demon to remotely control their body. A projection screen appeared in the air. It was a young man who had washed and dressed clean, wearing a loose cloth that did not fit him well. At this moment, he was sitting in a private house, with wine and meat placed in front of him. A pale young woman came forward with the dishes. Beside them, there was an old couple and a young man tied up, all with sad faces. As long as you serve me well, I won't kill you. The man's voice came from the projection, very arrogant. It's bad enough to be sent to this world, and I met a self-proclaimed chivalrous man who came from nowhere. It's really bad luck. What kind of soul-chasing spirit goo? If you have the guts, take my life now. Those guys are more afraid of death as they get older. We are all on this road, are we still afraid of death? The man muttered and drank a big bowl of wine. Pa, what kind of local wine? When I find a city with many people, I must make him happy for 10 days and 10 nights. Little beauty, why are you so bitter? Smile for me. The man grabbed the woman who served the dishes, lifted her chin, and spoke frivolously. The woman shivered with fear, and tears flowed down involuntarily. Why are you crying? Smile for me. You ruined my fun, I'm going to kill you. The man looked annoyed, grabbed his palm, and the magic power condensed into a big hand to lift the tired old couple and the man up in the air. The three of them looked like they were strangled by a hanged ghost. All of them blushed and begged for mercy. The woman wiped her tears quickly and forced a smile, but her eyes suddenly changed, because a black eye like a tattoo appeared between the man's eyebrows. In front of the White Tiger Hall, all the bandit cultivators were all worried. Many people recognized the man's identity. That's Xiaolu. Good boy, he usually treats me politely, but he dares to make up stories about me behind my back. What kind of trick is this? It's really a 1,000-mile chase to kill people. The bandit cultivators couldn't suppress the excitement and fear in their hearts. Until Li Hu stepped forward and the pressure from the Yuanian great monk fell, they calmed down. But they stared at the projection screen, not wanting to miss a single thing. The next moment, the man who was touching the young woman suddenly froze, and a gurgling sound of bubbles came out of his throat. The familiar feeling of soul pulling appeared, and it was as if a vortex appeared in the depths of his soul. He could not control himself at all, and his mind was completely swallowed up. He recalled the fear of that day. He had also experienced this kind of feeling after being planted with the spirit poison. Mercy, mercy! The man let go of the woman, rushed out of the house, looked at the void around him, but found nothing. I was wrong, I was wrong. I will go back now, I will go back now. Before he finished speaking, his eyes dimmed, his body fell heavily, a black eyeball emerged from his body, and then swooshed into the void. The picture stopped abruptly, but everyone knew that the man was dead. Then came the second picture, the third picture. There were many bandit leaders, who had already established their foundations. They had a slightly stronger resistance to the demon species, but that was when no one was controlling them. Now with Fang Chong remote control, the demon species absorbed enough nutrients and easily swallowed up the souls one by one. It was like calling a roll call. The images switched faster and faster. The fallen people had almost no chance to beg for mercy, and by the time they reacted, they were already dead. Until the image came to the familiar scene of the bandits in front of the White Tiger Hall. A bandit looked at himself in the image, as if looking in a mirror, and thought of the people who had just appeared. He knelt down in panic, and loudly begged for mercy from Fang Chong. Sir, spare my life, I didn't run, I didn't. Paw! His breath disappeared instantly, and he fell to the ground on the spot. A black eyeball emerged from his body, and quickly disappeared into the void. Then, like dominoes, black eyeballs emerged one by one. The projection image rotated quickly. The bandits in front of the White Tiger Hall appeared in the image one by one. Then he fell to the ground with a mixture of unwillingness and resentment on his face, and a bit of confusion. Why did they have to be buried with them even though they didn't run away? The bandits were all panicked, thinking that Fang Chong was angry and wanted to punish them collectively and kill them all. At the same time, they felt that Fang Chong's little idea of deceiving them with an illusion just now was completely extinguished. The lives around them, that were still alive, just now could not be faked. But they could not resist it all. Before, there were 3 heads, and they were all beaten to death. Now that the 3 heads were sent away, they would be dead if they resisted. All the bandits knelt down, wailing for mercy, trying to grasp the last glimmer of hope. Second brother. Seeing the bandits fall one by one, Li Hu finally found something wrong, and he wanted to wake up Fang Chong. But Fang Chong seemed not to hear it. Li Hu took action directly, but a huge force attacked him from Fang Chong's body. Li Hu did not want to hurt Fang Chong, so he endured this force. The stone slab under his feet cracked, and a small pit sank out, and the crack spread to dozens of meters away. Fortunately, Li Hu touched Fang Chong and made him react. Fang Chong slowly opened his eyes, and the bandits in front of the White Tiger Hall finally stopped being called by death. At this point, in just a short moment, the original more than 300 bandits were reduced to just over 200. Except for the dozens who escaped, the other dozens were considered to have suffered an unexpected disaster. What happened to you just now? Li Hu frowned and asked. Fang Chong's state just now really made him a little worried. I'm fine. Fang Chong suddenly laughed. But compared with the past, his smile was a little more evil. It turned out that this was the correct way to use the eye of the demon. Use the spirits of all living beings as the land, plant the demon seeds, and when the demon seeds mature, harvest the despair of all living beings to become the great way of the demon. In a short moment, he absorbed the not-so-mature demon seeds in the bodies of those bandits, and actually increased his spiritual power at an incredible speed. There was also a surge in experience points, which was as fast as his last epiphany. Millions of experience points arrived in an instant, which was more useful than any experience pill. The attributes shared when he refined the puppets were not as fast as this. There is no need to practice meditation. As long as you lower your moral standards a little, you can make rapid progress in your cultivation, comparable to the speed of top geniuses. This is the way of the devil. Fong Chong now had the urge to spread his seeds all over the world, and then harvest them all at once, directly transforming into a demon and ascending on the spot. Luckily, he had been dealing with the inner demon for a long time, and there was a demon Buddha to suppress his sea of consciousness. He soon realized that something was wrong, and regardless of the reactions of others, he sat cross-legged on the spot, and his face showed a bit of the solemnity of the Buddha statues in the temple. In the sea of consciousness, Fong Chong skillfully summoned his inner demon with the inner demon method. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry this time. The inner demon had long been accustomed to Fong Chong's attitude, and appeared slowly, with a face that was neither sad nor happy. Compared with him, Fong Chong himself was actually more like an inner demon. Whatever posture the original body wants to kill me this time, I'm ready. The inner demon said he was lying down. Anyone who was pulled out and broken into pieces every now and then would be as Buddhist as him. Originally, he had the hope of the eye of the demon. In the end, the eye of the demon was refined and subdued. Then what's the point of playing? He couldn't win anyway, and now there's another big guy on the other side. Whoever loves him will win. What happened just now? Fong Chong always felt that someone was trying to harm him just now. The feeling of getting something for nothing is really intoxicating. But freeloading is freeloading. He always has some ideas in his mind. He only freeloads things that he can understand, and is within the safe zone. Anything that is incomprehensible, uncontrollable, but can be freeloaded must have a trap. The inner demon's expression was confused, and then it showed its true nature, and laughed at Fong Chong. Although I don't know what you did, I became so strong all of a sudden, it seems that you got something extraordinary. Let's merge into one. Suppress. Fong Chong directly suppressed it with the golden body of the demon Buddha, and unlike before, the inner demon had the power to resist. The golden body was trembling, and it couldn't subdue the inner demon for a while. Suppress it again. The eye of the heavenly demon appeared, and the inner demon groaned in pain when it was illuminated by the light, and then the golden body suppressed it again. I don't want to come out. The inner demon only had time to leave a last word before it turned into fragments. Fong Chong absorbed the fragments one by one, and found many things that did not belong to him. There were fragments of martial arts, emotional disputes, ambitions, and other people's memories. But after the inner demon filtered it, he was like watching a movie, and it could not have any more impact on him. These things. Fong Chong recalled the bandits he had just named and executed, and it seemed that some fragments could be used against them. Is it because when the demons absorbed their essence, they also brought impurities? Shortcuts really mean danger. If I feed on the essence of all living beings without any care, I am afraid that I will become mentally disordered in the end, neither human nor ghost, which will give the inner demon an opportunity to take advantage of me. Even if I become a demon, will I still be myself at that time? No wonder the way of demons cannot really become the mainstream. There are pitfalls everywhere. But it is harmless to come once when breaking through the bottleneck. Anyway, most of the cost will be borne by my good brother, the inner demon. Fong Chong calmed down his spirit silently. The little spirit he had just gained was all transformed into the power of the inner demon, and he lost a little. But in return, the inner demon fragments gave him more experience. His inner demon method has made some progress, and he has millions of experience points. All in all, it's a small profit. Second brother, what did you do just now? Li Hu saw Fong Chong wake up again. This time his condition was much better, and he didn't have the temperament that made him feel unfamiliar just now. Fong Chong nodded and smiled at Li Hu. It's really okay this time. He stood up and said to the bandits, who were facing an uncertain future, unknown life and death, and full of fear, a little tiredly, this is the first warning and the last warning. Those who are alive go back to rest, and we will set out tomorrow. As long as you don't run, I won't take your lives at random, and I have other uses for your lives. As for the dead, since they are dead anyway, just leave them to be used as corpse puppet materials for him, don't waste them. Thank you, sir. The bandits thanked loudly. With the lessons of their companions, their loyalty at this moment is probably higher than that of the First Legion on the side. They just thought this was Fong Chong warning to them. Now, even if the others want to run, they will probably be stopped by their companions and beaten half to death before being sent to Fong Chong for reward. After all, Fong Chong really kills. Or he kills randomly without naming names. They don't want to be implicated by their companions when they are honest. Seeing the bandits leave, Fong Chong said to Li Hu, Brother, I leave it to you next. With the White Tiger Hall as a group of cannon fodder, Li Hu will lead the team to sweep the heroes next. Well, it can't be considered a sweep, at most it can be considered as a collection. Because of the restrictions of heaven and earth, even if people from other secret realms come, they are basically below the nascent soul stage, and they have almost no power to resist Li Hu. Of course, there are exceptions like Zhong Shan who sneaked in. If he can wake up in time, it is still unknown who will win. As for the local cultivators, let alone Anandao, which is dominated by the Golden Core realm, is very lucky to have a nascent soul realm. Chapter 210. July 2nd, 338th year of the Tang calendar. After using the White Tiger Hall as a test subject, the journey of Qishao City officially began. The first corps showed its fangs. Corps leader Li Hu led his men to push forward in a spiral route. No one could resist Li Hu, a great cultivator of the nascent soul. Even if some secret realm sects had the means left by their predecessors, they could temporarily stop Li Hu. But with the addition of other Jindan cultivators, and the help of Fang Taiyu and Fang Chong Undead Puppet Corps, all resistance was useless. The land within a radius of 10,000 miles surrendered. In just a few months, within a radius of 10,000 miles, the land of a great country had all been declared to be under the jurisdiction of Qishao City. Since then, Fang Chong's first 5-year plan was declared bankrupt. Because in less than a year, his planned goals were achieved. The first battle of the First Corps undoubtedly showed the high mobility of high-level cultivators. Fighting 3,000 miles a day, one person can be a million divisions. Previously, they spent 2 months to barely subdue 5 forces within 1,000 miles, and they had to send tax officials and subordinates to monitor to prevent the forces from recurring. But now the area has expanded more than 10 times, 100 times, and it takes less time. One of the biggest differences is that Fang Chong has refined the Eye of the Demon. The Eye of the Demon is indeed an ancient treasure that once helped the demon Eye sect rule several worlds. The demon growing skill undoubtedly guarantees the loyalty of new members to the greatest extent. In the face of the threat of death, even cultivators are no exception. There are very few people who are truly fearless of life and death, whether cultivators or mortals. Even cultivators are more afraid of death than mortals. Because mortals only live for 100 years, and they pass by in a flash, and they die. Cultivators have more years, and they are unwilling to die easily. The First Legion has almost no rest time. They are either fighting or on the way to fight. At most, they have to defeat 2 or 3 forces that are unwilling to surrender in a day. As for how to surrender, the more blood is shed, the more people will be convinced. It doesn't matter what is good or evil, only what is strong or weak. Fang Chong basically didn't take action. He was more like a military supervisor and a logistics quartermaster. He just went up to take over the territory captured by the First Legion, fighting and harvesting along the way. The more he fought, the richer he became. Wealth and talents of various cultivation professions were collected roughly through powerful war means. Of course, Fang Chong still had some points. The objects of his wealth harvesting were all the original ruling class. These guys occupied almost 80 to 90% of the power and wealth. Harvesting them was convenient, and there was no need to worry about the rebellious psychology of the lower class. For the lower class, it was not unacceptable to change the flag on the wall. Anyway, everyone was of the same race, and it didn't matter who they were, as long as they didn't touch their pitiful bottom line. This bottom line was their freedom, their dignity, and something more important than life. As for the various professional talents, he gave them full respect and sent them all to Qishao City to join the Tang Dynasty Golden Book, enrich the talent pool, and work for him. In battle after battle, Li Hu quickly promoted several centurions, all of whom were Jindan monks from the secret realm. The organizational structure of the First Legion was greatly supplemented, and the secret realm monks were officially integrated into Qishao City. Therefore, the First Legion not only did not become smaller and smaller, but it was quickly enriched. Li Hu, the Legion commander, became more and more worthy of the name, until they met the first nascent soul. It was a secret sect 8,000 miles west of Qishao City. There were only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats, but there was a nascent soul monk. Originally, Fang Chong and others' goal was not here. Because the sect's territory was too small, and the personnel were too few, it did not appear on the map drawn by Li Hu before, nor did it appear in the intelligence of the Legion scouts. But they just stopped by themselves. Because the First Legion made too much noise, this nascent soul cultivator was invited by a nearby sect to come and act as a lobbyist. They want to divide the territory with Qishao City. His name is Chen Fan, a rare immortal cultivator in the Flame Demon realm. It is said that their lineage has always been a single-line inheritance, and each generation can inherit part of the magic power of the predecessor. They said that they wanted to use this method to break the rules of the Flame Demon realm. But until the Flame Demon realm was destroyed, they did not succeed. Later, when the Flame Demon child was born, Chen Fan fought with him, but was defeated by the Flame Demon child and disappeared since then. We thought he had been seriously injured and died, but we didn't expect that he was still alive and broke through the nascent soul realm. He has accumulated more than 10 generations of a lineage, and after breaking through the nascent soul realm, he is probably not comparable to ordinary nascent soul cultivators. The information of the nascent soul cultivator was quickly sent to Fang Chong, and the one who was reporting to him was an old man with fiery red hair and smooth skin like a baby. Others have white hair and young faces, but he has fiery hair and young faces. This old man is called the 10,000 Ghosts Ancestor, and his original name is Yuan Qing. Coincidentally, he was the master of Changle City Lord He Huan, a demon cultivator who specialized in the way of ghosts and spirits. He held a 10,000 Ghosts banner, which contained millions of wronged souls, and was notorious in the Flame Demon realm. When Fang Chong met him, he happened to see him refining magic weapons on the top of the mountain. He was filled with ghosts and demons. Needless to say, there was only one demon cultivator in the entire Qishao territory, and that was Fang Chong. As for the other demon cultivators, every one of them was sent to the cannon fodder camp. Oh no, it was the Vanguard Death Camp. It was not that he looked down on the demon cultivators, but that these guys who harmed others and did not benefit themselves always violated basic moral principles in their cultivation. They would sacrifice blood to this, and that at any time. Fang Chong had no control over their evil deeds elsewhere, but if they killed his people in his territory, he had to take good care of them. Did they only kill people? That was his experience pack. So Fang Chong captured the old ghost on the spot. Speaking of which, in the Vanguard Death Squad of the 1st Legion, except for the cultivators of the White Tiger Hall, most of the others are demon cultivators from the Flame Demon realm. Because the fusion secret realm of this land of Anon Road is the Flame Demon realm. Within a radius of 10,000 miles of Qishao City, almost half of the sects and cities are originally from the Flame Demon realm. After delivering his information, the old ancestor of Wan Gui looked at Fang Chong with a flattering face, not caring about the age and status difference between him and Fang Chong. As for face, he has been mixed in the demon way. If he wanted face, he would have been scolded for not being able to take care of himself. At this moment, he just wanted to leave the death squad as soon as possible. These days, he watched many cultivators, who were also members of the death squad, die in front of him. Obviously, many times, the things that the Legion commander could easily solve with his own hands, let them go to the death squad. So the loss was inevitable. Among them were many Jin Danjinren of the Flame Demon realm, who were once as famous as him. Especially after the death of these Jin Danjinren, the bodies mysteriously disappeared, which made him more certain that there was still a great demon cultivator hidden in the 1st Legion. Fang Chong did not comment on the report of the old ancestor of Wan Gui. Someone has already reported this information to me. You are a little late. The face of the 10,000 Ghosts Patriarch changed. He racked his brains, but couldn't think of who got there before him. It was obvious that Chen Fan had revealed two sides. Sir, I have more information. Seeing that Fang Chong was about to drive him away, the 10,000 Ghosts Patriarch hurriedly said, Speak. Fang Chong was very frugal with words. The ancestor of 10,000 Ghosts said, Chen Fan is obsessed with cultivation. This time he is trying to stand out for others, which is completely inconsistent with his character. Someone must have offered him a condition that he cannot refuse. If you want to defeat Chen Fan, you can start from this aspect. I am willing to sneak into the opposite camp and get information for you. Fang Chong smiled. You are thoughtful, but it is not necessary. Although your information is not new, I will give you 2 small merits. Although the ancestor of 10,000 Ghosts was a little disappointed, he still thanked him. Thank you, sir, I will take my leave. In order to prevent the cannon fodders in the cannon fodder camp from becoming discouraged and losing their fighting will, Fang Chong specially introduced a merit system exclusively for the cannon fodder camp, which is divided into small merits and big merits. Small merits are obtained according to performance in each battle. They have no effect, but can be accumulated and exchanged for big merits. 10 small merits can be exchanged for 1 big merit. Big merits have the function of immunity. Depending on the needs, the time and number of battles can be exempted. As long as you reach 99 big merits, you can be exempted from your sins and restore your body. According to the calculation standard of the minimum small merit in a war, theoretically, even if you don't fight, as long as you survive 999 battles, you will be free. It sounds very simple. Now the cultivator with the most big merits in the cannon fodder camp has reached 3 big merits, and only 96 big merits are missing. Hope is in sight. Moreover, you can make contributions in other aspects like the old ancestor of 10,000 ghosts, and you can also get small merits. Fong Chong felt that he had done his best for these guys who were supposed to die. If they don't die, it means that God will not take them away. When the old ancestor of 10,000 ghosts left in a dejected manner, Fong Chong poured a cup of tea in front of him and raised the cup to say, "Mr. Chen, please have some tea." If I hadn't seen this hiding technique in person, I'm afraid I would have kept it a secret even from him. A young monk wearing a square scarf and a blue robe appeared in the corner of Fong Chong's room. The young man had a handsome appearance, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes that didn't belong to his age. The old demon of 10,000 ghosts is scheming, just like a poisonous snake. If you leave him here, he will bite you back sooner or later, the young man said. He was the Chen Fan mentioned by the old ancestor of 10,000 ghosts. It turned out that he had been in Fong Chong's room for a long time. That's a coincidence. I like to extract the teeth of poisonous snakes the most. Fong Chong smiled and asked Chen Fan, "What do you think of my proposal, Mr. Chen? Joining Qishao City will benefit both you and me. We don't have to fight each other and avoid a catastrophe. I know that Haoqi sect has given you a copy of the cultivation notes of the Great Master of Transformation and asked you to come out of the mountain, but how can a dead copy compare to a living Great Master of Transformation? If you are willing to join Qishao City, I will give you a chance to ask the Great Master of Transformation for advice in person. The other side has a nascent soul cultivator, so this game is no longer a crushing game." So Fong Chong carefully collected information about Chen Fan. He has the eye of the demon to observe all directions, and his spiritual awareness range is wider than that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. He also has the hard demon technique, so it is almost effortless to capture a few disciples and get some simple information. As for the God of Transformation, although it is a suppressed God of Transformation, it is also a living God of Transformation. I think Zhong Shan will be exempted from a few high-level professional quotas, and he is very happy to guide a junior. There will be a second time after the first time. Chen Fan's expression moved, and there was a fluctuation in his calm eyes. Qishao City actually has a God of Transformation cultivator? But since you have a God of Transformation cultivator sitting in charge, why are you still polite to me? The reason why he came to stop Fong Chong and others was that he received an invitation from a sect called Haoqi sect with a cultivation note of a God of Transformation cultivator. Originally, Haoqi sect wanted to use this as a condition for him to join Haoqi sect, but he refused. Haoqi sect made the second best choice and asked him to come out of the mountains to stop the expansion of Qishao City. But Chen Fan knew that Haoqi sect had already prepared to retreat. The reason they were unwilling to run away was that they were reluctant to give up a newly discovered spiritual mine. It was not a spiritual stone mine, but a spiritual jade mine. The fact that Haoqi sect could possess the divine transformation notes showed that their ancestors had also been prominent. It was just that the descendants were not up to the task, and now only the Jin Danjinren was in charge. They belonged to a special profession among the cultivators, the Confucian cultivators, who cultivated a breath of righteousness in their abdomens and had the ability to avoid all evil. The righteousness was best nurtured with spiritual jade, which could nourish the spirit, and some spirits could even live in the spiritual jade. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that gentlemen wear jade, and the jade that Confucian cultivators need is this spiritual jade. If this spiritual jade mine can be defended, Haoqi sect will be able to enter a state of rapid progress next. In fact, they had only been in the New World for more than half a year. With the help of this spiritual jade mine, a foundation-building Confucian cultivator appeared in the sect almost every 2 months. Even the old Confucian cultivator, who was originally stuck at the peak of foundation building, had a breakthrough, and became a golden core true person. Now their entire sect is on the battlefield, using destructive mining methods to try to take away as much spiritual jade as possible. If Chen Fan had not insisted on his own, this spiritual jade mine would not have been a share for the Haoqi sect. Fong Chong said indifferently, "This matter involves the secrets of my Qishao City. If Mr. Chen does not believe it, we will have to fight. The flame demon is now suppressed in Qishao City. Mr. Chen, as his old rival, may be able to accompany him after this time." Chen Fan's heart moved. "You also captured the flame demon? But after I join Qishao City, what do you need me to do?" Fong Chong saw that Chen Fan's attitude softened, and knew that he was moved. He said, "Mr. Chen doesn't need to do anything, just treat yourself as a guest official, and every year we in Qishao City will offer sacrifices. However, except for the first time to ask for advice from the Great Master of the Spirit Transformation, Mr. Chen needs to make contributions if he wants to ask for advice." This contribution can be Mr. Chen refining equipment, refining pills, or even training disciples for Qishao City or going out on missions, guarding the city, etc. Of course, these are all voluntary for Mr. Chen, and we will not force him. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. I can promise you to join Qishao City, but I have already promised Haoqi Sect that I will stop you for at least 1 month. Now 3 days have passed, and I don't want to break my promise. Fong Chong nodded and agreed quickly. Then 1 month. Mr. Chen can join Qishao City, and this face should be given. This is the face of the strong, and Fong Chong also has to give it. He and Li Hu joined forces. Of course they could kill Chen Fan. But what is the benefit of killing Chen Fan? There is no benefit, but they may be injured by Chen Fan's dying counterattack. But now they can subdue Chen Fan and solve this matter without bloodshed. No matter what treasures the Haoqi Sect hides, it will take a month to transfer. As long as he doesn't see it, just pretend it doesn't exist. Anyway, I remember it in my little notebook. The next time we meet, I calculate the interest together. You dare to dig his treasures on his territory. What? That's not his territory. Since ancient times, this place has been the territory of the Tang dynasty. What belongs to the Tang dynasty is not his. He is the Annan development envoy appointed by the queen and the future king of Annan Road. It's reasonable. Seeing Fong Chong giving face like this, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and bowed his hands to thank him. Thank you, Lord Fong. We are all family members. No need to be so polite. See you in a month. Fong Chong waved his hand and smiled. Cultivation is not about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. With this favor, if there is any mission to find Chen Fan in the future, he probably won't be able to refuse. So the first corps quickly set out, crossed this place, and continued to sweep in a spiral route. There were no obstacles in the future, because those who couldn't fight all ran away, and those who didn't run away were ready to surrender. They just circled the land and marked it, which didn't take much effort at all. 1 month later. Haoqi Sect had no choice but to evacuate, obviously unwilling to have more bosses above them, and went to find another place of freedom. Chen Fan officially joined Qishao City, and became the first Yuanian guest official of Qishao City. After he swore the Yuanshan oath, he finally saw the suppressed Zhongshan in the Golden Tower, and was able to ask for advice in person. At this time, he knew what Fong Chong meant by inconvenience. Chapter 211. After conquering the territory of Qishao City within a radius of 10,000 miles, Fong Chong began to suffer from the problem of being content with a small fortune again, thinking that such a large territory would require at least 10 or 8 years of rest. It's not that he won't move forward, he just wants to be more stable. Anyway, it's always easy for him to find reasons to retreat. Wait until he breaks through the nascent soul. Wait until a few more nascent soul masters appear under his command. Wait until Taiju breaks through the nascent soul realm. Wait until the undead puppet army under his command grows up. Wait until. But soon a piece of news broke Fong Chong's beautiful plan for the future. Mountain and River Realm. Fong Chong finally waited until his account was unblocked and sneaked in. Yogwang is a lonely guardian, who has been staying in the Mountain and River Realm. She appeared as soon as Fong Chong arrived. Fong Chong once secretly asked Yogwang if she felt lonely. Yogwang just smiled and didn't ask anything. But Fong Chong always felt that her eyes at that time seemed to have seen through his little thoughts. Fairies can be seduced by mortals when they are lonely. So can spirits be an exception? But she is not lonely, so there is nothing to be done. This time, Yogwang appeared as usual. Fong Chong found the difference in the Mountain and River Realm. The empty roof of the temple had a map shrouded in clouds and mist. Is this the version updated? Update? Yogwang quickly understood the meaning of the word and smiled lightly. It can be said that as more spiritual veins are connected in the Mountain and River Realm, more of its functions will be updated step by step. This is the map of the whole world. Yogwang waved her hand, and the map on the roof of the temple was pulled down. The map is not a simple plain map, but a three-dimensional projection, as if someone has carefully made a proportional super-micro-colored sand table. The mountains and rivers on it are tiny, but they are particularly clear. Fong Chong looked far away, and seemed to be able to see the grass and trees growing on the hill. It felt like engraving a Tao Te Ching on a grain of rice. This is a large territory, many places are shrouded in clouds and mist, and a few parts can see clear mountains and rivers. The clear part can be divided into 9 pieces. The largest piece of the map only occupies 1,000th of the map, and the remaining 8 pieces of land are even smaller. If there were no flashing lights, it would be almost impossible to see that there is another piece of land there. This is the map of the world. It seems to flow? Fong Chong glanced at it. The map is an irregular oval. I don't know if it's his illusion. This map is like a calm river surface, although it looks calm, but it is actually always flowing. Yeogwang nodded and said, yes, because this map is alive, it will keep growing. The world is the same, it will keep growing. The world we live in is a continent with almost no end. This is what the world looks like. Although he already knew that the earth is round and the sky is square, Fong Chong said that although it is unscientific, he was shocked after seeing the full picture of the world. I have a question? Fong Chong raised his hand to speak. Speak. Yeogwang really likes Fong Chong's politeness, or his sincerity. What will happen if I keep digging? Fong Chong said, while making movements, very seriously. If I dig through the earth, will I fall down? Yeogwang was stunned, as if she didn't expect Fong Chong to ask such a boring question. But she still thought about it seriously, and then said, how high is the sky? How thick is the earth? I don't know if I can dig through the earth, just like whether the end of the sky can be broken through. But if you can dig through the earth, it means that you have transcended this world. And transcendence is to become an immortal. Fong Chong seemed to understand, but he didn't know what was going on. Yeogwang didn't give Fong Chong too much time to think. After all, she didn't understand this question, and she was not a teacher. If Fong Chong asked some outrageous questions again, she couldn't answer them, which was very embarrassing. She pointed to a small flashing light on the map and said, let's get back to the point. This is your current territory, which ranks 7th now. 7? Isn't that the 3rd from the bottom? Fong Chong grinned. During the 3 months when he was banned, 3 more Mountain River Order Masters came online. Now there are 8 Mountain River Order Masters, and only the last 4 are missing. If nothing unexpected happens, it will only take a month or 2. No matter how bad and unlucky the Mountain River Order Master is, he can't be unable to open the Mountain River Order for almost a year. As he said that, Fong Chong took a closer look at his territory, which was roughly like a sesame seed falling in a spacious room. If it weren't for the sesame seed that would flash and glow, it would not be discovered at all. So this largest piece is Her Majesty the Queen? He pointed to the clear map and asked. If he is a sesame seed, then the Queen's territory is a sesame cake. Less than a year after the secret realm merged, the Queen actually occupied a territory of nearly 500,000 or 600,000 miles, which is equivalent to about 2 or 3,000 of herself. Calculated this way, yeah, I am not too bad. Yeogwang nodded and said, yes, it is the Masters. And this is the territory of our entire Tang dynasty in the future. Yeogwang drew a line with her hand, and about a quarter of the territory in the southeast corner of the entire map was surrounded by a red circle. The world is divided into 4 parts, and Tang dynasty occupies 1. However, most of them are blocked by fog, and the bright and clear places at this moment add up to less than 1%. Why do we only have such a small area? I think the whole world should belong to Tang dynasty. Fong Chong looked very unconvinced. In fact, he already knew why. It was probably at this time that he could show his advantage as a time traveler. The remaining 3 quarters are headed by the Immortal Sects headed by the 10 first-class sects of the Immortal Way. The Magic Alliance headed by the 8 first-class sects of the Magic Way. The Wanyao tribe is home to thousands of monsters. The alien army that was driven to the edge of the world and continued to develop, oppressed and exploited, and continued to resist. There are also some scattered small countries and scattered cultivator alliances that serve as buffer zones. However, the territory was divided so early. It seems that when he was still ignorant, all the big guys had already come online in advance. There is more than one monster like the Queen in this world. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the Queen, with her strength, would take the initiative to draw a line to frame herself. Obviously, in places he can't see, the Queen may have fought with others several times and has not won. Of course, she certainly didn't lose. Even the opponent may be outnumbered, otherwise, the largest piece of territory would not be allocated to the Tang dynasty. He, a cheating time traveler, is only in the Jinden realm now, and those big guys are about to become the masters of the world and discuss how to divide the cake. It's too much. Thinking of the previous speculation that the Queen was reborn, Fong Chong was more and more certain at this moment. Maybe not only the Queen, but also other people have been reincarnated. Seeing Fong Chong didn't understand, Yeogwang didn't explain, but just said casually, it's a bit complicated here, you can't grasp it now. Then, she changed the subject without changing her expression. You must know how much you will gain after the combination of the spiritual network array and the golden book copy. The larger your territory, and the more people you have, the higher your future achievements will be. Now you are ranked 7th, and there is no reward for the top 3. According to the 10,000 points you owe to the mountain and river realm, the exchange business is temporarily closed to you. Unless you can pay off the debt first. But you don't have to worry too much, because the points of the mountain and river realm will not calculate interest. If you die, the debt will not be pursued in reality. Fong Chong, Sure enough, I am most afraid of the sudden concern of acquaintances. This is not concern, it is clearly a knife. 10,000 points, that's a full 100 million spirit stones. I feel pain every time I think about it. Yaguang continued, this is the master's order, telling you to pay it back sooner, otherwise you will refuse to pay. Fong Chong's face flushed immediately. Am I that kind of person? It's just 10,000 points, I will pay it back sooner or later. He was actually guessed. He didn't plan to pay it back at all. Why should I pay back the benefits that I got by my own ability? But now that he is banned from exchanging materials in the mountain and river realm, he has to pay back the points. No, the queen can't know him so well, it must be. Taoist Qingniu misled me. Fong Chong silently made a note for Taoist Qingniu. Never mind whether Taoist Qingniu is innocent or not, it makes him seem like he dares to cause trouble for the queen. Hearing this, Yaguang rolled her eyes humanely and blushed for Fong Chong's acting skills. She continued, in addition, in another 8 years and 224 days, the second secret realm fusion will begin, and then the rules of heaven and earth will allow the emergence of nascent soul cultivators in the secret realm. In another 10 years, it will be the divine transformation cultivator. In another 10 years, the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth on the secret realm will no longer exist. By then, this plane world will be connected with many secret realm small worlds, and may even attract other large worlds. Yaguang glanced at Fong Chong and said lightly, this is your best 10 years. Huh? Fong Chong was stunned and looked at Yaguang. Yaguang also looked at him, maintaining a faint smile on her face, as always. Thank you. Fong Chong thanked. If the previous words were all information that Yaguang, as the administrator of the mountain and river realm, notified many mountain and river lords in an impartial manner, then this last sentence was Yaguang's greatest kindness and reminder to him. Yaguang did not accept the thanks, but just said, everything is the master's order. Then thank my aunt. From now on, my nephew will be the best defender of the Tang dynasty. I will definitely help the Tang dynasty open up another path. Fong Chong touched his nose guiltily, and almost believed it. Yaguang was unmoved. Everything the mountain and river lord did was actually done within the framework of her master. It seems that they are pioneering and forging ahead, constantly seizing cities and territories for the Tang dynasty, and they will experience various dangers on the way, and even die. But in the eyes of her and her master, it is actually playing games at home, and other adults will not participate at all. Even without these mountain and river masters, it only slows down the speed of the master lighting up the map. However, if Fong Chong can really open up a road outside the red line drawn by the master, then it is really possible for the master to crown him king. Of course, she will definitely not say these words at this stage, otherwise it would be too discouraging. Their life of determination to fight is actually a game. But when this red line appears, some mountain and river masters can understand the mystery, or when she thinks someone is qualified, these words can be discussed. As a spirit of the weapon, it is her duty to take the initiative to share the worries of the master. Fong Chong chatted with Yaguang for a while, and took out his recent spoils to give her an estimate, all of which are serious magic weapons. After so many fights, he now has enough magic weapons to open a grocery store. Not to mention too many, there are still 8 or 9, and the 3 heads of the White Tiger Hall alone have contributed 1 each. However, they are all low-grade magic weapons, and there is not a single medium-grade one. For Jindan cultivators, especially those who have no refining ability and no profound background, their magic weapons are mostly made of spiritual tools that are nurtured and upgraded by mana in the Dantian for a long time. Such magic weapons are generally slightly inferior to those made by master refiners. After all, they lose in terms of materials, and the master refiners are professionals. But it also has advantages, that is, it is more in line with one's own mana, and can also exert the power of normal magic weapons. However, it is not very friendly to cultivators, who are not the original owners. Therefore, once it becomes second-hand goods, it is a substandard magic weapon. Yaguang glanced at it casually and offered a price of 50 to 100 points for these magic weapons. Fong Chong decisively took the magic weapon and said goodbye. Although 50 points are 5 million spirit stones, it is not only a drop in the bucket for a debt of 10,000 points, but also very uneconomical. For a Jindan cultivator to get a magic weapon, the cost is more than 5 million spirit stones. And it takes him 100 points to exchange for a Jinyuan Dan in Shana realm. It would be better for him to use the magic weapon to reward his subordinates. Fong Chong decided to rob. If Shana realm robs him, he can only rob others. Exploitation is passed down layer by layer. So the development cannot stop. Not only because more than 8 years later, the secret realm will merge again, he must take advantage of this time to occupy more territory as much as possible, gather more power, and provide himself with more trump cards and help. But also because he has to pay off his debts. Fight to support the war, and generate income by the way. Otherwise, Shana realm will really become a simple chat group for him, losing its greatest strategic significance. I have to say that the queen has a firm grip on him. Fong Chong exited the mountain and river realm and walked out of the house. Fong Taiyu was staring at a white flower in the yard in a daze. Because he would lose consciousness for a short time when he entered the mountain and river realm, there was no spiritual vein to protect him. So Fong Taiyu was the one who protected him. Brother. Seeing Fong Chong, the girl came over with a sweet smile on her face. It was hard to associate her with the fierce performance of smashing a corpse puppet with one punch. Fong Chong habitually touched her head. Thank you for your hard work. Not hard. The girl rubbed her hands in Fong Chong's palm like a kitten, and her eyes narrowed with a smile. Fong Chong let go of his hand and walked out first. We have to be busy again. The vacation I told you before has to be postponed. The girl was stunned and hurriedly followed him, her eyebrows and eyes full of joy. Being busy means she can spend more time with her brother. Chapter 212. Under the clear blue sky, a huge air army roared past, tearing through the clouds and scaring the flying beasts away. This is a group of cultivators, and a group of high-level cultivators. The lowest level of this group of cultivators is at the foundation building stage. There are at least 200 or 300 people in a crowd. Everyone controls the magic weapon, leaving white marks in the air at high speed. Fong Chong and Li Hu are in front. The sun shines on them, as if they are covered with a layer of golden armor. Because they have to take care of the foundation building cultivators, their speed is kept at about 200 kilometers per hour. In the silent atmosphere, Li Hu spoke first, with a strange expression. Second brother, didn't you say we were going back to Qishao City? Why did you turn around and go to Luyun Mountain Range? After all, we ran away first. Going back now, isn't it a bit, unkind? Because I have to make money. Fong Chong rolled his eyes silently, but on the surface, he said righteously, who said we ran away? This is called a strategic transfer. Besides, Lingjianmen still has a group of people left. That is the representative of our Lingjianmen. No one can say it is not. But Li Hu still felt a little embarrassed. How could he not know Fong Chong's thoughts? He just had his eyes on Luyun's spirit mine. Before, Fong Chong discussed with him for a long time where to make money, but after thinking about it, he finally muttered that Luyun's spirit mine was quite rich. Then Fong Chong clapped his hands, and did not mention the original plan of the First Corps to return to the city for repairs, and turn directly to the direction of Luyun Mountain Range. This made him feel quite ashamed. At the beginning, because of Fong Chong, he led the disciples of Lingjian sect to run the fastest in the Luyun Mountain Sect Alliance. In his eyes, he had already automatically given up Lingjian sect's share in Luyun's spirit mine. This made him feel like a bad guy. Fong Chong saw Li Hu's thoughts, and began to prepare him psychologically. Brother, don't think that we are going to harm them or rob them. We are going to help them. We are strong now, and Luyun's spirit mine is of great importance. They may not be able to defend it. Only with our participation can Luyun's spirit mine develop better. Besides, we already have a basis for cooperation, and now we are just cooperating again. It was Lingjianmen who led away the core forces of Yanmo realms such as Yanmozi. Otherwise, with Yanmozi's strength, do you think those people in Luyun Mountain Range can stop him? We took the risk for them. So we didn't run away at the beginning, but to attract firepower for the Sect Alliance. We have made contributions to the Sect Alliance, and shed blood for the Sect Alliance. Hearing this, Li Hu inexplicably felt that what Fong Chong said made some sense, but he just felt that something was wrong. After all, no matter what, they left without saying goodbye before. Then Fong Chong continued to say, in the end, we did not leave the Sect Alliance. We just saved a part of the fire and transferred it to prevent Lingjianmen from having no successors. Are those disciples and elders who are holding on in the mountain gate not ours? Now that Lingjianmen has been integrated into Qishao City, the spiritual mind share that originally belonged to Lingjianmen naturally belongs to Qishao City. Brother, don't disbelieve me. On the day of the change in the sky, not only Lingjianmen, But also the Fire Dragon sect of Bian sect also did the same thing, letting some of their disciples go out to avoid disaster. It's just that we have a little more people leaving. More than a little more, except for those who don't want to leave, everyone followed him. It's just that most people didn't follow him to Qingniu Mountain. If I had known earlier, I might as well let them stay in the mountain gate of Lingjiamen. Li Hu suddenly felt a little depressed. He listened for a while, and finally smiled bitterly. But isn't this a lie? Fong Chong clapped his hands and laughed. Yes, it's a lie. Brother, I can make up such a high-sounding reason. I didn't take all of them, which is very fair to them. Otherwise, I should say that the treasure belongs to the virtuous. Otherwise, do you think they can stop me, brother? Li Hu could not help but fall silent. Fong Chong suddenly shook his head again and said, Brother, don't always take the responsibility on yourself. Let's think about it in a positive way. Maybe the sect alliance has been destroyed by some unknown force. We can just go there to avenge them. Or maybe they are now resisting a strong enemy, and are about to collapse. We came uninvited, and gave them great support. As a thank you, they doubled the share of Lingjianmen's spiritual stones to us. It's reasonable, isn't it? Li Hu looked at the sky speechlessly. Thinking about feelings in a positive way means not thinking about others' well-being. But the truth is indeed the truth. If he really encountered the two situations Fong Chong mentioned, he would be able to convince himself. Fong Chong saw this, and shook his head secretly. In fact, there is another situation that is most favorable to their public opinion. That is, the group of people in the sect alliance are blinded by greed, and kill all the remaining personnel of Lingjiamen, and swallow up Lingjiamen's share. But I'm afraid Li Hu doesn't want to see this situation. After all, he has been the leader of Lingjian sect for more than 10 years, and feelings cannot be abandoned just like that. Similarly, Fong Chong does not want to see this best situation. I hope that group of people will not make mistakes, otherwise the anger that Yin Mozi has not yet endured will be poured on them. This is also a secondary injury to Li Hu. With his personality, he will most likely take the blame of this group of people on himself. After all, if he had not left, these disciples might not have been in trouble. It is inevitable that there will be another large-scale depression at that time. In order to prepare Li Hu psychologically, Fong Chong secretly complained about a woman named Zhou Zhao. If it were not for her casual 10,000 points, he would never have thought of running so far to collect the debt. After the change in the sky, the distance between Luyun Mountain Range and Qingniu Mountain suddenly stretched from 700 to 800 kilometers to 40,000 to 50,000 kilometers. If it were not for Li Hu to recognize the way, they would not even know where Luyun Mountain Range is. At their current speed, including the time for rest on the road, it would take at least half a month. If it was not necessary, he would not want to go to Luyun Mountain Range with such great effort. Before the spiritual network formation was laid, the energy spent on managing such an enclave was far beyond the normal situation. He originally thought that his sphere of influence would gradually expand to Luyun Mountain Range in the future, and he would use the momentum to suppress others and defeat them without fighting. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since he knew that the rules of heaven and earth would change every 10 years in the future, he had to consider the future. Otherwise, when the big sects such as Xingzong in the secret realm came, he did not want to be a younger brother. So instead of looking for possible treasures aimlessly, it is better to go all out and knock down the confirmed gold mine first. Before the fusion of the secret realm, Luyun Spirit Mine was a first-class large spirit stone mine, with an annual output of more than 30 million spirit stones. At least it is a medium-grade spirit mine. You should know that the small spirit mine discovered by Yen Fei only produces 1 million per year. Now that the secret realms have merged, the spiritual environment has improved again, and the spiritual veins and spiritual mines on the earth are emerging in an endless stream. This original spiritual mine is very likely to evolve again. Even if it becomes a high-grade spiritual mine, Fong Chong does not find it strange. He did not think about it before because it was too far away and too lazy, and there were more vast lands waiting for him to develop. But now, he can only say sorry. Without even a Yuanian great monk, guarding such a large spiritual mine is like a child carrying gold in the market. He will not be the first one to be tempted, nor will he be the last one. After taking over the Luyun spiritual mine, his finances will be greatly relieved. Not only can he pay off his debts, but he can also truly bring into play the wonderful uses of the mountain and river realm. Countless magic tools and elixirs will equip his legion and help him conquer more land and more resources. He will be crowned king. The morning and evening glows on the horizon are constantly changing. When Fong Chong led the first legion to Luyun Mountains welcomed the first snow in the 339th year of the Tang calendar. The sky and earth were vast and covered in silver. The huge mountain range was like a snow dragon lying on the earth. Even from a high altitude, one could not see the end of the mountain range at a glance. Luyun Mountain Range was originally the largest mountain range in Annan Road. The origin of heaven and earth increased with the fusion of the secret realm this time, and all things gained a certain amount of benefits. For example, Qingyo Mountain gave birth to a spiritual vein, which expanded the range of hundreds of miles and became a veritable old Qingyo. The native Luyun Mountain Range was no exception. It seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Now the range of Luyun Mountain Range is more than 10,000 miles. Fong Chong touched his chin, as if he saw a soaring cloud dragon in the Luyun Mountain Range, playing in the snow. The cloud dragon was invisible, and even the spiritual consciousness could not detect it. Only Fong Chong, who had the mountain and river order in his hand, could see all the spiritual veins between heaven and earth. This cloud dragon was transformed from the spiritual vein of Luyun Mountain Range. The cloud dragon seemed to have noticed Fong Chong prying, and could not help but roar to the sky. The dragon roar sounded in the spiritual space. Ordinary people could not hear it at all. They could only see that the wind and snow in the mountains seemed to be stronger. But the cultivators on Fong Chong's side, who had born spiritual consciousness, could hear the dragon roar coming from the air at this moment. Everyone started to discuss. Is this a dragon's roar? There is a dragon in the mountain? Is it a Jiaolong or a real dragon? I have read in ancient books that all real dragons are born with the foundation of the heavenly Tao. After growing up a little, the young body has the cultivation of the golden core. If it is an adult, there are also many Yuanying and Shenhua. This dragon roar is pure, but a little immature. It is probably a young body. Haha, it makes you feel like you have seen a real dragon and heard a real dragon roar. I have never seen it with my own eyes, but the records in ancient books cannot be wrong. Congratulations to the city lord. Congratulations to the city lord. As soon as we arrived, there was a dragon roar to greet us, which is an auspicious sign. It must be the city lord's destiny. This expedition will surely be victorious. With the dignity of the city lord, if this dragon roar is emitted by a real dragon, it is qualified to be the city lord's spiritual pet. After this remark, everyone was silent, but seeing the person who spoke with a serious and matter-of-fact look, they couldn't help but admire him. When it comes to licking, it depends on you. Even Fong Chong glanced at the person who spoke. Good guy, remember you have a future. The last person who was remembered by him was named Li Wang, who is now a diplomat and spy in Qishao City, and has a chance to become a golden elixir. This is a cloud dragon transformed by the local spiritual vein. With the strength of this city lord, it is still a little short of the fire to subdue it. Fong Chong said lightly. With the size of Luyun Mountain Range, since the spiritual vein here has taken shape, it has started at the 4th level, or even the 5th level. This level represents the range of influence of the spiritual vein, not its power. For example, the Qingyo spiritual vein is upgraded to the 3rd level spiritual vein after taking in 5 younger brothers, and the spiritual network formation can radiate thousands of miles with its power. The 4th level spiritual vein can affect an area of 100,000 miles. The 5th level spiritual vein can affect an area of 10 billion miles, and so on. The highest level 9th level spiritual vein can already affect the spiritual energy dispatching of 10 billion miles. Of course, a single tree cannot make a forest. A 9th level spiritual vein means that there are also 1 to 8 level spiritual veins under it. It is an extremely powerful spiritual vein network that can affect such a vast range. These are the knowledge he got from chatting with Yogwang in the mountain and river realm. Now his mountain and river order has been bound to the green ox spiritual vein. If you want to subdue the flowing cloud spiritual vein, you can either use force to suppress it. But the size of the flowing cloud mountain range is so large that even a great cultivator of the transformation spirit cannot subdue it by force without a magical instrument like the mountain and river order that specifically restrains spiritual veins. Or, as before, extract a wisp of spiritual energy and let the green ox fight against the cloud dragon. However, the flowing cloud spiritual vein is too far away from the green ox mountain, so even if you win the fight, you cannot draw the power of its spiritual vein. Besides, you can't beat it at all. Only when Qingyo Mountain is upgraded to a 4th level spiritual vein, the spiritual vein's influence radiation range will reach 100,000 miles, bordering the Luyun Mountains. Then with the help of the mountain and river order, there will be a chance to conquer this spiritual vein. The first time Fong Chong saw Yunlong, he had already thought about its future treatment. Hearing Fong Chong say that he was no match, the flatterer looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do, and then he heard Fong Chong continue. But what you said just now is not bad. The real dragon is qualified to be the spiritual pet of this city lord. What's your name? Lu Bushio looked happy and hurriedly bowed and replied, to reply to the city lord, I am Lu Bushio, the centurion of the 1st Legion. I was born in the 100 Flowers realm, and joined the army in Fengcheng. Fengcheng understood a little bit. In the 100 Flowers realm, women are respected. If Lu Bushio can survive, his tongue skills must be good. Fengcheng did not enter the Luyun Mountains immediately, because Yulong's dragon roar had already alarmed the snake. If there were strong men waiting in the Luyun Mountains, they would know that there was a river dragon visiting outside after hearing the dragon roar, and they would come out to meet him. If there was no one, they would shrink back. Then don't blame him for being rude. Of course, if you don't investigate, you don't have the right to speak. Fengcheng glanced at Li Hu, and instead of assigning anyone directly, he sent a message. Li Hu nodded slightly, and then gave orders. Centurion Chu Ling, Centurions was Yixiong, you two take your teams into the mountains to investigate separately, and the rest of you camp here to rest. These 2 centurions were recruited during the sweep, and took the initiative to join the 1st Corps, so they were quite sensible. Yes. The 2 of them took their teams, each with 10 people, all of whom were Foundation Establishment cultivators, and flew to the Luyun Mountains. The rest of the people landed, and with a flash of spiritual arts, a somewhat simple temporary camp was quickly built. Deep in the Luyun Mountains. The mountain gate of the Biyun sect. The Biyun patriarch still looked like a kind old man, but his eyes were very clear and bright, like a young man of 17 or 18 years old. He came to an empty hall. The hall was surrounded by formations, and chains on the ground connected to a huge fiery red cauldron in the center of the hall. This furnace is a 3-legged round tripod, and there are 5 fire dragons coiled on the furnace wall, with their heads facing upwards, biting one of the furnace lids. There is fire under the furnace, but it is not an ordinary flame, but a white spiritual fire, which emits not heat, but ice cold. Patriarch Biyun walked in front of the furnace and said softly, Brother Huolong, we have known each other for a long time. At the beginning, you learned the art of refining weapons, and I learned the art of refining pills. We should have worked together to carry forward the inheritance of Danning sect. Unfortunately, a misunderstanding has separated us. Now I am re-establishing Danning sect for you, and all I need is the inheritance of refining weapons in your hand. Why don't you help me? By then, you will be second to none. There was silence in the furnace for a while, and the rough voice of Taoist Huolong came. Old thief Biyun, you are so good that you were able to place someone next to me 20 years ago. This time I lost. But you want my inheritance to help you improve your nascent soul path, but forget it. I have the 5 dragons god fire furnace to protect me. I am not afraid even if you practice for another 10 years. I also heard the voice of Yulong. He can shock the spiritual veins here. He must be a great nascent soul cultivator. You have not been able to break through now. Your hard work is just to make wedding clothes for others. I am waiting to see you and me, ha ha ha. The Biyun patriarch smiled faintly. Brother Huolong, why don't you believe my sincerity? I have already passed the nascent soul level. The breath on his body moved, and the pressure of the Yuanshan that belongs only to the Yuanshan cultivator was released. You? The voice of the Taoist Huolong in the furnace cauldron stagnated. The Biyun patriarch lightly tapped, and the power of the Yuanshan was released. The white flame under the furnace cauldron was raging, completely enveloping the 5 dragons god fire furnace. The defense of the 5 dragon god furnace was rapidly disintegrating. The magic weapon that originally took 10 years to refine could now be initially refined in 3 to 5 months at most. I will give you 3 days to think about it. If you still refuse to obey, I will have to ignore the relationship over the years. Chapter 213. 2 days later. Luyun Mountain Range. A man and a woman are picking herbs, or playing in the snow. This is chinchio grass, the main ingredient of the longevity pill. It's a pity that it's still a seedling, but I harvest it first. 5-leaf flower fruit, at least 50 years old, harvested. Junzixiang, 20 years old, SOSO. Wild ginseng, 100 years old, look at this little red flower. Polygononum, Ganoderma lucidum, astragalus, Lycium barbarum. Wow, the herbs here are so rich. Fengcheng took a glance and found that this mountain range was much richer than his Qingyo mountain. Although there are all kinds of exotic flowers and fruits growing on Qingyo mountain, they are definitely not as dense as those in Luyun mountain, and the age is not so high. Even if the mountain is blocked by heavy snow, it cannot block their vigorous vitality. If left alone, within 10 years, this mountain range will be full of monsters and monsters fighting for supremacy. Even at this time, Many local wild animals also ignorantly opened up some spiritual wisdom, and embarked on the road of cultivation. This is the world of cultivation. To describe it in one sentence, it is like hitting roe deer with a stick and scooping fish with a ladle, and pheasants flying into a big pot. The abundance of resources is outrageous, and it is also the real wonderful use of the spiritual veins in the area. Only when the spiritual energy is transformed into real resources can it be maximized. How much spiritual energy can be absorbed by cultivation alone? Because the Luyun spiritual vein is not kept under Qishao City by Feng Chang like the Qingyo spiritual vein, there are Qishao trees and morning glory vines to suppress and dispatch spiritual energy, making it distributed in a ring. Therefore, the Luyun spiritual vein can be erratic, and the amount of spiritual energy in a place is irregular, which is why there is such a rich biodiversity. You should know that there is a large spiritual stone mine above the medium-grade spiritual mine in the Luyun Mountains. The spiritual stone mine is originally a big consumer of spiritual energy, but wherever the spiritual stone mine is located, it is mostly a place with a poor spiritual environment. But the existence of such rich spiritual energy in Luyun Mountain is enough to show that there is a great opportunity here. However, it can also be understood that the original sect alliance did not have enough control over Luyun Mountain. Otherwise, these resources would not be allowed to grow in the wild. At least a medicine garden and medicine mountain would be open to manage them. Feng Chang suddenly thought that perhaps other people heard Yunlong's voice, and knew that a master was visiting. But the Luyun Mountains are too big. Not to mention the Jindan cultivators. Even the Yuanian cultivators could not patrol the Luyun Mountains that span thousands of miles in a moment. People don't even know where he is, so how can they come to see him? So, he may have overestimated the other side. Then isn't it stupid for him to let people set up camp? All preparations were made for the blind. He has been waiting for nothing these 2 days. Feng Chang was silent for a while, turned around and walked towards the camp. Brother, aren't you going to pick herbs? Behind him, his sister Feng Taizhu caught up. She didn't know these herbs, but she liked to be with Feng Chang. No matter what he did, she liked it. Change to another place. Feng Chang said with some shame and annoyance. Soon, streams of light rose above the camp, and the first army set off again. This time, the goal was to go deep into the mountains and find the gate of Lingjiamen first. On the way, Feng Chang and others met a centurion, who went to investigate. This centurion was named Chu Ling, and he was an ordinary Jindan cultivator. But he was good at animal language and could communicate with wild animals. To be precise, he could get some information from wild animals. After all, ordinary wild animals have no wisdom, so they naturally cannot communicate normally, but some information can be left on wild animals. This is why Li Hu chose him as a scout for the front army. Another centurion named Xiong was good at escaping. Although his cultivation was in the early stage of Jindan, his escaping speed was better than that of the middle stage of Jindan. If he added his life magic weapon, his escaping speed was enough to dominate the Jindan realm. These two were both casual cultivators with a shallow foundation. The reason they joined the first army was to seek a better inheritance of skills. After all, Feng Chang now holds the entire inheritance of the Demon Eye sect, part of the inheritance of the Star sect, and a small part of the inheritance of the Beidou Dao sect. These things were not unusual in his hands, but for ordinary cultivators, they were great opportunities they had dreamed of. Captain of the Legion, Lord of the City. Chu Ling bowed his hands and saluted, and the two centurions behind him also saluted. But did you gain anything? Li Hu asked. The leader of the First Legion was Li Hu, and Feng Chang had never interfered in this regard. Public was public, private was private. Unless necessary, Feng Chang would not bypass Li Hu to command the First Legion. Chu Ling nodded slightly and said, I have led my colleagues to go deep into the mountains for 2,000 miles in the past 2 days, but I did not find any sects of cultivation. I did see a few mountain tribes and villages, and only a few shaman priests were considered cultivators. I did not disturb them rashly, but observed from a distance. This is the map I drew. Chu Ling presented a simple map, which was probably a series of mountains, a few light-colored water veins, and inhabited places. Being able to draw such a map in 2 days is considered to be a serious and meticulous work. Where is Centurion Zhua? Li Hu continued to ask. Chu Ling replied, Centurion Zhua is leading people to go deeper, drawing maps along the way, and he will send people back to the front every day. I will support him from the rear, and check the map and intelligence of Centurion Zhua to fill in the gaps for him. I am returning at this moment to bring the map to the Corps Commander and the Lord of the City, asking the Corps Commander to give the next instructions. I never thought that I would meet the two adults on the road. Fong Chong took the map and took a look. He found that it was very different from the original Luyan Mountains. It cannot be said that it is completely unrelated, but it can only be said that it has nothing to do with it. Brother, do you still remember the location of Lingjiamen? Li Hu shook his head and said, when I led people out of the mountain gate not long ago, the earth stretched and expanded, and there were constant collapses of mountains and peaks rising from the ground. The river changed its course, the trees changed, and everything has changed completely. Fong Chong said, it seems that we need a local guide. Chu Ling hesitated and said, I have captured a few mountain travelers. They are all from nearby villages and tribes. But according to them, they are not local natives, but like me, they come from a small secret world. They have been in this world for several months to a year. Therefore, the mountains are very mysterious and unfamiliar to them, and the nearby supplies are enough for their survival, so they dare not leave too far. If the city lord wants a guide, these villagers may not be useful. However, the birds here have the advantage in the air. They have been to many places that ordinary people have not been to. They have helped me a lot in the past 2 days. According to my bird friends, there is an unnamed mountain 500 miles to the east. There is an extremely powerful demon king on the mountain. He is good at flying and has been to many places. Maybe he knows more. Fong Chong frowned and asked, extremely powerful, how powerful is that? Although the demon kings from these secret realms are restricted to the Jindan realm, it is not wrong to be careful. What if they have a lot of savings, or a strong opportunity, and break through? Although the demon beasts in the Yuanying realm are not as versatile as the human cultivators, they also have their own racial advantages. What if they are ancient fairy beasts or ancient fierce beasts? They will suffer some losses if they go there. Chu Ling scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. The information I got from those bird friends is limited. I only know that they trembled all over and dared not move when they approached. So I don't know how powerful they are. Fong Chong thought for a while and decided to go. They were numerous and powerful, about 200 people, a dozen Jindan cultivators, Li Hu and himself, plus the invincible Fong Taizhu. A wild demon king, no matter how powerful, can only kill a few of his foundation building subordinates at most. I believe that if the demon king knows the situation a little better, he will know how to choose. Lead the way ahead. Huiying is an eagle demon with great ambitions. It was born in the Hill Realm, where there are 100,000 mountains, and ruled by the Hill Army. All monks dream of becoming the king of bandits, finding the legendary treasure of the Lord of the Hill, and becoming the next Lord of the Hill. Because it is said that the Lord of the Hill has hidden the key to the upper world in the treasure. The so-called upper world is a world full of hope and happiness, with inexhaustible resources. The most important thing is to go further, which can only be achieved in the upper world. However, many bandits and the Hill Army have been searching for tens of thousands of years, and the treasure of the Lord of the Hill has not been found at all. Now, it is more like a story passed down from ancient times. Only becoming the king of bandits has become the unswerving pursuit of every monk. Of course, except for those who were born in the Hill Army. They have been standing at the top of the Hill Realm since they were born. Firefly is a red-feathered eagle. Its parents are scouts of a big bandit. Unfortunately, they were buried with a big bandit during a cleanup of the Hill Realm. Because it was too weak, it mixed in with the pheasants in the kitchen and ran away. In order to avenge its parents, it practiced hard, flew 3,000 miles every day, and practiced its escape speed. Finally, its efforts paid off. It refined the throat bone in its mouth, and became a great demon who built a foundation. It also had a team under its command. It became a messenger, delivering letters for the nearby big bandits, and occasionally transporting supplies as a transport captain. There was no way, even as a demon, you have to eat. It couldn't beat them, so it had to work part-time. Slowly, its cultivation level improved, and it was only one step away from the Golden Core realm, monopolizing the letter delivery business within 1,000 miles. As a result, it encountered a sweep by the Hill Army, and it, a part-time messenger, was affected. Just when it was desperate and struggling to escape, a space vortex appeared in the air, and it was sucked in and came to this world full of gold. Firefly swore to the sky that he had never seen a world with such rich resources. On the first day it came into this world, it swallowed a 500-year-old red fruit by chance, and then its bloodline evolved, and it successfully became a great demon in the Golden Core realm. If it were in the Hill world, it would also be qualified to establish its own name and occupy the mountain as the king. But it was not proud, and still worked hard to practice every day, flying 30,000 miles a day, and at the same time investigating the situation of this mountain range. As expected, it found the big sect deep in the mountain range. The cultivator just released his breath, and it was scared away. Although there is only one major realm difference between Jindan and Yuanying, the difference between the two is a world of difference, and it is just a mixed feather eagle. However, Huiying has never been discouraged. It practiced in a low-key manner, still insisted on flying every day, explored the situation of the mountain range clearly, and also met several friends who were also great monsters, and got a lot of benefits. It wants to use the resources here to practice, become a Yuanying realm monster king in the future, and then find an opportunity to return home in glory and become a big bandit in the hill world. This day, on the top of the mountain named Huiying Peak by it, Huiying folded its wings, stood upright, and inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy towards the sun. As a demon beast with no excellent bloodline in its ancestors, Huiying actually lived a miserable life. It had no good inheritance at all, and its cultivation methods were all borrowed from others. He spent 30,000 spirit stones to buy it from a demon beast whose ancestors were said to have the bloodline of the fire phoenix, and it was still a broken copy. So the daily morning glow and purple air, and the night moonlight were all good treasures for it. When it didn't have any cultivation methods, it spent a full 100 years, day and night, to refine the throat bone and become a foundation-building demon. This good habit was retained by it. Suddenly, Huiying felt a dark cloud covering his head. Although he didn't know what happened, he always followed his heart. He spread his wings with a bang, which was hundreds of meters wide. He flew into the sky at a very fast speed, and rolled up a gust of wind. It turned out to be just a small bird demon, but that's right, for those ordinary birds, it is extremely terrifying. A light laugh sounded. Huiying saw a young human cultivator standing in front of it. The aura on his body was only at the early stage of Jindan, the same as it was. But it is a big monster with the fastest speed in the wind. It may not be able to beat it, but it has never been afraid of anyone when it comes to escaping. So Huiying did not meet Fang Chong at all, and turned around and left in the air. The drifting posture in the air is enough for many cultivators to learn. Fang Chong was stunned, and then laughed. This guy is more cowardly than the old turtle, but he did not try to stop him. Huiying saw Fang Chong being left behind by it, and he could not even see his shadow, and he could not help but feel proud. If you want to catch me, wait for the next life. This road is blocked. Two Jindan cultivators stood in front of Huiying. Huiying drew a perfect arc in the air, and turned again. Who are they? It counted what it had done since it came to this world, but did not find anyone it had offended. Since it went to the sect with the great Yuanying cultivator once, it regarded the area within a radius of 500 miles as a restricted air zone. You dare to escape. Go back. The light of spiritual arts flashed in the air, and a huge sword fell from the sky, almost cutting it in half. Another Jindan monk. Damn it, who are you? Huiying's sharp voice sounded, but only a residual image was left in the air. It changed direction more than 10 times, but there were enemies everywhere. It looked around, and saw that there were no less than 10 Jindan monks blocking it. In the end, its flying range became smaller and smaller, and it had to land on Huiying Peak. The young monk it saw at first was waiting for it with a smile. Eat it, and you will be my bird. Fang Chong threw out a snow-white pill, which was transformed by the demon seed. All intelligent creatures have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the demon seed is not only effective against talents. Huiying hesitated, and the golden elixir aura rose around it. It felt like a roast chicken on the stove. Who said that a good bird can bend and stretch? Huiying swallowed the pill that was fed to her mouth, and felt that the pill melted in her mouth. A mysterious breath rushed to her forehead. She felt it carefully, but there was nothing. She lowered her eagle head, and treated her boss with the same attitude as when she was a messenger. What do you want, sir? I heard that you are very familiar with Liyun Mountain Range. Somewhat familiar. Huiying was very polite. Fang Chong stepped on Huiying's back. Let's talk on the way. Huiying flapped her wings and flew away. Along the way, one by one, Jindan and foundation building cultivators followed her. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and even her feathers were wet. Fortunately, she didn't resist, otherwise, whether it was braised or stewed, it would have been in the pot. Chapter 214. Huiying, I was unlucky to meet you in 8 lifetimes. You have no heart. Under the gloomy sky, a huge black crow angrily cursed its companion. It had a wingspan of hundreds of meters. Looking at its appearance, it could carry dozens of tons without any problem. On its back stood a row of human monks with deep breaths. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. And among the black crows was a giant eagle with fiery red feathers. The two were similar in size, and on its back stood hundreds of human monks. Hearing the voice of his companion, Huiying turned his head awkwardly, not daring to answer or look at his companion. It had no choice. On Huiying's back, Fang Chong smiled and praised, "Not bad, it's much easier to have more planes. You did a good job this time, and you will definitely get a reward." "Thank you, sir." Huiying thanked him repeatedly, flapping his wings faster. Although he had already cursed Fang Chong 100 times in his heart, Fang Chong saw that the demon seed in Huiying's body was growing rapidly, and knew that this guy was not sincere, but he smiled and didn't care. As a boss, you have exploited others, but you don't allow them to curse in their hearts. That's too overbearing. After he caught Huiying, he found that this guy flew fast and steadily, and was big in size. After asking, he learned that its main job was to be a messenger, and occasionally work part-time as a deliveryman. He couldn't help but pay attention. This guy is a demon-powered plane. It doesn't burn oil for 100 kilometers. It's definitely a new energy source. With the recovery of the spiritual environment and the fusion of secret realms, flying monsters like Huiying will become more and more common. When Fang Chong sent Li's father, Li's mother and others back to Qingniu Mountain before, they often encountered attacks from flying beasts. But at that time, flying monsters in the Jindan realm were still relatively rare. Obviously, as time goes by, this world is constantly absorbing nutrients from other secret realms. This nourishment is not just spiritual energy, but also includes all living and non-living beings. Fang Chong had something in mind, so he casually asked if there were any other flying monsters here. Huiying thought about it, and decisively became the guide, selling out his companions. Strictly speaking, they were not companions. They were just neighbors, who had met a few times, and kept to themselves. Compared with the preferential treatment he would receive in the future, Huiying could still make the distinction. A friend would die rather than a poor Taoist. Why was it the only bird being ridden? So the black crow monster, who was originally training the crows in his nest with great enthusiasm, was beaten up before he could figure out what was going on, planted with demon seeds, and turned into a black crow brand airplane in a daze. With two flying monsters as mounts, Fang Chong and others were instantly much easier to move. After all, a cultivator's flying consumes his own mana, but standing on a monster consumes the monster's magic power. As long as the outer cultivators are distracted, the people inside can still practice with peace of mind. The original site of the Spirit Sword Gate. Huiying stopped flapping its wings and asked Fang Chong respectfully, "Sir, do you think this is the place you are looking for?" Huiying practiced escaping speed around the mountains every day, flying 30,000 miles a day. It can be said that it is a living map of Liyun Mountain Range, which also proves that Fang Chong did not catch the wrong bird. Fang Chong briefly described it, and Huiying took them to find several locations. This time, they finally found the right one. Seeing the Lingyamen Mountain Gate, which had expanded more than 10 times, it was Li Hu who moved first. He jumped down from the sky with a whoosh, like a meteorite falling, and even the air made a burning sound. Huiying was startled and quickly explained, "Sir, he jumped down by himself, and it had nothing to do with Xiaoyao. We will go down too." Fang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, how could he not see that the original site of Lingyamen was now desolate and uninhabited? Two large birds, one red and one black, landed smoothly on the mountain gate square. The originally neat square was now covered with cracks on the floor tiles due to the movement of the mountain. Clusters of weeds emerged from the cracks in the bricks, like green flowers blooming on the ground. The sect hall above the square has collapsed, leaving only broken walls and ruins. New buds have sprouted from the broken beams, hanging down like a green curtain. Li Hu stood in front of the hall, feeling inexplicably sad. Where are those disciples who insisted on staying behind now? Are they still alive? He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, straight into the sky. Is there anyone else? Seeing this, Fang Chong asked Huiying, "Are there any powerful characters nearby?" Although the changes in the world are drastic, it is still difficult for cultivators with mysterious powers to die unless they are unlucky enough to be in the center of the storm. For example, the mountain above your head collapses, the ground you are standing on cracks a big hole, and the thunder just happens to strike down, etc. The power of nature is strong, but it has to hit people. After all, after the cultivator breaks through the foundation, he has the ability to fly with a flying tool. Flying into the sky is enough to avoid 99% of the danger. But now the ruins of the mountain gate of Lingyamen are still there, which proves that this place has not encountered a natural disaster. But everyone else has disappeared now. Either they moved away as a whole, or they were killed by foreign enemies. Of course, No matter how many inferences there are, it is better to ask the local snake for directions. Huang thought carefully and said, "There is a wolf king, and there are 3,000 wolf cubs and grandsons under his command. The surrounding 800 miles are its hunting grounds. Take me there." Before Huang could react, she saw a human face standing coldly in front of her, and the oppressive feeling almost suffocated her. Obviously, this person is not as big as one of her claws, but that feeling is like a rabbit meeting a tiger. This is a great cultivator of the nascent soul stage, Huang almost cried. It turns out that this young cultivator who has not taken action is the strongest. It can't help but feel fortunate that it didn't run around before. At the same time, it felt a little resentful. How could it have the ability to alarm a great nascent soul cultivator? With such a level of cultivation, one can already establish a territory in the mountain realm, and even the mountain army is reluctant to provoke him easily. Li Hu stood on Huang's back and said to Fang Chong, "Second brother, I must first find out where the rest of the people have gone." Fang Chong did not persuade him, but only said, "Brother, take some people over. It's better to be careful." Li Hu nodded slightly and called out to the left and right, "Come on, 2 teams." Soon, 2 centurions led the team and flew away with Li Hu. Fang Chong watched them leave, thought for a while, called his sister Taiju to go with him, and turned to go to the treasure house of Lingjianmen. When Li Hu led people to evacuate Lingjianmen, it was impossible to take everything away in a hurry. Not to mention that there were still people left behind. With Li Hu's personality, it was even more impossible for him to take everything away. So if you want to know what the situation of Lingjianmen was before, you can actually understand a lot by looking at the treasure house. If it was a move, the treasure house must have been cleaned up. But if the resources in the treasury were left untouched, or if they were in a mess, like a robbery scene, then an accident was almost certain. But Fang Chong didn't say any of this. Since the Wolf King had the misfortune to land in this area, don't blame it for becoming Li Hu punching bag. And it's not impossible for it to be the murderer. Following his memory, Fang Chong arrived at a dilapidated attic, which was the attic of the sect master. As an important person, who once managed the financial power of Lingjianmen, no one knew where the treasury of Lingjianmen was better than him. With a clatter, Fang Chong pulled up the iron ring hidden under the floor tiles. Although everyone was a cultivator, the construction of the treasury was so plain and simple, without any advanced formations as a cover, and without a false entrance pretending to be a maze, it was just an ordinary basement. Click. The iron ring was dragged outward, and the sound of difficult gears sounded underground, and a small entrance on the ground slowly opened. Then, it broke with a click. It was obvious that the movement of the mountain had damaged the underground mechanism, but it was not completely destroyed. Seeing that the entrance was only half open, Fang Chong didn't care and punched directly, and the entrance was opened with a bang. Fang Chong casually threw a lighting spell, and then jumped in. Fang Taiju followed silently, like a shadow. The underground treasure house was built with special materials, which could isolate the prying of spiritual consciousness, and was very solid. This alone was enough to meet the concealment. As for this special material, it was the original ore of spiritual stone. If it really used a profound formation to hide, if it meant someone who knew about it, wouldn't it be telling others that there was something fishy here? So the simplest is actually the best. In fact, it's just poverty. The light lit up with Fang Chong's steps. The passage was full of dust. Obviously no one had taken care of it for a long time, and the ventilation system was not damaged. Fang Chong waved his sleeves, and a breeze blew up, blowing the dust to the corner, revealing the gray-white gravel road of the underground passage. There were a few dark red bloodstains on it, leading all the way to the depths of the treasure house. Fang Chong had a premonition. The underground passage was not long, about 50 meters. At the end was a stone door, and behind the stone door was the treasure house of the Spirit Sword sect. Fang Chong pushed the stone door open, making a difficult sound. The stone door had just opened. Suddenly, a spiritual light came over. Fang Chong did not dodge, and the magic light flashed outside his body. The spiritual light was hit back with a clang, rolled a few times, and inserted diagonally into the ground. It was a sword. The owner of the sword was a middle-aged man with ragged clothes, a haggard face, and gray hair. He sat slumped in the corner of the warehouse, with a weak breath and slightly squinting eyes, as if he was not used to the light on Fang Chong. The magic sword on the ground flickered, as if responding to the owner. "Is it you? You? It's you?" Both of them recognized each other's identity. The man sitting in the corner was Qin Ming, the adopted son of the former leader of the Spirit Sword sect, who had been imprisoned for love, a passionate liquor. However, His situation at the moment was not good. There were 7 or 8 strange magical powers running through his body, constantly devouring his vitality. Fong Chong threw out a healing elixir and asked, "What happened to Lingyamen? How did you become like this?" Qin Ming swallowed the elixir without hesitation, and his breath was slightly raised. But it only made his condition slightly better. The injuries on his body were too severe and had lasted too long, and it was no longer possible to cure them with simple healing elixirs. Otherwise, the remains in the treasure house alone would be enough to heal his injuries. All dead, all dead? Qin Ming muttered a few words absent-mindedly and suddenly asked, "Is the sect master back? Where is Shufang? Is she okay?" Hearing this, Fong Chong couldn't help shaking his head. "Your sect master is indeed back, but he has resigned. Why don't you take care of yourself first? Madame Qin is doing very well now. She eats everything she wants, and her son-in-law is a top-notch person. The foundation is just around the corner. I'm afraid Madame Qin has almost forgotten about this adopted son. Although Madame Qin injured her essence when she was young in order to pass on the Qin family's bloodline, she has a good son-in-law, and her good son-in-law has a good brother. Li Hu specially asked for a green tier fruit to make up for his mother-in-law's essence. Now Madame Qin is back on the path of cultivation. It is a bit difficult to reach the Jindan realm, but it is almost certain to build a foundation." Qin Ming's eyes lit up and he smiled. "She is almost building a foundation. That's good, that's good." His spirit has also improved a lot. Fong Chong was shocked. "What kind of spirit is this?" "Okay, from your appearance, you should not die for the time being. Come with me first. The smell here is weird." Fong Chong took a casual look and knew that the warehouse was not damaged. The storage bags containing various resources were arranged on the shelves in different categories. He sucked in his palm and grabbed more than a dozen storage bags in his hand. His spiritual consciousness quickly scanned. There are about 500,000 or 600,000 spiritual stones, some low-level spiritual herbs and medicines, 20 to 30 magic tools, and some spiritual minerals and materials, which are worth about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. All of them are not worth a top-grade spiritual stone, not enough for Taiju to use a few big moves. It's just that the healing herbs and pills should have been eaten up by Qin Ming. But after all, they are leftovers, so we can't ask for too much. Just think of it as picking up a wallet, a pleasant surprise. Qin Ming saw Fong Chong's skillful movements and emptied the inventory in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but open his mouth to say something. After all, these things are from the Spirit Sword sect. He has been here for such a long time, and he only used the healing items inside, and didn't touch the others. But in the end, he just sighed and said nothing. Even if he wanted to stop him, could he stop him? He had already understood Fong Chong domineering. With the healing pills Fong Chong gave him, his body also had a little more strength. He supported himself to get up, grabbed the flying sword on the ground, and staggered out with Fong Chong. Seeing the long-lost light on the ground and the dilapidated scenery around him, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a sore nose and almost cried. I'm still alive." Without letting Fong Chong wait any longer, he calmed down, turned around, and talked about that day. That day, our entire sect sent Miss Shou off to marry. It was a great joy, and the whole sect celebrated. Later, the sect master hurried back with his men. Qin Ming slowly recounted what happened at the time. Very vulgar, but very reasonable. A revenge story of bullying children and the elderly when they can't beat adults. Li Hu led the elite of Lingyamen away, and among the remaining people, there were only 2 foundation-building people, and more than a dozen cheer-refining old men, all of whom had been in Lingyamen for more than 20 years, and 4 or 5 children who grew up in Lingyamen. I thought that since the sect master was away, they could just close the mountain gate and not go out. Who knew that a natural disaster would break the Lingyamen formation, and there would be no defense from then on. In less than 2 months, a group of assassins came to the door. They were now alone and weak, and were considered to be scheming without intention, so how could they be the opponent of the group of assassins? At the last moment, Qin Ming was sent to the sect treasure house by another foundation-building old man, the elder of Lingjian sect, who had accompanied him to face the wall for 10 years. The treasure house was isolated from spiritual exploration, and was hidden, which was the last way to survive. Then the elder led the killer away, which allowed him to escape. But his injuries were too serious, and the treasure house isolated spiritual consciousness, not only from outsiders, but also from him. He could not find out what was happening outside, and was afraid that someone was waiting for him, so he did not dare to go out easily, so he had to hide again and again, not knowing how many years had passed. If it were not for Fong Chong debt collection, Qin Ming would probably have died here silently. And this group of killers was the first killer organization in Annan Road, Shadow Killer, which was once a powerful underworld organization, but was killed by Li Hu, and its leader Shadow Demon became a stray dog. Chapter 215. The grudge between the assassin organization Shadow Killer and the Spirit Sword sect can be traced back to when Fang Chong and Li Hu attended the third sect conference in Liyun Mountain Range together. At that time, Shadow Killer's boss Shadow Demon, who was the second newly promoted Jin Danjinren after Qingyou Daoist of Annan Dao, went public through backdoor listing, attempting to use Yuanjua Temple, one of the 18 sects in the alliance, as a cover to intervene in the affairs of the sect alliance. He took down 3 sects to establish his prestige when he first appeared. Among the 3 sects was the Spirit Sword sect. Then, under the instigation of Fang Chong, in front of many sects, Li Hu killed Jin Dan with his foundation building realm, forging the reputation of the Spirit Sword sect, and Li Hu himself became one of the 4 elders of the new sect alliance. As for the Yuanjua Temple, which lost Shadow Demon, it was expelled from Liyun Mountain Range because it harbored demon cultivators. The Shadow Killer organization also fell apart because of the death of Shadow Demon and the loss of its leader, and its members disappeared. Yu Xian, the salted fish zombie, who has now become a member of the Qishao City Pole Search Department, was affected by this and ran to Qingyou Market to sell blood. Because his previous partner was Yingsha, and he was even Yingsha's trump card. As a result, Yingma died in a hurry, and many of his backhands were hidden in the dust of history, and there was no chance to start. When Fang Chong was the second master of Qingyou Market, he accidentally heard about Yingsha, who was said to have washed his hands and got ashore. Since the death of Yingma, Yingsha faded out of Anandao's sight, and they were never heard of taking orders again. Therefore, Fang Chong didn't have so much free time to do things to eradicate the roots. After all, a group of killers gathered for profit, expecting them to shed their blood for a dead person. Whoever believes it is an idiot. However, many rising stars have started their own businesses under the name of Yingsha's successor. Now hearing that Yingsha has appeared again and retaliated against Ling Jianmin, Fang Chong couldn't help but frown, and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He didn't care about the assassin organization Shadow Killer. Even if Shadow Demon was resurrected, he wouldn't be a match for him now. The key point was that the weather had changed, and they didn't take advantage of the good opportunities outside. What was the logic of running all the way to Ling Jianmin for revenge, in today's environment? Who could tell Yingsha and the other killers that Li Hu had run away with his men in just 2 months, and also find a way to Ling Jianmin for them? You have to know that almost all the previous ways of contact were cut off, and the world was unfamiliar to everyone, and they needed to explore it again. They rode 2 flying Jin Dan monsters, and found several places. Even if all these premises were ignored, who gave them the courage to come and avenge Ling Jianmin? The name of Li Hu Beijianjiren had spread throughout Annan Road before, and a few small fish dared to come to Ling Jianmin to seek revenge. But if there were Jindan-level cultivators present, Qin Ming and another foundation-building cultivator would have no chance of survival. Or, did they deliberately let Qin Ming survive? Fang Chong always speculated about others with the worst intentions. This matter seemed reasonable, but in the current environment, it seemed to have many mistakes and omissions. He turned his head and asked Qin Ming, "How can you be sure that the group of killers are Shadow Killers?" Qin Ming said, "They call themselves Shadow Killers to avenge the killing of their leader Shadow Demon by the sect master. And judging from the spiritual arts they performed, it is indeed the unique spiritual art of the Shadow Killer organization, Shadow Killing Art. I still have wounds left by Shadow Killing Art on my body, which have not healed yet." Qin Ming pulled open his sleeves and saw a bloody wound about 3 inches long on his arm, which was slowly oozing out blood and looked like yesterday's wound. "This is Shadow Killing Art, which follows you like a shadow." Qin Ming gathered his sleeves to cover the wound and asked, "Do you suspect that they are not assassins of Shadow Killer?" Fang Chong said, "Maybe they are really assassins of Shadow Killer, but it is not certain whether they are here for revenge. Before Shadow Killer and his assassins came, did anything else happen in the sect?" Qin Ming thought about it carefully and said with some recollection, "At that time, the sky collapsed and the earth broke, and the sect was in chaos. Elder Wan and I spent a lot of effort to gather the other disciples together. When the world stops changing, we will repair the buildings in the sect and rebuild the mountain gate." Then, about a month later, an envoy from the sect alliance came. "I know him. He is Chi Gofei, one of the 7 sons of Bian. He is a few years younger than me, but his cultivation is higher than mine." Chi Gaofei said that he was ordered by the Bian Patriarch to invite the sect master to the Bian sect mountain gate to discuss matters. But after learning that the sect master had taken people away, the envoy did not stay for long and asked us if we knew where the other sects were now. We said we didn't know, and they left. More than a month later, the people from Yingsha came to the door. Apart from this, we haven't seen anyone else. Fong Chong pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, I know everything, you should heal your wounds first." As he said that, he put one hand on Qin Ming's shoulder. "Don't resist, I will dispel other alien magic for you." The injuries on Qin Ming's body were mainly caused by the residual mana left by various spiritual arts. These alien mana would have been fine if they were driven out. Unfortunately, Qin Ming was seriously injured at the time, and was unable to drive them out, causing the mild illness to become a chronic disease. Now the alien mana is almost integrated with him. You are in me, and I am in you. With his strength, if he wants to separate them, it is basically equivalent to being useless. But for Fong Chong, these mana are clearly divided. As soon as his own mana was activated, it began to separate violently. Qin Ming couldn't help but groan in pain, and felt a pain like knocking out his bones and marrow. As the magic power was expelled, Qin Ming's face turned pale, and finally his face was as white as gold paper, and his whole body was covered with sweat, and the ground was wet. Although he had not experienced the torture of being cut into pieces, he felt that the so-called torture was probably like this. Qin Ming fell to the ground as soft as noodles, staring at the gray sky with dull eyes. The pain deep in his body slowly dissipated, and a long-lost sense of relief came up. Fong Chong casually cast a rejuvenation magic. "If your family's master is doing well, he should be back soon. I will go to see him. If you can still move later, come to the front hall." Spirit Sword Gate Square. A giant eagle with flaming red feathers descended from the sky, and a giant wolf with black and gray hair fell from its claws and fell heavily to the ground, leaving a big pit. The giant wolf rolled over, spoke in human language, and said angrily, "Huing, I will remember you." There was a new scar on the giant wolf's cheek, about 3 feet long, with blood-red flesh turned outward, dyeing the giant wolf's eyes red. Huing stood upright, about 17 or 18 meters tall, a huge monster. Although the giant wolf was also more than 3 meters tall and more than 10 meters long, it was still a child just by looking at its height. So Huing looked at the giant wolf with disdain. Although it was also a captive, the one riding it was the boss. Besides, it was not certain whether this stupid wolf could survive. The black crow resting nearby rolled his eyes. If scolding worked, Firefly would have been turned into a roasted chicken by now. Liu then led his men down, with a murderous aura on his body. "Second brother, this wolf demon said he knew nothing, I trouble you to ask." Fong Chong nodded, and said a few words in a voice transmission. Liu was immediately refreshed. "Is there anyone alive?" "Second brother, the wolf demon is in your hands, I go see him." Without waiting for Fong Chong to respond, Liu ran to the back to see Qin Ming. Fong Chong stood on the steps, just at the same height as the giant wolf, and said lazily, "Leniency for confession, severity for resistance. Do you want to die?" The giant wolf did not answer, staring coldly at Fong Chong, as if looking for the direction to bite. It is the Wolf King, with the dignity of a king. Fong Chong stared for a while, waved his hand and said, "Since you are so stubborn, how can I not help you? It just so happens that I don't have a demon corpse puppet, so I take you as the first one. Taiju, don't break it. Now that we know about the extermination of the Lingjian sect, it doesn't matter what the giant wolf says." "Okay, brother." Fong Taiju stretched out his hand, and hit the giant wolf on the head with a pink fist. Copper head, iron bones, tofu waist. As a wolf, the hardest part is its head, but at this moment under Fong Taiju's hands, the giant wolf only felt its head buzzing. It wanted to resist, but as soon as it moved, a piercing cold came from the place where it was hid just now, instantly freezing its upper body. Then it was a series of punches. Fong Taiju's giant wolf became a punching target, and he beat it up happily. It was obviously just a small one, but it beat the giant wolf back again and again. The pain made the giant wolf feel that all its internal organs were broken, and the bloodthirsty blood boiled in its body. It howled proudly, and the power of its blood made its hair dyed with a layer of blood red. The coldness in its body was driven away by it, and it stepped out a pit with one step. It walked in front of Fong Chong again, coldly looking at the Jindan monks, and 2 Jindan monsters watching the show around. Then, bang! It knelt down with a bang, and the sound shook the sky. "Please ask, sir. I am willing to be your dog. I will tell you everything I know." Fong Chong, After a long pause, Fong Chong asked, "Why don't you resist? I really need a demon corpse puppet, especially one like you, with a strong body, and it won't be too troublesome to refine. The giant wolf shook his head firmly, and would never resist. Sir, I am a man of my word. From today on, I am your dog. That's a pity. Fong Chong threw out a snow-white pill. Eat it. The giant wolf obediently opened its mouth and swallowed it, and the demon seed immediately grew vigorously. The giant wolf's bloodline is originally a bloodthirsty killing force, which is perfect for the growth of the demon seed. Does the person who arrested you just now know that my eldest brother is in a bad mood now, so you must find someone who can relieve his anger? Otherwise, you will be the one who will be relieved. So think carefully, is there anyone who can help you take the blame? Fong Chong taught the giant wolf earnestly. The giant wolf seemed to be thinking about something, and then shrank into the size of an ordinary wolf, like a big dog. Sir, I am a newcomer here, so I don't know much, and I don't know if I can help you. The giant wolf told everything he knew honestly. It was born in a secret world called the food world, which was said to be a place where a powerful person raised ferocious beasts for meat. And its ancestor was a lackey under the seat of that powerful person, responsible for herding the ferocious beasts and guarding the food world. No one knew what happened later, and the food world lost contact with the powerful person. Its ancestor waited for the master in vain, and slowly recovered his demon nature, degenerated from a dog to a wolf again, and became the largest race in the food world. Until one day, it was hunting with its wolf sons and grandsons, and found a space door. This is the memory of the ancestor left in the blood. This is the passage to the world where the powerful master is. The giant wolf dreamed of becoming a lackey of the powerful again, and recreating the glory of his ancestors. So he let a group of wolf sons and grandsons walk into the space door. And when he saw that his brothers were fine, he also walked in. As a result, the space door closed after he walked in. Wait a minute. Although he was very dissatisfied with the giant wolf's long-windedness, Fong Chong liked the giant wolf's long-windedness at this moment. You said that the space door can go back and forth between the two worlds? He thought of the old Turtle One show, who came to this plane and advanced through the space channel, but it was only a one-way channel, which could go out but not return. The giant wolf nodded. Yes, otherwise the little demon would not dare to come here, who knew it would suddenly close again. It was still a little indignant. It felt that this was a teasing of it by some powerful person. After all, so many of its wolf cubs and grandchildren came and went without any problem, but as soon as it came, something went wrong immediately. Okay, you continue talking. Fong Chong waved his hand, but he had some guesses in his mind, and was ready to go to the mountain and river realm to ask Yogwang later. About this, she is the expert. The giant wolf continued to speak. It has been more than half a year since it came to this world. Every day it creates cubs, and takes the cubs and grandchildren to hunt, and has designated the surrounding 800 miles as a hunting ground. It was enough for its tribe to survive. As for the others, except for a monk who came and tried to take it as a spiritual pet, it was chased away. It became the patron saint of two small tribes, and offered a man and a woman as blood food every year. But it said that these people were not delicious, and the taste was not as good as the local fierce beasts in the food world. That was the real delicacy, and it was rich in nutrition. It ate an arm and put the person back. Because in the blood memory left by the ancestors, the master of the ancestors was a human race, so it did not dare to eat people casually. But those tribesmen were too polite, and had to give it something. Of course, it did want to taste the human race. In the food world, there are only monsters and fierce beasts, and there are no humans. The giant wolf chattered and spoke from the heart. For the sake of his own life, he wanted to finish talking about the 8 generations of ancestors. Because it felt that it seemed to have found the object to restore the glory of its ancestors. That's right, it was Fong Chong. Look at his subordinates, they are powerful characters with backgrounds. Otherwise, how could a person whose realm is not as high as his have so many people and monsters obeying his orders? Clinging to the thighs, and being a lackey, are the inheritance engraved in his blood. The cultivator before couldn't even beat him, so he was worthy of taking him as a spiritual pet. Only people like Fong Chong were worthy of him. As for Li Hu, he was also an excellent target, but he felt that the other party might not like him, so it was better to retreat to the second best. If he was rejected by Li Hu, he might be rejected again if he looked for Fong Chong. It was just like the story of him and a pair of wolf sisters. He chased the wolf sister, and the wolf sister chased him. In the end, the sister rejected him, so he had to chase the sister who liked him, and then the sister rejected him again, saying that she didn't want to be a substitute for her sister. Of course, in the end, he worked hard to practice, broke through the Jindan realm, and took both the sisters. The little wolf made the choice, and the giant wolf wanted them all. It's a pity that he couldn't bring them together this time. The lesson of the past is in front of us. The giant wolf felt that he had made a wise choice. When the ancestors degenerated from dogs to wolves, it must be possible for it to evolve from wolves to dogs. It was very confident in itself. Fong Chong didn't listen much after hearing the rest. According to Qin Ming's timeline, this wolf really couldn't have anything to do with the Spirit Sword sect. When the Spirit Sword sect was destroyed, the giant wolf was still happily making little wolves in another world. Besides, seeing that this wolf was so sensible, Fong Chong decided to spare its life. Who can resist a good dog? Chapter 216. Here, the giant wolf is working hard to restore the glory of his ancestors. On the other side, Li Hu has come over with Qin Ming. His face is very bad, and he obviously got some answers from Qin Ming. Li Hu asked Fong Chong, "Second brother, do you think those killers are really shadow killers?" It seems that Qin Ming has some guesses because of his words, and he told Li Hu these guesses. Fong Chong hard moved, and he shook his head and said, "In fact, it doesn't matter whether they are shadow killers, because they can be shadow killers, and we can also be shadow killers. It's just a name, they use it. It doesn't represent their identity. We can indeed kill the shadow killer organization, and even those who bear the name of shadow killer in the future. But this does not mean that we really avenge. This is an unsolved case. This is the importance of wearing a vest. Someone took the blame, and they couldn't even find the real murderer. And the disciples and elders who stayed at the mountain gate did not have the means of hunting and killing such as the curse to help them find clues. The world is so big, where can we find the real murderer? Unless someone with no eyes jumps out, they can follow the clues and find it." Li Hu replied coldly, "All the assassins of Yingsha have blood on their hands and deserve to die. Regardless of whether they are the real murderer or not, I kill them, and it can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. That's the truth." Fong Chong thought for a while and said, "But compared to whether Yingsha is the murderer, I am more concerned about another thing. Why can they find the mountain gate of Lingjianmen so quickly and accurately, and who provided them with the information? There are so many of us, and we have the flying monsters here as guides, but we still found several wrong places." Li Hu thought for a while and said, "Second brother means that someone colluded with them and leaked the location of my Lingjianmen to them. But what good does it do for them? Who said there is no benefit?" Fong Chong suddenly said sinisterly, "Doesn't Lingjianmen nominally have a 15% share of the spiritual mine? Without Lingjian sect, the 15% share won't be divided. And there's no need to bear the name of the treacherous alliance. According to the basic rules of homicide cases, even if the murderer is not the biggest beneficiary of the incident, at least he has some relationship with the biggest beneficiary. Biyun sect, take the blame." Fong Chong naturally doesn't want Lingjian sect to get into trouble. He doesn't care about the fate of Lingjian sect, but he still has some feelings for his big brother Li Hu. No matter how cold the stone is, it should be warm after being covered by Li Hu warm heart for more than 10 years. Of course, the big brother is the big brother, and he can't be vague when it's time for the big brother to take action. Since Lingjian sect is in trouble now, they can't die in vain. They have to play some residual heat after their death, so that he can make a fuss about this matter. It doesn't matter who the murderer is. As long as all the suspects are killed, the murderer will most likely not escape. Li Hu glared at Fong Chong reminder and said coldly, "New sect alliance." He took most of the disciples away. If the remaining disciples were gone, Lingjian sect would really be gone. Then the one who would benefit in the end would naturally be the new sect alliance. They would definitely not be polite, and would feel at ease to divide up the shares of Lingjian sect. Fong Chong coughed twice, and helped to explain. "Of course, this is just my personal inference. Whether it is true or not, we still need to investigate." At this time, the giant wolf on the side interrupted. "By the way, the cultivator, who wanted to catch the little demon as a spiritual pet, said that he was the seventh son of the Biyun sect, and an envoy of some alliance. His name is Chi Gofei." "Good assist." Fong Chong gave the giant wolf an appreciative look. The giant wolf received the feedback and couldn't help but grin, with his tongue hanging down, panting like a big black-haired dog. Biyun sect. Li Hu took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then he suddenly looked at Fong Chong suspiciously and asked, "Second brother, is it because I said I didn't want to take action before that you deliberately brought me to Biyun sect?" Fong Chong was stunned. This big brother, how can it be easy to fool him? But how could he admit it? So he said, as if it was a matter of course, "Big brother, I asked you to help me. What other reasons do I need?" I said yes. "Even if you are reluctant, will you not do it?" So I just gave a reasonable guess, without any bias. Because no matter whether the Biyun sect is the murderer or not, As long as he doesn't give me the spirit stone mine, I have to gather all my men to beat him up. If they would rather die than surrender, I will wipe out his entire family." Fong Chong admitted that he was a bad guy without any hesitation. Li Hu believed it instead. He nodded and said, "Yes, no matter whether they are the murderer or not, we have to go there." However, with Fong Chong's guess, he was not so resistant to attacking the monks of the sect alliance. He was not going to stab his former allies. He was just looking for the truth. Well, looking for the truth. He looked up at the gray sky, and his originally depressed heart, not knowing who to get angry at or who to blame, suddenly had a direction. "By the way, big brother, the wolf you caught is very much to my liking, so I take it." Fong Chong patted the giant wolf's head. Li Hu glanced at the well-behaved giant wolf, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Since this wolf doesn't know anything, let it live. For Li Hu, who was born as a hunter, no matter how big a monster the giant wolf is, in his heart, it is just a prey, which can be killed or not. Before killing someone, he still needs to consider whether the person is good or evil. If he is soft-hearted in killing monsters and beasts, he will be sorry for his former profession. The giant wolf thought that this person is worthy of being the big brother of its new master, so domineering, and the eyes and mentality that regard it as nothing are the proof of a strong man. However, although he can't be this person's younger brother, it seems that he can accept being his younger brother's younger brother. When it knows that the eldest brother is not the eldest brother, and the second brother is not the second brother, it will surely be happier. Thinking about it, the giant wolf interrupted again. "Master Xiaoyao, no, the puppy is not a wolf. The puppy's ancestor is a dog. It once served the human master and herded the beasts for the master. It also has a majestic name, called the moon-swallowing dog. Is there anyone who doesn't want to be a wolf and wants to be a dog?" Fong Chong was surprised. The giant wolf said confidently, "What's good about being a wolf? Wolf demons have no future. From today on, the little dog is a running dog of the master. He will die for the master and restore the glory of the ancestors." Fong Chong was stunned for a moment, then gave a thumbs up and said, "Your ancestor is indeed a loyal dog. You are not bad either. You can turn back from the wrong path. Do you have a name?" The giant wolf shook its tail and said seriously, "The little dog's previous name was the name of a wolf demon. It doesn't matter if you don't want it. Please give the little dog a name that belongs to a spiritual dog." Fong Chong pondered for a moment and said, "Since your ancestor is a moon-swallowing dog, then you should be called Wonkai. As a dog, if you are not called Wonkai, it would be a shame to be a dog." The giant wolf was stunned for a long time before he stammered, "Then, the little dog will be called Wonkai." Fong Chong rubbed the dog's head angrily and laughed. "Wonkai, I hope you live up to this name and make me rich this time. Let's go!" Fong Chong waved his arm, and everyone got on the bird's back. Then the two big birds spread their wings and flew high into the clouds. Li Hu stood in the clouds, overlooking the mountain gate of Lingjin sect. Beside him was Qin Ming, who was pale and still injured. He sighed in his heart. Let the past stay in yesterday. Deep in the Luyan Mountains. The mountain gate of Bian sect. In the hall, the Bian patriarch looked at the 5 dragons god furnace that was still resisting, and sighed faintly. 3 days have passed. Junior brother, are you really unwilling to surrender to me? I have spared the lives of all your disciples. But I have lost my patience now. After taking your life, many people will follow you. Taoist Walong was unmoved, and seemed to not care about the lives of his disciples. He said angrily, "Kill me if you want to, why are you talking nonsense?" Ancestor Biyun shook his head and said, "Then don't blame me." He pinched his fingers, and saw green rays of light spreading from under him. His slightly hunched body suddenly straightened up, his white hair turned into black hair, his face was flawless, his eyes were bright, and he had a bit more sharpness. The light blue robe that was originally a bit old-fashioned actually had a sense of elegance under his young face. In a short moment, Ancestor Biyun regained his youth, which was also his strongest state. By Xi and Dan Ju, refine. Under the 5 dragon god furnace, the gray-white flames were stained with a layer of green, and the cold breath filled the void, and the outer wall of the 5 dragon god furnace was stained with a layer of light white frost. This white frost could not be resisted even with the firepower of the 5 dragon god furnace. When the secret palace came to the world, you and I both inherited the Danning sect. You got to refine weapons, and I got to refine pills. You took the lead, and took the 5 dragons divine fire furnace. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it also contains divine fire, which is an excellent assistant for refining weapons. And I can only get the fire of this mysterious ice-cold fire, which is not as good as 1/10 of yours. But over the years, I have collected the world's strange fires and spiritual fires, and bought the 1,000-year-old ice crystals from the overseas cultivators at all costs to nourish its origin. Now the mysterious ice-cold fire is just beginning to take shape. I didn't expect that the first person to taste the power of this mysterious ice-cold fire would be you. As the words of the Bean Patriarch fell, the fire of the mysterious ice-cold fire increased again, and the cold fire spread, turning into an ice dragon, with the ice crystal dragon claws tightly clasping the divine fire furnace. The 5 dragons' divine fire furnace made a sound of being overwhelmed. A fire dragon fell off the furnace wall, roaring and driving away the cold flames attached to its outer wall, confronting the ice dragon. But this ice dragon is being watched over by Bean Patriarch, a great cultivator at the nascent soul level. How could a fire dragon that protects itself cause any trouble? Seeing that the first fire dragon was about to be suppressed, the second and third fire dragons on the furnace wall all fell down to help resist Bean Patriarch's might. But this is not enough. The fourth and fifth 5 dragons protect the body. For a moment, the 5 fire dragons and the power of the Bean Patriarch were in a stalemate. But this was the last resort of the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace. Because the 5 fire dragons were originally meant to protect the fire dragon Taoist in the furnace. Now that the 5 fire dragons have temporarily left, the furnace cover is no longer sealed, and the cold fire below has urged the furnace cover to move, revealing a small black opening. The Bean Patriarch seized the opportunity, and still had some strength left. He raised his hand, and a flying sword fell down, directly inserted into the opening of the furnace cover. A muffled groan came from the fire dragon Patriarch inside. The opening has been opened, and the perfect seal of the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace no longer exists. But this was not intentional by the fire dragon Taoist. He was undercovered by the Bean Patriarch, and most of his cultivation was sealed, and there was a strange poison in his body that devoured his cultivation. He had to seal his body with the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace, and use the divine fire in the furnace to remove poison and heal his wounds, and dissolve the power of the medicine. But this seal is a protection and a restraint. While the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace protected him, it also restricted his freedom. Now that Patriarch Bean broke the seal of the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace, he also let him go. Old thief Bean, I'm gone Ling Yang. Taoist Hulong roared, and the furnace cover suddenly opened, and a tall figure with fire all over his body rushed out. But countless formations began to appear in the void. The black iron chains on the ground moved like spirit snakes, and suddenly lifted them up and flew towards the figure in the air. In the blink of an eye, the figure that was so majestic just now was wrapped by the black iron chains into a big iron ball. From a distance, a furnace was burning with cold flames. The furnace cauldron was open, and 5 fire dragons surrounded it, and it was in a stalemate with the ice dragon transformed by the cold fire. As the water and fire merged, a large iron ball with a black iron chain was wrapped in it. Through the gaps in the chain, a flaming figure and streaks of fire were seen. Old Ancestor Bean said calmly, pointless resistance. In the center of the iron ball, Taoist Hulong laughed wildly. Old thief Bean, I would rather die than live in disgrace. Do you think this is the only way I have? Thunder Tribulation, summon it. At this moment, Taoist Hulong resolutely chose to break his elixir and transform into an infant, looking for a chance of survival in the dead end. He had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core, only 1 point behind Patriarch Bean. In addition, he held the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace, a top-grade magic weapon, which made him even more powerful, and Patriarch Bean had to avoid its edge. Otherwise, he would not have been ambushed by the undercover because of his carelessness. Boom! With a thunder, dark clouds rolled in like waves. Above the Bean sect, many cultivators looked up at the sky in surprise, and some flew into the air with flying tools, feeling the power in the air, and were greatly shocked. The shadow of Patriarch Bean appeared in the air, and his voice was convincingly calm and composed. Don't panic. Close the sect formation and welcome the Thunder Tribulation. Law enforcement peak, maintain order, and do not allow anyone to approach the Thunder Tribulation range. Disciples obey orders? The disciples followed the order and quickly cleared the area. In the blink of an eye, the area around the hall, where the fire dragon was originally imprisoned, was completely empty. Because anyone who gets too close to the fire dragon Taoist will be considered a person who has passed the tribulation and enjoy the same treatment. With a loud bang, the first Thunder Tribulation descended. The black iron chain wrapped around the fire dragon Taoist became his amulet at this moment, blocking the first Thunder Tribulation for him. But it could only block this one. Without anyone in charge, how could the power of this formation withstand the nascent Soul Thunder Tribulation? With just one strike, The black iron chain was destroyed, and the entire hall was burned by the raging thunder power. The fire dragon Taoist escaped from the trap, holding the divine fire furnace, and faced the high-altitude thunder tribulation, ready to die. Originally, he was full of energy, but he was still not completely sure. Now he was in a hurry to face the calamity, and he had only a narrow escape from this thunder calamity. Not to mention that even if he succeeded in overcoming the calamity, there was still a being patriarch who was recuperating and waiting for him. But this was his only choice. It was better to seek survival in death than to live in humiliation. Wow! Someone is overcoming the calamity. From a distance, Fong Chong saw dark clouds rolling and lightning snakes raging in the void. Having experienced a yawning thunder calamity, he naturally understood what it was. Firebird, come closer. My lord, the little demon is called Firefly. Got it, Firebird. Firefly had no choice but to speed up. Soon, everyone saw the figure holding the divine fire furnace and fighting the thunder calamity. Fire Dragon Taoist, why is he overcoming the calamity in the territory of Being Sect? Fong Chong and Li Hu both recognized the person who was overcoming the calamity. Li Hu was about to speak, but his expression changed. He shook his head helplessly, and then called several centurions to go down together. Soon their figures disappeared into the void. It turned out that Fong Chong saw that the protective formation of the Being Sect was closed for the tribulation, and it was empty at that time, so he asked Li Hu to catch a tongue first. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. With Li Hu cultivation, it seems that even if there are great cultivators in the nascent soul realm in the Being Sect, it is impossible for him to find that a few people are missing in his own sect in a moment. Chapter 217. The Thunder Tribulation will not end for a while. After all, there are 39 Thunder Tribulations, 27, one after another, and it will take a long time. Firefly and Black Crow spread their big wings, and carried about 200 people to watch this rare Yuaning realm Thunder Tribulation outside the Thundercloud. For them who are in the Foundation Building Dan realm, this Thunder Tribulation can be said to be an unexpected opportunity. At the beginning, Fong Chong was watching Li Hu Thunder Tribulation and comprehended the Tao level skills of the Demon Eye sect, the 9 nether mysterious demonic scripture. The group was fascinated by it, and countless inspirations flashed in their minds. Of course, whether you can grasp this inspiration and turn it into your own foundation and accumulation depends on your personal qualifications. If Fong Chong had not experienced several opportunities, and his bones had not been improved, he might not be able to gain anything even if he watched it 100 times. The world is full of disparity. Soon, Li Hu brought people to capture a few disciples from the Being Sect. Fong Chong did not hesitate to use the Heart Demon method, plus a weak version of the Sky Demon Light, and quickly control the minds of the weaklings. This was a crushing victory of realm and magic weapon, not a sin of war. Although the wills of these disciples were not very firm. The disciples did not know much, but it was enough for Fong Chong to understand the recent situation of Being Sect and the new sect alliance. The day of the fusion of the secret realm. Because of Fong Chong early warning, the sect alliance was mentally prepared, and there was not much chaos. However, no one expected that the fusion of the secret realm would cause such a huge change in the terrain. So after experiencing the initial chaos, the Being Patriarch quickly integrated the disciples, and then began to contact various forces. The new alliance meeting was held at the mountain gate of Being Sect. Later, it was unknown what happened in the meeting. Jingqi Villa and Liyun Sect, which attended the meeting, expressed their intention to merge into Being Sect after the meeting and become subordinate courtiers of Being Sect. Wangshu Sect and Lingjian Sect were absent from the meeting and were treated as leaving the alliance. At the meeting, the Fire Dragon Taoist of the Fire Dragon Sect openly defied the alliance's decision and launched a surprise attack on Patriarch Biyun, but was counterattacked and captured by the Patriarch. Then the Biyun Sect attacked the Hulung Sect. In the absence of the Taoist Hulung, most of the disciples of the Hulung Sect were captured and became slaves. A small number of disciples escaped and disappeared. Now in Liyun Mountain Range, the Biyun Sect is the only one in power, and the sect alliance is in name only. Of course, these disciples also said that Liyun Mountain Range is too big, and there are many powerful monsters, and some strange people, who suddenly appeared. Their ancestor is a stable person, and now the activities of the sect disciples are less than 1,000 miles away from the sect. Only the true disciples, and the Jindan elders in the sect can move without restrictions. However, this is just the words of a few disciples, and it is still a rumor version. Fong Chong said that if you believe it, you are stupid. But removing those deceiving words, he still got useful information. The Hulung Sect is over, the alliance is over, and the Biyun Sect is awesome. As for what happened and the truth, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, that doesn't matter. Fang Chong was a little happy about this. Since the bee insect helped him to deal with other sects, he only needed to kill the bee insect and the Luyan spirit mind would be legitimately in his hands. After all, everyone was finished. As the only survivor of the alliance, it was only natural for the Lingjian sect to inherit the alliance property. What? There are other heirs? Stop joking, the impostor will not die well. Fang Chong made up his mind, and looked at the Taoist fire dragon in the center of the Thunder Tribulation. At this moment, the Taoist fire dragon had survived the 29th Thunder Tribulation, and there were only the last 9 Thunder Tribulations left. But he didn't look good. His robes were charred and his hair was torn, just like a non-mainstream person. A pair of tiger eyes glared at the sky, full of bloodshot, with a hint of despair and unwillingness. Although after the 5 dragons god fire furnace, and the bee and patriarch's refinement, his cultivation level had reached a higher level, and he had the strength to trigger the Thunder Tribulation. But it was still too much of a stretch for him to respond to the tribulation in a hurry. Even though he didn't seem to have serious injuries on the surface, his internal meridians had already been torn apart by the ravages of the thunder, and his magic power had reached its limit. 5 fire dragons surrounded him. Some of them had lost their horns, some had lost half of their heads, and some had only half of their bodies left, looking like they were about to collapse. But the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace was indeed a top-grade magic weapon. After being tossed around like this, it still had the strength to fight. Thunderclouds gathered, and with a bang. Without giving the fire dragon Taoist too much time to adjust his breath, the 3rd round of Thunder Tribulation began. The fire dragon Taoist let out a long roar, and flames ignited on his body. The whole person turned into the 6th fire dragon, and collided with the Thunder Tribulation. Bang! The invisible shock waves spread rapidly in the air, tearing some low clouds apart, and a dull sound came from the air. The Thunder Tribulation was broken, and the fire dragon Taoist also coughed up blood on the spot. The blood stained his face, and robes red, and the 5 fire dragons let out mournful cries, and their bodies slowly collapsed. After taking this blow, they also reached their limit. The fire dragon Taoist couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he hadn't been so arrogant, and fell into the trap of the old thief Biyun, if the things he prepared for himself to overcome the tribulation hadn't been consumed in the trap, perhaps he would have really succeeded. There are still 8 Thunder Tribulations. He is no longer successful. Boom! The 20th Thunder Tribulation came. The Taoist fire dragon summoned up the last bit of his magic power and closed his eyes to meet it. Even if he died, he had to die on the way forward and upward. But the expected death tribulation did not come. The Taoist fire dragon opened his eyes, and a purple thunder dragon bared its fangs and claws, blocking him in front of the Thunder Tribulation. What is this? Before the Taoist fire dragon thought about it, a familiar voice came from the purple dragon's mouth. Senior Fire Dragon, how are you? Are you Fang Chong? The Taoist fire dragon remembered the owner of the voice. It was really this somewhat mean voice that made him unforgettable. At the beginning, Fang Chong's operation of eating the upper and lower houses after eating the upper ones did not make him feel less disgusted. Well, the upper family is the Biyun sect, and the lower family is the Huolong sect. Because the struggle between the 2 families is balanced, the Lingjian sect is the one that gets the most out of it. Then I heard a voice laughing and said, "It's me, stop talking nonsense, I will help you get through this disaster. Will you agree to one condition?" Of course, you don't have to agree. I'm a businessman, and I'm always honest. The fire dragon Taoist was silent for a moment. The 21st Thunder Tribulation has arrived. The purple dragon blocked it for him again, and swallowed the Thunder Tribulation in one gulp. The purple arc flickered and jumped in front of his eyes. Senior, the deposit has been paid, you should give an answer. The voice began to urge. Facing the flashing thunder in the sky, the fire dragon Taoist suddenly felt relieved and smiled bitterly. Do I have any choice? No matter what your conditions are, I agree. It turned out that he was not unwilling to bow his head, but just unwilling to bow his head to his senior brother, the Biyun Patriarch. Great! The voice fell. The purple dragon roared and swooshed into the body of the fire dragon Taoist. The fire dragon Taoist only felt that he had an extra layer of armor made of lightning around him, and the lightning that was raging in his meridians was much easier. He took the opportunity to swallow a few elixirs to restore his magic power, and summon the 5 dragon god fire furnace that had run out of oil. He bit his tongue and spit a mouthful of blood on it, performing a life-threatening secret technique. The blood stains on the 5 dragon god fire furnace were quickly sucked in, and 5 smaller and weaker fire dragons were summoned again. The fire dragon Taoist's hair quickly turned gray and white, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes quickly deepened. Restarting the 5-Dragon God Fire Furnace. The furnace is not just a mouthful of blood, but also his lifespan in the future. Even if he successfully survives the crisis this time, his lifespan in the future will be much shorter than that of a normal nascent soul cultivator. The nascent soul has a lifespan of 1,000 years, so he would be lucky if he could live for 700 or 800 years. As we all know, cultivation is for longevity and freedom in the world, so any secret method developed for lifespan is very powerful. Lifespan is transformed into boiling mana and vitality through secret methods. Taoist Wulong felt that he was alive again, but he knew it was just an illusion. When the effect of the secret method ended, he would only be more seriously injured. He didn't use it before because it was useless. Instead, it made the Bean Patriarch laugh at him, thinking that he was greedy for life and afraid of death, and even if he knew it was useless, he still struggled to death. But now, he really has a chance to succeed. Boom! The Thunder Tribulation came again. But with the lightning armor transformed by the purple dragon, the Taoist Fire Dragon felt that the pressure he was under was almost the same as the first Thunder Tribulation, and he easily resolved it. What on earth is this purple dragon that can help people survive the Thunder Tribulation, and where did Fong Chong find it? While the Taoist Fire Dragon was surprised, he inexplicably gained some confidence that he would successfully survive the Thunder Tribulation. He looked head-on at the center of the thundercloud. Come on! While the Taoist Fire Dragon was relieving the pressure, naturally someone would carry the burden for him. I saw a spear of thunder shooting at Li Hu at the edge of the Thunder Tribulation, as if blaming him for his rash intervention. Li Hu smiled and held his hand directly. The spear of thunder was forcibly held by him, and then it sizzled and softened, turning into a thunder snake, and it coiled up along Li Hu's arm. But Li Hu just exerted force with his palm, and the lightning snake disintegrated into purple light, which was sucked into his stomach by Li Hu. Human taste, a little numb. Seeing that a thunder spear could not do anything to Li Hu, the thunderclouds in the sky gathered bigger and bigger, and the rumbling thunder was endless. Several more thunder spears fell. Li Hu punched them all. Obviously, Li Hu helped the Taoist Fire Dragon once, and began to enjoy the same treatment as the Thunder Tribulation, and even more powerful than the Thunder Tribulation suffered by the Taoist Fire Dragon. The Thunder Tribulation of the Taoist Fire Dragon will not take shape. But Li Hu was sure to intervene, so he would not be afraid of this mere Thunder Tribulation. On the contrary, these Thunder Tribulations became tools for him to temper his horizontal training tyrant body, and the nutrients for the evolution of the Purple Dragon bloodline. Fong Chong saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven and earth, saving the Taoist Fire Dragon was definitely not his idea. After all, the Thunder Tribulation was fierce, and he would not risk Li Hu's life for a Taoist Fire Dragon who had no relatives or friends. On the contrary, this was Li Hu's initiative. However, Li Hu did not want to save Taoist Fire Dragon, but he said that he felt that Taoist Fire Dragon's Thunder Tribulation was not too strong, and he might try to borrow Taoist Fire Dragon's Thunder Tribulation to refine his body. Fong Chong suddenly had an idea. In this case, why not try to save him? Li Hu was going to be struck by lightning anyway, so it didn't matter if he tried. If he didn't save him, no one would lose anything, except Taoist Fire Dragon. If he did, everyone would be happy. Taoist Fire Dragon successfully passed the tribulation, and Li Hu used the Thunder Tribulation to refine his body. He gained a life-saving grace from Taoist Fire Dragon, a Yuanying-level thug, and a great weapon refiner in the future Fire Dragon sect. After all, his life-saving grace was very expensive and difficult to repay. As for what to do if Taoist Fire Dragon turned his face and refused to admit it, his roommate Yin Mozi was waiting eagerly on the underground floor of the Golden Tower. Well, except for a certain young ancestor who didn't look very good. Fong Chong, what do you and your elder brother mean? The calm and composed expression of Patriarch Biyun became ugly as Li Hu took action. He never thought that Li Hu, who had disappeared for more than a year, would return to Luyun Mountain Range with so many people. He had clearly abandoned the Spirit Sword sect. The Biyun Patriarch swept his eyes over the cultivators on the back of the Firefly Black Crow and was shocked. On average, there is one Jin Dan cultivator among 11 or 12 cultivators. Add to that 2 flying Jin Dan monsters, and 1 monster that looks like a dog, and this power has far exceeded his Biyun sect. You should know that the Biyun sect has only 8 Jin Dan cultivators now, even with the existence of a master of alchemy like him, and a hidden trump card. 3 of the Jin Dan cultivators broke through the bottleneck after the fusion of the secret realm, when the spiritual energy environment of heaven and earth changed, and it was easier to break through. But Li Hu just casually brought a group of people over and crushed their Biyun sect, and even the entire sect alliance. Even if he didn't turn against the Fire Dragon sect and join forces with the Fire Dragon sect, it would be impossible to stop them. Although the Biyun Patriarch has regained his youthful appearance, Fang Chong still recognized him at a glance. The First Legion has already deployed its formation. More than 20 Jindan-level centurions, along with their decanters, all stood in the air around Fang Chong, protecting him in the middle and confronting Patriarch Biyun. Even if Biyun Patriarch wanted to attack the other party, he had to break through the defense of this group of people first. Fang Chong smiled and replied, "Senior Biyun, we are here to settle accounts with you. But now my eldest brother is accompanying others to overcome the tribulation. When the Thunder Tribulation is over, we will talk in detail. At that time, it is up to you to choose whether to annihilate the family or recruit them. I have always respected the opinions of the elderly, although you are a young old man now." Fang Chong made an unfunny joke. As Yobwan said, now is the best time. It is difficult to produce Yuanying, or there is not enough time to produce it. The fusion of the secret realm is too short. Even for those Jindan cultivators who came from the secret realm, only the top figures in one world have the opportunity to break through. What's more, the breakthrough is only in the early stage of Yuanying, which is not much different from Lihu. As for the local cultivators, let alone. In the original Tang dynasty, Jindan was the backbone and Yuanying was the top. There were only a handful of Yuanying great cultivators in a country. Now, they are even rarer in this vast land. He was worried that Biyun Patriarch would find some strong reinforcements, but with the appearance of Huolong Daoist, he knew that even if there were any strong reinforcements, they would be limited. Otherwise, after such a long time, Huolong Daoist would not have a chance to survive. Since it was a crushing victory, it would be fine for him to be a little arrogant. Before, he was thinking about sharing the cake with Biyun Patriarch, but now, he just wants to take the opportunity to get angry. Hearing this, Biyun Patriarch didn't think it was funny at all. He looked at Fang Chong deeply and asked, "Is this also what patriarchally meant?" Fang Chong smiled reservedly. "My meaning is what my eldest brother meant. Do you know what this means?" "Nothing to talk about?" Biyun Patriarch asked again. Fang Chong nodded and said, "Something to talk about, but it depends on whether you have done anything to let us down. For example, does Senior Biyun know about the extermination of Lingjian's sect?" Hearing this, Biyun Patriarch felt a chill in his heart. He looked at Fang Chong, who was staring at him with a smile like a poisonous snake, and unconsciously felt a bit of murderous intent. Chapter 218. Seeing that Biyun Patriarch didn't say anything, Fang Chong seemed to have discovered something and shouted in surprise, no way, Senior Biyun, I didn't expect you to be right, I was just joking with you." Biyun Patriarch didn't know which of Fang Chong's words were true, and which were false. At this moment, his face was shaking slightly with anger, and he said with a fake smile, "This joke is not funny at all." He didn't want to talk anymore. At least, he didn't want to talk to Fang Chong. Why didn't I find this kid so annoying before? It's really hard to guard against villains. Biyun Patriarch calculated the target of Fang Chong and others in his heart. Such a large group of people couldn't possibly come here as guests. Could they really come to settle accounts? When did his Biyun sect have a grudge with Fang Chong? Looking at the smiling Fang Chong, Biyun Patriarch wanted to take action several times, but looking at the strange Jindan cultivators around Fang Chong, he suppressed his thoughts again. If he couldn't succeed in one strike, then they would really fall out. In addition, among these people, except for Juan Yiping, the former head of Chongsong sect, whom he was a little familiar with, almost all the others had never met each other. In just over a year, how did Fang Chong recruit so many Jindan cultivators? Ancestor Biyun was puzzled. Just when the two sides were confronting each other, the thunder tribulation of Taoist Huolong finally came to an end. After getting the help of Zi Jiao, who controlled the power of thunder, Taoist Huolong's pressure was instantly reduced by half. As the last thunder tribulation turned into a thunder spear and fell, Taoist Huolong lifted the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace to meet the thunder. The two collided with each other. The divine fire furnace spun up, the furnace cover was opened, and the last thunder spear was sealed. Then, the furnace wall that was originally surrounded by flame suddenly added a little arc of electricity. The thunder in the sky stirred the fire in the earth, and the two actually had a magical reaction at this moment. Taoist Huolong suddenly had a sudden inspiration, and he ignored the danger around him, and started to refine the thunder on the spot. He pinched his fingers, and cast a series of magic seals on the 5 dragons' fire furnace. 5 dragons took shape, roaring and diving into the divine fire furnace. A moment later, a fist-sized purple-red bead flew out of the furnace. The bead was round like jade, with a light red outer wall. Inside the bead, a purple lightning spear loomed, adding a bit of purple to the bead. As the bead flew out of the divine fire furnace, the thunder tribulation was declared over. A golden elixir flew out from the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the Taoist fire dragon. The golden elixir was like an egg shell, crackling and covered with cracks. A small fist broke the golden elixir, and then pulled it hard. A small version of the Taoist fire dragon came out. It was the Yuanying born from the golden elixir after the thunder tribulation, and it was also the manifestation of the power of the Taoist fire dragon's Yuanshan. However, the Yuanshan was weak at this moment, and the Yuanying showed up in a hurry and returned to the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the Taoist fire dragon. Since then, Taoist fire dragon has officially entered the nascent soul stage. Congratulations, senior. From now on, you will be promoted to the nascent soul great monk. You will live for 1,000 years, and take another step on the road to immortality. Fong Chong flew over at some point, and congratulated him repeatedly. He has always been encouraging good employees, who can work for him, and he is familiar with occasionally playing the role of a junior. Taoist fire dragon was a little absent-minded. He held the bead and felt the destructive power inside, and was shocked. Even if he faced it head-on at this moment, he would probably be blown to pieces by its power. This bead was refined by the divine fire in the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace, with the thunder of the tribulation. Combining the power of the two, it actually created such a strange thing. With this bead in hand, even if the Being Patriarch stood in front of him, he would have the confidence to retreat unscathed, or even kill him. However, there is only one thunder tribulation, so this bead is also a one-time use. Taoist Hulong exerted force secretly with his palm, but finally exhaled a breath of foul air, and sent the bead to Fong Chong. Here you go. Taoist Hulong's mouth twitched, a little reluctant. He was afraid that he would only have this one chance to refine such a rare item in his life. After all, the nascent soul thunder tribulation was no joke. He didn't want to experience it a second time. But Fong Chong helped him advance to the nascent soul stage, which was a favor of enlightenment, and saved him from the hands of the Being Patriarch, which was a favor of life. 2 favors and a bead. He still knew which was more important. What is this? Fong Chong took the bead, and was also secretly shocked. He also felt the explosive and destructive power in it, just like a small nuclear warhead, which would surely turn into a big mushroom if thrown. It was locked together by a strange force, forming a special stability. Taoist Hulong explained, "This is the thunder fire bead refined by the divine fire tribulation thunder. It has infinite power in one strike. I estimate that few people in the nascent soul stage can resist it head-on. Consider it my thank you gift to you." Fong Chong performed an identification technique on the spot. Thunder and fire bead, disposable. Introduction. Thunder in the sky stirs up fire in the earth, a magical work created on a whim by a master of refining, with a power that cannot be underestimated. Even in the nascent soul stage, even ghosts and gods cannot stop it. Good stuff. Fong Chong liked this thing very much in his heart, but on the surface, he frowned on the spot. "Senior, are you going to use this thing to get rid of me?" His kindness is very valuable. The Taoist Hulong did have such a fantasy, but he had dealt with Fong Chong several times, and knew that it was not so easy to deal with it. He stopped fantasizing, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "How can a mere thunder and fire bead be worth the kindness you have shown me? It is just interest." "Oh, senior, why are you so polite?" "Thank you so much." Fong Chong turned his palm and put away the thunder and fire bead, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "I have long known that Senior Hulong has always been generous in his conduct and actions, and he is indeed a role model for our generation. Now that I see him, he is still as elegant as he was in the past. If you have the ability, don't take it." Taoist Hulong saw that Fong Chong was polite in his words, but his hands were not slow at all. He remained silent, but he was complaining in his heart. "As for what I want Senior to promise me, well, let's talk about it later." Fong Chong didn't feel anything at all. He looked at the Being Patriarch, who had been eyeing him. "Let's settle the official business first." Taoist Fire Dragon followed Fong Chong's gaze, and his anger suddenly rose, and he shouted, "Old thief Being, give me your life." He rushed towards the Being Patriarch. But he had been wounded for the tribulation, and now his strength was less than 1/10 of his peak, and the 5-dragon god furnace was even more exhausted. He would still be at a disadvantage when fighting with the Being Patriarch at his peak, let alone at this time. Sure enough. Bang! Taoist Fire Dragon flew backwards at a faster speed, and blood splashed in the air. But he only said the word happy. Patriarch Being looked at Li Hu, who appeared behind Fong Chong at some point, with electric arcs flashing all over his body and murderous aura, and suppress the urge to kill Taoist fire dragon. Master Li, long time no see, you have also made a breakthrough. You are worthy of being a genius cultivator who has defeated the golden elixir by building the foundation, and Anan Dao has not seen it for 100 years. Now I should call you a fellow Taoist. Li Hu nodded lightly and said lightly, then I will shamelessly call you fellow Taoist Biyun. I wonder where your sect's disciple Qi Gaofei is. I have something to ask him. The eyelids of the Biyun patriarch jumped slightly, and he smiled lightly. So fellow Taoist Li is here to find my disciple, but unfortunately, he left the sect a few days ago, and has not returned yet. Is that so? Li Hu seemed to have expected it. He took a few steps forward, and lightning spread out from under his feet. A purple dragon that was even bigger than the one that protected the Taoist fire dragon just now rose from behind him. The black calamity cloud that had just dissipated gathered again, and rolled down to the mountain gate of the Biyun sect. Boom, thunder roared, and Li Hu's voice came out clearly and powerfully, echoing in the void. Then I have to go find it myself. Chapter 219. Seeing Li Hu being so overbearing, Biyun patriarch stepped in front of him, but did not dare to tear his face on the spot, and lowered his tone. Master Li, why is it so? As for where to start with the matter of Lingjianmen, Li Hu and Fang Chong had already analyzed it together. Of course, it was mainly Fang Chong analysis, and he was responsible for listening and nodding. But he felt that what Fang Chong said was quite reasonable. Lingjianmen had only encountered Qi Gaofei, one of the 7 true disciples from Biyun sect before, and then coincidentally, they were found by the assassins of Yingsha. After the destruction of Lingjianmen, the biggest beneficiary was the sect alliance. Now the sect alliance is dominated by Biyun sect. If Yingsha is really related to Biyun sect, then the 7 true disciples of Biyun sect must know something. If Biyun patriarch is willing to let Qi Gaofei come out to explain, then it may not have much to do with Biyun sect. At that time, if you want to kill them, you have to find another reason. But if Patriarch Biyun makes excuses, and finds all kinds of reasons to say that this person is not here, then 9 times out of 10, there is something wrong with Biyun sect. It is logical and reasonable. Fang Chong reasoned and fabricated, and finally he felt that Biyun sect was the murderer. Not to mention Li Hu. But Lingjian sect and Biyun sect had an alliance after all. Biyun sect did not care about the relationship with other sects, but Li Hu wanted to give Patriarch Biyun one last chance. Fellow Taoist Biyun, is your disciple really not here? Patriarch Biyun nodded and said, he is really not here. Well, I will give your sect 3 days. After 3 days, I want to see your disciple. Li Hu restrained his momentum, but the purple dragon beside him roared continuously, as if the god of thunder was angry, with lightning and thunder. Seeing that Li Hu seemed to be interested in negotiating, Patriarch Biyun hurriedly explained, my disciple is away from home and his whereabouts are unknown. Even I cannot contact him immediately. 3 days is too short. I don't know what happened. Why don't you talk to me, Patriarch Li? I may be able to explain it to him. But Li Hu said calmly, whether we can meet him or not, it will be the end of the alliance between Lingjian sect and Biyun sect. Dalyu Biyun, instead of trying to convince me, you should find your sect's top disciple as soon as possible. No matter what grudges my disciple has with sect Master Li, I will give you an explanation in 3 days. Ancestor Biyun sighed and walked down, but he didn't even look at Taoist Wulong. He knew that with the entry of Li Jianxun and Fang Chong, he would no longer have the possibility to control his junior brother. He even felt that he could not protect himself. The air suddenly became quiet. Li Hu stood in the center of the black cloud vortex, with thunder flashing around him, with a hidden momentum of suppressing the city, but he did not release it. Looking out from the mountain gate of Biyun sect, he could only see a tall figure in the distance, like a god who controlled thunder and lightning, which made people daunted and uneasy. Why did you let the tiger go back to the mountains? The Biyun patriarch is very scheming. If you give him 3 days, who knows what will happen? Fang Chong was a little annoyed by Li Hu's self-willed decision. This is just forced release. The matter that could have been resolved in 1 chapter has been dragged on for 2 chapters. Li Hu was not as overbearing as when Biyun patriarch pronounced the verdict. Instead, he forced a smile and said, don't blame me, second brother. I just want to give them another chance to explain. After all, when our Lingjian sect joined the new sect alliance, it was Biyun patriarch who first proposed to give me the position of elder, which led to the subsequent development of Lingjian sect. But don't worry, I have given him an ultimatum. As long as he can't give me a reasonable explanation, I will do it myself without your order. So that's what you are doing? Fang Chong was speechless and gritted his teeth and said, didn't Biyun patriarch give it to us? We fought for it ourselves. If you hadn't killed the shadow demon, no one would have taken us seriously. It was just a favor. I know, but I just... Li Hu smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. He was such a person. If someone gave him a point of kindness, he would be willing to return 10 points, or even 100 points. Okay, I'm afraid that you will remember others' kindness, but they don't remember your kindness. If it is really found that Biyun sect and Lingjian sect are related to the extermination of the sect, I wonder if you will be embarrassed at that time? Fang Chong was quite helpless about Li Hu's character. But this is also why he values Li Hu. Li Hu's smile faded, and there was a bit more murderous intent in his voice. If that's the case, I will let them stay in the Golden Pagoda forever, and there will never be a bright day. This is a far more terrible punishment than simply killing them. Endless prison term, endless exploitation. Just like Yin Mozi and his 3 Jin Dan subordinates, even if Fang Chong was short of people, he never thought of them. Because their hands were stained with the blood of Lingjian sect disciples. Suppressing them, and making them human batteries is already Li Hu's bottom line. Fang Chong thought so, and felt a little sorry. The Yun Patriarch is a master of alchemy, it's a pity to treat him as a human battery. But who makes Li Hu more important? He can't lose the big picture because of the small, and let Li Hu and him become alienated. Fang Chong thought about it, and asked Li Hu to order the monks of the First Legion to completely surround the gate of Biyun sect, from heaven to earth, and not even a fly can be released. Since 3 days were given, he took the opportunity to empty the capital of Biyun sect. It's still too shallow to rely on the intelligence of a few disciples. Although the situation is almost certain, he has always been steady, more intelligence, less surprises. Li Hu readily agreed to this. Here, Fang Chong gave Hulong Taoist a bottle of healing pills, and a bottle of magic pills to restore mana. Senior Hulong, heal your wounds first. Hulong Taoist was not polite, grabbed the medicine bottle, and poured it into his mouth. Although it was just an ordinary elixir, for him, it was like a refreshing rain after a long drought, awakening the latent vitality in his body. Soon, Taoist Hulong had the initial strength to act. In fact, if he had not been hit by Patriarch Biyun in an impulsive manner just now, his injury would have healed faster. But that hit would not have been satisfying if he hadn't hit him. Taoist Hulong looked at Fang Chong, who was smiling and shrewd, and had the urge to punch him. But he suppressed the urge and just muttered, "You saved me, so I can sell my life to you, but I must complete one thing before that. Those disciples of my disciples still have to be rescued from the hands of Biyun sect. As for the hatred between me and the old thief Biyun, I will return my life to you first, and then come to find trouble with him." Fang Chong clapped his hands and praised, "I was right just now. Senior Hulong is open and above board in his conduct and actions. I thought you would ask us to join you in dealing with Biyun sect. After all, we have saved you once, and your life is worthless. If you are willing to sacrifice your life, as a bet, we are very likely to follow your bet. No, not possible, but definitely. A nascent soul cultivator, and a master of refining, is worth the price. I have already started to invest, but I can't bear to see you die. But now that Senior Hulong is willing to make it so clear, I won't play tricks with you." Fang Chong said with a serious face, "Junior now has a small foundation outside, called Qinshao City, and I am the master of Qinshao City. I would like to invite Senior Hulong to join Qinshao City. After 100 years, you can leave or stay. By that time, even if he has not become a king of a different surname in the Tang dynasty, he will not need a Taoist fire dragon." Hearing this, Taoist fire dragon was stunned. To be honest, he really didn't think so much. He just felt that his life was saved by Fang Chong and others, so he had to pay it back first. As for his hatred, that would be if he could still live in the future. But it turns out that if he fights hard, Fang Chong and the others will have to fight hard with him. Isn't this stupid? But he thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make some sense. It was just like when he was refining a weapon. If he threw a top-quality material into the magic furnace to refine a magic weapon, even if there was a mistake in the middle, knowing that the magic weapon would most likely fail to be refined later, but it was already halfway through, and the top-quality material was in it, he couldn't give up. So he continued to invest in other materials, trying to grasp that slight chance of success. Under normal circumstances, he would fail to refine and lose more. But occasionally, he would succeed once. It was precisely because of this small probability of success that he would be happy to do this thankless task. Now he is the top-quality material, and Fang Chong is the refiner. As long as he doesn't want his material to be damaged, Fang Chong has to continue to invest, and may even accommodate him. But he is not that kind of person. Bah, this kid is indeed a businessman, he is really cunning. The Fire Dragon Taoist felt regretful for some reason. If he was really like what Fang Chong said, Maybe it would not be long before the old thief Biyun would beg for mercy under him. But he quickly spit on Fong Chong's dark thoughts. He, the fire dragon Taoist, lived an upright life. It was not that he did not expect it, but he just disdained it. The fire dragon Taoist looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, hiding the regret in his eyes, and then said generously like a senior, "It is worth it to be driven by you for only 100 years in exchange for my life." Even if he lost a lot of his life, he still had 600 or 700 years in the future. 100 years is not long or short, it is within his bottom line. Fong Chong corrected him, "Senior, please don't misunderstand me. I have always respected people of noble character like you. How dare I drive you around at will? It is more appropriate to use the word cooperation. You have contributed to Qishao City, and Qishao City should also give you something in return." Although he knew that Fong Chong was just being polite to him, Taoist Wulong still felt very comfortable. Fong Chong was polite to him, so he would not let him down. "Then you don't have to call me senior. Since you are the city lord, I am your subordinate. My common name is Lu, my given name is Xiao, and my nickname is Wulong. You can call me Taoist Lu or Old Man Lu." Fong Chong bowed and said, "Then call me Old Lu. It's up to you." Taoist Wulong was secretly happy, and liked Fong Chong understanding. But he couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. From now on, he would be living under someone else's roof, which was not as happy as being the ancestor himself. Fong Chong suddenly asked, "Old Lu is not an outsider now. Can you tell me why the Wulong sect wanted to tear its face with the Biyun sect in the first place? And why did Old Lu survive the tribulation in the Biyun sect?" Taoist Wulong looked embarrassed, but still said frankly, "It's just that the old Taoist is old, but his heart is not old, so he was plotted against." Taoist Wulong told everything that happened in the first place without hiding anything. Fong Chong suddenly felt that it was not unfair for the Taoist fire dragon to be plotted against. As a man, it is difficult to get rid of the 4 words: wine, sex, money, and anger. This Taoist fire dragon fell for sex. Who would have thought that this old man who looked rough and generous was actually an old rogue who liked to play master-disciple games behind the scenes? 20 years ago, after the second sect meeting, Patriarch Biyun and Taoist fire dragon were evenly matched. Taoist fire dragon was full of ambition, and opened the gates of the mountain, and accepted a beautiful female disciple. And this female disciple was trained by Patriarch Biyun himself. Taoist fire dragon brought her with him for 20 years, and there had been no mistakes, and he was quite fond of her. But he did not expect that this female disciple would poison her body, and pass the poison to him through the intercourse of yin and yang. When he reacted, Patriarch Biyun was already waiting. If he hadn't had the 5 dragons' divine fire furnace protecting him, he would have already become a puppet of the Biyun Patriarch, not to mention taking another step forward and transcending the tribulation to become an infant. I am not a careless person. Who would have thought that the woman would put the poison in such a hidden place? It's really hard to guard against. Taoist fire dragon shook his head and sighed. Fong Chong felt an inexplicable chill under his crotch. Taoist fire dragon was simply using his own experience to tell him that it was wrong not to pick wild flowers on the roadside. Fortunately, his flowers were very fragrant, so he didn't look down on wild flowers for the time being. Then, Taoist fire dragon hesitated and told Fong Chong about his love-hate relationship with Patriarch Biyun for more than 50 years. They were just starting out, had similar interests, became close friends, had an adventure, and started their journey of cultivation. Later, because of a woman, the two parted ways. Later, the two met again in Liun Mountain Range, and the era of Biyun sect and Fire Dragon sect's rule began. It turns out that Elder Lu and Patriarch Biyun have such a connection. Fong Chong stroked his hand and smiled. In this case, Elder Lu must take good care of his injuries, and don't miss the big show in 3 days. Taoist Fire Dragon thought of Patriarch Biyun and laughed coldly. I will definitely not miss it. Fong Chong nodded slightly to Taoist Wulong, then left and returned to his own camp, waiting for the intelligence personnel to come and report. 3 days passed in a flash. The sky above the mountain gate of Biyun sect was also dark for 3 days. Dark clouds covered the sky, an ominous sign. The people in the sect were panicked, all hoping that the ancestor could solve this disaster. At the entrance of the mountain gate, the mountain protection formation opened, and the heavy-faced Biyun patriarch walked out alone. Fong Chong and others had been waiting for a long time, and Li Hu asked, Brother Biyun, do you have any news about your disciple? The Biyun patriarch looked sad. Let Master Li know that I used the secret method of our sect to contact my disciple 3 days ago, but I didn't expect to hear the news of his death. If Master Li doesn't believe it, just follow me. This jade card has the curse of my disciple after his death, and you can find the murderer by following it. Ancestor Biyun took out a crystal white jade card, which was filled with bloody resentment and condensed into a bloody arrow, pointing the direction. What a coincidence. Fong Chong didn't expect that Ancestor Biyun would still use the trick of no evidence after death. He looked at Li Hu. Li Hu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I will accompany you." Ancestor Biyun pinched the spell with his hand, threw the jade card, and the jade card turned into a stream of light and flew away, and the two quickly followed. Half an hour later, Fong Chong seemed to say unintentionally, "Now that the Biyun Patriarch is out, the Biyun sect is not well guarded. If someone breaks in now, I'm afraid no one can stop them, right?" The Fire Dragon Taoist was stunned, somewhat unsure of Fong Chong's meaning. Fong Chong almost made it clear. Hasn't Mr. Liu officially joined Qishao City yet? He is not considered a member of Qishao City, so I naturally have no power to control him. The Fire Dragon Taoist was invigorated and made a move. The 5 dragons' divine fire furnace soared into the air, and under the control of the nascent soul great monk, it turned into a small sun and smashed down at the mountain gate. Biyun sect, let the ancestors' disciples out. Chapter 220. Boom! The 5 dragon god furnace fell. The Biyun sect's mountain protection formation activated itself at the first moment, and a huge transparent shield was seen like a jade bowl turned upside down on the mountain gate. The shield sank, and there were fiery red ripples splashing. It was like a hammer hitting the forge in a blacksmith's shop, sparks flying everywhere. The next moment, the outer wall of the shield seemed to have reached its limit, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly from the center of the collision to the surroundings. But the shield was shaky and finally blocked. The original Biyun sect's mountain protection formation had long been destroyed due to changes in the terrain. The current formation was rearranged by Biyun Patriarch, and its power was even greater than before. Although the 5 dragon god furnace was strong, it was not in its heyday after all, and the Fire Dragon Taoist was not in perfect condition. 3 days, without a panacea, was not enough for his injuries to heal. But he is now a great cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Although the mountain protection formation can stop him for a while, it still can't hold out for long under his saturation attack. Seeing the departure of Biyun Patriarch and the Taoist Fire Dragon attacking the mountain, the Biyun sect immediately fell into chaos. 5 of the 7 sons of Biyun and the 3 Jindan elders in the sect all stood in front of the mountain gate hall, watching Taoist Fire Dragon attack the mountain, but they were powerless. According to the attack of Taoist Fire Dragon, the formation could only hold out for an hour at most. A Jindan elder pinched the magic formula in his hand, and struggled to mobilize the power of the formation to resist Taoist Fire Dragon's attack. He was a formation master in the sect, and he was the one who arranged the sect formation. Originally, he thought that with the help of the power of the mountain gate, he could at least block the attack of the great cultivator in the nascent soul realm. But now it seems that it was indeed blocked. But it was not completely blocked. What about the ancestor? Haven't we contacted him yet? Another Jindan elder asked anxiously. A handsome and gentle young Taoist said in a low voice. I have contacted him with the heart-to-heart bug, but the master didn't respond. The Tongshin worm is a strange worm. The mother and the child are connected by heart. They can still understand each other even though they are thousands of miles apart. When someone speaks on the mother worm side, it won't take long for the child worm on the other side to make the same sound. Similarly, when someone speaks on the child worm side, the sound will be heard on the mother worm side. This Tongshin worm mother worm will give birth to many child worms every year, but there are only a handful of cultivators in the Biyun sect who can obtain child worms. This young cultivator is the eldest brother among the 7 sons of Biyun, named Xia Yin. He is a member of the secular bloodline of the Biyun Patriarch, with excellent qualifications, and is also a disciple regarded by the Biyun Patriarch as the successor. The Biyun Patriarch has said to outsiders more than once that he will hand over the future of the sect to him. Xia Yin thinks so too. But the sudden lack of response from the master still casts a shadow in his heart. What should we do now? The ancestor is gone. Big brother, you give us a decision, whether to fight or surrender. We can't just sit there and wait. A tall and thin young man among the 7 sons of Biyun asked. Xia Yin remained silent. Huang Lai, what are you talking about? Xia Yin didn't say anything, but someone helped him. She was one of the 7 sons of Biyun, and a beautiful female cultivator. She said coldly, Master hasn't gotten into trouble yet, and you're thinking of surrendering. Even if we die, we will die to protect the mountain gate. As long as we hold on, when Master comes back, these people will pay the price. Huang Lai snorted coldly. What's the use of Master coming back? If Master can deal with him, why bother to be hypocritical with him? You probably don't know. In addition to the Taoist fire dragon, there are also people from the Spirit Sword sect. Their leader Li Jianxun has long been a Yuanian great monk, breaking through earlier than Master, and his subordinates have Yuanian great monk lives. Even Master is not his opponent. Now he has more than 20 Jin Dan Jinren, and hundreds of Foundation Establishment monk. Not to mention the Taoist fire dragon, who has broken through the Yuanian. What kind of person am I, Huang Lai? Don't you know? I am not afraid of death, but the key is what can we use to block it? It is okay if the Master does not leave. We follow the Master. At most, we will die, and we will live and die with the sect. But I am afraid that my death is meaningless. We are dead now. Do you want to see an empty shell when the Master comes back? How do you know who is on the other side? Asked the female cultivator. Huang Lai sneered. Although there is a large formation of the sect, I am not blind or deaf. As long as you are willing to go to the mountain gate to take a look and listen, you will know that what I said is true. Only you guys who are full of love, sitting in the well and watching the sky, thinking that everything will be worry-free with the Master around. The female cultivator glanced at the eldest brother conditionally, and was immediately unhappy. Who do you say is in love, and sits in the well to watch the sky? Okay, stop arguing, I can prove it for Huang Lai. A Jin Dan elder, who looks mature and steady, said. Let's think of a way to delay time, and wait for the ancestor to come back. But what can we do? After a long while, the female cultivator managed to utter a word. That Lingjin sect is really abominable. They deliberately led the ancestor away, and took the opportunity to attack our Biyun sect. You should thank them for not taking action. Otherwise, it would not be just a simple fire dragon Taoist. Not to mention an hour, even a cup of tea would be enough. Huang Lai said something sarcastic on the side. But after saying that, he sighed and said, it's a pity that none of us has the cultivation of the late Jin Dan. Otherwise, with the help of the power of the formation, we can still deal with the fire dragon Taoist. With our strength, going up is just sending ourselves to death. Although there are nearly 24 Jin Dan cultivators in the entire Biyun sect, their cultivation is in the early and middle stages, and there is not a single one in the late stage. After all, with the character of the Biyun Patriarch, he will never give his disciples the opportunity to betray him. Because strength represents ambition. This also led to the fact that after the departure of the Biyun Patriarch, the Biyun sect could not be said to be leaderless, but it was not far from it. Don't say anything, I'm the eldest brother, I do it. Xia Yin raised his head suddenly, looking at the devil-like fire dragon Taoist in the air with a sharp gaze. I am now in the middle stage of the golden core. If I add the Anai Ming Dan, I can temporarily exert the strength of the peak of the golden core. Xiao Rou, you use the heartworm to continue to contact the Master, I will go to stop the fire dragon Taoist. The Biyun sect has existed for decades, and it is not a sect with a harsh style. There are many loyal people who are willing to die for the sect. Xia Yin is just one of them. Eldest brother. The female cultivator's eyes immediately turned red, and she hurriedly pulled Xia Yin, not wanting him to die. The fate-defying pill can only kill you. Even if you stop the fire dragon Taoist, you won't live for many years. Don't go. Let's think of a solution. There is no better way. Xia Yin gently broke away the female cultivator's hand, and said to another junior brother, with a rather cold and arrogant temperament, Junior brother Yun, I know you have always been dissatisfied with me being the senior brother, but a dying man's words are good. After I leave, you will temporarily take over the position of the sect's senior brother. Don't give up and wait until the Master returns. Yun Qiankong was stunned, and then said, You fool. If you want to die, I won't stop you. As for the eldest brother, whoever wants to be the eldest brother can be the eldest brother. I was young and ignorant before, so I competed with you for the eldest brother position. Now I won't accompany you. But I advise you, instead of thinking about how to fight, it is better to release the weapon slaves of the Fire Dragon sect to delay time. As long as the Fire Dragon Taoist stops for a quarter of an hour, we will return a few of his disciples. If you don't agree, we will kill half of them every quarter of an hour. At least it can delay for a few hours, which is much better than you dying alone. The female cultivator, who was already desperate, seemed to have grasped hope. Big brother, senior brother Yun is right. Xia Yin said in embarrassment, but if we release people without the Master's instructions? The female cultivator held Xia Yin tightly. If you don't agree, then I will accompany you to stop the Fire Dragon Taoist. Xia Yin quickly refused. Don't make trouble, you don't even have the Jin Dan cultivation, and you can't even stop the aftermath of the Fire Dragon Taoist's spiritual art. Then I will accompany you. The female cultivator was very stubborn. Okay. Xia Yin smiled helplessly. Junior brother Yun, You and Shiro take my token and go release them. I go talk to Tao's fire dragon. Chapter 221. Under the pale sky, a jade tablet turned into a stream of light. Under the power of Patriarch Biyun, it moved very fast. Li Hu and Patriarch Biyun followed the stream of light. In half an hour, they had traveled thousands of miles. The speed of the two nascent soul masters could easily travel 80,000 miles a day. It was just a piece of cake for them to travel to the North Sea in the morning and the Songming Sea in the evening. Patriarch Biyun suddenly slowed down and said to Li Hu, "Dao Yuli, I have heard a saying that there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Do you think it makes sense?" Li Hu's expression did not change, and he asked back, "What do you want to say?" Patriarch Biyun smiled and said, "Nothing, but I suddenly want to give you a gift. I am willing to share the Luyun spirit mine with you and make friends with you. What do you think of you, Dao Yuli?" Li Hu said indifferently, "You want to bribe me?" Patriarch Biyun said seriously, "It is not buying, but sharing, which is a recognition of fellow Taoist. Ling Jiamen was originally a member of the sect alliance. Now that fellow Taoist has returned, we should have a share of fellow Taoist. Luyun spirit mine has now been upgraded to a high-grade spirit mine, producing hundreds of millions of spirit stones every year. Fellow Taoist only takes half of it, and hundreds of millions of spirit stones are collected every year, including many top-grade spirit stones and spirit essences. In the future, fellow Taoist's cultivation path will be smoother, and he can expect to become a god. As long as fellow Taoist agrees to let this matter go, I will offer these things with both hands." Li Hu stopped in the air and looked at Patriarch Biyun. "So, the extermination of Ling Jiamen is really related to you?" Patriarch Biyun still looked smiling. "These are not important, right? Have you forgotten what I just said, fellow Taoist Li? There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Some things will pass away with the wind, and looking forward is what we who are alive should do. My second brother also said similar words to me. But when he said it, I felt very warm and gave me hope. But it makes me feel sick when you say it." Li Hu also laughed, but it was a sneer. "Old Ancestor Biyun, how innocent are our Ling Jiamen, but you killed them." Old Ancestor Biyun shook his head and said, "I didn't kill anyone. I just feel sad and sorry for what happened to Ling Jiamen. But I know that no matter what I say, the culprit of this matter will be put on me. Interests move people's hearts. Li Daoyu, your second brother understands this truth better than you. It's not me who deceived you, but him. Li Daoyu, you and I have been neighbors for more than 10 years. Compared with your master, the former leader of Ling Jiamen, I actually respect you very much and respect your character. If you can pat your heart and promise that you came here just to find out the truth about Ling Jiamen, not for the Luyun Ling mine in my hands, then I am willing to surrender at this moment and cooperate with all your investigations. But can you?" Li Hu's face changed, and he didn't dare to nod his head to agree for a while. He was a poor talker, and Biyun Patriarch stole the concept, caught the flaw, and stood on the moral high ground, and his momentum weakened all of a sudden. Seeing this, Biyun Patriarch smiled and said, "The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. We are actually the same, all vulgar people. Dao Yuli can break through the nascent soul realm at the age of 30, and he is no different from Chen Tiangang, the supervisor of the Tang dynasty Qianjian, who was the first cultivator in the Tang dynasty. I am far inferior to him. That kid Fang Chong calls Dao Yu his elder brother, but he regards you as a chess piece in his hand. Why do you have to be inferior to that kid Fang Chong and be driven by him? How can he, a shameless kid who shows off his eloquence, deserve the support of Dao Yuli? Why don't you be the master of your own house? It's just right that Dao Yuli has returned. From now on, you and I will rule the Wanli Luyun Mountains together. It doesn't matter if Lingjin sect is destroyed. As long as fellow Taoist Li is still here, Lingjin sect will always be here. Fellow Taoist Li can definitely rebuild the Spirit Sword sect and establish a foundation for eternity." Originally, Patriarch Biyun would have held on to the fact that they came for the spiritual mine, and Li Hu might have felt guilty. But he used some kind of benefit to tempt, and this hit Li Hu gun. Li Hu seemed to have his Ren and Du meridians opened up in an instant, and he glanced at Patriarch Biyun and said with disdain, "That's it? You still want to alienate the relationship between me and my second brother? Ancestor Biyun, do you know how big the world is now? Qishao City now has a territory of 10,000 miles, and it is not just what Ancestor Biyun said verbally. Now Biyun sect can only control a small part of the Luyun Mountains. But in Fang Chong plan, Luyun Mountains will only be a small territory under Qishao City in the future. But Ancestor Biyun still wants to slowly control Luyun Mountains, a quarter of the land, and be his own ancestor. This is a problem of vision. Fong Chong came from the future, and after experiencing the prosperous Tang dynasty, his eyes have long been set on the heavens and the world. He thought that the goal he set was very conservative, but compared with ancestor Biyun, a real native of the plain, it seemed too big. When it comes to drawing cakes, who can draw better than Fong Chong? Is what I said wrong? Biyun Patriarch was a little confused. Isn't it very good just now? There is no one in the world who is not moved by interests. The human heart is a gully that can never be filled, and he believes that Li Hu is no exception. It's not that he won't move, but it's not enough. If Li Hu is really moved by him, he is indeed willing to give up most of the benefits to him. Because he knows that Li Hu can't beat him, these things he gave up will be taken back by him sooner or later. Compared with Li Hu, Fong Chong made him feel more difficult. In the eyes of Biyun Patriarch, Fong Chong and he are the same kind of people who will do anything for the benefit. How can such a person have true friends and brothers? Biyun Patriarch has always been very well-mannered, and he was inexplicably angry and felt insulted. After all, being despised by others is not a big deal, but being despised by people who think they are inferior to you is fatal. Then Li Hu sneered, "You have misjudged me, and you have misjudged my second brother." Biyun Patriarch, originally I would have considered our old friendship. If the matter of Lingjian sect really had nothing to do with you, I would have asked my second brother to let your Biyun sect go. You also have a share of Luyun's spirit mine. But now you have confessed, the relationship is over, and the entire Biyun sect will be buried with you. He was not affected by Biyun Patriarch's words. His temperament has always been like this. He is cruel to his enemies, regards them as prey, and kills them decisively, but he is a little indecisive, and considers his old friendship with acquaintances. So he hesitated again and again in dealing with Biyun Patriarch. All this way, if it were not for the second brother Fong Chong's personal guidance, even if he had extraordinary qualifications, with his temperament, if he did not change greatly, he would not be able to go far in this cultivation world. Li Hu is not unaware of his shortcomings. But he can't change, nor does he want to change. Of course, the main reason is that he lacks the beating of society. As he becomes stronger, there are fewer and fewer people who can beat him. It is precisely because he understands his shortcomings that he has an extraordinary trust in Fong Chong, even to the point of obedience. Because in his heart, although Fong Chong has used him, he has never hurt him. On the contrary, Fong Chong has made an indispensable contribution to his current achievements. He is willing to listen to Fong Chong, only because Fong Chong has always made decisions that benefit both parties, but sometimes he may have to bear a slightly higher risk. But there is no such thing as having all the good things in the world. If it is this kind of use, then he is willing to do it, and it doesn't matter if he is used for a lifetime. Therefore, sometimes even if Fong Chong doesn't say it, he is willing to fight for him. On the contrary, if Fong Chong really uses him as a cow and horse, and regards him as a chess piece in his hand to manipulate at will, he is not really a fool. Then he won't be killed and wait for the feast. Hearing Li Hu's decisive words, Patriarch Biyun was stunned, not knowing where he had gone wrong. Li Hu didn't leave him any room for maneuver. But Biyun Patriarch was a man of firm will. He had expected that he would not be able to convince Li Hu, but at least he could leave a nail. He turned around and showed a look of anger at his lack of struggle and pity for his misfortune, and shook his head and said, "Since you are unwilling to listen to my sincere words, and are willing to work for that kid, I can't persuade you. As for the matter of Lingjiamen, there will be public opinion in the future. But I will not go down this road with you." He turned his palm, and a bug like a 7-spot ladybug appeared on it. At this moment, the anxious voice of the female apprentice came from the bug. "Master, please come back soon, this is a trap. Taoist fire dragon is attacking our mountain gate, we can't hold on any longer. I went with you to find my poor disciple out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to attack my mountain gate while I was away. It seems you have been planning this for a long time." The Biyun Patriarch looked angry, as if he had been betrayed. After saying that, he turned around and left, but in the opposite direction of the Biyun sect. Li Hu was stunned for a long time, and then he realized that the Biyun Patriarch was not going to help the Biyun sect, but to escape. He spat secretly, and hurriedly caught up. "Old man, don't even think about running." A cloud like cotton appeared under the feet of the Biyun Patriarch, and it whizzed away. It was so fast that even Li Hu couldn't catch up for a while. At this moment, only his cold voice echoed in the air. "You will never destroy the Biyun sect. As long as I am here, the Biyun sect will be here. You can't run away." Li Hu kicked his feet in the air, making a loud noise. The huge force made his speed greatly increased. and his domineering body supported him to exert a speed that was almost like teleportation in a short period of time. So even though he was hit by a fake shot by Being Patriarch, he was still able to catch up quickly. Being Patriarch's face changed, and he made hand gestures repeatedly, and then waved his sleeves, and several fiery red pills exploded in the air. The pungent powder blocked his way. Li Hu didn't care and rushed head-on. It looked ordinary. Like the powder, a chili powder ignited a black and red flame the moment it touched Li Hu. This flame could even corrode Li Hu's domineering body energy, and it ignited directly on Li Hu's skin, and a trace of pain filled Li Hu's heart. But he had fought against the burning black flame of Yan Mozi head-on, and this pain might hurt the heart veins for a Jin Dan cultivator, and cause him to faint. But he just shook his blood and drove away the poisonous fire. Just this delay, the Being Patriarch closed the distance between him and him again. The cotton cloud under his feet was obviously not an ordinary thing, and its speed was so fast that it far exceeded the escape speed of ordinary Yuanian cultivators. Behind Li Hu, lightning flashed, and a huge purple dragon poked its head out like a thunder and lightning spear, piercing the void with light, and caught up with the Being Patriarch at an incredible speed. Seeing the purple dragon's extreme speed, the Being Patriarch was furious. "Do you really want to kill me?" he roared, and took out a faintly glowing ice blue pill and threw it. Bang! The pill exploded, and turned into an ice blue ice crystal dragon. The dragon and the purple dragon were entangled and fought hard. Although the thunder force was overbearing, it was a bit difficult to deal with the cold dragon. What kind of method is this? Li Hu was very curious about the magical pill of Being Patriarch. It turned out that in addition to eating, the pill also had so many different attack methods. But in addition to the purple dragon, he had a real inheritance that was not revealed. The secret art of the Big Dipper pointing stars. The first star, Tianshu. Just then, in the clear sky and white sun, there was a starlight falling, and a huge wolf head shadow appeared behind Li Hu. As the wolf head mark appeared, Li Hu's speed increased again incredibly. There were bursts of explosions in the air, leaving white air rings. At the beginning, Li Hu was recognized as the master by the Disha Prison Golden Pagoda, and also received two inheritances. One was the Beidu Taoist scripture, and the other was the Disha Prison True Body. The former was learned by him during the process of recognizing the master, and the other was given to Fang Chong, which increased his aptitude. The Beidu Dao Jing was once the unique skill of the Beidu Dao sect, a major sect in the world. It was above the Dao level, and had infinite power. When Li Hu broke through the nascent soul realm and manifested the power of the Yuanshan, he could truly exert the power of this skill. This star-pointing secret technique is one of the secret techniques in the Beidu Dao Jing. It can pull the Beidu stars, drop the Beidu starlight, light up the Shinzong acupoints in the body, and increase strength without injury in a short period of time. It is an enhanced version of the explosive secret technique without sequelae. Li Hu can only light up the first star now, but the power cannot be underestimated. In the eyes of the Being Patriarch, Li Hu seemed to have turned into a giant wolf that chose people to eat, rolling up the wind and clouds, and even distorted the space. The momentum alone is enough to capture people. Although the inheritance in his hand is also extraordinary, it is only an incomplete version, otherwise he would not have been plotting to inherit the Fire Dragon Taoist. Moreover, Patriarch Being felt that even if he completed the inheritance, he would probably not be Li Hu's opponent. But how could he give up? Patriarch Being gritted his teeth and pinched his fingers again, and saw a thick and majestic seal flying out of his sleeve. The seal grew in the wind and turned into a small mountain in an instant to block him. This is the first magic weapon refined by the Fire Dragon Taoist, the Heavy Mountain Seal. After he imprisoned the Fire Dragon Taoist, this magic weapon naturally fell into his hands. Now that the Heavy Mountain Seal has been sacrificed and refined by him, he has already been able to send and receive it as he wishes. As for Patriarch Being's own magic weapon, he only has a small medicine hoe that is neither gold nor jade. This is the magic weapon inherited from the Danning sect. It can completely retain the medicinal power of spiritual medicine when picking, and it is an auxiliary magic weapon. In terms of attack power, it is naturally far inferior to the Five Dragons God Furnace of the Fire Dragon Taoist. But this was the only magic weapon in Being Patriarch's hand before. Now it was also held in Being Patriarch's hand. "Can you stop me?" Li Hu let out a long roar, and the muscles of one of his hands bulged, and then suddenly expanded, and it was even bigger than his body. His fist was like a giant hammer. It hit the Chongshan seal with a bang. The Fire Dragon Taoist didn't know what materials he used to refine the Chongshan seal, but he couldn't stop this punch. A huge fist hole appeared on the surface, and the outer wall was full of cracks, and it flew far away. Being Patriarch spit out blood. That heavy blow also broke his mental connection with the magic weapon, and he couldn't control the magic weapon for a while. An object in Li Hu's hand was thrown away with this heavy blow and fell in front of Being Patriarch. It was a purple-red bead. No! Being Patriarch seemed to feel the sign of death and screamed. Boom! The thunder in the sky stirred the fire in the earth. Destructive thunder and fire filled the void for dozens of miles, and the blazing heat waves rolled in like a tide. Some flames fell down, causing patches of wildfires, startling countless wild animals in the jungle and causing them to flee. Chapter 222. Whoosh! Whoosh! The high temperature caused the explosion center to expand rapidly, causing the air pressure to change dramatically. The heat wave rushed outward, bringing gusts of hot wind. It made Li Hu's clothes rustle. There was a layer of transparent chi on his body's surface. It was the protective chi that came with his body after he reached level 30. It was difficult for magic weapons to hurt him. But at this moment, in order to resist the aftermath of the explosion, he unconsciously used a third more strength. The aftermath was so powerful, so the power of being in the center of the explosion can be imagined. What on earth is this thunder fire pearl that my second brother gave me? He didn't say it was so powerful. Li Hu unconsciously put himself in the picture and felt a little palpitated. What would happen if he was in the center of the explosion? Probably. He would die. Even if he didn't die, he would only have one breath left. His body was not invincible, and he would be injured and bleed. Li Hu thought that even if he made another breakthrough, he might not be able to match the power of the explosion just now. Where is Patriarch Biyun? Li Hu's consciousness swept across the explosion site and found that there was a faint breath gradually emerging, which was the breath of life. She's still alive. Li Hu flew through the heat waves and quickly headed for the place where the breath was born. He saw a burnt pill spinning in the air. Just like shedding its skin, the burnt pill skin quickly fell off, revealing the golden light inside. It was actually a golden pill. A shadow rose from the golden pill. It was Patriarch Biyun. He looked at Li Hu with resentment, and his voice came through the void. Li Jianchun, today you destroyed my body and my life pill. I will definitely pay you back for this. One day, I will come back. The golden pill flashed a few times, broke through the void directly, and instantly fled thousands of miles away. Li Hu's consciousness only had time to capture the last wisp of Patriarch Biyun's energy. He looked around blankly, the energy in his hand gradually turned into nothingness, and he lost contact with Ancestor Biyun, as if Ancestor Biyun died again in an instant. But Li Hu knew that Biyun Patriarch was definitely not dead. Li Hu looked around again, his spiritual sense searched from top to bottom, inch by inch, and put out the forest fire that had just been caused. Fortunately, the fire had just started not long ago, so it didn't take much effort. Then he found that the explosion was too powerful. Not only did Biyun Patriarch escape with only one golden elixir, but all his belongings seemed to have turned into ashes. Li Hu couldn't help but look bitter. Fong Chong had repeatedly reminded him. It didn't matter whether the person was dead or alive, but the storage equipment he carried with him must be obtained. But now it seems that he probably can't complete Fong Chong's instructions. Li Hu stayed there for a long time, and finally sighed and flew in the direction he came from. It's really hard to kill a Yuanian great monk. At the beginning, Yin Mozi also had the suppression power of the Golden Pagoda, so he could catch the turtle in the jar, but now the Golden Pagoda is still used as a training tower in Qishao City. Fortunately, the physical body of Biyun Patriarch has been destroyed. Although it is unknown why his nascent soul has turned into a golden elixir, without the support of the physical body, the Yuanshan will gradually dissipate if it is exposed to the outside for too long. Unless it can take over the body of others. A small human village hundreds of miles away from the explosion center. In a simple wooden house, a young man who had been in a coma for a long time due to serious injuries woke up on the bed, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Li Jianchun. Fong Chong. Lu Zhao. I will definitely go back to find you. This young man is the Biyun Patriarch, who took over the body, and was reborn. After the cultivator breaks through the nascent soul realm, the power of the Yuanshan is manifested, which also represents the formation of his own soul, and some people call it Yinshin. When reaching this level, the Yinshin can occupy the body of others, and take over the body and be reborn. Of course, taking over the body is not omnipotent. First of all, the means of taking over the body can only be used once. Secondly, after taking over the body, the Yinshin will be limited to the current physical body, and the lifespan will also depend on the current physical body. That is to say, once the physical body dies, no matter how powerful the Yin spirit is, it cannot escape the fate of extinction. And even if the cultivation level is restored to the previous level, the lifespan will not increase, and will remain the same as before. For example, the lifespan of a Yuanying is 1,000 years. An old Yuanying monster of 800 years old took over another body, and was reborn. His cultivation level was restored to the Yuanying realm within 100 years, but his lifespan was only 100 years. Unless he made another breakthrough, he would have a chance to increase his lifespan. But after practicing for so long, Biyun Patriarch is only a young man in his 70s, which is just a fraction of the 1,000-year lifespan of a Yuanying. So this problem is nothing to him. Biyun Patriarch suddenly thought of something, and while he still had the power of the Yuanshan, he quickly spit out a brass bracelet. This is his storage bracelet, which contains the wealth he has accumulated over the years, top-grade spirit stones, various elixirs, and magic tools, enough for him to reach the peak again. When the ancient completely merged with the flesh, he became a real mortal, without mana and spiritual consciousness, and he couldn't even open the storage bracelet. Who made this storage bracelet too high-end? It can be stored in the Yuanshan, and it is useless for ordinary Chira fighting cultivators to get it. He thought about it, took out 3 top-grade spirit stones, hit a few low-grade spirit stones, took a healing pill, and finally took the magic weapon, the small medicine hoe. After doing all this, the storage bracelet dimmed, and there was no movement. With 3 top-grade spirit stones, it was enough for him to recover to the foundation building stage, and a few low-grade spirit stones could cover him. Although the small medicine hoe was not good at fighting, it was still a magic weapon, enough to protect his early practice. Ancestor Biyun silently made plans for the future. With a creak, the wooden house suddenly opened, and the depressed girl suddenly brightened when she saw the boy who was possessed by Ancestor Biyun woke up. Thank God, Ming, you finally woke up. Xiaomei's father is already a practicing immortal, so don't think about her. When your injury is healed, sister will pick a better one for you. Ancestor Biyun, ? Biyun sect? In the camp in front of the mountain gate. After listening to Li Hu's story, Fong Chong's expression was dazed for a moment, and only 2 words echoed in his mind, loss. But looking at Li Hu, who looked somewhat guilty, he wanted to comfort him. It doesn't matter if you run away. Big brother, you fought with Patriarch Biyun. You didn't get hurt, did you? Li Hu shook his head. I'm fine. Patriarch Biyun has been running, and has never fought me head-on. Oh, there's another magic weapon. Li Hu took out a broken small seal, and handed it to Taoist Huolong beside him. This is Taoist Huolong's magic weapon. I have seen it before. It should be called Chongshan seal. This small seal was knocked away by his punch, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. It did not suffer a second injury from the Thunder Fire Pearl. Taoist Huolong was stunned, but did not accept it. This magic weapon has been taken away by the old thief Biyun. Now Taoist Li has taken it back from him. This is your magic weapon, Taoist Li. I can't take it. Fong Chong stared at the magic weapon, and finally felt a little comforted. Mr. Liu, my elder brother wants you to help fix it. Didn't you see that this little seal is broken? We still need your weapon-making skills. Seeing that the fire dragon Taoist was so embarrassed, Fong Chong laughed like his prank was successful. After laughing, Fong Chong said, Mr. Liu, since my elder brother took it back, he certainly has the right to dispose of it. If he is willing to return it to you, just accept it, and find a chance to repay this favor in the future. You are not the type to be shy. The fire dragon Taoist looked at Fong Chong speechlessly, but he felt a little close to him in his heart. Fong Chong was willing to joke with him, because he didn't treat him as an outsider. He then accepted the Chongshan seal, and said thank you to Li Hu. Fong Chong then asked the main question, why did Patriarch Biyun break through the nascent soul stage, but my eldest brother only saw his golden pill? The fire dragon Taoist pondered for a moment, and said, it seems that he has practiced the 9-turn golden pill art, which is a unique inheritance of alchemy practitioners. It turns all the cultivation into a life-defining Yuandan, which is also the second life of alchemy practitioners. He must have used his life-defining Yuandan to block the power of the thunder and fire pearl. The first turn of the pill, the success of qi refining, the 9th turn of the pill, the immortal life is in my hands. Although the old thief Biyun has a low character, his heart for Taoism, the old Taoist. I admire him. Each turn of the 9-turn golden pill art is extremely difficult. He wants the old Taoist's inheritance, which is to use the old Taoist's 5-dragon god fire furnace to refine his life-defining Yuandan. Refining the elixir with the tool complements each other. But now his Yuanshan has fled far away. Even if he finds a suitable body to take over, it is unknown when he can recover his cultivation. It is even unknown whether he can return to the Yuanying realm. So we don't have to worry about his problems for the time being. Since the Biyun Patriarch is no longer a threat. Fong stood up, and pointed to the direction of the bee insect's mountain gate. Smash them. Chapter 223. Bee insect. In front of the main hall, all the true disciples, inner and outer sect elders, and mountain gate guardians all gathered together. There were Jin Dan Jinren and Foundation establishment cultivators. There were several times more people than last time. All the people from the Fire Dragon sect have been released. We have been delaying for 8 hours, but the ancestor has not returned. Everyone, it's time to make a choice. A Jin Dan elder had a heavy face. What choice is there? Fight them. Some were too excited. Once the formation is broken, we will flee in all directions. As many as can escape, as long as we are alive, there is still hope for the bee insect. Some wanted to run away. Otherwise, we can delay a little longer, maybe Master will be on his way back. Some were self-deceiving. Surrender. I have heard of the reputation of the Spirit Sword sect. It is not a place that kills innocent people. Some even surrendered on the spot. Haha, don't forget how we treated the disciples of the Fire Dragon sect after they were defeated. Most of us here have blood on our hands. It's true that the Spirit Sword sect has a reputation for kindness, but can you expect Taoist Fire Dragon to let us go? Someone else sneered and refuted. Looking at the different opinions of the junior brothers and sisters, and the elders, there were endless noises in his ears. Eldest brother Xia Yin looked up at the sky. A fiery red sun was rising in the white sky, symbolizing the rebirth of the day. He was quite confused. How did it become like this? Be quiet, listen to me. Suddenly, Huang Lai, one of the 7 true disciples, spoke to suppress all the voices. Everyone looked at him. Huang Lai said coldly, I only ask you one question now. Do you want to die with the sect or do you want to live? I won't stop you if you want to die, but if you want to live, just listen to me. I have contacted the people on the other side, and they promise me that as long as we don't resist and cooperate with them to take over the bee insect, they will not kill us. As for the hatred between us and the Fire Dragon sect, it is the grudge between our master and the Fire Dragon Taoist, and we are just a group of people who follow orders. Huang Lai, master has been so kind to you, and you actually betrayed me. The only female cultivator among the 7 disciples was full of disbelief. Guanshiro, have you become stupid because of your cultivation? Master has given up on us now. Do you understand that we are all abandoned? Do we have to be buried with him? Maybe you don't know. Not long ago, the eldest brother went to the sect's treasury. My eldest brother wanted to take away the treasures, disperse the inheritance, and leave a legacy for the sect. But the precious spiritual medicines, top-grade spiritual stones, top-grade spiritual tools, various precious materials, and the inheritance of skills and spiritual arts are all gone. Guess who took it away? Huang Lai sneered. Let me answer you. Who else could it be except our good master? From the moment he stepped out of the mountain gate, he never thought about coming back. Because master knows that the bee insect is over. Eldest brother, is what he said true? Guanshiro looked hopeful, as if she wanted to get a denial from the eldest brother. But Xia Yin nodded dejectedly. Brother Huang, how did you know? Huang Lai said, does it matter how I know? Yes, it doesn't matter anymore. Xia Yin smiled bitterly. When Xia Yin admitted it, the other disciples hadn't spoken yet, and several elders surrendered without any psychological burden. It is true that they are old people who have followed Patriarch Biyun, but none of the disciples have followed Patriarch Biyun since childhood, and have a complex relationship with him as both a master and a father. True biography Huang, I wonder if the contact you mentioned is true. True biography Huang, how do the other side plan to deal with us? Can Taoist Wulong really let us go? The elders asked one after another. Huang Lai said fearlessly, besides trusting me, elders, do you have a better solution? You will open the formation later, and I will negotiate with you. I will definitely get the best treatment for everyone. Of course, I won't stop those who don't want to go along with a traitor like me. However, outside the sect, there are hundreds of foundation building cultivators, more than 20 Jin Danjinren, and 2 Yuaning great cultivators. You can think about it yourself. Everyone surrounded Huang Lai and smiled. Huang Jinchuan, I trouble you later. Yes, we are all a group of tools that follow orders. Huang Jinchuan must explain it clearly. Huang Jinchuan is worthy of being a leader and role model of his generation. He can find a way out for us in such a dead end. After escaping this danger, I will not return until I am drunk with Huang Jinchuan. Huang Jinchuan, I have a granddaughter, who is only 28 years old, with extraordinary talent, and has already achieved success in qi refining. If you don't mind, I will send her to you as a maid to serve tea and water. Huang Jinchuan. Of course, only a small number of people are willing to turn sides and change their faces on the spot. Most of them remain silent, neither wanting to surrender so easily nor to die with the sect. They just remain silent and passively wait for the arrival of their unknown fate. If they are forced into a corner, they don't mind fighting to the death. But if the other party is really as good as Huang Lai said, they may surrender. There are also a small number of people who are indignant and want to fight with Huang Lai on the spot. They can't beat the group of people outside, so how can they beat Huang Lai? But the eldest brother, who should be the leader of this group of people, is silent at this moment. Eldest brother, look at his disgusting appearance. Let's take his life first, and then fight with the people outside. Guan Shiro sent a voice message to the eldest brother. Xia Yin looked at Huang Lai surrounded by the crowd, but shook his head and said, Junior brother Huang is also kind-hearted and is just looking for a way out for everyone. I have no right to blame him. He was right. It was the master who gave up on us first, not us who betrayed the master. Guan Shiro was a little bit unbelievable. Brother, are you going to surrender like Huang Lai? After a pause, she tightly grasped Xia Yan's hand. Then I will accompany you, even if it is a trap, I will accept it. Xia Yan's eyes swept across the scenery of the Bian sect in front of the hall, and said, no matter how bad a sect is, when the enemy arrives, there must be someone who stands up and tells those enemies that we still have people standing. Maybe the name of the Bian sect will no longer exist in the future, and no one will remember me. But that is no longer important. I will die, and die with the Bian sect. Guan Shiro was silent for a moment, then took Xia Yan's hand and smiled. This is the senior brother I know, but don't think you can abandon me like this, I still want to accompany you. Hearing this, Xia Yan looked at Guan Shiro tenderly. You have to live well, and live for me. It's a pity that I didn't make a decision earlier. If there is an afterlife, I will not hesitate. If you still remember me, and I haven't forgotten you, I will definitely marry you. Guan Shiro smiled and said, why wait until the next life? She grabbed Xia Yan's hand and announced to everyone, my fellow brothers, elders and deacons, just now, the eldest brother agreed to marry me. In an emergency, even if there is no ceremony, please witness it together. From today on, I, Guan Shiro, will be Xia Yan's wife. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was silent. After a long while, Huang Lai murmured, good guy, you are really good at playing. It's a pity that we can only be husband and wife for one day. He dared to speak out about the surrender of collaborating with the enemy in court today, and he was not afraid of being beaten to death on the spot. Naturally, he had discussed it with many people in advance. Even if they did not agree on the spot, they did not oppose reporting him. The silent majority does not mean that they know nothing. They just don't want to make this choice themselves. Therefore, Huang Lai has long understood the death determination of the senior brother. How can he let go of the Bian sect when the senior brother treats people gently like a brother and has a somewhat pedantic temperament, but he knows that the senior brother will not stop him. He wanted to see the Bian sect survive more than he did. At this moment, next to the rising new sun in the sky, there was suddenly another red sun. Boom! With a loud noise, the Bian sect's mountain protection formation trembled, and fiery red ripples stirred in the air. The fire dragon Taoist attacked the mountain again. Xia Yin turned around and pointed at the girl beside him. Big brother you. Guan Shiro was stiff all over, her magic power was controlled, and she could no longer move or speak. She seemed to understand something, and looked at him with sad eyes. Xia Yin smiled gently. You have to live. He looked at Huang Lai. Junior brother Huang, can you promise me one thing? Huang Lai was stunned, and then, without waiting for Xia Yin to say anything, he nodded heavily. I won't let her die. Thank you. Xia Yin flipped his palm, and a pill the size of a longan with a little scarlet appeared. He swallowed it in one gulp, and a touch of blood red suddenly appeared on his face. Defying fate pill, why are you doing this, senior brother? Huang Lai sighed. Xia Yin flew up, his voice faintly dissipating in the air. Someone has to sacrifice. It's not good to let them say that there is not even one person in our Bian sect who dares to bleed. Bian sect's true disciple, Xia Yin, come to die. Xia Yan's voice rose up, like a thunderous charge. The sect's formation suddenly dissipated, and Xia Yin was like a meteor from bottom to top, with an unstoppable momentum. But compared with the red sun transformed by the god fire furnace, the light on Xia Yan's body was very weak, like a small firefly. But they burst out with the same power at this moment. Boom! A cluster of brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky. As Xia Yin went to die, some of the people who were originally silent suddenly stood up, and although their power was small, they still charged upwards. Bian sect's inner sect disciple, Su Lang, comes to die. Biyun sect's outer sect steward, Lu Jinjun, comes to die. Biyun sect's true disciple, Shen Lulu, comes to die. Biyun sect. Fools, they are all a bunch of fools. They are all fucking idiots. Huang Lai cursed, his eyes changed from compassion to astonishment, then to anger, and finally he laughed. Let them all die, only I am alive and well. Biyun sect has been established for more than 40 years, and there are still people willing to live and die with it. Fong Chong stood on the head of the Fire Eagle, watching the disciples of Biyun sect, under the influence of their senior brother, regardless of life and death, rushing up one after another, and couldn't help but speak with emotion. But this drama makes me look like a demon king or a villain. Well, that's not right. The blame belongs to Taoist Fire Dragon. I'm a good man who came to save the Biyun sect. You are the eldest brother, right? Fong Chong looked at Xia Yin, who was half dead and bloody, being held by Li Hu with one hand, and shook his head. You did it knowing it was impossible. I admire your character, and laugh at your stupidity. Have you ever thought that if you are so brave and anger Taoist Fire Dragon, he will? What if I just start killing people? After all, not everyone has such a tolerant and kind heart as me. You died happily, but what about the remaining people? You didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of you. Those who should have had a chance to survive ended up with a tragic death because of your impulsiveness. TSK, if I were them, I would scold you even after I died. What's that saying? Even if I die, nail me in a coffin and bury me in a cemetery, I will use my rotten vocal cords to shout out Zhao. If you want to show off, don't take me with you. Hearing this, Xia Yin, who was already half dead, twitched twice. Li Hu shook his hand and found that he was completely motionless. Second brother, he fainted. Look, he can't stand it after just a few words. After all, he is a young man and his character needs to be tempered. Fong Chong had the tone of an experienced person. Li Hu opened his mouth, wanting to say that even a living person would be furious to death after hearing what he just said. Second brother, why did you save him? The Fire Dragon Taoist smashed down the divine fire furnace himself. Even if Xia Yin took the fate-defying pill, he was no match for it without the help of the sex formation. This is a novel, so it should be logical. You can't just explode and blow everything up in an instant because of your passion. So after Xia Yin and the Fire Dragon Taoist collided handsomely, he couldn't take the second move. If Li Hu hadn't secretly rescued him, I think the Fire Dragon Taoist wouldn't mind killing him. After all, although most of the Fire Dragon sect's disciples were captured alive, many died. These people can be regarded as his interest. Fong Chong asked back, Brother, do you want to destroy the Biyun sect, kill all of them, and bury those disciples who died in the Lingjin sect? Li Hu thought for a while, and said seriously, When I thought that the Biyun patriarch was really related to the extermination of the Lingjin sect, I was really angry, and wanted to kill all the people related to him to avenge myself. But after calming down, I felt that the Biyun patriarch could even abandon his own sect. Even if I destroyed the entire Biyun sect, he would not feel the same pain as me. On the contrary, I would feel uneasy because too many innocent people were implicated. Therefore, I want to kill people, but not all of them. I will not let go of any of those who are related to the extermination of the Lingjin sect. As for the rest, you, my second brother, will deal with them. Anyway, falling into your hands is not much better than dying in my hands. As he said, Li Hu couldn't help laughing. Slander, you slander me. Fong Chong looked angry and helpless. I let them reform through labor, rebuild their lives, serve the people, and bring them blessings. It's not enough to say that they are living bodhisattvas in the world. How can you say that falling into my hands is more painful than death? Xia Yin and Li Hu Han couldn't help but shiver a few times, as if he had a nightmare. Don't pretend to be unconscious when you wake up. Fong Chong skillfully played the villain and threatened. I know you are a good senior brother. You don't want to watch your brothers die, right? Huang Lai is less prestigious after all, and his understanding of Biyun sect is not as deep as you, the senior brother. Since you have died for Biyun sect once, don't feel burdened anymore. You don't owe anything. Work for me obediently, and I will leave you the inheritance of Biyun sect, and not destroy your family's Taoist lineage. Really? Xia Yin opened his eyes suddenly. Fong Chong snorted coldly. Why don't you go out and ask who I am? You are too disdainful to cheat you of a small golden elixir. Li Hu on the side rolled his eyes silently. It makes you seem like you are not a golden elixir, but an early stage of golden elixir. Xia Yin hesitated for a while, and nodded gently. Okay. After the passion, all that is left is dullness. Only after death can one know the preciousness of life. He took the anti-fate pill, and has only a few years to live, But as Fong Chong said before, if he dies, many people will be buried with him. On the contrary, if he lives, more disciples can survive. Even if he may have to bear some infamy for this. But compared to the bee insect he loves, a little infamy is just a breeze. Chapter 224. The Biyun Patriarch was missing, the capitulationists were conspiring and inciting, and with the public appearance of the senior brother Xia Yan, the resistance of the Biyun sect soon collapsed. The first corps of Qishao City successfully occupied the Biyun sect. Then it was the time of harvest. Fong Chong held a preliminary list of materials from the Biyun sect in his hand, and couldn't stop smiling. Let's not talk about other things. The spoils harvested from the Biyun sect not only gave the first corps a full bonus, but also enough for him to pay off the debt of the queen. In the end, there was still a small surplus. Even so, he had not officially taken over the Luyan spirit mine. Although I made a profit, it was not enough, and I still felt that I lost money. Fong Chong put away his smile, quite dissatisfied. Because he knew that the real treasures and collections of the Biyun sect were all taken away by the Biyun Patriarch. In fact, he had already prepared for this, and even told Li Hu that it didn't matter if Biyun Patriarch didn't kill him, but his storage magic weapon had to be brought back. As a result, a thunder and fire bead was blown up completely. Fortunately, Biyun Patriarch didn't have that kind of super large capacity space magic weapon, so he only took away the most essential part. Most of the remaining low-level materials, medium and low-grade spirit stones, and warehouses of spirit stone were piled up in the sect storehouse of Biyun sect. Although they are not very valuable, they are in large quantities. It's a pity that the top-grade spirit stones and spirit marrow that Biyun sect has accumulated for so many years have been lost. From Xia Yan, the eldest brother of Biyun sect, it was learned that Biyun sect spent a lot of manpower and material resources to mine a whole bottle of spirit marrow in the depths of the spirit stone mine, which was enough to refine 3 furnaces of infant transformation pills. Biyun Patriarch successfully broke through the realm by refining a furnace of infant transformation pills. In terms of actual value, this bottle of spirit marrow alone is at least 100 million. This almost made Fong Chong go out at night to find where the Biyun Patriarch was hiding. But in the end, he stopped the impulse. With the Luyan spirit mine, the old hen that lays golden eggs, he will never lack spirit stones in the future. Well, I think so. Thinking of his growing territory, just building the simplest spiritual network array and expanding the spiritual vein network would cost a lot. Now he is getting free money from Eunuch Wei. In the future, in addition to the material expenditure, he will also have to calculate the labor, daily maintenance, etc. There will be an upgraded version of the spiritual network transmission array in the future. There are also increasingly huge military expenses. For example, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th Pioneering Corps in his future blueprint. If you want the horse to run faster, you have to feed it with enough grass. These monks are willing to come and work for him, not because of his personal charm, but because of the power of Qishao City and the welfare benefits that are enough to satisfy their daily practice. As for the cannon fodder group, that is another matter. Fong Chong felt that he had become poor again as he thought about it. He wished that everyone could plant a demon seed, so that he could get free money from them. But he knew that controlling others with demon seeds was ultimately a bad idea. And the welfare benefits given to them were not just theirs. Those things will be transformed into their cultivation realm, so that they can have a longer life and stronger strength to work for themselves. Well, my spiritual stone did not disappear, but it just changed its way to accompany me. Fong Chong comforted himself silently. Compared with Lingyamen, the mountain gate of Biyun sect is larger and more spiritual, with steep peaks, layers of mountains, and clouds and mist. Especially after the change of the sky, it is even more majestic, with a majestic view of all the mountains. Before being attacked by Taoist Wulong, it can only be regarded as the main peak of Biyun sect. After all, the mountain protection formation is very expensive, and it is impossible to arrange the entire territory of Biyun sect. Fong Chong stood in front of the main peak hall, and could look far ahead. He saw the fog rolling in the valley, as if there was a giant python stirring in it. Huang Lai and a middle-aged man stood behind Fong Chong, cautious and dared not speak. Although the two people's cultivation is similar, regardless of actual combat power, just talking about status, there is a world of difference. One is a disciple of a ruined sect, a phoenix with feathers falling off. The other is the lord of a city, with countless extraordinary people under his command, and even Yuanying masters, like Fire Dragon Taoist, and Li Hu waiting to be dispatched. This is the all brought by power and status. Fong Chong admired the scenery for a while. Actually, there is nothing to see. When he was on the road before, He was bored and looked at the clouds until he vomited. But now he is standing from the perspective of the winner, and his mood is naturally different. A man who knows the times is a hero. Huang Lai, I am very pleased that you can make the right choice. These days, you have cooperated with colleagues in Qishao City to investigate the industry of bee insect. I have seen your efforts. After I leave, you will be in charge of the bee insect. You will be the new leader of bee insect. As for your former senior brother Xia Yin, he will be the law enforcement elder and the deputy leader of the sect, as your assistant. The Yun sect will be a subordinate courtyard of Qishao City in Liyun Mountain Range in the future, and a tentacle for Fang Chong to control Liyun Mountain Range. Fang Chong, who has already emptied bee insect, is not prepared to treat bee insect too harshly. After all, these people will be cute little cuties, who earn spirit stones for him in the future. As for Huang Lai's position as the leader of the sect, that is inevitable. Otherwise, who will surrender in the future? Hearing this, Huang Lai bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord City Lord. I will definitely not let you down." He already had Fang Chong demon seed in his body, so what he said was true. After all, we all prosper together, and we all suffer together. In the future, maintaining Fang Chong rule is to maintain himself. And Li Hu's previous killing spree really scared him. It is said that these people were disciples who had gone out with the third brother Qi Gaofei before, and they were related to the case of the extermination of the Lingjin sect. Among them, there was even a Jian elder who defected. This made Huang Lai know that the other party was not only good at scaring people, but also very ruthless when it came to taking ruthless actions. As a result, many people secretly came to him in the past few days to ask what happened. The people in the sect were in a panic, and many people secretly ran away and were caught. If it weren't for the eldest brother's plea, these escaped people would have been used as an example. Even he was a little uneasy. Fortunately, Fang Chong promised today, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, Zhao Yi, you must also assist Master Huang. There are some things that Master Huang has forgotten, remember to remind him. But you must not lose your identity because of your relationship with me, and make it difficult for Master Huang. Fang Chong suddenly said to the middle-aged cultivator next to Huang Lai. The middle-aged cultivator's name is Xiao Yi, one of Fang Chong's spiritual puppets. His original body was a clay puppet, and he was a cultivator of qi refining. The cultivator used it to protect the land and water, and later the cultivator died of illness. In order to commemorate him, later generations enshrined this puppet on the altar, engraved the cultivator's name, worshipped it as a god, burned incense, and worshipped it day and night, and over time, it became a little spiritual. Later, it was stolen and sold in Qingyefang market. Fang Chong bought it back, and gave it spiritual wisdom. Now he has reached the peak of foundation building. Before, he was an elder of the outer sect of Bian sect, and a cultivator of Huang Lai's school. Because he joined Bian sect too recently, less than 10 years, even though his cultivation was very good, he still could not enter the core layer of Bian sect. Huang Lai was able to contact him, because he was the one who made the connection. There is also Qian Air, who joined the Fire Dragon sect, and is now mixed in with the escaped disciples of the Fire Dragon sect, and is following the Fire Dragon Taoist. It is fair to plant one on each side. Zhao Yi looked a little dull, and nodded when he heard the words, "I know, boss." "Well, let's go down." Fang Chong waved the two away, and looked at the scenery slowly again, but he was thinking in his heart. The Bian sect, which he could only talk about, was actually like this after he really conquered it. Life is lonely like snow. Chapter 225. Winter is gone and spring is back. The breeze with a lingering coolness kept blowing on Fang Chong's cheeks, making him unconsciously look a little more tired. Unconsciously, 3 months have come. Time is really fleeting. 3 months have passed since the defeat of Bian Patriarch and Fang Chong conquered Bian sect. These days, he has been counting the assets of Bian sect most of the time. Not the spiritual stones and treasures that are displayed in the open, but the things outside the mountain gate of Bian sect. After all, if a dominant sect that has been passed down for decades is just plundered hastily, Fang Chong feels sorry for his efforts these days, and makes wedding clothes for others. This was done once when Fang Chong and Li Hu plotted against Lingjin sect. Now it is just a return to the old business, and is familiar with it. So he carefully checked every account. It is worth it to do so. Many hidden assets were found one by one during the journey, and the total amount was comparable to the gains in the storehouse of the Bian sect. Don't think that they will confess everything after surrendering. On the contrary, the surrenderists of the Bian sect also bullied Fang Chong and his group of outsiders, who were not familiar with the situation. They colluded privately, destroyed the account books, and hid many mines, medicine gardens, spiritual fields, etc. that originally belonged to the Biyun sect, turning them into their own family's industries. After all, without the account books, they insisted that this was their family's ancestral property, and there was no evidence. Fong Chong did not kill them, and said that he would treat them well, and let Huang Lai become the new leader of the Biyun sect to show his sincerity. Because Fong Chong could use them, and took over the decades of accumulation and huge industry of the Biyun sect, he needed their cooperation. Therefore, after the initial panic, everyone became bolder, and felt that there was a master above their heads, just like what the Biyun sect did to other sects in the past. But Fong Chong was not a soft-hearted person. Only good people need reason, bad people don't need evidence. Besides, he has an undercover agent. So he asked Huang Lai, the new leader, to kill them. It was a deterrent to establish the prestige of Huang Lai, the new leader, and a token of surrender, so that Huang Lai would be separated from the local forces, and would have to lean on him in the future. It was a clear plot that was easy to see. But under the pressure of the general trend, Huang Lai had to do it ruthlessly, and since then, he had completely severed his relationship with the original Biyun sect. That's right. During this process, Fong Chong also saw that the small vein of Biyun sect was a mine cave opened from the branch vein of Liyun spirit mine. But now the mine cave has been abandoned and sealed. Because Biyun sect is now mining in the main vein openly, the efficiency is much higher. After all, Biyun sect was not the only one in power at the beginning. Although it discovered the branch vein, it only dared to mine secretly. It was during this process that Fong Father was deceived into Biyun sect and became a mining slave. The brilliance of capital is often accompanied by primitive bloody accumulation, and countless ignorant people like Fong Father have become the cornerstone of the rise of Biyun sect. But they also have to bear the backlash brought by this. Fong Chong's appearance was not the cause they had planted in the beginning. Of course, Fong Chong frankly admitted that he came for Liyun spirit mine, and as for revenge for Fong Father, that was just incidental. Everyone has to pay the price for their choice. If Fong Father had no greed in his heart, how could Biyun sect deceive him? Fong's father's short life was also because he forced himself into the path of cultivation and used taboo rituals, so he couldn't blame others. But who made him? The father who raised him up. So the fault can only be Biyun sect. Fong Chong can no longer find the inner disciple of Biyun sect that Uncle Xia and Fong Father followed. Because Uncle Xia didn't tell him the name of that person. Maybe he is dead, or maybe no one remembers the two slaves who escaped. After all, who would remember their two lost dogs? If they are lost, just raise a few more. Uncle Xia thought he was appreciated, and in his heart he blamed Fong Father for getting him into trouble, but he couldn't express it out loud, so he developed a demon in his heart. But in fact, the master he called himself may not have remembered his name. The past is gone. Without anyone knowing, Fong Chong cut off the grudge between himself and the Biyun sect. From then on, the Biyun sect was just a tool under his command. The Liyun spirit mine will continuously provide him with a considerable amount of spiritual stones for his practice. Second brother, how to deal with these big monsters. Li Hu stood next to Fong Chong, and at their feet were the big monsters in the mountains who surrendered. Among them was a bear as tall as a hill, with a silly look. There was a peacock with a proud temperament, but was beaten to the dust and covered with scars. There was a mouse with shifty eyebrows and rat eyes, born like an elephant. There was a snow-white giant python with muscular body, circling a 100-meter-high tree. There were at least 20 or 30 of them. At this moment, these big monsters stood honestly, slightly raised their heads, looking at Li Hu and Fong Chong in the sky, with a hint of flattery in their eyes. During the 3 months when Fong Chong and Biyun sect were settling accounts, Li Hu was not idle. He took Wing, Haya, Wang Kai, 3 traders among the monsters, and the monks of the first corps to clean up the entire Liyun mountains. There were originally more big monsters, but there were also many who would rather die than surrender. Li Hu admired them in his heart, and then he helped them. Generally, when encountering such big monsters, it is time for the first corps to have extra meals. The flesh and blood of big monsters are full of blood and spiritual power. As long as they are restrained and do not take too much, they will be affected by the blood of the monsters, which is a good food. Of course, more people ran away after hearing the news. In the vast Liyun mountains, there are not many human clans in the secret realm, but there are more such golden elixir monsters. Just like the terrain outside Qingniu Mountain, the terrain is flat, mainly plains and low hills. So there will be many human cities, but fewer monsters. The will of heaven and earth has already made arrangements. After hearing this, Fong Chong thought for a moment and made arrangements. Pick out the flying monsters to join the first legion to increase mobility, and leave the remaining heavy monsters in the mountains, assigning them hilltops. Anyway, with our current manpower, it is impossible to completely guard the entrance of Liyun Mountain Range. Rather than letting the big monsters from nowhere occupy the territory in the future, it is better to give it to these big monsters, who have seen the rules. At least it is easier to discipline. And if they occupy the periphery, we can react to any incident. Li Hu nodded slightly, without any opinion. Soon, many big monsters who learned the news, except for the flying big monster, who was like a bereaved mother, all other monsters showed joy on their faces. But there is an exception. For example, Wang Kai, who is already determined to be a good dog, how can he be willing to be a wild wolf? In response, Fang Chong smiled and touched the dog's head and said, I have other uses for your dog's head, guard your territory well. If the space door appears again, your mission will be completed, and you can stay with me at that time. According to the information revealed by Yoguang, Fang Chong suspected that the space gate would appear again. After all, a stable space channel will never appear in a random place. Perhaps the space power in that place is weak, or perhaps it is a space gap. When the space gate appears, it means that the time has come for other secret realms to connect with the heaven and earth. Fang Chong will never completely entrust his right to know information to the mountain and river realm. The mountain and river realm can be trusted, but not completely. Okay. Wang Kai then agreed dejectedly, but still did not forget to emphasize that he was already a dog with an owner. After dealing with all this and making a few moves, Fang Chong was ready to go back. Although he now owns thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and can decide the life and death of a place with a single word, he also has his elder brother Li Hu and his first army following him, a powerful immortal puppet army under his command, the 100-year agreement of the Taoist fire dragon, and the eye of the heavenly demon to help him kill the enemy against his rank, and control thousands of demon puppets for his subordinates. The Yuanian great cultivator had to bow his head and retreat in defeat when facing him. But he was only a small cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core after all. In the world of cultivation, cultivation is everything. Everything he does now is for better cultivation. Power is attractive, but you must never forget your original intention. Boom! The smoke and dust rolled in front of us, and trees fell down in patches, bringing up black ashes, which were traces of fire. Some smaller hills collapsed from it, as if a terrible earthquake had occurred. A large seal fell, compacting the ground, revealing a wide dark yellow mudstone road. Under such force, it would take 10 or 8 years for a grass to grow on this compacted road. On the back of Firefly, Taoist Fire Dragon looked at Fang Chong in astonishment. City Lord, are you building a road? The winding smoke and dust was clearly a road with no end. Taoist Fire Dragon had officially joined Qishao City, and was now a member of the Qishao City Weapon Department, and brought some elite disciples of the Fire Dragon sect with him. Another part of the disciples stayed at the original mountain gate of the Fire Dragon sect in Liyun Mountain Range. At this time, they were on their way back to Qishao City. Fang Chong nodded and said, Yes, I plan to slow down when I go back and build a road from Liyun Mountain Range to Qishao City. It's only about 50,000 miles, 3,000 miles a day. Even if there are some detours, it will take about a month. And it's just a relatively sloppy road. If this kind of violently built road is not repaired from time to time, various problems will arise in 2 or 3 years at most. But Fang Chong's main purpose is to declare sovereignty. Moreover, Liyun Mountain Range is rich in real estate, and there is also the great treasure of Liyun Spirit Mine, which may become a road to wealth in the future. So he has to open up this 50,000-mile-long road in the middle first. Building roads has almost become his instinct. He even plans to make building roads a tradition of Qishao City. In the future, wherever Qishao City fights, roads must be built there. No matter whether it is useful or not, just build the roads first. The roads have been built. Why do you say that this is not his territory? Moreover, the storage space for magic tools has a limited loading capacity. For someone like him, who carries a puppet army with him, his belt has to be made of storage bags, which means more than 20 bags of belts for an elder. It can be imagined that it is used to transport large quantities of goods. Even if it is for the future, road construction is urgent. Taoist Wulong did not understand, but it did not prevent him from helping. He stretched out his hand, and saw a small seal appeared in his hand. It was the heavy mountain seal that he had refined and repaired. He flew forward and called out, Captain Li, the old Taoist is here to help you. 1 month later, a group of dusty people looked at Qingnio Mountain from afar, and saw a series of large and small pure spiritual energy vortices emerging on the top of the mountain. With Qingyou Mountain as the center, the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of kilometers flowed towards Qingyou Mountain. His Taoist Wulong could not help but take a breath. Such a strange phenomenon? That is Qingyou Mountain? It's not like he has never been to Qingyou Market. Although Qingyou Mountain is now more than 100 times larger, it can't compare to the changes in Liyun Mountain Range. However, the Liyun Mountain Range, which is 100 times larger than the Qingyou Mountain, did not have such a strange phenomenon, but the Qingyou Mountain did. Fang Chong smiled complacently. I think such a place should not be considered an insult to Mr. Liu. In Qishao City, there is the Qingyou spiritual vein to regulate the spiritual energy. As the First Legion fought in all directions, it has now recruited its subordinates from thousands of miles around, and hundreds of first and second level spiritual veins have become its branches. In other words, the time is not long enough now. When the time is enough, let alone hundreds of kilometers, even thousands of miles, the spiritual energy will flow in one direction. In this case, you can imagine how rich the spiritual energy of Qingyou Mountain is now. If a pig stays in it for a long time, it will become a pig monster. Taoist Wulong exclaimed, this blessed land, even without the favor of the city lord, I am willing to go. I suddenly felt that 100 years seemed too short. I am really afraid that I will get used to it, and will not want to go back to Wulong sect. Ha. Fang Chong laughed, then don't go back. Let's go! The big monster flapped its wings, and 4 flying big monsters flew to Qingyou Mountain. Qishao City welcomed new citizens. Taoist Fire Dragon was very satisfied with the new environment, and his disciples were also a little overjoyed. They thought they were following the ancestor to become equipment refiners and repay the ancestor's kindness. But after experiencing such a good cultivation environment, they felt that their choice was really wise. How could the ancestor harm them? Just follow the ancestor. Not only Taoist Fire Dragon, but also the 4 big monsters with Legion organization felt a sense of surprise. Although they can't live in Qishao City, they have a place on the outskirts of Qingyou Mountain. If they can practice in such an environment for hundreds of years, they may have the opportunity to transform, and they will not be so resistant to being driven. Maybe other monsters will envy them in the future. As for the monks of the First Legion, they also took a temporary vacation to give them time to recuperate. Most of the people here joined in the middle of the development, and now it is just right for them to go back and promote the welfare of Qishao City. It can also be regarded as contributing to the rule of Qishao City. Almost a year had passed since Fang Chong refined the eye of the heavenly demon and decided to go to war. In a year, the territory had expanded 100 times, but his cultivation had only risen by 1 level, and that was with the experience of epiphany and free riding. Various affairs involved too much of his mind. On the contrary, Li Hu had gained insights and improved his cultivation in battle because he led people to fight. According to him, he could almost reach the edge of the next small realm after practicing on the 3rd floor of the Golden Pagoda for 2 or 3 years. Fang Chong could only envy that he could maintain such a terrifying progress in the nascent soul realm. Fortunately, he still had the Queen plug-in. When the spiritual network formation was completed, his cultivation would show a huge improvement. This day, Fang Chong, who had returned to Qishao City for 3 days, sat cross-legged under the Qishao tree honestly. Countless pure spiritual energy gathered around him, almost turning into liquid. And his consciousness sank into the mountain and river realm, and began his first official points exchange. Chapter 226. Mountain and River Realm. Fang Chong was already familiar with the place, and quickly adapted to the feeling of weightlessness. As soon as he came in, he looked up at the map. The 9 clear small maps on it had now become 13. This meant that all 12 mountain and river order masters had appeared. What was shameful was that he, number 5, was only ranked 9th, while the last order master who entered the mountain and river realm was now ranked 2nd, only behind the first Qin Lang. Because this guy directly used the mountain and river order to refine a 4th level spiritual vein, and after setting up the spiritual network formation, his territory expanded rapidly, and he came from behind. Fang Chong was envious, and that was all. But the only thing that surprised him was that this man's name was not one of the 3 future kings of the Tang dynasty. Even such a fierce man died halfway. Fang Chong couldn't help but be more careful. Yoguang was still the lonely watcher. But she didn't feel lonely, but rather enjoyed this feeling. When Fang Chong appeared, she was sitting on a big pearwood chair, with her legs crossed, a pot of hot tea in front of her, and some fruits. In front of her was a photo stone, projected in the air, and the picture was much clearer than the photo stone Fang Chong had ever gotten. If Fang Chong was a pirated surveillance, Yao Guang's was a pure high-definition lossless version, and even the pores of the characters in it were clearly visible. A true ultra-high-definition self-service cinema. Fong Chong watched for a while, and found that the photos seemed to be about a love story. God knows why such a film appeared in this era. But seeing Yao Guang's absorbed look, she was a true homegirl, not the elegant goddess, who was cold and decent when they first met. Could this be her true face? Fong Chong couldn't help but understand. This is because they are familiar with each other, so they don't hide it. Do you like watching this? Fong Chong walked over and asked. Yao Guang didn't even turn her head, as if she knew who was coming. I have watched it 13,627 times, but unfortunately I have lost most of my collection. Do you want to join me? A chair appeared in front of Fong Chong. Fong Chong coughed twice and sat on it. Don't talk, it's coming. Yao Guang raised her hand to stop Fong Chong from speaking, staring at the projection. Fong Chong looked over and saw the second female lead confessing affectionately, and the first male lead being shy. The trembling heart and the excited mouth. Hiss, there's something. Fong Chong took a breath and immediately became energetic. He was not sleepy anymore. He was about to get to the point. But the scene changed, a rooster crowed, and the two got up, holding hands, and looking at each other with endless shyness and charm. Then, no more. Fong Chong almost cursed. Yao Guang wiped the tea stains from the corners of her mouth, and said with lingering feelings, they broke through the secular world and chose to be together. This is the best ending. If the story continues, they will be just a tragedy after all. Why not stay at this moment, and give us the best imagination? Fong Chong, is that what he said? After a long time, he nodded and said, the artistic content of this film is very high. Yao Guang's eyes lit up. Do you understand this? How high? As high as 3 or 4 floors. Fong Chong looked thoughtful and said, but if I were to write this story, 2 people would still be too few. At least, I would have to add a third female role. It would be better to add some family hatred and national hatred, and they clearly love each other, but cannot be together. That would be artistic enough. Yao Guang respectfully brought a cup of tea. Tell me more. Fong Chong respectfully obeyed, cleared his throat, and began to make up stories. First, there was a series of grievances and hatreds, and then the third, fourth, and fifth girls took turns to appear, making up the 7 Gorge sisters, and then there was a separation of life and death, plus some amnesia and terminal illness, which directly subverted the original plot. The 2 of them were so interested in the chat that they almost became sworn sisters. So can you give me a discount later? No. Yao Guang decisively refused. Fong Chong slammed the table and stood up, and the sisterhood was completely broken on the spot. Then bring out the points list. All his saliva was wasted. Yao Guang put down her legs and restored her elegant big sister appearance. She stretched out her hand and pulled out the list of exchangeable items in the mountain and river realm, and said in a businesslike manner, you still have 8,000 points left. What do you want? Fong Chong was not surprised to hear that he had 8,000 points. Before, he didn't have so many storage equipment, so many spoils of the bee insect could not be carried with him, but they could not be left there. So he opened the mountain and river order directly, and sent all these junk into the mountain and river realm. This made Fong Chong marvel at the magic of the mountain and river realm. This is the ultra-long distance transportation of bulk materials. Theoretically, as long as he has the mountain and river order, he will never have to worry about the lack of materials. Of course, the premise is to have enough points. Yao Guang also accepted all the points, totaling 18,000 points. After Fong Chong paid off his debts, he had 8,000 points left. These 8,000 points may not sound like much, but if converted into spirit stones, they would be 80 million low-grade spirit stones. Fong Chong had already thought about what he needed. His main task at this stage is to practice, so what he needs are auxiliary items suitable for the Golden Core realm. No need to look. I want a year-old pure yuan pill, as well as 9 nether demon chi, Styx water, thunder essence, 5 elements evil chi. Also a year-old one. Oh, by the way, another top-grade Jin yuan pill. Let's take these first. Fong Chong looked like he was rich and powerful. Pure yuan pill is a spiritual pill that is beneficial to the practice of the Golden Core realm. It can purify the spiritual power in the body and increase the speed of Dan yuan condensation. It can make the most of the spiritual environment of Qishao City for him. Anyway, Qishao City has not had an alchemist of this level so far. The only one with this level of skill, Biyun Patriarch, was beaten and his soul took over another person's body. Speaking of this, we have to talk about the selfishness of Biyun Patriarch. Unlike Huolong Taoist, who taught the weapon refining technique to his disciples, Although he kept it to himself, he also found a secondary profession for Huiling sect. But the Biyun patriarch was very daring and never taught him, so Fong Chong's idea of catching all the talents of alchemy and weaponry in one fell swoop was in vain. As for the materials behind, they were the materials needed for the Dao level practice 9 nether mysterious demonic scripture. After all, not everyone has the talent that Li Hu had, and he got into the Beidu Dao Jing without much materials. The biggest help was the Jinyu Jinta, which only required spirit stones, which was a complete oddity. In fact, it is difficult to pass on Dao level practice, not only because of the need for cultivation qualifications, but also because of the assistance of various spirit materials. Otherwise, even if you get into the door, it will be difficult to make progress. Therefore, in the early stage of the recovery of spiritual energy, high-level practice was not valued and sold at a low price. Anyway, you can't practice it. Fong Chong 3 Dao level practice, except for the Bo Sun visualization method, which took a different approach and used his own inner demon as nourishment. The other two were stuck at the threshold of entry and proficiency for 10 years. Therefore, if he wants to quickly improve his cultivation level, these things are indispensable. There were no channels and no spirit stones before. Now that we have them, we naturally have to be extravagant. Yoguang heard it and waved her sleeves. In a blink of an eye, the things Fong Chong wanted appeared on the table. 1,000 points for the top-grade Jin Yuan pill, 24 top-grade pure Yuan pills for 1 year, a total of 2,400 points. A wisp of 9 nether demon chi is 300 points, a drop of Styx water is 200 points, a portion of thunder essence is 500 points, and a portion of 5 elements evil chi is 100 points. A total of 4,500 points, 3,500 points left. Is this so expensive? Fong Chong's mouth trembled. He is only in the Jindan realm. How can he spend so many spirit stones in a year? Except for the top-grade Jin Yuan pill prepared for his wife. The rest of the calculation is that he will spend 3,500 points for his own practice in a year, which is more than 30 million spirit stones. Although I know that the price of materials in the mountain and river realm is doubled without increasing the quantity, it is too expensive even if I break my leg. Li Hu cultivated to the nascent soul stage, but at most he had less than 30 million spirit stones, maybe even less than 10 million. After all, Ling Jiamen only had an annual income of more than 3 million spirit stones before, and he had to share 1 million or so, leaving not much for Li Hu. Do you want it? Yoguang asked expressionlessly, not looking like a good sister just now. Fong Chong gritted his teeth and said, yes. No matter how hard it is, you can't make yourself suffer. The spirit stones have not disappeared, they just accompany me in a different way. I just hope these things are worth their price. As Fong Chong nodded, Yoguang deducted Fong Chong points and said, when you go out later, the things will go out with you. Well, you have experience too. Since there are still 3,500 points left, give me another 15 first-level spirit net array plates and 15 copies of the Tang Dynasty Golden Book. The remaining 500 points, exchange them for 500 low-grade foundation building pills. Fong Chong decided to spend lavishly. Now the only person who can arrange the spirit net array is Eunuch Wei, but there are more than 100 spirit veins in the territory he conquered. Even if Eunuch Wei worked non-stop and could set up a formation in half a month, it would still take 50 months, and the opportunity would be gone. So the formation plate is the best choice. As long as the cultivators, who are familiar with the formation, can use the formation plate to set up the spiritual network formation, and dismantle it and go, which is more convenient. It can be said that there is no disadvantage except that it is expensive, but the expensive disadvantage is not the formation plate, but his. Not to mention the Golden Book copy, the experience-free device, used in conjunction with the spiritual network formation, no more is too much. And the low-grade foundation building pill, which costs 1 point, seems cheap. But don't forget that this is the price of the mountain and river realm, and its cost is absolutely outrageous. Yoguang directly deducted all Fong Chong points. Any more? Fong Chong sighed. I still want it, will you give it to me? That's right. Yoguang nodded seriously. By the way, can you give me a copy of the list here? You don't have any points. Can I just owe it to you? I'm a high-quality credit user who just paid off a huge amount of 10,000 points. Fong Chong replied stubbornly. It seems that you gave me inspiration for the story just now, so I give you this list. Yoguang agreed to add a points list to Fong Chong. By the way, all the points at the end of the list will be doubled. Fong Chong reminded. Yoguang, She knew what Fong Chong was going to do. It seemed that he wanted to be a middleman. She kindly reminded, "The prices of the things here are high. If you double the price, it will not be worth it. You also know that it is high, so why charge me so much?" Fong Chong sneered, "But don't forget that many things here are monopolized and outsiders can't find them even if they want to." "Well, 2 times is still too low, change it to 3 times, forget it. No need to change it, I will change it myself." Although he was unhappy that he was charged such a high price, it did not prevent him from charging others more. Who is not a double standard? It just happened to be used as an internal welfare. As he said, monopoly things will not worry about no one wanting them even if the price is 10 times. Where do so many precious resources come from in the mountain and river realm? Yugwang, I hope you don't get beaten to death. It's something we both want. How can we be so calculating? Fong Chong waved his hand and said indifferently, "Good luck to you. See you next month." Fong Chong decided to listen carefully to the Queen's lectures in the future and try to catch up with the mountain and river lord's cultivation progress. Because he found that there seemed to be only 3 Jindan realms among the 12 mountain and river lords, and who knows where so many geniuses came from before the Tang dynasty. No, these mountain and river lords are not natives of this world. Fong Chong thought about it, put this question behind his mind, and said goodbye to Yogwang. His cultivation time began. Chapter 227. Flowers may bloom again, but people will never be young again. In the blink of an eye. 7 years have passed. In this vast land named Qinshao Road, a huge city called Qinshao City has become famous, and has become the actual ruler of the land. 300,000 miles of mountains and rivers, tens of millions of people, all surrendered to a city. To be precise, under the feet of one person. That person's name is Fong Chong. But nowadays, not many people really know his name. Because in the ears of more people, they hear another more domineering title, the Lord of Qinshao City, also known as the King of Qinshao. But everyone has not seen the true face of the Lord of Qinshao City for a long time. They only know that the Lord of Qinshao City has been in seclusion for many years, but has firmly occupied the undefeated position. No one can defeat him. He is the king of this land. The former Qingyao Mountain has also become Qinhuang Mountain through word of mouth, meaning the place where the king lives. Under the Qishao tree, tear-shaped green fruits grow on a thick vine, hanging from the branches, dazzling like gems. Fong Chong has been sitting for 7 years. For 7 years, he has not left this place, and he has been practicing all the time. Gradually, his practice speed cannot keep up with the bonus given to him by the Tang Dynasty Golden Book. Today, his practice has become a daily habit, and the real big deal is the daily free experience. The bottleneck in his practice process, under the blessing of the Tang Dynasty Golden Book and the spiritual veins, is like a sand castle that is broken by the waves on the beach. Fong Chong slowly opened his eyes, and felt the opportunity of the nascent soul in the dark. It's finally here. Fong Chong looked up at the sky, and a little man who looked like Fong Chong jumped out from behind his head and looked at the sky with him, with a hint of relief in his eyes. He has been waiting for this thunder tribulation for half a year. He even condensed his yuanshan in advance, but found that the thunder tribulation was delayed and his cultivation was stuck. The experience points gained from the Tang Dynasty Golden Book every day were wasted. How could Fong Chong, who had always been frugal, tolerate this? Fortunately, after today, he is still the thrifty boy. Fong Chong stood up, and the spiritual energy of the entire Qinhuang Mountain seemed to cheer and move. Today is different from the past. The spiritual veins of Qinhuang Mountain have long been promoted to the 4th level, and are only 2 steps away from the 5th level. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles flows to Qinhuang Mountain. His movement seems slight, but it is actually earth-shattering, and strange phenomena occur one after another. The sky is full of flowers, and the ground is full of golden lotus. The spiritual energy turns into drizzle, and falls to the entire Qinhuang Mountain. Some small animals bathe in the spiritual rain and become monsters. There are also plants and trees in the mountains, which are also trying to stretch their bodies and give birth to ignorant spirituality. I'm so strong now. Fong Chong felt emotional. As the master of Qinhuang Mountain, he mobilized the spiritual veins of Qinhuang Mountain to bless himself. Even if his realm is still in the Jindan realm, the Yuaning realm is not enough in front of him. I'm afraid only a cultivator in the God transformation realm, who has achieved unity of men and nature, can surpass him. Of course, this is limited to the scope of Qinhuang Mountain. Outside the scope of Qinhuang Mountain, he is still a Jindan cultivator. Thunder tribulation, summon it. Rumble. The dark clouds gathered unreasonably, covering the sky above the entire Qinhuang Mountain. Taoist Hulung, who was busy in the instrument department, sensed the breath of thunder tribulation and looked up in surprise. Who is going through the tribulation? Why didn't you report it? Ever since he sorted out the method of refining the thunder fire pearl, the Yuanying thunder tribulation has become a rare resource. In the past few years, all the Jindan cultivators belonging to Qishao City would report when they were going to go through the tribulation, and when the thunder tribulation came, their instrument department would make unified arrangements. In recent years, Qishao City has been invincible. In addition to the unbeatable Legion Commander Li Hu, his uniquely developed Thunder Fire Pearl also contributed greatly. Especially the lightning and fire beads made with thunder, which are even more powerful. Although there are not many of them, if you throw a lightning and fire bead, no matter whether you are a transformed monster or a Yuanying old monster, you will all be turned into slag. If you attack unexpectedly, the Jindan realm can also kill the Yuanying. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. There are only a few Yuanying cultivators in this land. But the Yuanying Thunder Tribulation is not so easy to deal with. Several newly promoted Yuanying cultivators in Qishao City don't even dare to come again, including Hulong Taoist himself. So far, only Li Hu, the commander of the First Legion, and the city lord in Qishao City are confident in collecting the Thunder Tribulation. Li Hu is too strong, and his horizontal training domineering body has reached an unknown level of terror. Although the intensity of the Thunder Tribulation is stronger and stronger, Li Hu has always been downplaying it, and no one knows where his limit is. When Hulong Taoist refines the Thunder Tribulation collected by Li Hu, he is always terrified. Because even if this thing is not refined, its own power is enough to give him a good drink. However, Li Hu has been fighting outside for many years, and only occasionally helps when he comes back on vacation. Moreover, Li Junjun's price was very expensive. Half of the profit from refining a Thunder Fire Pearl by their weapon department had to be shared with Li Junjun. There was also the city lord Fang Chong. He was at a low level, so even if the nascent soul Thunder Tribulation came, it would only be the strength of an ordinary nascent soul tribulation, but his combat power was beyond the standard. In the territory of Qingwang Mountain, he was easier to put away the thunder than Li Junjun. But at the same time, because the power of the Thunder Tribulation was low, the power of the Thunder Fire Pearl could only be considered mediocre, far less than the fine product of Li Junjun. Taoist Hulong walked out of the house curiously, and saw a familiar figure flying into the sky, facing the Thunder Tribulation without any protective measures. City Lord. He is going through the tribulation. It turns out that the City Lord is not even at the nascent soul level. Isn't it said that the City Lord is invincible outside? My idol is shattered. But to be honest, the City Lord looks really handsome. The young weapon refiners of the weapon department around him said in unison. Taoist Hulong's face turned serious, and he shouted in a low voice, "Shut up. How can the City Lord allow you to talk so casually? If those bastards of the Qingyi Guards hear it, you will be in big trouble." The Green Guard is an intelligence agency formally established by Fang Chong in recent years. Many monks have been sent to the underground floor of the Golden Pagoda to work for love. After all, Fang Chong has been in seclusion for many years, and it is easy to be blinded. So outside ears and eyes are indispensable. In fact, this intelligence organization has always existed, but it has been legalized and formalized in recent years. By the way, the leader of the Green Guard is called Li Wangwang, who is an old man who has followed Fang Chong for a long time. Although his cultivation is not high, he is only in the Golden Core realm, but he is loyal and sensible. As for why he can have such a cultivation, it has to be said that Fang Chong specially gave him a copy of the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty, dividing the population of a city to help him practice. With this thing, Li Wangwang's cultivation has also entered the fast lane. This is also one of the important reasons why other Shanhe Lingzhu can expand rapidly without Fang Chong Eye of the Demon, and are not afraid of betrayal by his subordinates. It's like a startup company. Since everyone is a shareholder, they will also have their own share of the company's future profits. How can they not work hard? Of course, they must have other means to ensure the loyalty of their subordinates. After all, shares cannot be randomly distributed. This side. Hearing the scolding of Taoist Hulong, the other young weapon refiners were still muttering, but their voices unconsciously lowered. In recent years, the City Lord has given preferential treatment to their weapon department, pill department, and talisman department, which is also an important reason why they dare to tease the City Lord. But once they are targeted by the Qingyi Guards, even if they don't die, they will have to lose a layer of skin. Those dogs will not be reasonable. Although Fang Chong did not have any defensive measures, he had personally participated in more than one palm of the Yuanying Thunder Tribulation, and was already familiar with it. The first Thunder Tribulation fell swiftly, He stood up. Bang! The thunder tribulation hit his body, just like beating leather, making a dull sound, but he was unscathed. Only a tingling and numb feeling spreads throughout the body, just like taking a hot spring bath. After the numbness wears off, a warm feeling rises from the depths of the soul. His soul left his body, and there were flashes of lightning on it. Although this thunder tribulation was a heavenly tribulation, it also brought life from death, and had magical powers that helped the soul to manifest. As long as you can survive the thunder tribulation, you can use the power of thunder to cleanse the impurities in your soul and strengthen your soul. Fong Chong was able to manifest his soul in the Jindan realm because he was accidentally struck by thunder when he was collecting thunder tribulation several times before. Of course, it was mainly because he had accumulated enough. Every day, the Qinglei fruit that can enhance the soul is constantly soaked in the spiritual liquid. He has already accumulated a foundation far beyond that of ordinary cultivators in his body. Being stimulated by the thunder tribulation, it is natural that it is out of control. Now his soul power is not much worse than that of an ordinary middle-stage nascent soul, and he has the ability to cast spells with a magic spirit. And don't look at his clean and handsome appearance, but he is now a man with a domineering body of more than 40 levels. The first thunder tribulation is not even an appetizer. Then, Fong Chong stood in the center of the thunder tribulation, and was struck by the series of thunder tribulations. He felt his muscles and bones softened, and his little soul was glowing all over, becoming more solid. If you don't look closely, you can't find the difference between the little soul and the real person. It wasn't until the second round of thunder tribulation began, and the thunder spears appeared in the void, that Fong Chong took the little soul back into his body. The soul is a yin soul, which is just restrained by the thunder full of yang power. It was possible to tease it just now, because the thunder tribulation was not strong, but you must be careful in the second round of thunder tribulation. Otherwise, if you accidentally hurt your soul, it will not be a simple injury, and it will even affect your future practice. Although so, Fong Chong still did not make any resistance. The thunder spear fell with a bang. Layers of mist rolled up around Fong Chong, like a soft flower bud. The thunder spear full of destructive power fell on this soft flower bud, and it seemed to be sucked into an invisible vortex. This is the protection of the spiritual power of Qinhuang Mountain. Even the spear of thunder that symbolizes the heavenly calamity has become soft, as if it wants to smash everything. The thunder power that destroys everything slowly softens, disintegrates, and turns into a ball of lightning. Fong Chong gently opened his hands, and the lightning still wrapped him. The numb feeling appeared again. Boom! The spears of thunder fell one by one, but they all seemed to be thrown into a deep water whirlpool, and the power disappeared, turning into a ball of purple lightning. Fong Chong opened his mouth and sucked the remaining thunder power into his body, and a faint demonic energy emerged from his body. But his demonic energy did not seem scary, but very pure. If it were not for the evil color, no one would doubt that it was holy light. At this moment, as the thunder tempered the body, the impurities and the faint demonic energy were forcibly washed out. Even though this was the demonic energy he cultivated with the 9 nether demonic energy and the water of the sticks, it still had impurities, and these impurities were the culprits that affected the emotions of the demon cultivators. The 9 nether mysterious demonic scripture was aimed at this defect of the demon cultivators, and it went the other way, responding to the thunder to temper the 9 nether demonic energy, giving birth to evil and destruction, and absorbing the essence of thunder. On weekdays, Fong Chong practiced with the essence of thunder, but that was just ordinary thunder, collected in thunderstorms. But the thunder tribulation contained the power of law, which was the test and recognition of heaven and earth. Therefore, after experiencing many thunder tribulations, Fong Chong had such pure magic energy that was not like magic energy, which also meant that he had truly mastered this magic book. If it was put in the period before the destruction of the demon I sect, he would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a demon son with such pure magic energy. Boom! Without giving Fong Chong too much rest time, the third round of thunder tribulation suddenly landed. It seemed that Fong Chong's nonchalant attitude angered the thunder tribulation. This time, the thunder tribulation was particularly fierce, and it turned into a thunder beast. It was a monster that was neither a lion nor a tiger, with a cow's head, deer's horns, and dark purple armored scales, and stepped on thunderclouds. It pounced down, like a tiger hunting in the mountains. But facing the spiritual protection of Qinhuang Mountain, it was still weakened. However, it did not disintegrate like the thunder spear, but struggled to break free from the spiritual energy vortex, and its state became even more crazy. Fong Chong chuckled. Come on! His figure turned into a flash of lightning, fighting the thunder beast at a speed that ordinary people could not catch. He had practiced hard. How could he be afraid of a monster without mind? Boom! The thunder beast spewed lightning, and thunder rumbled in the air. Fong Chong's figure almost disappeared in the air. He was like teleporting. He was above the thunder beast in the last moment, and below it in the next moment. The thunder beast had no power to fight back. At the speed of thunder, Fong Chong understood thunder and lightning better than the thunder beast. The next moment, the rolling demonic energy filled the void and swallowed the thunder beast. Under the painful roars, Fong Chong laughed happily. When the demonic energy dissipated, the thunder beast had disappeared. Fong Chong was surrounded by lightning, and at this moment he seemed to merge with the thunder beast. Come again! The third round of thunder tribulation all turned into ferocious thunder beasts. Ordinary Yuanian cultivators would have to be careful when facing one. But in Fong Chong's eyes, they were no different from big dogs. Until the last thunder tribulation. This time, the dark clouds in the sky accumulated bigger and bigger. Time passed little by little, but the last thunder tribulation showed no sign of falling. Fong Chong's intuition was wrong, and the premonition in the dark kept warning him. He honestly lowered his position, and was in the protection range of Qingyuan Mountain. The spiritual energy around him rushed to him like it was free, restoring his consumption. Boom! Lightning split the sky, and a scale and a claw appeared faintly in the rolling dark clouds. Thunder patterns were visible, and when the dark clouds pressed down heavily, a huge dragon head, as big as a hill, poked out of the clouds, staring at Fong Chong with dragon eyes without any life. It was actually a thunder dragon beast with a body length of more than 1,000 meters. Chapter 228. The dragon head drooped, and Fong Chong was speechless for a moment. Compared with the thunder dragon, he was like an ant under the sky, too insignificant. Is it too late to be Loki now? He thought it might be because he was too arrogant just now. This is only the 39th thunder tribulation, and the 69th and 99th in the future will be terrible. But reality does not allow him to regret. The thunder dragon drilled out of the clouds, and the void was full of lightning. It pressed down suddenly with the momentum of destroying the world. Moo! At this moment, the spiritual energy rolled and agitated, and above Qingyuan Mountain, with a cow moo, an old green cow condensed into shape. The old green cow was 100 meters long and was already a huge monster, but compared with the thunder dragon, it still looked petite. It stepped on the void and rushed forward with a pair of big horns. The thunder dragon and the old green cow collided violently. Invisible ripples surged around, like a tsunami, blowing away the dark clouds accumulated in the sky and balling the green peaks of Qingyuan Mountain. When the wind blew far away, the earth rumbled, weak trees were uprooted, and boulders that could be hugged by two people rolled everywhere. The ground was opened, revealing fresh soil inside, and a few shivering earthworms and insects. In Qishao City, all the cultivators joined forces to fight against the aftermath of the collision. Beautiful spiritual arts continued to shine, and there were also extraordinary magical instruments flying into the air. The huge Qingyuan Mountain seemed to tremble for a moment, and the spiritual energy accumulated for several years suddenly disappeared by several %. However, with the old Qingyo blocking it, the thunder dragon that seemed to destroy everything just now also lost its claws. Fong Chong seized the opportunity and flew against the sky. Roar! The thunder dragon roared at Fong Chong, and its huge body suddenly disintegrated. Lightning turned into a sea in the void, and Fong Chong became a drowning man. Pain was the only word for him at this moment. Fong Chong felt that the thunder tribulations he had encountered before were just playing house. A drop of water from this sea of thunder falling elsewhere would be a disaster. And he was already surrounded by disasters. The 9 nether demonic chi was aroused around him, and colorful light flowed on his body. The 5 elements of evil chi turned into prison chi, weakening the damage of thunder. But there is also vitality in destruction. In the constant breaking of arms, Fong Chong seemed to see the infinite vitality contained in this sea of thunder. He endured the pain, and the golden elixir in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows flew out. At this moment, the golden elixir was covered with cracks, and it was only the last step to break the elixir into an infant. Although his soul had already manifested, the procedures that should be followed still had to be followed. Since the appearance of the golden elixir, the raging thunder seemed to have finally found a place to go, and they rushed into the golden elixir. The cracks on the golden elixir were more and finer. Fong Chong's soul also felt waves of pain. The golden elixir was the place where his soul lived, just like a house. Now that the house was bombed with cannons, how could the people inside feel good? Crack! The golden elixir cracked. Fong Chong flipped his palm, and several green tear fruits appeared. He opened his mouth and swallowed them, and there were waves of cool air rising up, turning into his soul. His soul also found a trace of clarity in the pain. With the help of the destructive power of the thunder tribulation, the golden elixir was finally broken. A small baby who looked 8 points like Fong Chong jumped out of the golden elixir, and the broken golden elixir shell turned into streams of light, and turned into the child's clothes. The baby was chubby and looked naive. A black stream of light flew out from Fong Chong's eyebrows, and turned into a dark eye, which was caught by the baby. The next moment, a thin black line appeared between the baby's eyebrows. Fong Chong did not have a lifelong magic weapon. After refining the eye of the demon, he had been using it as a lifelong magic weapon for sacrifice. Now that the elixir has been broken into a baby, the thunder tribulation has washed away all traces of the eye of the demon, which is just right as a treasure for future enlightenment. Then it was his soul, whose somewhat erratic form appeared, and walked together with the baby, and the big and the small slowly merged. The nascent soul is the nascent soul, and the primordial spirit is the primordial spirit. There is a difference between the two. The nascent soul is the body, and the primordial spirit is the soul. The two are originally one, and when combined, they are the foundation of enlightenment. It's just that Fong Chong's soul power is too strong, so the primordial spirit manifested out of the body ahead of time. As soon as the nascent soul appeared, the breakthrough came to an end. But Fong Chong was not satisfied with this. His golden elixir was only of the 2nd grade, but now he had become a nascent soul. Even if he had not dropped in grade, he would only be a 2nd grade nascent soul. He did not dare to think about it before because he did not have the conditions, but now he felt that he could try. A 1st grade nascent soul was the basic, and he had to try his best to become an immortal grade nascent soul. Otherwise, how could he compete with those worldly geniuses in the future? Thunder! Fong Chong called out, and the sea of thunder that had slowly subsided began to boil again. The nascent soul slowly opened his hands, revealing 2 cracks on his palms. That was the imperfection of the golden elixir, and as the nascent soul was born, it also followed the nascent soul, which would become the flaw and weakness of the nascent soul. The nascent soul escaped into the sea of thunder, and endless thunder bombarded the nascent soul, and its brand new clothes quickly became charred. The nascent soul's chubby little face showed a look of pain. Refining the soul with thunder tribulation, seeking survival in destruction. Thunder tribulation is both a disaster and an opportunity bestowed by heaven and earth on cultivators, which contains endless vitality. Of course, the premise is that you can survive it. Otherwise, we will not be responsible if you are struck to death. In addition, those who take advantage of thunder tribulation will not be treated this way. After ordinary cultivators survive thunder tribulation, they will thank God if they break through honestly. How could they be like Fong Chong, who would force the thunder tribulation to stay and forcibly temper the fragile newborn nascent soul? The nascent soul's solid body slowly became illusory, and Fong Chong also felt a sense of weakness spreading from the depths of his soul. Fortunately, he didn't have much else, but a lot of supplements. He held a bag of Qi fruit in his hand. The spiritual object transformed from the essence of the spiritual vein contained incredible power. According to what he got from Yaguang, the spiritual object transformed from the essence of the spiritual vein contained a trace of the power of the law of the spiritual vein. The law of the spiritual vein is called creation, which has the power to create all things and give birth to endless life. Of course, this spiritual object is already a weakened version of a weakened version, but it still has a very strong nourishing effect on the body and the soul. After swallowing a Qi fruit, the Yuanying, who was about to give up, was refreshed and swallowed a ball of thunder. Lightning was seen escaping from his mouth and nose, but the cracks on his palms were slowly disappearing. So the Yuanying on this side took the thunder tribulation as a main meal, and Fong Chong on the other side took the Qi fruit as a digestive tablet. When he was full, he would take a Qi fruit to help digestion. Soon, dozens of Qi fruits were swallowed. A layer of hazy green light was emitted from the Yuanying's body, and the raging thunder was like a rude man, who couldn't help but become gentle when he saw his beloved girl. The cracks on the Yuanying's palms during the thunder tribulation had disappeared, but a small black spot appeared on the belly button under the clothes. It doesn't work? Fong Chong continued to swallow the Qi fruit, but no matter how he swallowed the thunder tribulation, the vitality contained in it could not eliminate this last defect. I'm probably a 1st grade nascent soul, a quasi-immortal. If even this doesn't work, can't a flawless immortal nascent soul appear at all? Or is it because I'm not a flawless golden elixir, so I'm born with defects and can never become an immortal nascent soul? What does this mean? If you don't work hard when you're young, you regret it when you're old. The foundation of the heavenly Tao, flawless golden elixir, and immortal nascent soul, Can you never have a chance to make up for it if you take a wrong step? Fong Chong was silent for a long time before he sighed. Who says that if you're not an immortal nascent soul, you can't become an immortal? After all, no one has ever seen an immortal. It's said in ancient times, so it can't be wrong? Compared to who I was yesterday, I've tried my best now. It's useless to regret it. I can only do well now, and can't blame the past. Because that's my own choice. The sea of thunder dissipated, and the sky returned to its clear color. When everyone in Qishao City looked up, their city lord had disappeared. Under the Qishao tree, Fong Chong stared at his own nascent soul, as if he were looking in a mirror. He couldn't help but reach out and poke it. The skin of the nascent soul baby is smooth and tender, and a small hole is poked, which seems to be no different from a real person. But Fong Chong can feel that the power of the soul in the nascent soul is constantly leaking out, just like a small hole in a pool. If it cannot be blocked, the power of the soul can only flow out. Although the speed of leakage is very slow, water drips through the stone, and 1 or 2 days is not a problem. But 2 or 3 years, the nascent soul will become weaker and weaker, and eventually become a dead thing. So after the cultivator loses the body, he either takes over the body and is reborn, or waits for death. He also wants to turn into a ghost cultivator, but that is only the next best choice. Dong Tianbao, the evil ghost he accepted on a whim before. With the unique training environment of Qishao City, he also followed the army to fight outside, absorbing all kinds of resentment, blood, and evil spirits, and has already reached the peak of the Golden Core. But he did not dare to pass the tribulation and be promoted to the Ghost King of the nascent soul realm. Because the evil ghosts have no entity, if they are struck by the thunder tribulation, 99 out of 100 will die. So Dong Tianbao is now working silently, trying to accumulate merits, and wants to customize a higher-level puppet body from the army treasury, and it would be best if he could exchange it for a green tier fruit to protect his soul. Otherwise, he will be stuck here for the rest of his life. So if it is a fairy-grade nascent soul, there will be no such small defect, and it can live forever in the world, and even without a physical body, it can practice like ordinary people? Just like that, the fairy-grade nascent soul is too useless, there must be other benefits. Fong Chong didn't know, he could only guess. Because even Li Hu is only a first-grade nascent soul. As for the fairy-grade nascent soul, Li Hu never thought about it from the beginning, he only thought of it as an ancient legend in the Beidou inheritance. Fong Chong played with himself, and the nascent soul escaped into the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Then, with a silent appraisal, the panel that had not been seen for a long time appeared in front of the field of vision. 1 billion experience points. Well, at my current speed of getting 5 million experience points for free every day, it will take more than half a year to accumulate. Fong Chong seemed very calm in the face of this huge number. 300,000 miles of mountains and rivers, tens of millions of people, probably 300 million, or 500 million, or even more, Fong Chong didn't know. Because the speed of conquest was too fast, even if the speed of building the spiritual network formation and the Tang Dynasty Golden Book was getting faster and faster, there was still a small part of the entire Qishao Dao that had not enjoyed the glory of the Tang Dynasty Empress. Moreover, in the situation of vast land and sparse population, Fong Chong was even more out of reach, and could only roughly count the experience points he got every day. Anyway, it has been increasing. If he practiced by himself, even if he practiced the Dao level exercises, and had all kinds of top-level auxiliary practice conditions, he would only make 600,000 or 700,000 experience points every day. This is not the case of bottlenecks. But with the blessing of the Tang Dynasty Golden Book, his bottleneck almost didn't exist for a long time. As for the professional level, it was almost always upgraded while sitting. With the various practice materials provided by the mountain and river realm, and being wrapped by the Qinhuang Mountain spiritual vein every day, stones can be soaked into beautiful jade, not to mention his domineering body. Puppet master is his old profession, especially after he created the undead puppet army, his level rose rapidly. Although he has never left Qishao City, his sister Taiju is now known as the Undead Valkyrie. With the immortal puppet army, she has become a terrifying force under Qishao City. Everyone would rather face Li Hu First Army. At most, they will become a member of the cannon fodder group and have a chance to gain freedom. But facing the puppet army, there is only one way to die. The living will become the puppet nutrients, and the dead will become the puppet materials. Anyway, life and death will not be peaceful. There is nothing to say about the rest. They are all basic operations. Only the spiritual arts comprehended by the 3 Dao level skills are worth mentioning. For example, the Xiansha Escape Light in the 9 Nether Mysterious Killing Magic Codex, the body turns into lightning, the speed of light, comparable to the escape speed of teleportation. With his current cultivation level, he can fly thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye, which is almost comparable to the sword cultivator's sword light escape. If he were to run away again, when he ran into Biyun Patriarch, he would not be able to escape even if he could travel through the void this time. There is also the prison-suppressing chi that he comprehended in the true body of Disha Jinyu, and the 5 elements of evil chi are born together, which has a strength comparable to that of a defensive magic weapon. Of course, this does not prevent Fang Chong from continuing to put on another layer of inner armor at the level of a magic weapon. After some sorting, Fang Chong made an objective and accurate evaluation of himself. I am too strong. Suddenly, his mind moved and he looked forward. A woman with a graceful figure and a huge chest walked in. She smiled, as if she was still the beautiful girl more than 10 years ago. But compared to before, she had a little more mature charm on her body, like a ripe peach. In this area, the only person who could enter without his permission was Dong Dong. Dong Dong bowed to Fang Chong, his voice as sweet as in previous years. Congratulations to my husband for breaking through the nascent soul stage, and having a long lifespan and eternal happiness. Fang Chong shook his head and laughed. Why should we be so polite? Dong Dong raised his head, his smile faded, his eyes were extremely resentful, and he took 2 steps at a time, hugged Fang Chong, and almost suffocated him. I thought you were so obsessed with cultivation that you forgot that you had a wife. Fang Chong tried to raise his head, smiling and said, I can forget, but my brother can't forget it either. Taking advantage of today's rare good day, I want to try the wonders of the golden elixir cauldron to see how it is different from the past. Hey fairy, look at the stick. With the benefit of the Tang Dynasty Golden Book, Fang Chong naturally would not forget his wife. Even though his aptitude was not good and Fang Chong took away part of his origin, Dong Dong successfully broke through the golden elixir with the addition of the golden book and the assistance of various top-level elixirs. A golden elixir made of resources. Even when the environment of heaven and earth is becoming more and more friendly to practitioners. It's just a 7th grade golden elixir, not that strong. But Dong Dong is already very satisfied. What she values is not combat power, but lifespan. 500 years is enough for her to savor it carefully. Chapter 229. After a long-lost lingering, Fang Chong's spiritual world became active. The earth bloomed, and Dong Dong couldn't stop breathing. This is the beauty of cultivation that is difficult to understand. If a person is lonely for a long time without a little real stimulation, sooner or later he will become an immortal stone man. Fang Chong knows the principle of combining work and rest. Although he was a little disappointed that he didn't have the immortal Yuaning, the consolation prize of Dong Dong came very timely. He must learn to be content. Dong Dong told him a lot of interesting things that happened in recent days. She is not Fang Chong Canary. On the contrary, as the affairs of Qishao City are on the right track, she can't help much with her ability, so she will take several months every year to travel to various regions to experience the local customs and scenery. Therefore, there are always many small and interesting things in her mouth. A flower, a river, can be a story. With Fang Chong protection, Dong Dong, who was a few years older than Fang Chong, became more and more like a carefree child. In this way, a few days passed slowly. In the city lord's mansion. In the backyard. A big dog with black and gray hair was sticking out its tongue and looking at Fang Chong with a flattering face. Woof, master, the little dog finally waited for you. Fang Chong looked at the big dog with disdain and said helplessly, Who did you learn this from? Why did you suddenly bark like this? The big dog asked for credit. Woof, master, is the little dog barking wrong? Local dogs all bark like this. The little dog specially went to ask an old dog from the local area for advice, and learned a lot of dog principles from it. This dog was the Golden Elixir Wolf Demon, who was determined to follow Fang Chong in Liun Mountain Range that year, and his common name was Wonkai. Of course, now it is already 90% like a dog. Being a dog, it is serious. Fang Chong took a deep breath and said calmly, So you are still a smart dog, who knows how to make progress and work hard? The big dog nodded happily and said, Woof, you can say that. Fang Chong rubbed his brows and said, Okay, as long as you like it. But you came to see me now. Is there any news about the space channel? Wonkai nodded again and said, Yes, master, the space door of the food world has opened again. But the puppy dare not go in. The puppy is afraid that after entering, the space door will close again, and the puppy will not be able to see the master. Although Wonkai is so humble in front of Fang Chong, he is also the king of his own tribe, with 30 wolves in the harem and 3,000 wolf sons and grandsons. As for why it is not a dog, it is because Wang Kai thinks they are not worthy. For the time being, only it can receive this honor. Of course, the main reason is that Wang Kai can hear the reputation of his master even when he is hiding in the valley, which makes him more certain that he has not chosen the wrong master. Otherwise, he would have fled back to his own secret world and passed on the glory of his ancestors to his descendants. It's just that the master's mission has not been completed, and he dare not leave his post without permission. Now that the mission was completed, it immediately rushed over without stopping. What it saw along the way further confirmed that the ancestors were right. If it relied on itself, it would still be the wolf demon before, and it might be killed by the monks who were exorcising demons one day. But now, as long as it says that it is the master's dog, who dares not give it 3 points of face? The space door is open. Fang Chong fell into deep thought. With this calculation, according to what Yobwang said, the day when the secret realm will further merge with the world again seems not far away. Then what benefits can he get from this change? How strong is Qinshao City's resistance to this change now? Fortunately, Yobwang also said that there is a spiritual network formation to suppress the spiritual veins, and the terrain will not change too much. It will not be like last time, when the earth is like drifting, and it will change in one direction for a while. Of course, the territory without the spiritual network formation will naturally change slightly again, but it will not be as intense as last time. No matter what, we must first recall all the legions that have expanded outward from Qinshao City. Otherwise, if we lose contact with them, we won't know when we can get in touch again. In addition, perhaps this food world can make a name for itself. The secret realm of food materials opened up by a great cultivator once had a limit of ability at the nascent soul stage, and the transformation of the spirit did not exist, otherwise the rules of heaven and earth would not allow a stable space channel to appear. But everything cannot be said to be perfect. Let this guy take the lead first. Fang Chong looked at Wang Kai with ill intentions. Wang Kai. Woof. The little dog is here. Wang Kai raised his head and chest. Now I have an important task to tell you. Fang Chong started by painting a pie in the sky, and whether you can eat it depends on the individual. As long as you can complete this task, you will be the first dog under my seat in the future, and I will help you find the blood of your ancestor, the moon-swallowing dog. Fang Chong flipped his palm, and a soul-tracing fruit appeared in his palm. This is a 500-year-old soul-tracing fruit, which can allow you to trace back to the blood power of your ancestors. Qishaodao now has 300,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and ordinary natural materials and treasures are no longer in his eyes. This soul-tracing fruit was discovered by someone when the army was developing. However, most of the army are human cultivators. Soul-tracing fruit can trace the origin of the soul. For them, it is better to hand it over to the army in exchange for some merit points. For monsters, this soul-tracing fruit is more precious than any treasure. After all, monsters cultivate blood. The older and more original, the stronger. Woof! One Sai's eyes widened, and it took him a long time to understand the meaning of soul-tracing fruit. Please give orders, master, and the little dog will complete the task. The glory of the ancestors is just around the corner. Fang Chong put away the soul-tracing fruit under One Sai's eager eyes, and said with a smile, It's not a difficult task. You return to the food world and investigate the current situation for me. Also, try to ask them if they are interested in doing business with me. You are raising beasts for the human race. Now those beasts are still there, why not sell them to me? Other local specialties can also be sold. I won't let them suffer a loss. I write a list for you later, with clear prices, and it's all voluntary. By the way, outsiders don't know about the space channel, right? Wang Kai nodded, only the puppy knows. That's good. Fang Chong considered carefully, and decided to be gentle. The main reason is that there are not enough people. Besides, fighting and killing hurts the dog's hearts. It's not so excessive to use the trade difference. Use some of Qinshao City's excess production capacity to replace the specialties of the food world, just like exchanging glass balls for gold. Kill the dog without moving the knife. He had learned about the structural model of the food world before. It is an extremely primitive and barbaric monster world with a certain civilization inheritance, which is roughly equivalent to the tribal system. After all, you can't expect a sheepdog to know how to refine tools and pills, and create civilization by itself, and this is still learning from the human race. But Wang Kai hesitated. They don't know now, but the puppy may not know it after he goes back. It doesn't matter, hide it as long as you can. If they force you, you will confess everything. But don't let them forget that you are now a dog with an owner. If they dare to mess around, My Qishao City army will be sent to the food world to make them all become homeless dogs. Fong Chong made empty promises to deceive Wang Kai to go back and sell his teammates. Wang Kai immediately became energetic. Yes, it is now a dog with an owner. It suddenly realized that this is the ultimate secret passed down by its ancestors, a dog relying on the power of its master. The little dog will definitely complete the task. Well, I am very optimistic about you. Fong Chong thought for a while, took out the soul-tracing fruit and threw it to Wang Kai. I give you the soul fruit first, don't let me down. Wang Kai's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Master, you are so good to the little dog. Half a month later. After completing his training in Qishao City, Wang Kai returned to the food world with great confidence, ready to sell out the whole world with a great mission from his master. Of course, it would not be enough for him to do it alone. When he returns safely from the food world, the Chamber of Commerce personnel from Qishao City will enter the food world in large numbers, and start to plunder the resources of the world. If it doesn't come back, then there's nothing to say. If you hurt my beloved dog, I can only let the world be buried with it. As for the resources of this world, just treat it as military expenses and compensation for the army's departure. This day, May 21st, 347th year of the Tang calendar. Fong Chong 10th wedding anniversary, and also the 10th year of the fusion of the secret realm. In the mountain and river realm, the Empress, who always appeared only on the first day of every month, sat casually on the throne, one hand on the armrest, supporting her chin, and her sleeves slipped down, revealing her white wrists like frost and snow. The other hand casually fiddled with the sand table of heaven and earth. She was always so careless, and it seemed that few things could arouse her interest. Fong Chong always felt that there was an ancient soul hidden in the young body of the Empress, so he could see through it so calmly. Yogwan attended in a gorgeous dress, a slim sky blue palace dress, which made Fong Chong, who was already very familiar with her, feel a sense of surprise. Fong Chong appeared in a low-key manner, being a low-key observer. In Qishao City, he is the mysterious city lord and an undefeated legend. But in the mountain and river realm, he is just an 8th-ranked mediocre person, who has never received a single point reward. The other 11 mountain and river lords also came one after another, with expressions that were either cold or reserved, or gentle or ordinary, but without exception, they all had an innate sense of alienation. Geniuses are always lonely and proud. Well, not including Fong Chong. He was pretending. He actually didn't know how sociable he was, but no one could see through his disguise, walk into his heart, and become friends with him. He was like a husky mixed into a wolf pack. When the 12 mountain and river lords arrived, Yabwang spoke first as the spokesperson for the queen. My lords, today I summoned you all to the mountain and river realm. I believe you all know what happened. Soon, the secret realm of the heavens will begin its second fusion with the main plane. When your safe period is over, new challenges will arise, and you will no longer have the easy life you have today. Those yawning old monsters, who have been waiting in the secret realm for many years, will appear, and in the future, there will be more Shenhua masters. This is a race against time. Theoretically, at this stage, it is also the time when the mountain and river order masters suffer the most casualties. As for the future, Yabwang wishes you all good luck. Of course, I invited you all here today, not for this. But your majesty decided to divide the Tang dynasty into 9 regions today, from south to north, in order. The 4 southern regions. The 3 southern regions. The 2 southern regions. The 1st southern region. The Jiangxi province. The 1st northern region. The 4 northern regions. Yogwang's face was slightly red. The queen looked normal. And Fong Chong and the other 11 mountain and river order masters, what kind of names are these? Can they be more perfunctory? Yogwang coughed twice. The names are just code names, don't worry so much. She stretched out her hand to summon the sand table of heaven and earth, and 8 red lines began to appear on the territory that originally belonged to the Tang dynasty. The sand table suddenly vibrated and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 8 red lines also shook. Then the red lines began to push like a wave, and 8 red areas, like giant pythons, could be clearly seen spreading rapidly. Finally, 8 giant pythons lay crookedly on the ground. Fong Chong stared at his territory on the sand table, and found that he was divided into the middle of the 3 southern roads. Both east and west belonged to the 3 southern roads. But what does the queen mean by suddenly dividing 9 roads? And the future Tang dynasty will have 12 roads. Except for Jiangxi province, the names of the 12 roads are different. Obviously, changes have occurred in the future. Some people have the same question. I am stupid and don't know why your majesty divides the country into 9 paths. Please help me, Miss Yewang. Yewang smiled and said lightly, because today, Your Majesty officially established the country, named Jiuhuang, and the year is Changsheng. Today is the Changsheng year of the Tang dynasty. Now Your Majesty is holding a prayer ceremony in the capital of Chang'an. The heaven and earth responded and divided the country into 9 paths, generating 8 high-level spiritual veins, which are the 8 red waves you just saw. In addition, those who recover one path will enjoy the mountain and river order forever and be granted the title of Duke of the Tang dynasty. As for the rest, the mountain and river order will be lost and demoted to mortals. Although Yewang said it lightly, everyone understood what she meant. Those who don't work hard will be eliminated. There are 12 mountain and river order masters, but there are only 9 paths in the Tang dynasty. No, to be precise, there are only 8 paths, because the Jiangxi province in the middle is the territory of the queen. That is to say, even if everything goes well, for mountain and river order masters will be eliminated. Moreover, in the case of the fusion of secret realms, even the lord of the mountain and river order will be in danger of death. Only a few of the 12 people can successfully open up a territory. But those who have understood the benefits of the mountain and river order will never give up. They may not be able to see the increase in experience points like Fang Chong, but they can definitely feel the benefits of the Tang Dynasty Golden Book to their practice. Although the Tang Dynasty Golden Book and the mountain and river order are 2 different things. But if you lose the mountain and river order, can you still keep the Tang Dynasty Golden Book? Although you know that this is a glaring bait, you still have to bite the hook. Miss Yewang, what if I can open up another territory for the Tang Dynasty? Just when everyone was silent, a person stood up. It was Qin Lang, who has been ranked in the top 3 for many years, the future Tang Dynasty king of a different surname. Hearing Yewang's conditions, he was not afraid, but trembling with excitement. Yewang paused, did not laugh, but solemnly replied, divide the kingship, and share glory with the Tang Dynasty forever. Fang Chong felt as if he had witnessed history. His small goal is being achieved by others. Chapter 230. When Fang Chong came out of the mountain and river realm, the sky seemed to have become even bigger. Although the sky has always been vast and boundless, Fang Chong still felt that the sky was huge. This is a feeling that is hard to describe, as if moving from a cramped and narrow house to a large villa. All the senses in the body have a sense of freedom and unrestrainedness. It is that the heaven and earth have less constraints on cultivators. Standard spiritual environment. Inexplicably, such an answer appeared in Fang Chong's mind. This is a constant that Fang Chong has always used for comparison. This means that at this moment, cultivation will become a very common and stable situation. The flow of spiritual energy in the area has a standard range. Everyone is like a dragon, and everyone can practice. Ordinary people with poor qualifications also have a chance to become a Taoist. The golden age of cultivation has quietly arrived. 10 days later. Qishao City, in the city lord's mansion. Fang Chong quietly read the information sent by his subordinates. With the convenience of the spiritual network formation, information transmission has become a low-cost basic measure. As expected before, in the area suppressed by the spiritual network formation, even if the terrain changes slightly, it will not be a big deal. But outside the spiritual network formation, there are mountains rising, valleys falling, long rivers flowing, and large rivers drying up. This will be the last time, Fang Chong thought. Otherwise, the queen would not establish a country at this moment, and would not divide it into 9 paths, because the major landforms will not change in the future. Since the fusion of the secret realm, this world has become a super behemoth in just 10 years. Endless wilderness is waiting for them to explore and occupy. In addition to the basic terrain changes, there are some secret space gates. One Ai's hometown is not a special case. According to the information he exchanged in the mountain and river world, the so-called secret realm fusion is a way for the world to grow. He attracts those mysterious little worlds wandering in the void in a way that is difficult for ordinary people to understand and imagine. Some weak secret realms will be sucked into their bodies by the huge pulling force of heaven and earth. Just like people eating. The nutrients for the growth of the volume of heaven and earth come from these small secret realms. But heaven and earth are born after all, and powerful secret realms will not easily become the nutrients of heaven and earth, but passively choose to coexist with heaven and earth in a dependent way. The space vortex that appears in the secret realm is the test of heaven and earth on the secret realm. Once the resistance is not strong enough, then heaven and earth will swallow and digest these secret realms, like a greedy child, and become food for their own growth. But if the resistance is strong enough, then some points where the space power is weak will have stable space nodes. This is the space gate. The space gate is not a channel for peaceful communication between the 2 sides, but a way for heaven and earth to digest those powerful secret realms for local cultivators to invade the other side. Once the local cultivators occupy the other side's secret world, they can sacrifice the secret realm to their own heaven and earth step by step in various ways. At that time, they can get the gift of heaven and earth. As for what the gift is, it is of great benefit anyway. When the heaven and earth are perfect, if one's own accumulation is enough, he will transcend the heaven and earth and become an immortal who will live forever. This is the way to become an immortal. Anyway, Yaoguang fooled the 12 mountain and river masters in this way. This explains why the powerful cultivators, who laugh at the world and have great magical powers, have to do a few battles in secret for the territory. The larger the territory, the more secret realms it connects to. Who doesn't want to become an immortal? But Feng Chang always feels that something is wrong. Who would tell others so easily if there is such a good thing? Unless they do this, it will be of great benefit not only to the heaven and earth, but also to Her Majesty the Queen. Because this operation always reminds him of the middleman making a profit from the price difference. Obviously, Her Majesty the Queen is the middleman. And if sacrificing the secret realm is really so simple, how can there be so many secret realms in the future era of immortals and demons? There must be other reasons. But for the time being, it won't do him any harm. Of course, if the local cultivators are weak, the native cultivators in the secret realm can also reversely invade the local territory through the space gate. At this moment, Feng Chang is in front of a new space gate. According to the news from the intelligence spies, the secret realm behind the space gate is called Baiwa Realm. A small secret world that is not unfamiliar. Feng Chang has a feeling that the appearance of Baiwa Realm is unexpected but reasonable. So far, he has met several cultivators from the secret realm, from the mountain turtle of the flame demon realm at the beginning, to the water monster of the Tianshui realm encountered in Qianzhou County, to the gened and flying thief of the Baiwa realm, the Xingzong disciples of the stargazing realm, the white tiger hall of the hill realm, etc. Almost all the secret realm cultivators, and ordinary people, who appeared in his territory came from these secret realms. Among them, the flame demon realm was too weak, and had been completely digested and swallowed up by the world. As for the existence of Yuanian cultivators in these small worlds, their grades are slightly higher than those of Yinmo realm, which is obviously not something that the new world can digest. Not to mention that there are great cultivators of Huashan in the stargazing realm. Feng Chang silently flipped through the remaining information, but there was no report of the second space gate. It is not that it has not appeared, but it has not been discovered for the time being. After all, there is no fixed number for the appearance of space gates. The world is so vast, who knows where the space gate will appear in the deep mountains and old forests. This will also become the norm in the future. A large number of people without household registration will suddenly appear from nowhere. This is how players get in. The only good news is that the upper limit of the secret world connected by the space gate that appears at this moment is not too high, and it is still within the range that he can deal with. If there is a secret realm of Huashan like the stargazing realm now, he can't think of a second way except that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. As for the queen, Feng Chang is still self-aware. Although he usually boasted that he wanted to cling to the empress tightly, he also got many benefits from her, such as Shan Heling, the golden book of the Tang dynasty, and the spiritual network array. But when you really meet a strong enemy, you still have to rely on yourself. The queen wants 12 tools, who can grow on their own. At most, they can block people of the same level as her, but they will not be the nannies of the 12 mountain and river lords. If they are really unlucky and die in the middle of the journey, it is just a change of lord. According to Feng Chang recollection, there are only 2 of the 12 mountain and river lords who have really made it to the end and become the kings of the Tang dynasty. There is another one, who is not the mountain and river lord now. As for where the predecessor went, those who understand will understand. Of course, maybe because he is her niece's husband, he will save him. But this possibility is not great. This person is the one who made his father ascend to the throne, and he is suspected to be the reincarnation of a powerful person in the ancient world of cultivation. How could he care about this relationship? After some contemplation, Feng Chang decided to go to the 100 Flowers realm in person. If everything goes well, the 100 Flowers realm will be his first secret realm to sacrifice to heaven and earth. Practice is the only way to test the truth. If you don't sacrifice once in person, how can you find out the good and bad of it? As for why it is not the food world where Wankai came from. First, at that time, he didn't know the relationship between heaven and earth and secret realm, and he had never held a meeting in the mountain and river world. Second, if there is a choice, of course, he should choose the female monks of the 100 Flowers world with various appearances. This is much better than a group of demon wolves and beasts that grin and eat raw meat and drink blood. 80,000 miles west of Qishao City, across Qianzhou Lake, there is a small human city called Green Spring City, with a population of about 50,000. It is said that there was a spring with emerald green water in this city. The spring water is magical and can cure all diseases. One year, the whole city was plagued by plague, and it was relying on this spring that the lives of all the people in the city were saved. In gratitude for this spring, the city was named Green Spring City. Green Spring City came from a secret world called Linhai Realm, and it has been almost 10 years since it came to the immortal demon plane. Apparently, Linhai Realm and Yinmo Realm are similar, in that the entire secret world has been digested by the heaven and earth. 5 years ago, Green Spring City was formally incorporated into the territory of Qishao City. Under the protection of Qishao City, it has been peaceful, and the population in the city has increased by 20% in 5 years. Qishao City's rule over its people is not harsh, and it is basically managed according to the laws originally implemented by the Tang dynasty. Laws are always good when they are first formulated, but the people who implement the laws are bad, and the laws become bad. In addition, the monks are responsible for military protection, the city lord's mansion is administratively autonomous, and the tax officials manage the finances. Under the three-way power, ordinary people's lives are actually quite good. Of course, this good only means that they can live smoothly. But it is enough for ordinary people. If you want to live with dignity and personality, you can only work hard to practice. Every time Qishao City rules a place, it will open the door to practice, spread the basic practice methods, and order special people to preach in public every once in a while. After all, the practice methods have been passed down, but not many people can recognize and learn them. This requires the help of literacy classes. This is also one of the important reasons why Fong Chong experience points are increasing. Because a Qi refining cultivator who has just started practicing is equivalent to 10 ordinary people who do not practice. Even if the population remains unchanged, as long as everyone starts practicing, his experience points can increase tenfold. At this time, Green Spring City has just experienced a large formation, and there is still a tense atmosphere over the city. Ding Wenqiang, the city supervisor, was originally a casual cultivator with a foundation building cultivation. Because he wanted to find a backer, he joined the army when Qishao City was recruiting soldiers. He was once a small centurion of the 3rd Legion of Qishao City. The 3rd Legion is also known as the Undead Legion. The Legion leader is the sister of the city lord. She is a woman with cold means and decisive killing. Because she likes to freeze people into ice lumps, she is called the Ice Soul Fairy. Of course, there are more people who like to call her the Undead Valkyrie in private. Because she possessed an immortal magical power, she once fought for 10 days and 10 nights with 3 demon cultivators who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, were in the early nascent soul stage, and were armed with powerful magic weapons. Finally, with the help of the 3rd Legion, she defeated one of the 3 demon cultivators and injured 2. Ding Wenqiang was also seriously injured in that battle. He was afraid and applied to be a city supervisor in a secular city after accumulating enough merit points. This position is generally used for retirement. Although the status is not bad, the cultivation resources are far less abundant than those in the Legion. Being a city supervisor basically means that there is no future for advancement. But Ding Wenqiang is already very satisfied. Being selected by the 3rd Legion, getting a foundation building pill to successfully build a foundation, and being able to run to a small city to be the emperor, and having a big force like Qishao City as a backer. For a small casual cultivator who has experienced great changes in the world and survived many times, it is already a very lucky thing. But he never thought that after only 2 years of leisurely days, a crazy woman would come to his door. It was a female cultivator in the Jindan realm, who directly showed the pressure of the Jindan over the city. He greeted her politely. As a result, he was scolded as a lowly male cultivator, and was told that this place was requisitioned by their Baiwa Palace, with an extremely overbearing attitude. Ding Wenqiang now has a backer, and he has never heard of Baiwa Palace, so how could he bear this humiliation? He was just a Jindan Jinren, and the 3rd Legion didn't know how many Yuaning great monk they had killed. He couldn't help but sneer a few times. As a result, the crazy woman was unreasonable, and wanted to take his life. Fortunately, he had been in the army for many years, and his spiritual perception was alert. He hid in the city in time, opened the local spiritual veins for protection, and called for support with the spiritual network formation. So, the vanguard of the Baiwa realm was caught. Fong Changshi, who was teleported to the nearby Fuqing through the spiritual network teleportation formation, and flew thousands of miles, to Green Spring City, fell silent after listening to the discovery process of the Baiwa Realm Space Gate. The female cultivators in the Baiwa Realm are so fierce. Or maybe the environment of the 100 Flowers Realm is too generous for female cultivators, which makes them develop an arrogant way of doing things. So they dare to be so presumptuous when they come to another world. You are the city lord they are talking about, right? You are just a little nascent soul male cultivator. Why don't you let me go quickly? Otherwise, when the army of my 100 Flowers Palace comes, you will all surrender. Even your descendants will be punished. Men will be slaves for generations. Women will be prostitutes for generations. The female cultivator struggled and threatened, without any fear. Next to her, there were also female cultivator companions, who were also cursing, and male cultivators with pale faces and a hopeless look on their faces. They were all in the same team. The male cultivators all stared at the female cultivator who was cursing, with a gleam of complaint in their eyes, but under the accumulated power in the past, they did not dare to curse out loud. If it weren't for this stupid woman acting on her own and forcing them to attack the city, they would have sneaked in long ago, and there would be no such misery now. Has she always been so brave? Fong Chong ignored the female cultivator's curse, but asked the male cultivators beside him with interest. Only the 2 centurions of the 3rd Legion, who had just captured the female cultivators, and a group of men had cold sweat on their foreheads at this moment, and looked at the female cultivator with a bit of pity in their eyes. They will never forget their own Legion commander's protection of the city lord. Everyone knows that in the 3rd Legion you can offending the Legion commander, because there is still a chance to survive. But whoever dares to disrespect the city lord will die. I don't know how many people have practiced this iron rule with their lives, including a 1,000-man captain who dared to slander the city lord in public, who was hammered to death by the Legion commander, and even his nascent soul was fed to the corpse puppet guards. That was a 1,000-man captain with nascent soul cultivation. Their 3rd Legion combined was only a handful of people, and they did not die at the hands of the enemy, but died at the hands of their own Legion commander. After that time, I don't know how many people applied to be transferred from the 3rd Legion, which greatly reduced the strength of the 3rd Legion. But from then on, the majesty of the city lord cannot be offended, and became the iron rule of the 3rd Legion. Just based on these few words of the female cultivator, if the Legion commander heard it, her whole family would be implicated. The imprisoned male cultivator hesitated and smiled bitterly. She is the youngest daughter of the 2nd master of the Divine Palace. She has always been domineering. This reconnaissance mission was also taken by her on her own initiative. She thought it was just a play, and she was thinking about making a contribution and showing off to her sisters when she returned. Chapter 231. The space gate of the 100 Flowers Realm is in a small forest dozens of miles away from Green Spring City. It is a transparent portal about 20 centimeters above the ground, with ripples flowing in the middle like a vortex. It looks very stable. The male cultivator of the 100 Flowers Realm, who had been psychologically hinted by Fong Chong and began to give up on himself, now knows everything. As long as you touch the space gate, you can suck in another world. We have tried it, and can go back and forth freely, but we can't communicate through the space gate. There were originally people staying here, but we haven't come back for a long time, so he should have returned. If you want to go there now, there may have been a trap set over there. Fong Chong touched his chin and had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. How did it make it look like an invasion from another world? Perhaps this is one of the reasons why so many secret realms can be preserved in the future. After all, the space gate has a limited upper limit, and too strong a force entering will cause the space gate to collapse. Therefore, conquering a secret realm is much more troublesome than imagined. But in the same way, if the cultivators of these secret realms want to come over, they also have to bear the possible backstab here. The traps are two-way. So whoever discovers the space gate first has the advantage. With deliberate planning, it is difficult for the secret realm to resist the invasion of local cultivators. This is the advantage of this world. If the secret realm lacks inheritance, it does not understand the relationship between the main world and the secret realm, and thinks it has encountered invaders from another world. When the secret realm cultivators united as one and finally repelled the invaders, they found that it was just a force of the main world. And such a force is like a carp crossing the river in the main world. How desperate it would be. The more Fong Chong thought about it, the more he felt that he seemed to be playing the role of the big devil. You are right. How to go in should be carefully thought, not too reckless. What if they really set up some deadly formation over there? I will be caught in the trap and hang myself if I go there now. Brother, why don't you let me go? Fong Taiju, who also arrived through the Spiritual Network Teleportation Array, said so. The Spiritual Network Teleportation Array is a unique function of the Spiritual Network Array. It can use the connection between the spiritual vein network to greatly reduce the consumption of space shuttle. However, the spiritual network teleportation array can only be built on the spiritual veins of the third level and above. The lower the spiritual vein, the smaller the transmission range of the spiritual network teleportation array. For example, the active transmission range of the third level spiritual vein teleportation array is only 100,000 miles, but the passive transmission range is 1,000,000 miles. The so-called active transmission is to go to other places through the third level spiritual vein transmission array, and the passive transmission is to transmit from other places. Therefore, even in the prosperous Tang dynasty in the future, only the prefectures have transmission arrays, because the prefectures are all built on the third level spiritual veins. Now there is only one fourth level transmission array in the entire Qishao Road, and there are dozens of third level transmission arrays. The nearest transmission array to Luqian City is still thousands of miles away. However, for a nascent soul cultivator like Fang Taiju, 1,000 miles is just a cup of tea. 7 years later, Fang Taiju has already broken through the nascent soul realm, and his cultivation is higher than Fang Chong now, reaching the middle stage of the nascent soul. Of course, Fang Chong cultivation has always been poor. When Fang Taiju was in the late Jindan stage, he was only in the early stage. So he has made progress. Since Fang Chong asked the weapon department to develop a magic weapon that can preserve his magic power for a long time, Fang Taiju has gained an immortal magical power. Even if Fang Chong is not by her side, as long as Fang Chong magic power is there, any injury she suffers can be recovered at a very fast speed. And Fang Chong Undead Puppet Core is now Fang Taiju Guard. Don't think that Fang Chong cares about his sister. In fact, he just has no time to get away, so he lets his sister lead the Corpse Puppet Corps to level up. Now Fang Taiju is the commander of the 3rd Corps of Qishao City, leading the 3rd Corps to open up west of Qishao City. Otherwise, Ding Wenqiang, the city supervisor of Green Spring City, would not be a retired monk of the 3rd Legion, because the territory west of Qishao City was conquered by the 3rd Legion. In just 7 years, Qishao City has expanded more than 200,000 miles to the west, and the flags of Qishao City are planted everywhere. You can imagine the intensity of the battle. In battle after battle, Fang Taiju has helped Fang Chong upgrade hundreds of 3rd level corpse puppets, and the number is still rising. As for the 4th level puppets, the 3rd Legion has not yet reached that combat intensity. So the 3rd level puppet is the most cost-effective choice. Although Fang Chong quietly practiced under the tree, and did not leave Qishao City for 7 years, he had already secretly accumulated enough troops for half a legion. One person can form an army, which is no longer a joke. This is naturally inseparable from the efforts of his sister. His investment in Fang Taiju has now returned more than 100 times the return. At this time, Fang Taiju dared to venture into the space gate because she was confident that she had Fang Chong magic power, and was almost immortal. No matter what traps were set behind the space gate, she was confident that she could get through. But Fang Chong did not agree. Instead, he pondered for a moment, stretched out his hand to call the previously restrained Jindan female cultivator from the Baihua realm, and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I have always been frugal, and did not kill you just because you were foul-mouthed. Now is the time for you to show your value. What do you want to do?" The Jindan female cultivator was frightened. Although her cultivation was good, she had been smooth sailing since she was young and had never experienced any setbacks. She thought that with her background, the world had to give in. But after being taught a lesson, she collapsed faster than anyone else. At this moment, seeing Fang Chong's malicious smile, she had a bad premonition in her heart. "Don't be afraid, it will be quick, look into my eyes." Fang Chong's gentle voice came, and the Jindan female cultivator was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes. "Oh, I forgot to mention that closing your eyes is the same. A sense of ritual is always necessary." Divine Power Heart Puppet. A sound that seemed to be in the depths of the soul was like a drop of water falling into the lake of the heart. The Jindan female cultivator felt her spiritual senses spinning, as if the world was turned upside down in an instant. When she opened her eyes, her cultivation had recovered. Several male and female cultivators stood in front of her with dusty faces. A male cultivator said cautiously, "Master Yun, we have returned empty-handed. How should we explain to the palace masters when we go back?" "Explanation? Explanation of what?" Yun Rong narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dangerous light burst out. She remembered. She would first occupy a local city as a trophy for her return to the 100 Flowers realm, so that those who always talked about her relying on her mother behind her back would have a good look. Even if Yun Rong did not rely on her mother, she could still do something big. In the end, that person not only refused to hand over the city, but also dared to resist and ask for help, and that damned lowly male cultivator, seeing her, he didn't kneel down and apologize immediately, but he actually dared to hurt her. Just wait. When she brings people from the 100 Flowers realm again, this world of upside-down yin and yang and chaotic order will finally be corrected. Yunrong made up her mind and said coldly, "What do you want to confess? We just came back to rest temporarily. If anyone dares to reveal that we are being hunted, don't blame me for being merciless. And that little bitch Lu Ying actually dared to return privately without waiting for us. When I see her, I will definitely let her taste the palace rules of the 100 Flowers Palace. Let's go back." Yunrong took the lead in entering the space gate, and the others followed one by one. There were faint ripples on the space gate, and everyone disappeared. The next moment, the scenery around the space gate was like a model portrait on the wall, peeling off bit by bit. It was Feng Chong, Feng Taiyu and others. Just now, the performance of the Jindan female cultivator and others was watched by so many people, but they didn't notice anything. Feng Chong carefully sensed and found that the isolation power of the space door was very strong, and his connection with Yunrong was cut off instantly. Fortunately, after he broke through the nascent soul stage, his heart puppetry ability was also enhanced. Even if he couldn't control it himself, the hints he gave were enough for the Jindan female cultivator to be a good guide. "Brother, what are we doing now?" Feng Taiyu looked at Feng Chong. His eyes were as attached as before, which greatly satisfied Feng Chong male chauvinism. Who doesn't like to have a little fangirl who likes him for 10 years? What's more, this little fangirl is a Valkyrie in the eyes of outsiders, a powerful legion leader. Feng Chong coughed lightly and said lightly, "Wait. By the way, how long will it take for the 3rd Legion I asked you to mobilize to arrive?" Feng Taiyu replied, "I asked them to complete the assembly within 12 hours. It should be soon." "That's right. You are a Valkyrie who obeys orders. I can hear your reputation every now and then," Feng Chong said with a smile. Feng Taiyu smiled lightly, and at this moment he was indescribably gentle. "But I still prefer my brother to call me sister. 7 years of military service have given this girl, who looks gentle, a bit of lingering evil spirit, but only when facing Feng Chong, she is willing to restrain all her claws." Others stayed away, not daring to disturb the Legion commander, and the city lord's heart-to-heart talk. Feng Chong was silent for a while after hearing this, and stretched out his hand to touch Taiju's head, but the action was paused. He seemed to think it was a bit inappropriate. But Feng Taiju took the initiative to lean her head over and rubbed it on Feng Chong's palm, with a smile as innocent and sweet as 10 years ago. "I will always be your sister, and will always be with you." Feng Chong laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "That's right, I am hypocritical. In another 100 years, or 10,000 years, you will still be my sister. You can touch me if you want." As he said this, he rubbed the girl's hair hard and laughed heartily. It's not that he is not close to Taiju. On the contrary, Taiju is more and more important to him now. That is why he will pay more attention to the girl's thoughts and respect her wishes. This is very vulgar and very profit-oriented, but it is human nature. A very simple example. If you open a company, there is a company executive who makes you 10 billion a year, and that is your former upper bunk brother. In the past, you always regarded yourself as a father, but now, you can't open your mouth to call him son. Even being polite to him is not too much. It's just that now it seems that he has changed, and the girl has never changed herself. Now the Third Army has more than 10,000 soldiers and 10,000-man teams. In the organization of the army, the captain of 1,000 men means the nascent soul realm, but this does not mean that the Third Army has 10 nascent soul great monks. Because the nascent soul great monk cannot appear out of thin air, most of them are promoted from the previous Jindan monks. So the Third Army has only 5 captains of the nascent soul realm, and 5 Jindan peak monks who are acting as captains, and they can become regular after their realms break through. In fact, there were originally 7. But Feng Taiju killed one with his own hands and scared away another, which almost caused a mutiny in the army. But Feng Taiju didn't care. Later, because the welfare of the Third Legion was good, Feng Taiyu always led the way, and there were also the corpse puppet guards, who were not afraid of death and charged forward to bite the hardest bones. So the casualty rate of his subordinates was much lower than that of the other 2 legions. Moreover, Feng Taiju never deducted the welfare of the legion. If someone dared to stop, he would kill a group of them when he found them together, and no one's relationship would be good. After all, the 1,000-man captain in the nascent soul realm would kill them at will, and who dared to say that she was joking? Therefore, the Third Legion was highly respected by the casual cultivators. For casual cultivators, they did not ask for preferential treatment, as long as it was fair. The casual cultivators occupied the main force in the Third Legion. Now it is getting stronger. In the system of Qishao City, the Third Legion is the only power group that can compete with the First Legion led by Li Hu. As for the Fifth Legion, for the time being, it is purely to make up the numbers. The air became quiet. Time passed slowly. The sun set in the west, darkness enveloped the earth. The stars in the sky were bright and flickering, like a naughty child blinking. Fong Chong stood with his hands behind his back, and Fong Taiju stood quietly beside him, restraining all his sharpness. Behind them, the grove had long been cleared, and a military camp rose from the ground. The camp was brightly lit, like daytime. For those who practiced, everyone with a lighting technique could create a small sun. But although there were many people in the camp, they were very quiet, and showed good military discipline. For most people in the Third Legion, Fong Chong, the city lord, had always been heard of but not seen. So when they saw Fong Chong at this moment, most of them were curious and in awe. Among them, awe was the most common. In the Third Legion, Fong Chong, the city lord, was the most inviolable. Especially seeing his wise and powerful legion commander standing beside Fong Chong obediently, like a maid, his heart was gravely shocked. In a short period of time, Fong Chong gained great prestige in the Third Legion. Suddenly, the space gate was rippling. A cold and noble palace-dressed woman walked out of the space gate, and saw the Third Legion that had been waiting for a long time. Several breaths that made her fearful rose like torches. Well, the military camp was built around the space gate. Her face changed, and she turned around to go back. But a gentle but tenacious force stopped her, and the air seemed to solidify, and she fell into an inextricable swamp. However, the distance of a turn seemed to be within reach at this moment. The ripples behind him were still rippling, and someone was coming. The palace-dressed woman hurriedly sent a message. "Don't come over." But there was a space gate to block it, so how could anyone hear it behind? Soon the second and third female cultivators appeared. Fong Chong's faint voice was transmitted in the air. "How can we not treat a friend who has come from afar well? Please stay, sir." Chapter 232. The so-called legion is not a group of miscellaneous soldiers gathered together, but a legion that follows orders, takes people as flags, and forms a formation with the movement of thoughts. The imperial guards of the Tang dynasty practiced the four symbols army formation, and once used it to guard the queen. Fong Chong exchanged several military formations from the mountain and river realm. For example, the First Legion is the Dharma formation, which can gather the power of the people in the military formation into the main general's body, forming an extremely huge military evil Dharma, with the power to destroy the world. And Fong Taiju Third Legion is the Heaven Furnace Army formation, which can form a formation to transform the world, forming a furnace of heaven and earth, and refining everything in the furnace. At this moment, the female cultivator from the 100 Flowers realm came across the world and happened to fall into the furnace of the Heaven Furnace Army formation, so it has a repressive power similar to the Earth Evil Prison Golden Tower. To break this formation, either use brute force to break the formation, which requires the person who breaks the formation to have power and cultivation beyond the military formation. According to the overall strength of the Third Army at the moment, at least a major transformation of the spirit realm is required, or it is to compete with the military formation with all its strength. As long as the firewood in the furnace is exhausted, the formation will collapse. The palace-dressed female cultivator did not understand the mystery of the Tianlu military formation, but she also knew that she had fallen into a trap. However, she was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Even if she was at a disadvantage now, she still did not show her emotions. Facing Fong Chong ridicule, she simply went with the flow and said, "Since you said that I am a friend, is this how you treat your friends?" The voice of the palace-dressed female cultivator was clear and gentle, like a pot of old wine stored in a cellar, with a bit of sweetness of time. Fong Chong smiled and said, "I was just being polite. Why did you take it seriously? You have two choices now, life or death." "Oh, what is life, and what is death?" The palace-dressed female cultivator struggled hard to mobilize her magic power, while delaying time. The space gate was behind her. As long as she could break free from the suppression of the formation for a moment, stabilize the space gate, and prevent others from interfering, she could retreat calmly. Fong Chong seemed not to notice the palace-dressed female cultivator's small movements, and explained casually, "It means literally, but judging from your appearance, you have to die anyway. Let's not follow the procedure." Taiyu. He didn't give the palace-dressed female cultivator any chance. Fong Taiju took a step forward, and the temperament of the girl, who was gentle and beautiful just now, changed instantly. The little white dress next door turned into an ice blue full-body armor, her long hair fluttered, and a trace of coldness spread in the air. This armor is called Bingqi Baojia, a medium-grade magic weapon. The demon soul of a transformed demon king in the nascent soul realm is melted inside. It has immortal characteristics, and can repair itself. It is the masterpiece of the weapon department. For this reason, Huolong Taoist even ran to the Golden Pagoda to ask for help from a certain Huashan Fenshin, who was in prison and didn't want to leave. Heavenly Furnace. Fong Taiju's voice fell coldly, and all the soldiers of the 3rd Legion changed their positions reflexively. Under the power communication, a huge furnace phantom fell from the sky and sat around. The air became more viscous, and all the magic arts of breaking through the air were banned. 2 figures with extraordinary momentum flew out from the left and right of the furnace, surrounding the palace-dressed female cultivator. As for the people behind the palace-dressed female cultivator, they were still appearing continuously. But under the change of the formation, they all seemed to have gone to another space. Although they were not far apart, they could not see the existence of the palace-dressed female cultivator at all. Both figures were centurions of the 3rd Legion, and were also great cultivators in the nascent soul realm. However, in front of the palace-dressed female cultivator in the late nascent soul realm, their cultivation was not enough. It was just that there was a military formation to suppress them, and everything was different. The palace-dressed female cultivator's face turned cold, with a depressed feeling of being bullied by a dog in a low position. Just 2 juniors in the early nascent soul realm. If you have the ability, fight them fairly. We have seen many sharp-tongued seniors like you, but they all died in the end. One of the 2 centurions sneered. If they can't fight with more people, what's the point of joining the army? Isn't it just to find a good backer, so that the seniors who used to only look up to them can speak politely in front of them? Suppression. The magic power of the 2 people surged, and they transformed into 2 red furnaces with similar shapes, but only 1 person tall. The 2 furnaces suppressed the front and back. The female cultivator, who was originally in the formation, felt even more uncomfortable. She broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, groaned, and a drop of blood like a ruby dripped from her fingertips into the void. In an instant, a pink bud that was about to bloom wrapped her whole body. The next moment, the bud quietly bloomed. Soft pink ripples rippled through the void, and the 2 heavy furnaces hit them, just like a drop of mud into the sea, and all the power was melted. The goddess picked up the flower. The cold voice of the female cultivator in palace dress came from the blooming flowers. A group of red flames suddenly appeared in the void. It was the spontaneous operation of the Tianlu army formation, which was going to suppress the female cultivator who dared to break free from the formation again. But at this moment, the petals of the flower buds spread out like dandelions, just blocking the flames, turning the void around the palace-dressed female cultivator into a piece of pure land. The palace-dressed female cultivator did not hesitate, and took advantage of the moment when the military formation was blocked, and was about to turn around and return to the space gate. But Fong Taiju made a move. Her movements were swift and simple, just a simple straight punch, but with the charm of a heavy sword without a blade and great ingenuity. The flames rose in the air, and under her fist, they turned into a red fire dragon, rushing towards the palace-dressed female cultivator. And she herself spread her ice blue wings behind her, leaving only an afterimage in the air. The palace-dressed female cultivator instantly noticed the difference between Fong Taiyu and the 4 centurions just now. As soon as she took action, she instantly mobilized the power of the entire military formation. The seemingly ordinary fire dragon contained a power that even she was afraid of. If she continued to go to the space gate regardless of this time, she would not be able to resist this attack. Without time to think too much, the female cultivator made a hand gesture, and a magic weapon shaped like a jade rui appeared in front of her. The jade rui moved forward, and a huge ice blue flower appeared, blocking the fire dragon. With a loud bang, the blue flowers exploded, turning into an ice blue sea of flowers, each flower carrying a heart-pounding coldness. The fire dragon moved left and right in it, and finally the flames on its body extinguished, gradually turning into nothingness. But at this moment, a cold light hidden in the fire dragon quietly appeared. Fire and water, ice and fire. The shimming cold light that Fong Taiju used most often now evolved into Bingpa Xingguang long after she advanced to the nascent soul realm. She was the main general of the Tianlu army formation, so using fire to hide ice became her invincible attack method. If it weren't for someone who was not familiar with this method, they would generally suffer a great loss when they encountered it for the first time. At this moment, Bingpa Xingguang borrowed the ice spiritual art of the palace-dressed female cultivator and instantly became powerful. It was too late for the female cultivator to change her tactics. A drop of blood dripped from her finger again, and she used the same trick again, and the pink flower buds wrapped her again. But the flower buds that the 4 furnaces could not break just now were now crushed by the Ice Soul Divine Light. In a blink of an eye, the outer petals were shattered. Fortunately, after the flower buds were broken, the Ice Soul Divine Light also lost its power. She was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Fang Taizhu's figure followed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The huge ice blue wings spread out in the air, and countless light needles fell like rain. Rain of ice soul needles. You? The palace-dressed female cultivator only had time to block Yuri in front of her. Bang bang. But in a hurry, how could she block them all? The originally elegant female cultivator's body was directly pierced by the cold light of the ice soul, and strings of blood flowers fell from the sky. The pain that she had not experienced for a long time made the female cultivator more sober. She knew that if she still ran to the space gate at this time, she would only leave her back to others, and her life and death would be controlled by others. At this moment, she had to risk her life and death. Her eyes instantly locked on Fang Chong. The leader here is Fang Chong. If you can catch him, all difficulties will be solved. But Fang Chong's cultivation aura is not high. She didn't find it strange. In their Baiwa Palace, there are many leaders with low cultivation who have high cultivation. As long as the male cultivators could never surpass the palace masters, they would always be inferior to them and be driven by them. Moreover, she had no better choice. The palace-dressed female cultivator fell heavily to the ground, but she did not groan in pain, nor did she wail for mercy. She just activated all her magic power and made a desperate struggle. 100 flowers bloom. The female cultivator had a jade rui on her head. The blood that flowed out of her body after being pierced became her weapon at this moment. The pink sea of flowers surrounded her and opened up a flower path for her. Come to me! The palace-dressed female cultivator was unstoppable. The suppression power of the Tianlu army formation seemed to be non-existent. The cultivators on the periphery all vomited blood. At this moment, the palace-dressed female cultivator's resistance was extremely strong. Even though they shared the burden, they were still backfired by the formation. Some soldiers with low cultivation had already adjusted their breath on the spot. Fang Chong saw that the palace-dressed female cultivator targeted him, but he was not panicked. He just patted the storage bag on his waist. 3 third-level corpse puppets, wearing heavy black iron armor, came forward. Bang! The third-level corpse puppets turned into powder under the sea of flowers. The palace-dressed female cultivator sneered, "Don't resist in vain." Then her body shook and vomited blood. It turned out that Fang Taizhu attacked again. Come and die! She swallowed a mouthful of blood and took it to Fang Chong. But Fang Chong had already retreated with the puppets blocking him. At this moment, he patted the storage bag on his waist again. 3 more third-level corpse puppets, wearing heavy black iron armor, appeared. The corpse puppets that were beaten into powder just now also recovered in a short moment. Except for the loss of armor on their bodies, they seemed to have no injuries. Instead, their aura was slightly enhanced. 3 corpse puppets blocked in front of her, and 3 corpse puppets hugged her from behind. The palace-dressed female cultivator felt that something was wrong, but she had no time to hesitate at this moment. The magic power surged again. The 6 third-level puppets were also unable to stop her, and were all blown apart. Fang Chong was within reach. Fang Chong grinned. Try harder, you will catch me soon. A black iron armor blocked him in front of him. The third-level corpse puppet had few advantages except for its resistance to beating. After all, the cost was there, and we couldn't ask for too much. But Fang Chong just wanted to resist being beaten. When the palace-dressed female cultivator cleared the corpse puppets in front of him again, Fang Chong had changed his position again. But the palace-dressed female cultivator, whose reason was almost distorted by pain and anger, did not notice that the other people who were supposed to take action at this time all stopped their actions at the same time. She seemed to be chasing Fang Chong, but she had already fallen into the trap of being fooled. 1 corpse puppet after another appeared, and was blown up by the female cultivator again and again. What kind of monsters are these? The palace-dressed female cultivator's mana was almost exhausted, but the corpse puppets surrounding her did not decrease, but increased. Although the third-level corpse puppets were like adults compared to kindergarten children, 1 punch killed 1 child. But throwing 1 punch is easy, throwing 100 punches, 1,000 punches. Everything she just blew up seemed to be an illusion. She sat on the ground, her face as pale as snow, blood dyed her palace dress red, like a blooming blood lotus. Fang Chong stood in front of her, with a faint smile on his face. It seems that I won. No. I won. The palace-dressed female cultivator sneered and raised her head, and the last of her magic power burst out, holding Fong Chong tightly. You can't escape now. Fong Chong was still imprisoned by the female cultivator's magic power, but there was still a smile on his face. Who gave you the illusion that I can't fight? Fong Chong stretched out a hand, and under the female cultivator's horrified eyes, the blood and chi in his body burst out like the sun, and the female cultivator's magic power was like ice and snow under the scorching sun, melting quickly. Then a punch fell. Prison-suppressing chi. The five-colored light circulated, and the evil spirit rising from the earth was like a needle piercing into the bone marrow, causing the female cultivator to groan in pain. She had already exhausted all her energy under the heavy consumption, so how could she resist this punch? With one punch, she collapsed like mud and was beaten into the dust. Have you been teasing me? The palace-dressed female cultivator finally understood. You also deliberately let my daughter go back. Fong Chong nodded. It seems that your daughter has performed very well, and you are all eager to come here. It's a pity that you are too greedy and want to take all the profits of the space gate. I was afraid that I couldn't deal with you, so I specially transferred so many people, but I didn't expect you to cooperate so well. The 100 Flowers realm is a small secret world with a deep foundation, and the number of Yuanian cultivators in it exceeds 3 digits. If the power comes out in full force, Fong Chong can't stop it. But human nature is so selfish. No matter who finds this space gate, they will want to take it all. After all, it is a new world. Whoever can take the lead and use the resources of the two worlds can stand at the top. But they often ignore the hidden crisis. Now that he has the palace-dressed female cultivator, the second palace master of the 100 Flowers realm, as an insider, it will be much easier for him to conquer a world next time. Swallowing an elephant with a snake, taking in the resources of a world for his own use. Now you only have one choice left. Fong Chong squatted down, and a snow-white pill appeared in his hand. Eat it, and we will be friends from now on. As a friend, I will help you become the true master of the 100 Flowers realm. Isn't this exactly what you want, Palace Master Yunshi? Now, as his cultivation level rises, his upper limit of control over demon species also increases simultaneously. The snow-white pill in Fong Chong's hand has no smell, just like an ordinary sugar bean, but in Yunshi's eyes, it is like a contract made by the Demon King. I eat it, and you let my subordinates go. Yunshi's tone softened. Fong Chong smiled and said, We are friends, aren't we? Your subordinates are my subordinates, and I won't hurt them. Look, aren't they doing well now? Fong Chong pointed over. Yunshi turned her head, and saw that in another space, her subordinates were fighting with 3 red furnaces. Although they were at a disadvantage, their lives were not in danger for the time being. You must keep your promise. Yunshi swallowed the pill, and the demon seed entered her body. Under Fong Chong urging, it grew rapidly, and the strands of breath made Yunshi's injuries recover quickly. Chapter 233. 100 Flowers Realm. A small village called Pingshu. Half a month ago, a space gate appeared in the village. The village chief reported it to the authorities, and finally alarmed Yunshi, the second palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace. The news was intercepted by Yunshi, who brought his confidants with him, ready to take the first advantage. The ordinary people in the village had already been cleared out, and at this moment, the 100 Flowers Palace's 100 Flowers formation was set up around the space gate. Although the time was short and the formation was not complete, even if it was just a simplified version, it had a power that could not be underestimated. And the formation was still being improved. At this moment, it had been several hours since the second palace master entered. But the space gate was like a silent big mouth. No matter how many people entered, no news came back. Gradually, the originally excited female cultivators began to calm down. A middle-aged female cultivator couldn't help but ask Yun Rong, who was watching indifferently. Miss Rong, is there really no problem over there? Did something unexpected happen? Yun Rong's face immediately fell, and she said unhappily, What do you mean? Do you doubt me? That's my mother, would I harm her? It can be seen that the female cultivators and others all had suspicious expressions on their faces. Yun Rong said impatiently, Okay, I tell you the truth, there are indeed 2 powerful characters over there, and I came back after being defeated. But their cultivation is only a little higher than mine. I have told these things to my mother, and she didn't blame me. My mother's cultivation is so high that even if there is a trap, it is not worth mentioning. There is no news yet, maybe something has delayed it. The expressions of the other female cultivators eased slightly, but they did not ask any more questions. After all, Yun Rong is the youngest daughter of the second palace master, and they only dared to ask a few questions. If they really want to blame her, they are not qualified. Besides, Yunrong was right. The second palace master was a top figure in the Hundred Flowers realm. Even if something unexpected happened on the other side of the space gate, he should be able to handle it calmly. Right? A shadow suddenly fell on everyone's heart. Even if there was something extremely urgent, it would not be so that no news could be passed on, not to mention that they had already sent 3 groups of people over. But there was still no news. Little junior sister, don't be angry. They are all Master's close maids. They have followed Master for many years, and are worried about Master at this moment. At this moment, a clear female voice came from behind. Everyone turned their heads, and saw a red dress striding over. It was a heroic female cultivator, with plain face and a simple ponytail, but full of vitality. Third senior sister, Miss Li. Yunrong and the female cultivators all saluted the visitor. The visitor was Sun Li, Yuanxi's third disciple, and the only Yuanying realm cultivator among Yuanxi's many disciples. Therefore, her status and prestige were far beyond Yunrong. At this moment, as soon as Sun Li arrived, she automatically became the backbone of the scene. I was delayed on the way, so I'm late. What's the situation now? Sun Li explained casually and asked. Miss Li, this is the case. Yuanxi's maid came forward to explain. Sun Li's expression gradually became serious. Master is not a careless person. Even if there is an accident, she will send back the news unless there is something that makes her unable to even send someone back. Little junior sister, tell me honestly, are there really only a few ordinary Jindan cultivators over there? Tell me the whole story in detail again, remember, don't miss any details. Sun Li looked at Yunrong. Didn't I tell you everything? Yunrong couldn't help but roll her eyes, but Sun Li was a different maid from her mother, and she didn't dare to act like a big lady in front of Sun Li. So she told the whole story again honestly. But since Fang Chong dared to let her come back, he would not make mistakes on such a small issue. No matter how Sun Li asked, Yunrong could handle it easily. Because in her memory, the whole story was like this. No, it's still not right. Sun Li shook her head and muttered to herself. With Master's character, he shouldn't be so reckless. How could he risk going there in person? She looked at Yunrong with a sharp look and asked, Junior sister, are you hiding something from me? Yunrong was getting impatient after being repeatedly questioned by Sun Li. Third senior sister, are you annoying? I have answered these questions 100 times. If you want to know, why don't you just go and see for yourself? Suddenly, the space gate was trembling. Someone is back. The tense atmosphere suddenly dissolved, and everyone's eyes were all focused. A pale-faced female cultivator with blood on her clothes fell from the space gate, her breath weak. Quick, go and support the palace master. That's a trap. The female cultivator passed down the information with difficulty and fainted completely. It really happened. Sun Li glared at Yunrong and said decisively, all those above the Jindan realm, follow me. Junior sister, you stay here to preside over the formation and be ready to pick us up at any time. Yunrong was horrified at this moment. She could never have imagined that there would be a trap over there. It was fine when she came back. But the facts did not allow her to explain. Sun Li took the dozen Jindan cultivators, who stayed behind and flew to the space gate. Yunrong was still a little unbelievable. Why is this happening? A fragment of memory flashed in her mind. She seemed to have forgotten something. Another half an hour passed. The space gate was surging again. Soon, the Jindan maid came out, her face flushed with excitement. Miss Rong, we won. This is the secret order of the palace master. Let us gather all our forces and go over there. There is a treasure there, a big treasure, she whispered to Yunrong. Yunrong felt something was wrong, and what was going on with the memory fragment just now. But the secret order was not fake, it had the unique magic mark of her mother, and the maid was her mother's confidant, so she would not pass on a false order. Let me see it. Suddenly, a wave of magic power flashed in the void, and the secret order in the maid's hand flew out, and a graceful and noble female cultivator in palace dress came over and took the secret order. Behind her, there were 3 cultivators with strong auras, both men and women, all of whom were nascent soul cultivators. Third palace master. The Jindan maid was angry and anxious, but she didn't dare to be presumptuous, because the person who came was Nandongji, the third palace master of Baiwa Palace. Nandongji read Yuanxi's secret order and sneered. You are worthy of being my good second sister. You want to take such a big benefit for yourself. You are really not afraid of choking to death. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Second sister, this benefit is too big, you can't grasp it, so your sister will help you share it. Su Ji. I am here. A male cultivator behind Nandongji bowed and answered. Pass on my order, mobilize all the forces of the Divine Palace, I will go to help my good second sister. Nandongji threw out a token, wrote down the order with magic power, and used the power of the Yuanshan to make a unique mark. The male cultivator took the order and left. Third Palace Master, this was discovered by the second Palace Master, and it should belong to the second Palace Master. If you want to go, you must get the second Palace Master's consent. The Jindan maid blocked the space door. Nandongji waved her long sleeves, and the Jindan maid could not resist at all. I will ask the second sister for consent now. She already knew about the space door. But she was one step late to Yuanxi, so she just did it. With Yuanxi exploring the way ahead, she was spared some danger. Now that Yuanxi has found the way ahead, she has not hesitated to use up her own forces. Obviously, the benefits of that world are huge. In this case, if she doesn't go to share a piece of the pie, it would be too sorry for her sister's efforts. Nandongji confidently led people into the space gate. She was not afraid that Yuanxi would turn against her, as a quarrel would only hurt both sides. She was confident that Yuanxi would make the best choice. Hey! Someone is coming so soon. With a sense of weightlessness, Nandongji passed through the space door, and heard a slightly frivolous male voice beside her. It has been a long time since a man dared to be so frivolous in front of her. Nandongji instinctively disliked it. When her five senses returned and her vision became brighter, she found that her second sister was standing next to a young man, with her head down. And her second sister's third disciple, covered in blood, with an unyielding face, full of anger in his eyes, but his magic power was completely restrained. With her, there was a group of female cultivators, with the same weak breath, all collapsed to the ground. The air became sticky and hot, and a huge furnace phantom appeared in the void. This is a trap. She was tricked. Fong Chong looked at Nandongji, who looked constipated, and turned his head to ask Yuanxi, she has the same style of clothes as you, is she your relative? Yuanxi looked at Nandongji, who fell into the trap, and a sense of pleasure flashed in her heart. The two of them have been fighting overtly and covertly. Now that she has fallen into the mud, how can the other one be spared? Good sisters naturally have to share the same hardships. No, she is the third palace master of the Divine Palace, named Nandongji, and has always been at odds with me. Yuanxi whispered back, she should have planted an undercover in my people, so she showed up so quickly. The opportunity of transformation is enough to drive them crazy. That's right, this is the bait that Fong Chong gave them a chance of transformation. Nandongji is like this, and so is Yuanxi. Even if Yuanxi had discovered that Yun Rong was wrong before, how could she control herself in front of the opportunity of transformation? As long as there are cultivators who still have aspirations, facing the temptation of a higher realm, they will inevitably ignore the risks unconsciously. Oh, I see. This is your palace master's uniform. Fong Chong understood it instantly and said in surprise, I didn't expect you to be so formal. The third palace master, right? Fong Chong looked at Nandongji and said with a smile, your good sister has come to me. Are you interested in coming to keep me company? Just now, your good sister asked me to kill you. But I am a person who cherishes women and did not agree. But if you insist on being my enemy, then it is hard to say. Yuanxi, ? What did she say just now? Nandongji believed it, and she cursed, Yuanxi, you bitch. It's not enough to cheat me, you also want to kill me. Yuanxi was insulted like this, and her face was ugly. She said sarcastically, did I cheat you? If you were not greedy, you would step into the trap. I tell you, even if you surrendered, you are still late, and you still have to line up behind me. My dear sister? She emphasized the word sister with extra emphasis. As expected of sisters, who have been enemies for many years, they have a firm grasp of each other's weakness. Nandongji's anger rose up all of a sudden, and she mobilized her magic power, and the momentum of the late nascent soul was surging, and she shouted, bitch, I will kill you. With a bang, Nandongji turned and bumped into the space door. She actually had the same idea as Yuanxi at the beginning, running away first. Even Yuanxi, who was as good as her, died here. She would be an idiot if she didn't run. When she and Yuanxi quarreled, she was more angry than now. How could she really lose her mind? But it was easy to come through the space door, but it was difficult to go out again. She bumped into an ice wall. A female general wearing ice blue armor stopped her and said coldly, this road is blocked. Fong Chong looked at Yuanxi speechlessly. Are you really not biological sisters? The running postures are the same. Yuanxi blushed slightly. This bitch is just good at talking. Do you want her to live or die? Fong Chong looked at Nandongji, who was already fighting in front of him, and asked seemingly unintentionally. The Tianlu army formation divided the battlefield, and Nandongji and the 2 Yuanying monks she brought had no chance to join up. At this moment, they were entangled by the captain of the 3rd Legion. Nandongji was dealt with by Fang Taiju himself. But they are not stronger than Yuanxi, and it is only a matter of time before they are defeated. Yuanxi's heart trembled. She looked at Fang Chong, who had a playful look on his face, and her thoughts turned. Although his cultivation level was not as high as hers, Fang Chong's image inexplicably became unfathomable in her mind, and this sentence seemed unintentional. Was it a test? Yuanxi pondered for a moment before slowly replying, all up to you. Hearing Yuanxi's weakness, Fang Chong smiled, and took out a small green bottle, and handed it to Yuanxi. Here are all heart-eating pills, the same as what you ate before. Give them, and your lovely disciple to take them to prove your worth. Because I just found that I seem to have one more choice. The pill bottles are filled with pills disguised as demon species. The names are random, but the effects are the same. Yuanxi took the vial and said with a wry smile, not everyone is as afraid of death as I am. Fang Chong spread his hands and said, this is not my problem, it is your problem to solve. In principle, I don't want to kill them, but they insist on not cooperating, so I can only say sorry. Even if it is to keep them alive, what's wrong with living? You have taken this pill. You should know that it is not a cruel thing. If you still choose to die in the end, no medicine can stop you. I won't deliberately humiliate you, otherwise, you won't be so relaxed now, and you won't have time to stubbornly show me. So relax, don't treat me as a bad person, we can be friends, and this thing is just an insurance for our friendship. Yuanxi held the vial tightly, and said in a deep voice, you are simply a demon. Fang Chong blinked and smiled. At least it is a demon that can still reason with you. He waved his hand, and dozens of 3rd-level corpse puppets surrounded Nandongji. To avoid any accidents, we need to finish the job quickly. I think we will have many more guests to entertain. I hope we don't have too many guests at once. Chapter 234. Half a month later. Baiwa Realm, Pingqiu Village. When Fang Chong walked out of the space gate for the first time, he found that something was wrong with this world. This is a deformed world. Even the air was faintly emitting a sense of targeting him. It was not that Baiwa Realm had become conscious and knew that he was an invader, so he was given a halo of doom as soon as he appeared. On the contrary, the reason was very simple, he was a man. That's right, Baiwa Realm specifically targeted all men. Perhaps the natives of Baiwa Realm have long been accustomed to this targeting and take it for granted. But Fang Chong is different. He comes from the main world, and has long been accustomed to the indifference of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs. They will never specifically target a certain group, and survival or destruction has nothing to do with it. His body is large enough to accommodate various forms. But Baiwa Realm is different. Because Baiwa Realm was created by humans, some of its rules must also change according to human will. For example, in the 100 Flowers world, spiritual energy naturally favors women and excludes men. If men want to obtain the same strength as women, they need to put in more effort and time. As time goes by, there is a tradition of respecting women in the 100 Flowers world. In the final analysis, all traditions will change with the changes of the times. Just like in primitive society, it was a matriarchal society at the beginning, with women as the core, and the offspring only knew the mother but not the father. Because women controlled most of the means of production at that time. Later, with the advancement of tools, men's ability to obtain food far exceeded that of women, so women gradually became vassals of men, and polygamy appeared. Then in modern society, most humans do not need to worry about food, so the social status of men and women has gradually changed. Monogamy has become a consensus, and the social status of men and women has become equal. Stripping off all the cloaks of civilization, it ultimately falls on the ownership of the means of production. In the 100 Flowers world, this means of production is cultivation. The 100 Flowers world has been able to follow the rules handed down from ancient times, and it is ultimately based on strength. If the male cultivators in the 100 Flowers world are stronger than the female cultivators, what kind of bastard would be willing to be born inferior to them? This is the unfairness of heaven and earth, and it is beyond human power to defy. Who made the creator of the 100 Flowers world a female cultivator? When will we men be able to stand up and stand up? In this way, Fang Chong and the 100 Flowers world had a grudge from their first contact. There are three major forces in the 100 Flowers realm, namely the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley, the 100 Flowers Palace, and the 100 Flowers Holy Church. These three families all regard themselves as the orthodox inheritance of the 100 Flowers Fairy. The rest are the 8 major clans, the 12 aristocratic families, the 36 sects, and countless small families. These forces rely on the 3 major forces, and have been fighting openly and secretly. This place is the territory of a small family named Ming. The head of the family is from the Luoying sect, and the Luoying sect is attached to the Yun family, which is the family that Yun Shi was born in. The Grand Palace Master of the 100 Flowers Palace, Hua Qianyu, stood in front of Fang Chong and introduced expressionlessly. Hua Qianyu has a youthful appearance, looks only 28 years old, has a good figure, and has the purity of a girl, but her eyes are full of traces of vicissitudes left by the years. This is the effect of the 100 Flowers Secret Classic, the inherited skill of the 100 Flowers Palace, which has the effect of fixing the face, and can fix the master of the skill at the most beautiful moment of life. Don't look at the young age of the Grand Palace Master. In fact, he is almost 500 years old, with the face of a young girl and the soul of an ancestor. As one of the inheritances of the former Fairy of Flowers, the secret Book of Flowers is extremely powerful, and has reached the level of pseudo. As for why it is pseudo, it is because this thing will drop in grade. If it is a virgin Yuanine body, the secret Book of Flowers can exert a powerful power comparable to the middle grade Tao level skills. If you lose your virginity, then it can only be regarded as an ordinary upper grade spiritual level skills, and you will never be able to break through to the highest level. Therefore, only virgins can serve as the Grand Palace Master of the 100 Flowers Palace, and they are often the strongest cultivators in the 100 Flowers Palace. A few days ago, after the 100 Flowers Palace had given away a lot of heads, Hua Qianyu had to risk entering the space gate. This is the sense of responsibility of the Grand Palace Master. Moreover, the second Palace Master and the third Palace Master suddenly took away a large number of forces, and she could not turn a blind eye. Then, she was given away for nothing. However, Fang Chong really spent a lot of effort to take her down. Just the hundreds of third-level puppets under his command were blown up 3 times. If converted into Jin Dan cultivators, there are more than 300 Jin Dan cultivators. This is still under the suppression of the Tianlu army formation, with several thousand captains and Fang Taishu as the main attackers. The horror of high-level cultivators can be seen. In addition, the gap between the 3 palace masters is obvious. Being single is indeed the most powerful force. Fang Chong suspects that if she is given some time, it is not impossible for her to advance to the god of transformation in the main world. But who makes him a mean boy? First, they suppressed him with force, making him lose the ability to resist, and then threatened the lives of all the monks in the 100 Flowers Palace, giving him a plausible reason. Anyway, he was the bad guy, and they were all coerced. Don't care whether others believe it or not, just believe it yourself. Many times, if you want to be bad, just an excuse is enough. So Hua Qianyu, the Grand Palace Master, obediently took the demon seed, and made the 100 Flowers Palace a bridgehead for him to enter the 100 Flowers world. Of course, coercion alone is definitely not enough, there is also inducement. For a monk who has been immersed in the Yuanine Great Perfection realm for hundreds of years, nothing is more tempting than advancing to the God Transformation realm. As for the cake, draw it first. Therefore, Hua Qianyu was half-hearted. Immortal God Saint? Fang Chong couldn't help laughing when he heard Hua Qianyu's introduction. There are many turtles in Qiqian, and they are quite arrogant, but are there any demons, ghosts, or monsters? Only in this way can it be matched. Hua Qianyu said indifferently, "What do you think?" Fang Chong smiled and said, "I think there can be. If there were no demons in the 100 Flowers realm before, then there are now. Well, as the saying goes, gods and demons are one, and the opposite of light is darkness. The 100 Flowers Palace can become the 100 Flowers Demon Palace." Hua Qianyu's face changed. "You promised not to hurt my disciples of the palace." Fang Chong waved his hand and said, "I also promised to let the second Palace Master Yun be the boss, and now we are cooperating with you. Besides, I didn't hurt them. The so-called orthodoxy is enough. What kind of Fairy Valley holy religion is not as good as the palace? I will help you unify the 100 Flowers world, and there will always be some sacrifices. But I heard that for the sustainable use of resources, your 100 Flowers world will start a war between the 3 major forces every once in a while. It's called a secret war, right? Aren't there enough people who died in every war? Instead of letting them die in such a meaningless dispute, it is better to die valuable and meaningful. I think that many years later, many disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace will be grateful for the sacrifices of their ancestors. Don't you think it's good?" Fang Chong smiled. "There is pressure only when there is competition." Although the 3 palace masters were forced to surrender one after another for various reasons, For the sake of their future, Fang Chong would tell them everything he knew, even at the cost of his own body. In just half a month, Fang Chong saw how difficult the women in the Baiwa Palace were, and how many tricks women had in their heads. They were also flexible. Only a spoiled child like Yin Rong would act on her own, thinking that everyone in the world belonged to her. Even if she was a prisoner, she would still be as arrogant as the master. Of course, to deal with such a naughty child, just beat him up. In short, if Fang Chong hadn't been able to control himself, the king would have stopped attending court early. After all, the Grand Palace Master kept the precepts all his life, but the other two Palace Masters didn't have this scruple. On the contrary, they didn't feel that they were at a disadvantage. They were able to have a romantic encounter with someone like Fang Chong. From a male perspective, they were like a male boss in a small town sleeping with the daughter of a CEO from a big city, and they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. Moreover, Fang Chong has been practicing for a long time, and his appearance has gradually improved. In the 100 Flowers world, there is no tradition that women must follow their husbands. Each person has a hat, and even more men don't even have the opportunity to wear a hat, because they are only responsible for providing seeds. Well, this is just some of the norms in the 100 Flowers world, and they cannot be measured by traditional values. Back to the point, Hua Qianyu heard Fang Chong devilish whispers and her face turned pale. They even said this? This bunch of bastards, who forget their ancestors. Where are the oaths they made? This is the biggest secret of the 100 Flowers world. Every 200 to 300 years, the 100 Flowers world will have a war that affects the entire small world because of an unfounded excuse. Most of the time, the three major forces will use the struggle for orthodoxy as an excuse. But in fact, it is to use this to consume the power of the people. One is to consolidate the rule of the three major forces. As long as the power of their subordinates is not strong enough, no matter how they toss, others can only watch and then pray for a trace of mercy from the upper level. The second is to eliminate dissidents. Anyone who has two minds or does not stand on the same front with them will be thrown out as cannon fodder. The third is to consume the living force of the 100 Flowers realm and save resources. Because it is not connected to the main world, the 100 Flowers realm has been degenerating. The upper limit of its power has been weakened step by step, and various output resources are also slowly declining. Only by killing enough monks and returning to the origin can the degradation of the secret realm be slowed down. But this is a secret passed down by word of mouth by the heads of the three major forces. Only the three palace masters in the entire 100 Flowers Palace are qualified to know. Otherwise, the war cannot be launched smoothly. It is also a supervision. Otherwise, who knows which head of the family will have a heart attack. Therefore, once this matter is exposed, it will be a big blow to the three major forces. Many families and disciples who have made feuds for this, their hatred instantly becomes meaningless. Fang Chong smiled and said, "You can't let the oath of the 100 Flowers realm to control the cultivators of the main world. This is unreasonable. And the so-called Yuanshan oath is unsolvable for you, but for us, if we want to avoid it, it's just a matter of price. So I never believe in any oaths, I only believe in the interests that can make each other feel at ease. Palace Master Hua, it's time for you to make a choice." Fang Chong looked ahead. The sky of the 100 Flowers realm was no different from the heaven and earth. There was only one sun. At this moment, the sunset was bright red, like a fire burning over. Soon, he would be like a ball of fire, burning the entire 100 Flowers realm. He didn't target women, but someone created a small world to target men. Such a filthy world should be cleaned up. Of course, during the cleaning process, as a non-voluntary worker, he got a little reward, which was reasonable. Hua Qianyu was silent for a long while before she slowly said, "What do you want to do?" Fang Chong's smile was gentle, like spring rain and autumn wind, moistening everything silently, but what he said startled Hua Qianyu. The war has begun. 100 Flowers realm, 100 Flowers Fairy Valley. It's called a valley, but it's actually a large basin. From a distance, it looks like a big green bowl placed on the ground. The bowl is full of flowers. It's 100 flowers, so it's unreasonable to have no flowers. 100 Flowers Hall. The three valley masters, one chief and two deputy, and many elders of the fairy valley gathered together. Looking around, there were all female cultivators, and they were like blooming flowers, competing for beauty. There were also a few scattered male cultivators, but they all looked serious and didn't look away. They were like sheep falling into a pack of wolves, and the female elders in the hall were like bloodthirsty snakes, spitting out their tongues from time to time, looking at the delicious prey in front of them. Although the sex name contains the word Xian, It is the most extravagant among the three major forces in Baihuaxian Valley. Because of the inheritance of the skills, the Baihua Palace is relatively conservative. After all, if you lose your virginity, you will not be able to inherit the strongest inheritance in the palace. In the face of men and strength, they naturally choose the latter. But the Baihua Fairy Valley is different. They are proficient in various dual cultivation secrets. In their eyes, male cultivators are the best food, which also creates their cold temperament. Everyone, the war has begun. The owner of the Baihua Fairy Valley is a dignified and beautiful woman named Hua Wuyan. She looks more than 20 years old. She has both the charm of a young woman and the charm of a mature woman. But her subordinates know that she is the most playful. The Wuzhai Conference is her reserve program. Almost all the beautiful male cultivators in the valley have been touched by her. At this moment, she has a solemn face and a heavy tone, which makes the young generation who have been relaxed for a long time and don't know what war is stunned. Only those old people who have experienced the secret war put away their seductive and charming set at this moment, and turn to become solemn and murderous. It's been less than 100 years since the last secret war. Why are we going to fight now? History will not lie. Everyone has a pattern. Anyway, they have to fight for various reasons every few hundred years. Everyone had some guesses, but they were not sure. The three major forces had been ruling for a long time, and even if they knew it might be intentional, no one dared to expose it. Anyway, every war will have people falling, and naturally there will be people rising. It all depends on one's ability. Hua Wuyan said lightly, "Yesterday, the war documents of the 100 Flowers Palace have been delivered, so there is no way out of this matter. As the master of the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley, this valley master officially notifies that the general mobilization of the war has begun, and the whole valley must be alert and take it seriously. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you." Hua Wuyan didn't care about the war with the 100 Flowers Palace. She had actually experienced it 3 times. Each time it seemed very intense, but it was all his subordinates who died. Although the 100 Flowers Palace launched hastily this time, there was no precedent before. It was nothing more than realizing that the rule was unstable and taking the opportunity to purge. It just so happens that the young people in the valley have been living a good life for too long, and they dare to compete with her, the valley master for men. It's time to let them experience the cruelty of the world. In addition, when the war comes, it is reasonable for Baihua Fairy Valley to take in a group of homeless handsome men. Hua Wuyan's mouth curled slightly, as if she was thinking of something beautiful. The long rule has long made them lose the sense of crisis they should have. Chapter 235. This is the case with the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley, and the 100 Flowers Holy Church. Facing the war suddenly provoked by the 100 Flowers Palace, the people at the bottom were panicked, but the big guys at the top were as steady as a rock. It was a small scene, and I have experienced it several times in my life. Anyway, the dead are all mudlegs without background and backing. The fairies just have to watch and don't dirty their beautiful clothes. The most outrageous thing is that a valley master of the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley launched a war that swept the world in order to snatch a man thousands of years ago. Of course, that time was also the time, and it was the turn of the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley to provoke the war. So it happened that such a place came, leaving a ridiculous reputation for loving handsome men more than the country for future generations. Several valley masters of the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley in later generations all wanted to imitate, but they never found a suitable opportunity. In a word, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of rule have long made them lose the awe they should have. It was as if the 3 major forces' rule over the 100 Flowers realm was natural, and could never be changed. Because history has proved that anyone who wants to challenge the ruling order of the 3 major forces has been sent to the garbage dump of history. But this time, they were wrong. Because the intensity of the war increased very quickly, in just half a year, the war swept the entire 100 Flowers realm. The tentacles of the 3 major forces have already spread throughout the entire secret realm. They want to do something, not to mention whether they can do it well, but they must do it quickly. Countless forces have been drawn into the quagmire of this war, and cannot extricate themselves. But the top leaders of the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley, and the 100 Flowers Holy Church are still in the stage of living a life of drunkenness and dreaming. Continue to play music and continue to dance. Until the mountain gate of the 100 Flowers Holy Church was broken. 100 Flowers Cliff. This is the holy land of the 100 Flowers Holy Church, with rich spiritual energy. It is also the place where the 100 Flowers sect leaders of all generations have lived. Many old people of the 100 Flowers Holy Church live in seclusion here. But on this day, the shouting and killing on the 100 Flowers Cliff was heard all day long. The leader of the Holy 100 Flowers sect is named Hua Yinghao. Well, no matter what the surname of the head of the three major forces was before, they would change their surname to Hua after becoming the boss. Because the surname Hua is the surname of the Fairy of Flowers, the creator of the flower world. In order to demonstrate the legitimacy of their rule, the heads of the three major forces who regard themselves as orthodox would change their surnames to Hua, to be regarded as the descendants of the Fairy of Flowers. Hua Yinghao looked coldly at Hua Qianyu, who came to the door. Palace Master Hua, what do you want to do? Have you forgotten the covenant of the three major forces to watch over each other for 10,000 years? The three major forces fought each other openly, and some of their subordinates even had blood feuds for more than 10 generations, and regarded them as enemies who would never stop until they died. But secretly, the three major forces watched over each other. In the history of the three major forces, there were no rulers who were incompetent in the past, and there had been several times when they were backfired by their subordinates and encountered the dilemma of attacking the main mountain gate. But every time, a mysterious force would appear to help them repel the rebels and re-establish the destiny of rule. And this mysterious power is the support of the other two major forces. But this time, Hua Qianyu violated the tacit agreement of the three major forces and personally led people to attack Bai Hua Cliff. Facing Hua Yinghao's questioning, Hua Qianyu sighed faintly. Master Hua, how long have you not been out of Bai Hua Cliff? How long have you not been to the secular world to watch the sunset? The times have changed. The three major forces are about to become a thing of the past. You, me, and Master Huagu, if you don't make changes, you will be eliminated sooner or later. And I am just adapting to the times. The space vortex has appeared for many years, but only there Bai Hua Palace pays attention to it. If the space gate appears in the territory of the other two major forces, they may not want to explore it, but to ban it. Hua Yinghao sneered and just took it as an excuse for Hua Qianyu. Is this the reason you betrayed our alliance? Don't forget that once the alliance is exposed, the 100 Flowers world will rebel everywhere, and how can your 100 Flowers palace be spared? Do you want to die together? Hua Yinghao's tone was cold, but she was a little anxious. With the help of the 100 Flowers palace, Hua Qianyu easily broke through the sparsely guarded formation of the 100 Flowers cliff, and blocked the contact between the 100 Flowers holy church and the outside world. For a time, the 100 Flowers cliff became an isolated island. Therefore, although the strength of the 100 Flowers holy church and the 100 Flowers palace was almost the same, the situation on the 100 Flowers cliff was overwhelming. When she appeared, Hua Qianyu had already broken through most of the defenses. So she was left alone to deal with it. At this moment, she could only delay time and wait for support. When this crisis is over, she will unite with the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley to kill Hua Qianyu's lineage and support another palace master to take the position. As for destroying the 100 Flowers palace, she never thought about it. Even she was used to the order of the coexistence of the three major forces. Hua Qianyu shook her head and said, Master Hua, it seems you don't understand yet. She stepped on the ground, and lotuses bloomed with every step, and her aura enveloped the entire Bai Hua Cliff. Behind her, the second palace master Yunxi and the third palace master Nangongji all appeared. Hua Yinghao roared, Crazy, you are all crazy. But under the siege of the three palace masters, Hua Yinghao's voice stopped abruptly. Man? Hua Yinghao, whose magic power was sealed and whose soul was imprisoned, looked embarrassed. When she saw Fang Chong appearing from behind the three palace masters, her face froze, and then she laughed. A man? Haha, Hua Qianyu, you actually took refuge with a man. If I were your ancestor, I would be so angry that I would jump out of my coffin. I have nothing to say about losing to you, but I just find it ridiculous to see you being driven by a man. When has it ever been the turn of men to call the shots in the 100 Flowers world? Fang Chong, a man eat your rice? Do you look down on men? Yes, men are only fit to breed for us, and men should always be under women. Although Hua Yinghao is a prisoner, he does not have the consciousness of a prisoner, and his eyes are full of contempt for the other person. Or to men. Fang Chong sighed, and his original intention to persuade them to surrender was gone. He looked at the embarrassed Hua Qianyu and others, and suddenly grinned. Fortunately you, the 100 Flowers Palace, are the first to meet me, and you can still reason with me. If it was the 100 Flowers Holy Church that met me first, then the 100 Flowers world would inevitably be a bloody storm. It seems that your 100 Flowers Palace is the unique flower in the 100 Flowers world. Hua Qianyu and others said nothing, but pulled the corners of their mouths and smiled with difficulty. They don't like to reason, they just can't beat them. And Fang Chong gave too much. Fang Chong shook his head, and didn't want to say anything more. He stretched out his hand, and a demon seed was silently planted in the sea of consciousness between Huang Hao's eyebrows. What did you do to me? Huang Hao felt that he was wrapped in a great terror, and his heart couldn't stop trembling. Fang Chong said calmly, if you don't want to reason with a lowly man like me, then I have to reason with you in my own way. Hard demon method. Huang Hao's eyes went dark, and then brightened. As her sight turned, she saw a golden Buddha suddenly appear in her sea of consciousness. The Buddha's light was black, and his face was blurred. Indistinctly, she seemed to see Fang Chong's face. Under the illumination of the magic light, she felt all kinds of dark thoughts in her heart. The power of lust was strong, and her mind was unconsciously attracted. Unfortunately, her nascent soul was restricted, and the power of the Yuanshan could only defend itself. Even though she knew this was not good, she was still powerless. All kinds of negative emotions surged out like a tide, gathering in the demon seed that Fang Chong had injected, and the demon seed took root and sprouted, slowly condensing into a small human figure. When the magic light dissipated, a little man, with a charming smile, appeared in front of Huang Hao. You? Huang Hao was horrified. Who are you? This little person looked exactly like her. It felt like looking in a mirror. Her spiritual sense was still there, and she found that this little person was actually connected to her, and it was definitely not someone else in disguise. In other words, she has one more self. The little person stretched out her body, and her graceful figure was full of charm. Even Huang Hao was unconsciously attracted. The little person said coquettishly, with the power to make people itch. Then she opened her mouth, and her bloody mouth covered the space of the sea of consciousness, swallowing Huang Hao's soul. I am you. Huh? Fang Chong exhaled lightly, his face was slightly pale, and his body staggered unconsciously. Nandongji hurriedly supported him from behind. Are you okay? Just as she was about to move, Yunxi's eyes turned cold, staring at Nandongji, who was being coquettish, secretly cursing the little bitch in her heart. Nandongji responded with a smug look. The quick hand wins, the slow hand loses. This time a small victory. And Fang Chong. His soft and fragrant body seemed to have fallen into a lazy sofa, surrounded by flowers. I've been taken advantage of again. Fang Chong patted Nandongji's hand unconsciously, and said with a smile, it's okay. In any case, Huang Hao, as the leader of the 100 Flowers Holy Sect, has a cultivation level of the late nascent soul, which is 2 small realms higher than him. Even though his spiritual attributes have always been extraordinary, they have not exceeded the limit of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, if he wants to control a late nascent soul cultivator with the catalysis of the demon seed in a short period of time, it is also an overdrawn output. This is when Huang Hao's power is restricted after a battle. If it is a complete nascent soul cultivator, it will not be so easy for him to control it. And he can feel that in order to control Huang Hao's consciousness, part of his spiritual power has been involved. According to his estimation, he can at most control 2 more late nascent soul cultivators, like Huang Hao with the demon seed. Although the eye of the heavenly demon is good, it is not without limitations. The demon seeds in other people's bodies are basically in a symbiotic dormant state, and will not occupy his power. His power will only be needed when he awakens the demon seeds. So under normal circumstances, Fang Chong only uses the demon species for surveillance and deterrence. And Huang Hao refused to cooperate, and he didn't have that much time to waste. A force that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, if they are given enough time to react, even he will be dragged into the quagmire of the 100 Flowers realm. Unless he is willing to give up the 100 Flowers realm. Palace Master Hua, lift the blockade of the 100 Flowers cliff. After a long time, others will also become suspicious. But Hua Qianyu looked at Huang Hao lying on the ground, her face constantly changing, and seemed to be struggling, and said in embarrassment, what if Hua Jiaozhu? They fought a blitzkrieg, and planned to subdue Huang Hao in the shortest time, just like them. But now it seems that Fang Chong does not intend to persuade her to surrender. If there is an accident, the 100 Flowers Holy Church will counterattack, and they will be very uncomfortable. No problem. Fang Chong shook his head. Fang Chong confirmed again, and Hua Qianyu said nothing more. A token appeared in front of her, and she pinched her fingers and chanted something. Soon, the formation that blocked by Hua Cliff automatically dissipated. Almost at the moment when the formation dissipated, the storage ring in Huang Hao's hand kept lighting up. Huang Hao woke up slowly, and the restrictions on her body were removed at some point. She didn't care about Hua Qianyu and others, and took out a talisman, which was flashing. This is the Onely Transmission Note, a means of long-distance communication between cultivators. As the mana was input, the talisman lit up, and a voice came out. Master, what happened at Baiwa Cliff? Why can't we contact each other? It's okay. Just now, I had a sudden inspiration and took the time to practice the mountain protection formation of Baiwa Cliff, cutting off all contact. Now that the war is coming, you must not be careless and must practice from time to time. So that's it. Long live the master. I will never forget your teachings. The voice on the other side stopped abruptly. The talisman also had a grayish color. Obviously, this 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman cannot be used without limit. Every contact will consume the spiritual power in the talisman. It will not be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. It is even more impossible to chat like the Tang dynasty named card. Master Hua Yu? Hua Qianyu and others were shocked. What did Fang Chong do to Hua Yinghao? In just a short moment, he was like two different people. Palace Master Hua Yinghao was fortunate to be taught by the master. She just repented and now has returned to the right path. From now on, we are good sisters. Hua Yinghao smiled and said in a very gentle tone. Master? You? Hua Qianyu and others broke out in cold sweat. What kind of method is this? If Fang Chong can control Hua Yinghao in this way, can he control them in this way? Looking at Hua Yinghao, who has gentle eyebrows and eyes, and looks like a little woman, there is no trace of the heroic figure of the leader of the 100 Flowers holy sect. Hua Qianyu couldn't help but shudder. Fang Chong seemed to know what Hua Qianyu and the others were worried about, and explained with a smile. It's just a little trick to make people obedient, usually only used on people who don't get along with me. You are so obedient, how can I bear it? People should always have their own personality. Looking at Fang Chong's gentle smile, Hua Qianyu and the other two didn't feel the slightest warmth. A little trick to make people obedient. If they don't obey in the future, will this little trick be used on them? Hua Yinghao can't resist it. So can they? The facts in front of us are always more deterrent than the unforeseen consequences. The original intention of using Fang Chong as a springboard was unconsciously buried at this moment. They are afraid that they will never be able to escape from Fang Chong control. I will let Hua Yinghao fully cooperate with you and subdue the Holy 100 Flower sect first, at least so that they can't disturb our plan. The next step is the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley. I will give you 3 years, and I will come again after 3 years. I hope you won't let me down then. Fang Chong has been in the 100 Flowers realm for half a year, and he has arranged the plans that should be arranged, but he will not stay in the 100 Flowers realm forever. Not only because the environment of the 100 Flowers realm is not conducive to his practice, but also because his career has always been Qi Shao Dao, or the current Nansen Dao. The 100 Flowers realm is just a small pearl he picked on his way forward. Yes. Hua Qianyu, Hua Yinghao, and others all bowed in response. Chapter 236. Qishao City. After Fang Chong returned from the 100 Flowers realm, he began to practice again. After all, he had been in the 100 Flowers realm for half a year. Although the rules of the secret realm were extremely unfriendly to him, he also saw various techniques and secrets that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, which greatly broadened his horizons. In fact, the Eye of the Demon also has the entire inheritance of the Demon Eye sect, which is not much weaker than the direct inheritance of the 100 Flowers Fairy. But the inheritance is rigid after all, and it all depends on one's own understanding. The cultivators in the 100 Flowers realm are living people, and everyone can give him some different inspirations. He also understood Wiley, who said that hard practice in the nascent soul realm was not the right way. At this level, mana is one aspect, and the perception of the soul is also extremely important. Blindly hard practice will drag down the speed of practice. Only the stimulation of the soul by the natural world and all things, and new perceptions, will become the accumulation of future breakthroughs. Therefore, not long after returning, Fang Chong successfully upgraded to the 41st level, from the 42nd level to the 41st level. Although there is no breakthrough in this small realm, the speed of cultivation is already higher than when he was in the Golden Core realm. Of course, this is naturally inseparable from the assistance of the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty. The millions of experience points he gets for free every day are not a small amount. When the 100 Flowers realm is integrated into the Qi Shao Dao, all the people in it will become his further resources. Now that he controls the 100 Flowers Palace, and has initially conquered the 100 Flowers holy religion, the resources of the 100 Flowers realm are also being delivered to him at a terrifying speed. Although the 100 Flowers realm has been in a state of degradation, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and it is still a small world. There may not be enough high-end resources, but there are a lot of ordinary spiritual stones and spiritual materials. Of course, in terms of resources, it is not enough. In recent years, The power of Qishao City has expanded at an extremely terrifying speed, but the consumption is even more terrifying. Especially the three major legions. Military expenditures account for the bulk of Qishao City's annual finances. This is still in the state of development, and it can be supported by war. If he just supports them, he will not be able to support them, and he may have to use his own treasury to subsidize them. Well, Fangchang treasury is separate from Qishao City's finances. So no matter how much deficit Qishao City's finances are, Fangchang will not lack spirit stones. But now with the income from the secret world, it is expected that more secret worlds will be included in the rule of Qishao City in the future. The financial situation will be greatly relieved. However, how to sacrifice the 100 Flowers realm to the main world will take a long time. After all, the size of a secret world is a grain of light compared to the main world, but for a Yuanian cultivator like Fangchang, it is also a bright moon in the sky, boundless and immeasurable. If you want to shake a tree with an ant, even if you have the secret method exchanged from the mountain and river realm, you have to plan carefully. This matter cannot be rushed. 3 years is just a beginning. Fangchang's most successful estimate is that he will sacrifice the 100 Flowers realm to the main world within 10 years. By then, with a gift from heaven and earth, he should not be afraid of the divine transformation cultivators. He did not forget that there were less than 10 years left, and the main world would further strengthen its attraction to the secret realms floating in the void. The secret realms of the stargazing realm, where there were great cultivators of divine transformation, would also establish a stable space channel with the main world. Without the protection of power, the huge business of Qishao City would be a castle in the air, and would fall apart at the slightest touch. However, the surprise came earlier than expected. Li Hu was about to become a divine transformation cultivator. In the city lord's mansion, Fangchang's expression was filled with some sighs and feelings, and more surprise. Brother, you are ahead again. It seems that it will be a long way to catch up with you. Li Hu led the first legion to expand from Qishao City to the southeast. After so many years, there was no trace of the simple and honest look on his face. There was only the majesty and iron blood of a general. According to private rumors among the people, Li Hu is known as the giant thunder god, whose reputation is even greater than that of Fang Taiju, immortal Valkyrie. The word Juling naturally refers to Li Hu Juling divine body. The further changes in the spiritual environment of heaven and earth have also given rise to various physical conditions. The divine body, spiritual body, Taoist body, and immortal body that were once rare have also become widely known and are becoming popular in the inheritance system of other worlds. The Juling divine body is not a top divine body, but it is very suitable for Li Hu. In addition to his purple dragon bloodline that controls thunder and lightning, he is called the Juling Thunder God and has always been feared by people. But now in front of Fangchang, Li Hu is still generous and gentle, like a big brother next door. Senior Zhong said that cultivation is easy at first and difficult later. I have a divine body, so cultivation is much easier than others, but at this level, the potential of my physical condition has been basically exhausted. If I am lucky enough to break through to the God of Transformation next time, the speed of cultivation will also slow down, not much faster than others. And Li Hu showed a trace of worry on his face. Breaking through the spiritualization realm may not be a good thing for me. Fangchang was stunned. Why? Li Hu said, Second brother, I'm afraid you don't know that the magic spirit of the Earth Demon Prison Golden Pagoda has awakened. Although it is still very weak, it has initially recovered its spiritual intelligence. Fangchang shook his head. It actually woke up? You should know that the Earth Demon Prison Golden Pagoda has long been a major symbol of Qishao City, and many physical cultivators who joined Qishao City came for this. In recent years, the 3 major legions have also sent human batteries into it, which has further promoted the recovery of the Golden Pagoda. Its function of changing gravity has not been a small amount of income for Qishao City. But he is not the owner of the Golden Pagoda after all. Now that the magic spirit of the Golden Pagoda has awakened, he actually knows nothing about it. If Li Hu hadn't told him, he might still be in the dark. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he didn't pay too much attention to the Golden Pagoda. But he didn't worry too much. After all, the Golden Pagoda is in Qishao City, covered by spiritual veins, and he still has the Eye of the Demon, an ancient treasure of the same level. Even if Jinta wanted to harm him, he was confident that he could kill the spirit of his magic weapon. Anyway, this is not the first time he has done this. Li Hu continued, the magic spirit of the Golden Tower is called Disha. It told me that it has sensed the breath of the other 6 Golden Towers. When I break through the transformation of the spirit, it will be the time for me to participate in the fight for the Daozi of Beidou Dao sect. I have already agreed to this when the Golden Tower recognized me as its master, and I cannot refuse. This fight for the Daozi is unpredictable. If I die, my parents, wife, brothers and sisters will all depend on you, my second brother, to take care of them. Fang Chong has long been accustomed to Li Hu's assistance. Now that he heard that Li Hu was about to leave and his life and death were unpredictable, he rarely felt a little bit reluctant. Li Hu had told him about the Daozi, since the Golden Tower recognized its master. So many years have passed, and the Golden Tower has been silent. Fang Chong almost forgot about it. He didn't expect it to suddenly appear at this time. But he couldn't persuade Li Hu to refuse. This was something Li Hu agreed to back then, and maybe he had signed a contract. If I let him back down, wouldn't that be destroying his sincerity and his path? He would rather die than accept it. Fang Chong was silent for a moment, nodded and agreed. Brother, go ahead. I prepare wine for you in the city, and wait for you to return victorious. Li Hu smiled and said, Don't worry about me. I might fail to break through the spirit transformation this time, and not even be qualified to participate in the Daozi battlefield. Fang Chong laughed dumbly. Brother, you really have a good attitude. Those who can be recognized and chosen by the Golden Tower are all outstanding talents. For such people, it is not too much to be careful. But if you think about it carefully, you don't have to worry too much about Li Hu. After all, the time that many Golden Towers have been in this world is less than 100 years, because the time for the spiritual energy to recover is also that long. No matter how high the cultivation of the best among them is, it will not exceed the spirit transformation by much. Li Hu has many tricks up his sleeve, and he has been fighting for so many years. It is normal for the weak to defeat the strong. It is the others that should be worried about. When will the eldest brother break through to the spirit transformation? Fang Chong asked again. Li Hu said, I came back this time to discuss this matter with you, my second brother. It takes a long time to break through the spirit transformation, and I am not sure. And the first army cannot be without a general for a day, so please arrange the candidates first, so as not to make the first army lose its footing after I leave. Fang Chong pondered for a moment and said, Big Brother is the commander of the first army, and will always be, unless one day, Big Brother, you are really gone. Otherwise, this first army will always belong to you. But you are right, Big Brother. If there is no commander, others will inevitably have other ideas. How about this, Big Brother, you recommend someone to take charge of the first army first, and then resume it after you return. Li Hu thought about it and nodded. That's good, but I don't have any recommendations. Second brother, you have a good eye for talent, just pick one. Asking him to appoint a candidate, it is obvious that Fang Chong is trying to avoid suspicion, and is unwilling to get involved in his first army. But Li Hu never cared about power. If Fang Chong wants it, just give it to him. Not to mention that Fang Chong has never had any intention in this regard. In recent years, the military expenditure of the First Corps has always been the largest and most sufficient. Fang Chong shook his head and said, Then let's each pick one and supervise each other, so as not to break the rules after the eldest brother leaves. Okay. Li Hu paused and agreed. In this case, about 1 month will be enough for me to entrust military affairs. Then I will find a place to break through in 2 months. Li Hu estimated the time. The breakthrough of the spirit transformation is different from the breakthrough of ordinary realms. If the nascent soul realm is the first time that the soul of the cultivator manifests in the world and becomes an god, then the spirit transformation is the real soul that resides in the world, and the soul body is used to initially comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Among them, the best can also use the power of the law, and the power of thinking can change the world. Therefore, the most important thing in the spirit transformation realm is the growth and transformation of the soul. Some people have watched the rain for 30 years, and understood the power of life from the rain. Some people sit on the snowy mountains for 100 years, and comprehend the power of annihilation from the ice. Some people wander in the world, make friends with thousands of beauties, and comprehend the power of forgetfulness from love. Some people are willing to be beggars, suffer humiliation, struggle in the mud, and comprehend the endless power from despair. Each person has his own source method, and the time is different. But they have one thing in common. That is, they gave up their strongest support and comprehended the infinity of heaven and earth from the most ordinary and ordinary perspective in the mortal world. Only when you fall into the dust can you fly. If you want to pick up, put it down first. If you stand too high, you can't see the scenery below. And the rules below are the foundation of building this world. Therefore, there is also a saying in the realm of transformation that you must transform into a mortal before you can transform into a god. For Fang Chong and Li Hu, who have inherited the great sects of cultivation, They have no shortage of these predecessors' insights. And there is also a living spirit of transformation in the Golden Tower. When Li Hu returned to Qishao City to repair these years, he often asked Zhongshan for advice. As the master of the Golden Pagoda, Zhongshan was also generous in giving advice. After all, only with Li Hu permission would the Golden Pagoda, which had recovered its spiritual wisdom, allow him to comprehend in the pagoda. Zhongshan did not say what he had comprehended when he was in the state of transformation. He only said that in order to break through the state of transformation, he cleared out the practitioners of a small country, sealed his cultivation, and spent a full 60 years in the small country from the perspective of an ordinary person. In the stargazing world, there will be a special area to enclose mortal small countries. These places do not allow cultivators to enter, and those who violate them will be hunted down by the top sects in the world. This is also the foundation of the sects. Qishao City was established not long ago, and there is no time to construct a space without cultivators. Therefore, if Li Hu wants to break through, he will inevitably be disturbed by other cultivators, which will increase the difficulty out of thin air. I don't know when I will see my brother again next time? Fang Chong sighed slightly. The bad thing about the breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm is that there is no exact number, unlike the previous realms where you have an idea in your mind when you will break through. At that time, if you can break through, then break through. If you can't, then try hard next time. Only the realm of transformation may take 3 to 5 years, 30 to 50 years, or even 3 to 500 years. Suddenly, Fang Chong's face changed, as if he thought of something, and said to Li Hu, "Brother, wait a moment." After that, he closed his eyes in front of Li Hu, and his consciousness left his body. Because Fang Chong suddenly thought that Qishao City did not have such conditions. But the Tang Dynasty court did. The queen is so powerful, how could she not have a special territory for training her subordinates? As a subordinate of the queen, it should not be a problem to borrow it a little. And he paid for it. About half an hour later, Fang Chong woke up with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, brother, I have found a good place for you to break through." As he expected, the queen did have a small world, which just happened to have an environment suitable for transformation, and the most important thing was that the flow of time inside was different from the outside world. Just like the time ratio between the mountain and river realm and the outside world is 12 to 1, 12 hours in the mountain and river realm, only 1 hour in the real world. And in that small world, the time flow rate can be adjusted to a maximum of 100 to 1. That is to say, 100 years passed inside, and only 1 year passed in the outside world. What a great power! Fang Chong finally understood why the Tang Dynasty could rule such a huge territory in 100 years. It was not 100 years, but 10,000 years. Such a long time is enough for the queen to train batches of talents. However, this method should have some hidden dangers, or some limitations, otherwise, the queen would not have to train 12 mountain and river lords in the outside world. And as always, the price is very expensive. Just to send one person over, he asked for 10,000 points. Fortunately, he is now rich and powerful, and 10,000 points are nothing. But the travel fee for one person is 100,000 points. It is for sending but not for picking up. It takes another 100,000 points to pick up. According to Yaoguang, it is very difficult to send someone across the boundary in the current world environment, and the price will be reduced in the future. Or wait for group purchase. There are more people seeking breakthroughs, and it will be cheaper if everyone goes together. Of course, she said this, Fang Chong heard it, and he would be a fool to believe him. But who let them monopolize? Not to mention 100,000 points, even 1 million points. Thinking of saving 100 years of time, he had to pay the money with gritted teeth. There is such a world. Li Hu was surprised and happy to hear what Fang Chong said. He was surprised that there was such a great power in the world, and he was happy to save time. In this way, his chances of surviving in this Daozi battlefield were much greater. After all, a few more years of development time will always be different. That's the price. Li Hu couldn't help shaking his head. Although Yaoguang did not force anyone to tell about the mountain and river realm, Fang Chong did not disclose it in order to reduce trouble. What he was talking about with Li Hu at this moment was naturally the converted spirit stones. Adding the ticket price, 2.1 billion spirit stones. The annual output of Liyun Spirit Mine, one of the largest spirit stone veins under Qishao City, is only this much. That is enough to support the military expenses of 10,000 man teams. Fang Chong mentioned the price just to win the credit, otherwise he would have done it quietly. So at this moment Fang Chong smiled and said, "Brother, you have worked hard and made great contributions. This spirit stone will come from the inner storehouse of the city lord's mansion. Li Hu shook his head. You have given me a lot of spirit stones over the years, so I do it. Fong Chong was very persistent and straightforward. I'm asking you to remember my kindness. If you don't give me this opportunity, how can I use you with peace of mind in the future? Li Hu was speechless and then smiled. Well, okay then. You are not afraid of losing money. Then lose money. Ha. The two looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 237. 1 month later. On Qingyuan Mountain. The light of the spiritual network array was so bright that the spiritual energy of the entire Qingyuan Mountain was stirred. Li Hu was about to leave through this teleportation array. Of course, the spiritual network teleportation array of Qingyuan Mountain was only level 4, and the teleportation distance was only 1,000,000 miles, but with the mountain and river order in Fong Chong's hand, it was different. Fong Chong also learned today that with the help of the mountain and river order, the spiritual network teleportation array could also achieve ultra-long distance teleportation. Before, he was still wondering how Yogwan would pick up Li Hu. After a long time of relationship, he not only gave the travel expenses, but also had to refuel himself. How could it be so bad with just one black word? But he only complained a few words in his heart. Second brother, you don't have to send me off. Li Hu had already arranged his personal affairs, and all his official affairs were resolved in a month, so he had no worries at this moment. Fong Chong stood in front of the teleportation array, with his sleeves fluttering and his hands behind his back. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, Brother, I didn't send you off. I'm going with you. Li Hu? ? It took him a long while to react, and he stammered, You're going with me? Fong Chong nodded seriously. Yes, the time in that small world is so fast, I would be at a loss if I don't go there. If I had known there was such a world, I would have gone there earlier. The time flow rate is 100 to 1. The worst thing for him now is time. If he can stay there for 100 years, he will reach the peak of the nascent soul stage even if he is not very good at it. And then, he will make a concerted effort, and maybe he will be at the same level of the spiritualization stage when he comes back as Li Hu. Of course, even if he knew it before, he couldn't afford the travel expenses. It's just right to know it now. But if you and I both leave, what will happen to Qishao City? Li Hu said with a worried look on his face. How about I stay here and wait for you to come back, and then I go there? It only take about a year or so. Fong Chong smiled and said, Since Big Brother also knows that it will take a year or so, there's no need to worry. If something goes wrong in such a short time, then the others are useless. This is a good opportunity to clear out a bunch of waste. Don't say anything more, brother. They are here to pick us up. Fong Chong's thoughts suddenly moved, and he threw his hand, and the mountain and river order fell in the center of the formation, and then a burst of intense light burst out from the mountain and river order. So the spiritual energy of the entire Qingyuan Mountain began to flow wildly, and a giant spiritual energy vortex was absorbed by the spiritual network formation. With a click, cracks appeared on the formation base of the spiritual network formation. The spiritual energy poured in too violently, and even the spiritual network formation could not bear it. Li Hu no longer hesitated, and entered the teleportation formation with Fong Chong. After the intense flash of light, the formation base was already in a mess. For a while, I don't know how many people's Tang Dynasty name cards were interrupted. Obviously, even if it could bear this ultra-long distance transmission, it made the formation a one-time sacrifice. Not long after Fong Chong left, Dong Dong and Qin Qing and other family members came over. Looking at the teleportation formation, Dong Dong waved to the formation master, who had been prepared behind him. Fix it as soon as possible according to your husband's instructions. Yes, madam. The array masters quickly took out the materials to replace them. The spiritual network array of Qingyuan Mountain has been upgraded several times with the spiritual veins. These array masters are already familiar with it, and can quickly get started. Sister Dong Dong, can my husband come back safely? Many years have passed, and Li Hu's wife Qin Qing has successfully broken through the foundation building realm. Therefore, she is already in her 40s, and not only does she not look old, but her once energetic body now has a mature charm, which is simply a replica of Mrs. Qin. After so many years, Qin Qing still hasn't conceived Li Hu's child. She seems to understand something. Even Mrs. Qin has never urged her again. Dong Dong's eyes are also worried, but her expression is still very calm. No matter where my husband is, everything will go well. As for brother Li Hu, there should be no problem with my husband. But thinking of Li Hu's attitude of telling her about her last wishes, Qin Qing didn't relax, but just sighed. She didn't know when her gentle and honest husband had a gap with her. It was probably from that time when she wanted to have a child, and had a big fight with Li Hu. Although Li Hu's attitude towards her remained the same, she knew that there were many secrets between them. And a couple who sleep in the same bed have their own secrets. How can their life be as usual? Sometimes, Qing would regret her cleverness. If she was a little stupider, and didn't go to the bottom of it, would she not have the trouble she has now? Ignorant happiness is also happiness. But it was all too late. The light of the teleportation array obscured his vision, and Fang Chong only felt a strong squeezing force trying to tear his body apart. Fortunately, he had a level 40 tyrant body, and the mana of the nascent soul realm to protect his body, so the squeezing force did not have much impact on him. If he were a gene and cultivator, he would probably be seriously injured after just one teleportation. This was completely different from the feeling of the third and fourth level teleportation arrays before. If one is swimming at sea level, and the other is diving 300 meters underwater, the pressure of the two is completely different. However, the uncomfortable feeling did not last long. When he woke up, Li Hu beside him had a serious face, and was ready for battle. That posture was like a beast in the mountains encountering a similar predator. Fang Chong's consciousness left his body, and looked around. This was a large training ground. Under the training ground was the light of the teleportation array. With their arrival, the light dissipated, and the teleportation array was hidden underground. On the fence of the training ground, flags were flying in the sky, and a golden bird resembling a phoenix was embroidered on it. The bird had both form and spirit, and was lifelike, as if it could be reborn from the fire at any time. Every flag here was a spiritual weapon. Moreover, Fang Chong recognized that this was the symbol of the Empress, the guardian beast of the Tang dynasty, a mythical bird called the phoenix. The divine bird is used as the emblem here, which is obviously an important force under the queen. Opposite them, there is a group of soldiers who are watching with their chests crossed, led by a young general, about a dozen people. They seem to have expected the arrival of Fang Chong and Li Hu, and they are not welcoming. The leader is a master, Li Hu whispered in Fang Chong's ear. Being called a master by Li Hu obviously made him feel a little threatened. You should know that Li Hu is now at the peak of the nascent soul, with a giant spirit body, and a purple dragon bloodline that controls thunder, and he is invincible in the Qi Shao Dao. I didn't expect to meet such a master just after leaving the teleportation array. Who are you? Fang Chong asked carelessly. He doesn't care about masters or not, he is under the protection of the queen. These people are obviously the soldiers under the command of the queen. How can he be afraid? In terms of official position, he, the Anon development envoy appointed by the queen, must be on the same level as the Jadushi. What rank is the Jadushi? Second rank, the leading general said coldly. Luo Xian, the captain of the Phoenix Guard, is here to wait for you in the name of the Guanglu Dr. Cheng Kai-chung. Old Qingyou, then this place is? Chang'an, Fang Chong was shocked. On the map of the mountain and river realm, Qi Shao City where he was located was separated from Chang'an City by the 3 roads of the Great Tang Dynasty, and the distance was tens of millions of miles. I didn't expect that a teleportation array would send him here like this. But since it was ordered by the old Qingyou, why was he so rude to them? Does this look like a welcome? Could it be that this old guy holds a grudge and let people block him to teach him a lesson? Fang Chong judged the villain by his own heart. If he knew that the old Qingyou had come to his territory, he would probably have to treat him well. After all, no matter what, the two of them have a life and death feud. Although this feud is unilaterally held by him. What do you want to do? Fang Chong's face was stern. Do you know my identity? Luo Xian was frightened by Fang Chong. What is your identity? Fang Chong snorted coldly and bowed to the sky. I am the Anon development envoy appointed by Her Majesty the Queen, the Duke of Tang. How dare you, a mere lieutenant, be so presumptuous in front of me? Since the Guanglu doctor asked you to wait for me here, why don't you lead the way? Luo Xian was frightened when he saw Fang Chong actually use the title of the queen. After all, not everyone dares to use the title of the queen. He was originally very angry about Fang Chong and Li Hu occupying their Phoenix Guard's training quota. At this moment, he heard Fang Chong's identity and suddenly realized it. People with connections are so arrogant. It is said that he was able to join the Phoenix Guards and his current cultivation strength, and he relied on his Luo family's name at the beginning. Thinking of this, the eldest brother does not laugh at the second brother. Luo Xian's attitude suddenly improved a lot, and the idea of testing Fang Chong and Li Hu wait faded. I will personally verify your identity. If you dare to deceive me, don't blame me for not giving face to Lord Cheng. Lord Cheng is not far ahead, please follow me. Out of the training ground. Fong Chong saw from afar an old man with a tall figure, aloof temperament, and a sense of independence standing there. He and Li Hu walked over with a fake smile. Old. Ahem, Grandpa, long time no see, your grandson-in-law misses you so much. He decided to give his wife a face, not because of the unfathomable power of the Taoist Qingyou. It seems that the day of revenge is still waiting. Li Hu also bowed respectfully. Junior greets the senior. Thank you, Captain Luo. Taoist Qingyou Cheng Kai ignored Fong Chong, but bowed to Luo Xian. Luo Xian replied politely, These are all orders from above, and I am just following orders, so there is no need to be polite, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Kai smiled and said, Then please allow Captain Luo to say hello to General Li, and invite him for a drink some other day. Luo Xian nodded slightly and bowed to leave. Cheng Kai then looked at Fong Chong and said, Come with me. It will take a few days for the Jinqiu realm to open. You and Li Hu will live in my house these days. Is there any problem? Fong Chong nodded and said, It is a blessing for a grandson-in-law to have a long talk with Grandpa. As the saying goes, a real man can bend and stretch. Fong Chong felt that bending occasionally would help to stretch his muscles. Cheng Kai also smiled. That's not what you said when I left. Fong Chong laughed and said, It's not that you are young and ignorant. Although you are old, I didn't expect that your memory is still so good. But where did you get this cultivation from, Grandpa? Fong Chong was very confused. Qingyou Taoist's qualifications are not very good. He was able to break through the Jin Dan realm thanks to the drop of Nyo Mo blood. But his potential was exhausted with the breakthrough of Jin Dan. Otherwise, Fong Chong would not have thought about revenge. After all, he is usually very good at self-resolving things that he can't win. For example, we are all family, so there is no overnight hatred. But it is different if you can beat them. But Cheng Kai standing in front of him at this moment is a real master of the transformation of the spirit. For Fong Chong, who has personally imprisoned a master of the transformation of the spirit, he can say without hesitation that Cheng Kai is a real master of the transformation of the spirit. Cheng Kai shook his head and said, Have you forgotten what you are here for? Fong Chong was awakened by this word. Grandpa, have you also entered the Jinqiu world? This can explain it. Although only a few decades have passed in the main world, for Cheng Kai, it may be thousands of years. Cheng Kai nodded and said with emotion, I have just woken up from a dream of 1,000 years. Without the help of your majesty, I would not be where I am today. But my potential has been exhausted. It would only be a waste of my life if I stay any longer. Let's go back to my house and talk as we walk. Cheng Kai waved his sleeves, and a miniature carriage flew out of his sleeves, rising in the wind. The originally stiff jade pony seemed to come alive, landing on the floor with the sound of hooves. The carriage opened and steps came down. The three of them got on the carriage together. Fong Chong got on the carriage and found that this seemingly small carriage actually had a lot of secrets, as big as a large conference room. Not to mention 3 people, even 300 people could probably fit in. After the 3 of them sat down, Cheng Kai sat down calmly and asked, Ask whatever you want to ask. For watching's sake, I won't bother you. Fong Chong shrank his head and laughed dryly. Look at what you said, Grandpa, we are a family. If you don't help me, who will help me? But since you want me to ask, then I will ask. Is this Chang'an? Cheng Kai replied, It is Chang'an. We are now in the Phoenix Guard Army's base outside Chang'an City, Chihuang Mountain, 800 miles away from Chang'an. For practitioners like them, 800 miles is not far. What arrangements will be made for us? Your Majesty, do you want to see me? Fong Chong originally thought that he would be in a small world after coming out of the teleportation array, but who would have thought that he would come to Chang'an? This was not in his plan. In his expectation, when he first stepped into Chang'an City, the Empress would personally welcome him, the heavens would celebrate together, and the Tang dynasty would crown him king. Who would have thought that he would come without any noise, which was too embarrassing? Cheng Kai thought for a while, and said, Your Majesty is busy with affairs, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to see him. You can make your own arrangements in the next few days. Fong Chong, just let him roam free. Unexpectedly, Cheng Kai added another sentence. Chang'an is big, and it's not easy to live in it. Remember not to be too high profile. No way. Fong Chong was immediately dissatisfied. Grandpa, you are the only meritorious official who has followed the Emperor. Who wouldn't give you some face? I almost forgot to ask you just now. Grandpa, aren't you the chief of Tian's mansion? When did you become Guanglu doctor? I remember that this position has no real power. Cheng Kai smiled bitterly. That's a long story. Oh, then don't talk about it. Fong Chong said with regret, I thought you were doing well, but I didn't expect it to be so miserable. After I go back, I can't tell Dong Dong that I have seen you, so as not to make her sad. Chung Kai, what should I do, if I can't keep my energy up all of a sudden? He has to pretend to be forced today. Chapter 238. Chung Kai was still angry even though he knew that Fong Chong was provoking him. He wanted Fong Chong to go to Chang'an City to pick a fight. He knew that with Fong Chong ability, it would be too easy to provoke someone. When Fong Chong couldn't solve the problem, he would come out to clean up the mess for Fong Chong, so that he could see what it meant to be in the emperor's heart, but in the end, Chung Kai endured it. The relationship between him and Her Majesty the Queen was neither heavy nor light. After all, 10 years of companionship was only a short part of the long life of a cultivator. It can be said that every bit of it wasted was a bit of it. Especially, when he had some guesses about the true identity of Her Majesty the Queen, he didn't want to waste this kind of relationship on fighting with Fong Chong. Now he is the ancestor of the Chung family and Dongdong's grandfather. In the future, when Fong Chong is in trouble, he will have to use this relationship to help him. As for why he fell from a position of real power to a noble official with only a rank, it was naturally because he voluntarily abdicated. In the past, the Jindang could occupy the backbone of Chang'an, and the Yuanying realm was a hidden boss, controlling the situation in the capital. But since Her Majesty the Queen came out of nowhere, there is another world to provide her with talent resources. Originally, the civil and military officials in the court wanted to use political means to restrain Her Majesty. After all, the Tang dynasty is vast, and cannot be governed by one person. This is not something that can be done by high cultivation. The reason why people in high places can always be high, and do not need to step on the dust is because of the people who are driven by them. Therefore, people standing on top occasionally need to consider the will of the bottom. However, this idea was only realized for a short period of time. In the early stage, the only remnants of him, the prince, killed a river of blood in the Tian's mansion, using violent and bloody means to clear all discordant voices for His Majesty. After the change of the sky, His Majesty opened up a world, and had the support of talents with resources in a world. They are all elite people who have lived for hundreds, or even thousands of years. When it comes to government affairs and military power, they are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Nowadays, the officials who can stand in the court have to start with the nascent soul cultivation. If their cultivation is low, they may not even be able to bear the glances of others. How can such officials be qualified to stand in the court and engage in verbal battles with others? He is no exception. Tian's mansion was once a violent institution left by the founding monarch, but Her Majesty the Queen obviously has her own organizational structure, and the two have many overlapping powers. So in order not to make things difficult for Her Majesty, he asked to merge Tian's mansion and resign from the position of chief secretary. Fortunately, Her Majesty did not forget him, and sent him to the Jinqiu realm, piling up all kinds of resources like free money. But his potential is limited after all. After 1,000 years, he has barely broken through the realm of transformation. He did not want to waste time in the Jinqiu realm, so he asked to return. After returning to the court, Her Majesty the Queen promoted him to Guanglu Dafu. Everyone in the court knew that he and His Majesty had a relationship when they were in obscurity. Now he would come to the palace from time to play chess and drink tea with His Majesty, and most people were willing to give him face. However, Chung Kai did not confide all these words to Fong Chong. After all, his relationship with Fong Chong had not reached this point. If it were not for the fact that Fong Chong was the only husband of his only remaining granddaughter, he would have suppressed him in a minute. So he picked out some unimportant words and said them. In short, I still have some face in this huge Chang'an city, but you kid, don't cause trouble for me. For Wanqing's sake, I will help you with small matters, and you can handle big matters yourself. If you die, I will ask His Majesty to send me to take Wanqing back. With my current status and position, it is not difficult to find a suitable husband's family, not to mention marrying Wanqing to a prince again. Now it was Fong Chong's turn to be speechless. It seems that the old man is looking forward to his death. When he went to Beijing alone, he spoke with such righteousness and confidence, like an old man entrusting his son to someone else. Now that he has become more powerful, he starts to dislike him again. It turns out that men are fickle. The old man was no exception. So Fong Chong quickly skipped the topic and gave up this lose-lose strategy. Ahem that. Grandpa, there is another question for my grandson-in-law. Fong Chong's attitude became respectful. Seeing Fong Chong's change of expression, Chung Kai was very satisfied. Asked, Grandpa, you just said that you have lived in Jinqiu realm for 1,000 years. It stands to reason that 1,000 years is enough for you to integrate into that world 8 or 10 times. Why are you willing to come back? This is also the problem that Fong Chong is worried about. Time is the most unpredictable thing. He and Li Hu are both under the age of 50, and they are considered the newbies among the practitioners. If they stay in another world for 100 years, or even longer, then it is difficult for him to guarantee that he will still remember the people and things now. This remembering does not refer to memory, but a sense of identity. It's like the closed desk mate in elementary school, who was just short of beheading a chicken and burning yellow paper to swear brotherhood. After not seeing each other for 10 years, they met again after returning from college. After exchanging names, they only nodded awkwardly. Chung Kai has been here for 1,000 years, but in his eyes, his granddaughter, with whom he has been with for more than 10 years, seems to be more important. 1,000 years is enough for 108 generations. Hearing this, Chung Kai looked satisfied. It seems that you are not useless, and you can still consider this issue. Fong Chong, forget it, I won't bother with the old man. Chung Kai's eyes showed memories, and he said after a moment of hesitation, have you ever seen an illusion? The kind of illusion that is so real that it is indistinguishable from the real thing. Fong Chong pretended to listen. Chung Kai continued, when you enter the Jinsha realm, it's like entering a fantasy world. You are you, but you are not you. Everything there is real but fake. There you will get another identity. After thousands of years in the Jinsha realm, sometimes I even forget my own identity. Until I successfully broke through the realm of transformation, the dusty memories came like a tide. On the contrary, the thousands of years of cultivation seemed particularly thin in front of the real and heavy memories. As the saying goes, who wakes up first from a dream? Today I know who I am. After understanding my identity, everything in Jinsha world is like floating clouds to me. Now I think about it, I can hardly remember what happened to me in Jinsha world, it's just like other people's life. But the realm of cultivation is real. And Chung Kai seemed to think of something and said, the time spent there will be clearly reflected in your lifespan. The 1,000 years are a blur to me, but I am indeed more than 1,000 years old now. Fong Chong seemed to think of something and swallowed his saliva secretly. Projection of the heavens or the arrival of the players? Both are arriving in the new world, the flow of time is different, and the game experience cannot interfere with reality. It's like he is a sword fairy in the game, but he is still a otaku in reality. The highlights in the game will not have a big impact on his personality in reality. So when he just crossed over, he did not inherit the killing decisiveness of the sword fairy profession, but the vulgar and cautious otaku. This is different. So I'm putting it here with him. I'm playing games in the game world, although the fairy and demon plane is now almost certain to be a real world. It's not that he looks down on people, it's just that in reality, that kind of game plot planning cannot construct such a perfect world background without bugs. So which game company released the game Xianma? Was it really developed by the programmers in the real world? Or was it some powerful people in the Xianma plane who projected over and deliberately attracted the players? Fong Chong felt that he seemed to have accidentally discovered the secret of the Xianma game. Then the question is, who is so bored to hook up a group of stupid players, and what does he want to do? It can't be him, right? To be honest, he is indeed a person who can do such a thing. But there is no powerful person named Fong Chong in the future Xianma game world, and the few impressive names he thought of have never been circulated. Fong Chong thoughts turned, and his face was flushed by the high-speed brain. It's too brain-burning, let it go. Maybe he was just overthinking. Fong Chong put the question behind him, and on the surface he was calm. Then I'd be relieved. After all, someone as sentimental as me might not want to leave after staying for a long time. A few hundred years of life is nothing to a young man like me. In other words, in another world, can you just put on your pants and ignore people? After all, if you don't remember, it's not considered betrayal, probably the same as if you don't pay for prostitution. Really? Chung Kai looked at Fong Chong with some suspicion. Judging from Fong Chong's expression just now, this guy seemed to be hiding something from him. But he didn't want to delve into it, and warned him again. Although he and Fong Chong didn't get along, with Dongdong as a smoothing agent, except for the unpleasantness when they first met, they were still good at other times. Talking all the way. The carriage moved slowly like the wind, and arrived in a moment after a journey of 800 miles. Chung Mansion. As soon as the carriage stopped, a doorman came forward to greet them. Fong Chong and Li Hu were in front, and then took Chung Kai, acting like a junior. Master. The doorman was a middle-aged man in his 30s, strong and powerful, with a slightly honest smile on his face, and he looked like an honest man. You are the son-in-law, right? The master has already told me. If you have anything, just tell me. The doorman must have been told by Chung Kai, and he recognized who was his son-in-law at a glance. As for Li Hu, he was ignored gorgeously. Fortunately, Li Hu didn't care, and followed behind Fong Chong like a guard. Yeah. Fong Chong nodded lightly. His attitude was neither hot nor cold. He saw at a glance that the doorman was a cultivator who specialized in body cultivation, probably in the middle or late stage of foundation building. The world has changed so much. He used to be the leader of a sect, but now he is only a doorman. However, a third-rank official in front of the Prime Minister might be tempted to be Chung Kai's doorman. His name is Lu Qing. In addition to being the doorman of my house, he also works part-time as a housekeeper. If you have anything to do in Beijing these few days, just find him. If it's not important, don't bother me. After Chung Kai and Fong Chong reminisced about the past, they began to dislike each other, and now they obviously disliked each other. It's just right, I didn't want to bother you. Fong Chong didn't indulge him. Since he had already got all the information out of his father-in-law, he didn't care whether he offended him or not. Anyway, as long as his wife was still there, Chung Kai, the old grandfather, would not be able to escape. Those who are loved are always fearless. Although he was loved by everyone, it was the same idea. Chung Kai snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves into the house. Seeing this, the doorman Lu Qing whispered to Fong Chong, "Son-in-law, the master knew you were coming and asked me to prepare early. Knowing that you like spicy food, he also hired a cook." Fong Chong was stunned and then touched his chin. This old man is quite cute. For Dongdong's sake, I will reduce my hatred for him by 3 points. Lu Qing looked at his nose and his heart, but heard nothing. Your name is Lu Qing? Yes, son-in-law. Do you have a sister named Lu Hong? Ah, how did you know that I have a sister? Her name is Lu Hong. Do you know my sister? Fong Chong almost wanted to ask if there was a Jinsu Zhao Yanzi. Fortunately, he held it back and changed the subject. Why are you still the housekeeper? The master is an honest official, and he has nothing to lose. In the mansion, there is only one cook and one groom besides me. Lu Qing felt very sorry. If his sister really knew the son-in-law, it would be a step to heaven. So he is quite lonely. Fong Chong muttered. Lu Qing did not dare to answer. It was a taboo to talk about the master's family without permission. Of course, compliments were not included in this category. If the master hears this, he will only secretly give you a promotion and a raise. Fong Chong continued, I don't know if he will come to Chang'an this time. Next time, I have to bring a letter from his granddaughter to relieve his homesickness. In addition, I have to ask Dongdong to persuade him to enjoy himself while he still has thousands of years to live. I can't be 20 years old again, but there are girls of 20 years old every year. As long as no one is killed to divide my wife's inheritance, everything will be fine. I am actually quite open-minded. Chung Kai, who had been in the mansion for a long time, but whose consciousness was everywhere in the void, crushed the armrest of the chair. This bastard. After saying that, he withdrew his consciousness, and his ears were clear and his heart was pure. Chang'an City maintained the specifications before the change of the sky, covering an area of 100 miles and a height of 10 feet. It was originally a first-class city, but now it is not as good as the several big cities under Fong Chong command. If you don't look at the majestic acropolis surrounding Chang'an, you would never think that such a small city would be the capital of the Tang dynasty. When the disaster came, everything was destroyed, except Chang'an City, which remained motionless, without a single brick or stone damaged. People said that the capital of the Tang dynasty was suppressed by the dragon spirit. Those who are good at fighting do not have great achievements. Chang'an City is such an ancient and vicissitudes of life. I am afraid it is the only one in the Tang dynasty. Chang'an. In a fragrant pavilion with a faint fragrance, Fong Chong and Li Hu sat down, and several beautiful girls with clever hands and eyes sat beside them, pouring wine and picking up dishes for them. Well, this is an elegant club that cultivates sentiments named Luo Qingxuan. Since you have come to Chang'an City, how can you not understand the local customs here? The day after Fong Chong arrived at Qing's house, he dragged his elder brother to drink flower wine. Of course, the drink was very plain. Second brother, what are you doing? Li Hu smiled bitterly. It was more difficult to be sandwiched between two girls than to fight with others. Fong Chong held the wine and smiled. Brother, you have no right to speak without investigation. We are also collecting intelligence. Besides, this place is not as comfortable as a restaurant or tea house. Relax. With your cultivation level, is there anyone who dares to harm you? This Luo Qingxuan is indeed a high-end place mentioned by Lu Qing. The girls inside have cultivation levels. Although they are not high, they have spiritual energy to temper their bodies. They are all clear and clean. Therefore, they are very popular with dignitaries in the city. And in front of girls, men are hard to change their nature and bragging is not taxed. Fong Chong only sat upstairs for a while, and heard a lot of interesting news, which gave him a rough understanding of the current situation. Qishao City is a remote place. Although there is a mountain and river world that communicates with each other, the 12 mountain and river masters are wary of each other, and Yoguang is a dead-end homegirl who doesn't care about the outside world. So compared to the entire Tang dynasty, his eyes and ears are very closed. Now, a moment of time has made him feel like his eyes have been opened. Chapter 239. Luo Qingxuan. Li Hu slowly adapted to the environment here, imitating Fong Chong movements and postures, and soon he had some of his charm. As a man, it is not easy to learn bad things. At least, he can let go of the girls who came to toast. Everyone is willing, as long as you abide by your heart, it is not a kind of practice. The charming girl beside him has become a skeleton, and the environment with faint fragrance has become a hell. He cultivated a heart of Taoism, and did not move in all directions. On his face, there was a sense of enlightenment of Gao Miaopiaoshan. In the past, Li Hu had met people who practiced charm, but for this way, he would punch them. What temptation, as long as he didn't want to see it, it was like a stone. But at this moment, he took the initiative to fall into it, and the feeling was different. For a while, Li Hu realized that he still had a lot of work to do. Perhaps this is why the second brother brought him here. His state of mind seemed perfect, but he could hardly control himself even in such a small situation, let alone achieve spiritual enlightenment. Although he cultivated quickly, it was too fast after all. This was the second brother's silent reminder to him. Second brother, I understand. Li Hu picked up a glass of wine and toasted Fong Chong. Fong Chong drank a glass of wine with Li Hu in a daze, not knowing what this good brother was talking about. What do you understand? But Li Hu looked like he knew everything, so he was really embarrassed to ask. Otherwise, wouldn't it be saying that he was stupid? So he smiled and said, it seems that the eldest brother knows everything. Yeah. Li Hu nodded, and very naturally dismissed the girls on his left and right, and drove away the girls around Fong Chong. Fong Chong looked at the girls eagerly, leaving a fragrant breeze, and then looked at Li Hu with resentment. Don't touch mine, don't do it yourself. I've already paid. Li Hu said, second brother, you just want to tell me that although we are away from home, we are family after all, so we need to stick to our original intentions when facing temptation. If I want to become a god, I must first seal my own spiritual power and turn into a mortal. At that time, all 7 emotions and 6 desires will be my great calamity. If I still use the previous method to deal with it, I will definitely suffer the calamity. I am not afraid of you laughing at me, my second brother. Just now, I was holding a soft and beautiful girl in my arms, which was completely different from fighting a strong enemy. I was really moved. This is Chang'an City, which is tens of millions of miles away from Qishao City. No matter what I do, no one knows who I am. But I can't help but think of the time when I was a hunter under Lingju Peak. If there was a gentle and beautiful lady accompanying me at that time, even if you, my second brother, told me about flowers, I would definitely not practice with you, and I would not have achieved today. This is the obstacle of the Great Way. Fortunately, I just woke up in time and understood your good intentions, my second brother. I think this is the principle left by the predecessors, that the Great Way is ruthless, and only people can call it. Fong Chong, bah. After a long time, he managed to utter a sentence. Haha, big brother, as long as you are happy. Li Hu smiled faintly, thinking that Fong Chong was being modest. He raised his glass again and said, I can't speak, it's all in the wine. Fong Chong drank the wine expressionlessly, only to find that it was quite bitter. He coughed twice and said, then let's go back. Anyway, there is nothing to play, just go home and play by yourself. Li Hu was stunned and said, second brother, didn't you say you wanted to get intelligence? I just listened carefully, and it was indeed as you said. Although the people here are unrestrained, most of them are high-ranking officials. They can get information that the lower-class people don't know with a casual word. I also benefited a lot. It turns out that the Tang dynasty is so vast. In these years, our Qishao city has been fighting east and west. I thought I had conquered a large country, and occasionally I thought about being satisfied. But what I heard today made me realize that I was just sitting in a well, and not knowing the whole picture of the world. The Tang dynasty is so powerful, and the officials in the court have such profound cultivation. I wonder how powerful the queen is. No wonder I felt a little threatened when we just met a lieutenant before. If I hadn't come out, I'm afraid I would have thought I was invincible. Fong Chong laughed dryly and said with some boredom, almost enough. He just found a high-sounding reason. In the final analysis, he wanted to understand the customs and habits of the best place in the country and learn advanced service techniques. However, things did not go as planned. So be it. In the new world, he will be carefree again. Fong Chong has always had a very low moral standard for himself. Li Hu saw Fong Chong say this, and he did not object, and stood up to leave. The two went downstairs together. Then a beautiful woman, with a dignified appearance and dressed like a lady, came up to greet them. My two lords, but the daughters did not treat you well. I will definitely teach them a lesson. No, they treated you very well, but we have something important to do, so we will leave first. Fong Chong habitually gave good reviews. Although he did not enjoy specific services, he still had to give good reviews. This is the basic quality of a guest. That's good, that's good. The beautiful woman smiled and nodded. Then I will wait for you two gentlemen to come next time. At this moment, a scream came from upstairs. A red dress flew off the railing and fell heavily to the ground, making a muffled sound. When the man looked up, he found that it was a charming young girl with red slap marks on her face. At this moment, she covered her face with tears in her eyes, and looked upstairs stubbornly. Master Yuan, I sell my art but not my body. If you want someone to accompany you, I can find a sister with both talent and beauty for you. But I'm sorry that I can't obey you. What is this? Fong Chong suddenly didn't want to leave, so he ate a bite of melon first. This is definitely a bully and a beauty. Of course, he didn't think of any hero saving beauty. Please, what is this place? If you come out to sell, don't talk about being noble. This is professional ethics. Li Hu's eyes showed strange colors. He had a dream of being a hero. Although this dream was destroyed by Fong Chong. Second brother? But Li Hu knew the importance of the matter. There were many hidden talents in Chang'an City. He didn't want to cause trouble for Fong Chong. Be patient. Fong Chong glanced at the beautiful woman and said casually, didn't you see that her mother was not in a hurry? Why are we two outsiders so enthusiastic? The beautiful woman felt her hair stand on end when she was swept by Fong Chong's eyes. Only then did she realize that the man in front of her had such a high level of cultivation. She was favored by the master behind her, who helped her build her foundation and kept her youthful appearance. But even the master's offerings did not give her such a dangerous feeling. She originally just saw Fong Chong's generosity and generousness, and he gave her high-grade spirit stones without change, so she wanted to win him over as a regular customer and came to see him off. Otherwise, not everyone could be greeted by her in person. The beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, I can't say more about the specific situation. You two gentlemen will know if you continue to watch. The plot has come to the point where the woman would rather die than surrender, and she said angrily, I will accompany beggars instead of you. Okay, then I will let you accompany beggars. The gentleman sitting behind the scenes upstairs said coldly, Come on, go find 10 beggars, I will see how you serve beggars. Someone took the order and left in a hurry. The woman looked desperate, and she looked expectantly at the guests in the hall. I am Hongmei, if any hero can save me, I will be your slave in the future, and will never regret it. But no one responded. I don't know if it was because of the power of Mr. Yuan or other reasons. The woman lowered her head in disappointment. The beautiful woman sighed, walked forward, and said with a sweet smile, Master Yuan, calm down. Hongmei is young and ignorant. You are magnanimous. Please give me some face, and don't bother with her. I will persuade her well, and make her change her mind and serve you well. Master Yuan upstairs snorted coldly. It's too late. I'm in a bad mood right now. Do you think I really like her? The beautiful woman sighed again, and stepped back silently. The air became quiet, and the lights all around dimmed. Only a beam of light fell around the woman, revealing her weak and helpless temperament. Fong Chong sat down and enjoyed the free fruits on the table, watching and commenting. Who wrote this script? It's still too rough. Li Hu looked suspicious. Brother, you said this is fake? Isn't it obvious? Fong Chong commented. Just now we said that Luo Qingshuan is one of the best high-end clubs in Chang'an. If any random customer can force the girl like this, then how can they open the door to do business? After all, there are so many people to choose from. Why do you have to come to a place where even your own girl can't be protected? Although we are here for, that, but if they can't even maintain this little bit of prestige, then there is no point in playing, it is a loss of status. And look at the others. Most of them are watching the show like me. Then, what does this mean? It means that they actually knew what was going on. If that's the case, why would there be such a clumsy play? If I guess, it's probably intended to be performed for someone. As for who this person is, that's not something I can guess. So let's just watch the show and make some trouble later. Li Hu asked in confusion. Since you know it's a play, why do you still want to make trouble? Fong Chong rolled his eyes and said, because I have a grudge against the Yuan man. It was also a Yuan son who dared to steal his wife and borrowed his grandfather's golden elixir magic power, almost beating him to death. He has always remembered this grudge. The sound of Yuan's son really evoked his ancient memories. About half an hour. In the whole building, the songs continued to be sung, the dances continued to be danced, and the beautiful music of stringed instruments echoed in the air. Only the woman in red lay on the ground in despair, pitiful and helpless. Occasionally someone cast a sympathetic look, but seemed to be concerned about the young man upstairs, so they didn't say anything. Why so slow? How does Lao Lu do things? The sound of a wine glass smashing came from upstairs. The next moment, the door was knocked open. A tall figure tied more than a dozen beggars with a rope in his hand, and threw them in, and a foul smell filled the air. The woman in red was frightened and panicked. Young Master Yuan upstairs laughed abnormally. Well, since you look down on me, I will let you accompany the ugliest and most smelly man in the world. Listen carefully, serve this girl well for me, and use any means. She can bear it. The beggars who were originally panicked heard that someone sent a girl to them to play with, and their fearful faces now showed a wolf-like look. To die under the peony flower, to be a ghost is also romantic. No matter what the people upstairs wanted to do, it was worth dying for them to have fun with such a beautiful girl. Don't come over. The woman in red shouted repeatedly. He. The beggar's black palm grabbed her. Second brother. Li Hu showed reluctance. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the girl in red was a virgin, who only sold her art but not her body? If he didn't know and hadn't seen it, it would be fine, but if she was abused like this in front of him, he felt that it was against his own way of being. He always had a heroic plot in his heart. He could save the person with just a raise of his hand. Wait a minute. Fong Chong raised his hand to stop him, frowning slightly. At this point, the person being targeted still refused to show up. Did he guess wrong, or did he eat the melon himself? No one should know that he came to Chang'an, and he didn't have any enemies. Besides, this little trick didn't hurt him. Fortunately, he didn't have to think about it soon. Because someone stood up. Stop! A cold shout came. But the beggars were so beautiful that even the King of Heaven could not stop them from having fun. Damn it! A stream of light rushed into the building, and a whistling sound was heard. The beggars who wanted to violate the woman in red were all chopped to pieces on the ground like melons and vegetables. A young man in a scholar's gown, and with a resolute face walked in. The stream of light turned back to his hand, but it was a flying sword with a cold light. He looked at the pitiful woman on the ground and said gently, Miss Hongmei, I am late. Hongmei lowered her head, and a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. Seeing that Hongmei did not answer, the man thought she was frightened and looked upstairs. Yuan Chengjun, why do we have to involve an innocent woman in our feud? If you have the guts, come after me. The man upstairs laughed and said, I really don't have the guts to beat you. So, I'm depressed and want to find a woman to play with. Her indenture is in my hands now. I can play with her however I want. Even if the dean comes, he can't control me. But if the teachers of the academy knew that the student they had high hopes for was actually entangled with a prostitute, I don't know what they would think. You? The man was furious when he heard the rogue's words. But for the safety of the woman, he had to bow to this classmate whom he usually looked down upon. What do you want to do to let Hongmei go? Yuan Gongzi upstairs spoke in a cat-and-mouse tone. It's very simple. Kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. Maybe I will be in a good mood and won't bother your good sister. The man gritted his teeth and said, Don't go too far. Then just take her away. Your Jiji's sword is very powerful. Who here can beat you? If you want to take her away, no one can stop you. But do you dare? Yuan Gongzi is sure of victory. He has been planning for a long time, just to make this genius from the academy, who is always better than him, completely convinced and become his dog. Qualification, cultivation? How can it compare with his family power? As long as the Tang dynasty court suppresses everything, everyone must follow the rules, and they are no exception. But they, a group of people who hold power, are also interpreters of the rules. The man's eyes were red with anger, and he raised his hand to make a seal several times, but he was powerless to put it down. He knew that his cultivation was still good among the younger generation, but he was just a small shrimp in the whole Chang'an city. If he dared to snatch the girl in public, the academy would not tolerate him, and the government would issue a wanted order. But the woman on the ground was so helpless. His eyes were red, and he said, "Will you let us go if I kowtow?" Yuan Gongzi smiled and said, "How can we know if we don't try?" "Okay, I kowtow." The man bit his knees. "Knock you to death." Li Hu saw Fang Chong nod, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his hand, and his magic power surged, and he grabbed a young man fluttering in the air from the upstairs. Bang! The young man fell heavily to the ground. For a while, the breath in the building rose, and the master of Luo Qingxuan appeared, showing the cultivation of the golden elixir level. As a spectator, it is good to have such cultivation. But Fang Chong didn't care. He looked down at the young man who fell at his feet and said with a smile, "Your name is Yuan Chengjun. What is the relationship between Yuan Qinghua and you?" Chapter 240. Yuan Chengjun is a man of about 20 years old, handsome, dressed in brocade clothes. With a streamer on his head, he looks like a nobleman. In fact, it is difficult for children from big families to be ugly. After all, their parents are the best of the best. Even if they only inherit a few good genes, they are not bad. In addition, he has been living a life of luxury since he was a child. As long as he has some self-control and does not eat himself into a super fat man, he will not be bad at all. In terms of appearance and temperament alone, Yuan Chengjun can be regarded as a young talent. However, he looked quite embarrassed at the moment. Although Li Hu did not mean to hurt him, even if he did it casually, he made him look dirty. In addition, Fang Chong asked so condescendingly, and his forehead was full of blue veins, and he was very angry. He was born in the Yuan family, which had been glorious in the Tang dynasty for hundreds of years. Even when the queen came to the throne, she treated their Yuan family very well. In fact, the Yuan family gave in very quickly, so Her Majesty was too lazy to touch them. But the power of the Yuan family in the court was also shrinking very quickly. If it weren't for their head Yuan Wuji breaking through the Yuaning realm, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have a foothold in the Jingda Guangming Palace. However, for the lower class people, the Yuan family is an unreachable mountain regardless of its rise and fall. Therefore, Yuan Chengjun has always been smooth sailing. Even the young Confucian scholars, who have always been at odds with him in the academy, can't do anything to him, even if several gentlemen in the academy are optimistic about him. Now they have to surrender to him, and they never thought that there would be complications. He raised his head high and said in a cold voice, "This is the foot of the emperor. Don't think you dare to be presumptuous just because you have a little cultivation." As a direct descendant of the Yuan family, he also has the pride of a family. If any senior with high cultivation wants him to confess his crime and beg for mercy, it would be too much of a disdain for the Yuan family. Fang Chong was speechless and said, "I asked you what the heck the relationship was, and you told me not to be so presumptuous. Is it that you don't understand what I'm saying, or that I didn't make it clear enough?" He stepped on it, and it made a crackling sound. If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. The Yuan family has a guy like Yuan Qinghua, and you are not much better. It can be seen that they are not a good family. You dare to break my arm?" Yuan Chengjun covered his broken arm and screamed in pain. "Funny, I dare to break your leg." Fang Chong stepped on it again, like stepping on a stink bug. But these are all physical pains. For a cultivator, after the bones are connected, a rejuvenation magic will almost heal them, which is not a big injury. But Yuan Chengjun only felt that his dignity was also trampled away like this. The strange looks around him made him feel hot and stinging. After this battle, he was afraid that he would always have a black history. So he was even more reluctant to speak. "Kill me if you can." Yuan Chengjun gnashed his teeth. He was sure that Fang Chong would not dare to kill him because of the Yuan family, so he tried to save his reputation. Facing a Yuaning senior who was 2 realms higher than him, he would rather die than surrender. Who dared not give him a thumbs up and praise him? Even in the most painful time, he was still weighing the pros and cons. Fang Chong was shocked on the spot. "I have never heard such an outrageous request in my life. But you can't die now." Yuan Chengjun spit out a mouthful of blood foam and laughed sarcastically. In his opinion, even if Fang Chong was so arrogant, he was still afraid of their Yuan family. Fang Chong pulled out a long bench and sat down, stepped on Yuan Chengjun's back, and pointed his fingers at Yuan Chengjun's followers. "He doesn't want to talk, you do it." The follower felt like he was in the deep sea. The pressure made him breathless. He glanced at Yuan Chengjun on the ground, swallowed nervously, and said, "Mr. Huai is your cousin." "Indeed, they are relatives." Fang Chong smiled and said, Then please run an errand and inform your cousin that an old friend is coming from afar, and ask him to come here to meet him. By the way, I will only wait for him for half an hour, otherwise he will have to come to collect the body of this young cousin." The attendant nodded hurriedly and staggered out. "I will definitely convey the message." When the attendant left, in Luoqin Pavilion, the atmosphere reached a strange silence. After a while, the beautiful woman just now came up with a forced smile, which was uglier than crying. "Ex-premier, this is Luoqin Pavilion. Please give me some face. If you have anything to say, let's sit down and talk it out. Don't hurt the harmony. Anyway, Yuan Chengjun is a guest of Luo Qingshuan. The previous conflict with Hongmei can be regarded as an internal affair, and he also informed them in advance. But at this moment, as the landlord, they are to blame for the conflict between the guests. Of course, if the master behind her hadn't spoken, she would never dare to come to mediate." Fang Chong didn't say anything, but just gave her a faint look, as if to say, "Who are you? Why should I give you face?" The beautiful woman didn't dare to say anything immediately. "Clean the floor? This is the place where the girls dance. How can it be stained by blood?" The beautiful woman shuddered and nodded, "Yes." "Come on, while there is still some time, let's finish the second half of the script." Fang Chong waved to the young scholar, and the woman Hongmei. The young scholar stepped forward and clasped his fists and said, "Junior Zhao Jifeng, thank you for your help." Fang Chong waved his hand. "It was my elder brother who did it, don't thank me." The young scholar was stunned. He thought Li Hu was Fang Chong's bodyguard, and was instructed by Fang Chong. He quickly bowed to Li Hu and said, "I don't know the real hero. I would like to thank you for your help. Please leave your name. I will remember it, and repay you in the future." Li Hu smiled faintly. "It's okay. It's just pretending. To be honest, this kind of role-playing game feels like a childhood dream. It's still good to play it once in a while." At his level, he doesn't care about the gratitude of a junior, but more about his own comfort. "It's probably that I saved you, and it has nothing to do with you." On the other side, Fang Chong talked to the girl. "Are you Hongmei?" "It's me. Are you close to this guy?" "He is the neighbor brother I met when I was young. After the change of the sky, brother Jifeng and I were separated. Later, I wandered in Kyoto and was bought back by the boss. Brother Jifeng enrolled in Mingda Academy, and met me again at a gathering with friends. Brother Jifeng has always taken good care of me, and said he would redeem me. And I have already secretly agreed to spend my life with Brother Jifeng." Hongmei glanced at the young man shyly. The young man also smiled gently with gentle eyes. "She is right. I have long been determined to marry you, and Hongmei has long been determined to marry me." Fang Chong shook his head and said, "No, no." The young man was in awe of Fang Chong's power, but when he heard that he opposed his relationship with Hongmei, he still plucked up the courage to say, "May I ask what is wrong with you, senior? I don't care about Hongmei's identity, and Hongmei doesn't care about my poverty. How can we not be together? Can't even a great man like you be free from worldly things?" He. Yuan Chengjun, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sneered. The young man snorted, "Yuan Chengjun, what are you laughing at? How can a playboy like you understand the relationship between me and Hongmei?" Fang Chong still shook his head and said, "People often say that whores are heartless and actors are unfaithful, and that most unfaithful people are scholars. I think there is always some truth in it. Miss Hongmei, your beloved is by your side. How can you bear to deceive him?" He hated two kinds of people the most in his life, women who deceived men, and men who deceived women. Because of these Dogecoins, there are fewer and fewer innocent boys and girls, making his living environment extremely bad. Therefore, when he meets such people, he doesn't mind saving the lost lambs, and making them believe that there are still many good people in this world. Only when there are more good people can bad people like him live a more comfortable life. The young man seemed to understand something, and looked at Hongmei in disbelief. "What are you?" Hongmei saw that she could no longer hide it, so she did not quibble, and lowered her head in shame and said, "Brother Jifeng, I'm sorry." The young man's face instantly turned pale. No, you must have your reasons, right? It must be this bastard who forced you. I don't believe you will betray me. It must be him who forced you." The young man pointed at Yuan Chengjun on the ground, and all his anger and hatred poured out on him. Yuan Chengjun laughed when he saw the young man's defeated appearance. "Originally this was my last gift for you, but it's not bad to tell you now. You must have thought that I threatened her with some despicable means, right? But you are wrong, totally wrong. Not only did I not threaten her, but she took the initiative to find me. She said that she had a way to make you lose to me, make you a useless person, and even make you a dog under my command. This senior is right. Do you want to hear the second half of this play? The second half is that I will let you go temporarily, and Hongmei will choose to marry me as a concubine in order to let me spare you. From now on, you will live in guilt and pain every day. In order to make Hongmei's life better in my hands, you will become a sword in my hand, you. No matter how high your cultivation is or how good your aptitude is, as long as you still love Hongmei, you will always be controlled by me. I even plan to let Hongmei have an affair with you in the future, leaving your bloodline. After all, it is just an illegitimate child. Maybe you will think you have taken a huge advantage. But you will never escape. What a pity, this senior is too powerful. Oh, by the way, do you want to know what her requirements are for helping me do all this? It's very simple, as long as I marry her, even if she is a concubine, it doesn't matter, because she wants her son to have the surname Yuan. Looking at the young man's increasingly pale face, Yuan Chungjun knew that he was useless. He was betrayed by the person he loved most. Even if he didn't die, his heart was dead. The young man staggered back. He had a lot of skills, but now he had no support. He was as miserable as a wild dog. Blood gushed out of his throat. It was a heartache. Brother Jifeng. Hongmei wanted to support him. But the young man pushed her away, tears in his eyes, and asked with a hope, "Is what he said true?" Hongmei avoided the young man's eyes without leaving a trace, dodging. What's the point of true or false? The most important thing is that I left Luo Qingshuan and have a good home, and Brother Jifeng, you also have a master and a backer. We can still be together. This is the best result for us, and we will have our own children. Ha ha ha. The young man didn't want to ask anymore, and didn't dare to ask anymore. He pushed the woman away and laughed wildly. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 20 years. He didn't even care about the senior Fang Chong and ran out crazily. Nothing is more sad than a dead heart. He is finished. Li Hu sighed with pity in his eyes. Fang Chong said, if he can get over this relationship, he may achieve something. Suffering and hardship have always been the best nutrients for growth. However, the psychological quality of young people nowadays is getting worse and worse. At that time, those who could break through the foundation building realm all went through wind and rain. What is this little pain of love? Only by cutting off the emotional ties, with a wise sword can we achieve the great way. Li Hu looked at Hongmei, whose face was also pale and bloodless, and asked, I can see that he really loves you. If you can be with him, happiness should not be difficult. Why do you betray him? Hongmei smiled coldly, with a bit of self-mockery and sarcasm. Love? Happiness? Can these be eaten? When I was fighting with wild dogs for food, who loved me? When I was forced to learn skills and sell smiles, where were the people who loved me? When I was forced to go out and receive guests, who could come to save me? It's true that Zhao Jifeng loves me, but he loves himself more. I gave him all my savings and asked him to redeem me. But he didn't. He wanted to break through. He wanted to become famous in the academy. He wanted to worship the great scholar as his teacher. He needed resources. He needed spiritual stones. He took my redemption silver, so I can only stay in this hell. At that time, I knew that only those who love themselves are worthy of being loved. He was bad because he was not bad enough. He could have just abandoned me, but he felt guilty, and made up some inconspicuous dreams to deceive me all day long. Even he seemed to be immersed in those dreams, and the look in his eyes, when he looked at me, became more and more loving. But what's the use? My value is getting higher and higher, and he will never be able to collect the spiritual stones to redeem me. The more this happened, the more I hated him. So I found an opportunity, and sold him for a good price. Am I wrong? Hongmei wiped the tears from her eyes, and looked at everyone present. No one is wrong. The only mistake is that he and I should not have met. All the little magic power in her body bombarded her heart. She knew that even if she survived today, her future life would never be much better. But Fang Chong raised his hand to stop her. Don't even think about committing suicide in front of me. Your story is very good. Maybe after tens of millions of years, you will still be a representative of independent and strong women. So I give you a chance. He kicked Yuan Chungjun on the ground. How many spirit stones did you spend on her indenture? Yuan Chungjun took a breath and replied, 50 high-quality spirit stones. Fang Chong took a breath. Chang'an is really big, and it's not easy to live in it. This is too expensive. A woman who is not even at the foundation building stage actually wants 500,000 spirit stones. He can exchange it for 50 low-grade foundation building pills. Don't say I'm bullying you. Here are 51 high-grade spirit stones. I buy her indenture contract. Fang Chong bid the spirit stones, looking like a serious person. Yuan Chungjun was about to refuse, but heard Fang Chong say, if you don't agree, I break your third leg. He felt a chill in his crotch, and said hard, "Anyway, she has no value, so what if I sell her to you?" Happy transaction. Fong Chong accepted the contract. Waited for another stick of incense. Yuan Qinghuai was late, but the government's constables came instead. To be precise, it was a special government office that specifically supervised cultivators, a department called Zuntianzi, which means patrolling on behalf of the heaven, directly under Her Majesty the Queen, and had great power. Obviously, Fong Chong and Li Hu showed their cultivation, and under the report of someone with ulterior motives, they alarmed this special department. The Zuntianzi guards wearing green uniforms led people in from Luo Qingchuan, and their eyes were directly fixed on Fong Chong and Li Hu. "Where are you wild cultivators from? You don't know that this is the foot of the emperor, and you dare to make trouble?" Although the leading guard was only at the Jindan level, he was not afraid of Fong Chong and Li Hu at all. Chapter 241. Seeing the guards of the patrol department arrive, Yuan Chengjun, who had been trampled underfoot, realized that his savior had arrived. Now he didn't care about the pride of the Yuan family. After all, if he didn't care before, he would die, and if he did, he would die too. Naturally, he had to choose to care. If he still had the pride of a noble family when the savior arrived, who would die if he didn't die? So he complained in grief, "Captain, I am Yuan Chengjun of the Yuan family, and my grandfather is Yuan Wuji, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. I was just drinking here to relax, and I don't know where they came from. Not only did they rob my woman, but they also beat me up. My hand was broken, my leg was broken, and he wanted to break my third leg. Hey, you are such a rude boy. We just finished the deal happily, and now you want to slander me. I have never suffered such grievances in my life." Fong Chong broke Yuan Qingjuan's other leg with one foot. "How dare you?" Seeing that Fong Chong dared to take action, the guards of the patrol department were furious. "You dare to be so presumptuous in front of me? Your matter will be exposed." Of course, Yuan Qingjuan's background was also one of the reasons why he was so angry. Yuan Wuji, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, was a fourth-rank official who could report things on hearsay. Although their Sky Patrol department was directly under the command of Her Majesty the Queen, they had to show some respect to such a senior official unless there was an imperial decree. At least if Yuan Wuji reported it, his immediate superior might be reprimanded, and he would definitely not have a good ending. But the guards knew that their cultivation was inferior to the opponent, so they only dared to show off their power with words, but secretly informed their superiors through Thanka. All the territories under Fong Chong command had Thanka communications, and Chang'an City was no exception. Fong Chong frowned. Yuan Qinghuai's 20 years of time were not wasted. He learned a lot, and even knew how to borrow power. But it was not his intention to drag the Sky Patrol into this. The Sky Patrol was a huge monster, and even if he dragged old Qingmiao into this, he might not be able to handle it. Why should he create trouble for himself? Faced with the rudeness of the Sky Patrol guard, Fong Chong temporarily suppressed the urge to punch him, and said lightly, "This is a grudge between me and a junior of the Yuan family. Don't be stupid and become someone's knife." The Sky Patrol guard sneered, "The whole world belongs to the king. We are the Sky Patrol, patrolling on behalf of the sky, seeing through injustice, and the imperial power has granted us the right to kill first and report later. You want to bully others by relying on your cultivation. Do you think this is still the chaotic era before? Since you have been encountered by me today, you can't leave safely. This is Chang'an City, not some small country place you came from. But you are masters with cultivation after all. According to the regulations for the management of cultivators, I will not make it difficult for you. Hand over the Thanka. I will write down your names. You can be released after serving enough labor according to the rules. Even if the Tang dynasty has Her Majesty the Queen to suppress all disobedience, it is impossible to force cultivators to be equal to mortals. That is undoubtedly shaking the foundation of their rule. It's just that mortals are valuable, so the laws of the Tang dynasty will guarantee their safety to the greatest extent, and will not let them lose their lives easily because of the momentary mood of the cultivators. But cultivators and mortals are different after all. The higher the cultivation level, the more so. Therefore, even if Yuanian cultivators, like Fong Chong and Li who commit crimes, they will not be punished immediately. Instead, they will be warned and notified first. If they don't obey the discipline again, the masters of the patrol department will take action, and use them as a warning to the monkeys. Just now, the guards of the patrol department took the initiative to suppress Fong Chong, and the others, with the name of the patrol department. However, seeing that Fong Chong didn't buy it, his tone and attitude softened. Of course, he did have the idea of delaying time. Fong Chong said coldly, "Don't call me a country cultivator. My thanka is for you. Do you dare to take it? The guard of the patrol department sneered back. Why not? Fong Chong flipped his palm, and an orange-red thanka appeared. The pupils of the patrol department guard suddenly shrank, and his voice seemed a little sharp. Orange card? The court dress of officials in the Tang dynasty was mainly red and purple, which was a symbol of wealth and power. The same was true for thanka, which was white, blue, purple, orange and gold, representing 5 classes. As a member of the patrol department, the guard of the patrol department had a higher status, but now, he was only a blue card. But the thanka in Fong Chong's hand was 2 levels higher than him, which was a class he could never climb in his life. As far as he knew, the director of their patrol department was only an orange card, which was already the highest level among officials. It is said that only the direct royal bloodline has the gold card. But as everyone knows, Her Majesty the Queen is still unmarried and has no children, so no one has seen what the gold card looks like. As for the other royal bloodlines of the same clan as Her Majesty, they now receive a daily allowance from the clan government at most. It is almost impossible to get a gold card. He had checked many royal bloodline thankas, but they only had blue and white cards, and there were very few people who even had purple cards. It can be said that this was the first time he saw the appearance of an orange card with his own eyes. Fong Chong handed over the thanka with a condescending attitude. I'm giving it to you now, do you dare to take it? Although his cultivation was not high, he really had never lost to anyone in terms of status. After all, Her Majesty the Queen gave them a sermon once a month. Who else had this honor except the 12 mountain and river lords? They were all equivalent to half of Her Majesty the Queen's disciples. Therefore, their identity cards had long been upgraded to orange, and even the 12 mountain and river lords had the authority to upgrade their blue cards by themselves. The Sky Patrol guard wanted to go on and check the authenticity, but in the end, he swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, "So it was you, sir, in person. I was blind and I apologize to you." As he said this, he bowed deeply. The orange card was at the same level as his top boss. Even if Fong Chong had no status, this card already represented a lot of things. He couldn't move this person. At least his boss's boss had to step in. Fong Chong put away the thanka and asked again calmly. The patrol department couldn't intervene at the first time. Who asked you to come? The patrol department guard hesitated, but still said, it was one of my nephews. He said that there was a big monk in Luo Qingshuan causing trouble. I came here for the credit. Don't you know Yuanqing why? Fong Chong asked again. The guard of the patrol department shook his head and said, this is the first time I have met a member of the Yuan family today. It seems that the idea of taking time to take revenge today has failed. Fong Chong said to Yuan Chengjun, who began to pretend to be dead, Mr. Yuan, it seems that your cousin does not care about your life and is unwilling to come to see me. Please tell him a message, just ask him if he still remembers Dong Bao, who was sucked of his young blood by him. By the way, remember to say it in front of your grandfather, the effect will be better. Yuan Chengjun nodded hurriedly and said, Junior remembers it. Even the people of the patrol department were scared. How could he dare to talk about the pride of the Yuan family? At the same time, he felt particularly wronged. If you had revealed your identity earlier, he would have obeyed it earlier. Brother, let's go. Fong Chong said a little bored, and this Miss Hungmei, I have heard your story, and I will give you a place to go. Wait a minute. The guard of the patrol department hurriedly stopped Fong Chong. Fong Chong turned his head and looked. The Sky Patrol guard smiled and said, I wonder if you can leave your name, so that I can report it to the superiors. Fong Chong thought for a moment, and said, Chung Mansion on Tianmin Street. Who else but old Green Ox should be blamed for this? Back then, that Yuan Qinghuai wanted to bully Dong Dong. It's really unreasonable for him not to help old Green Ox in revenge. After Fong Chong and others left, the Sky Patrol guard looked at the mess in Luo Qingshuan and cursed the informant in his heart. The patrol department also needs merits. Where do merits come from? Isn't it from those monks who make trouble? But they can't monitor the entire Chang'an city all the time, so they need the help of informants at this time. As a result, not only did they not get any merit this time, but they also had to suffer in front of their superiors. Orange card noble, damn, I don't know whether to say that my luck is good or bad. The key is that he doesn't know whether the card is real or fake. My lord. Yuan Chengjun forced a smile with difficulty, meaning what should he do? The guard looked at Yuan Chengjun with disdain, called 2 people and said, clean him up, heal the wounds that need to be healed, and keep an eye on him. Soon, the boss who received his information hurried over. Di Baihu, where is he? The guard's name is Di De, also a Baihu of the patrol department. Qianhu, sir, he is gone. Dita smiled bitterly. Without waiting for his boss to get angry, he quickly recounted what had just happened. Cheng Mansion on Tianmen Street? The boss is worthy of being a boss. He knows all the nobles in Chang'an City. He is familiar with them. Tianmen Street leads directly to the gate of the palace. It is the place where the nobles in the court live. In the past, Cheng Mansion referred to the mansion of Duke Lu, but since your majesty ascended the throne and abolished all the nobles, there is only one family left with the surname Cheng who can still live on Tianmen Street. That is Cheng Kai-Cheng, the second-rank Guanglu doctor in the court. Even the director has to give him some face. It is not surprising that he has an orange card. You did a good job in not doing anything to him. Otherwise, if Cheng reports to our Xuantian division, even the director may be reprimanded by your majesty. At that time, even I can hardly protect you. The 1,000 households agreed with Dita's way of handling it. Although the Sky Patrol is powerful, it is ultimately a knife in the hands of His Majesty, and His Majesty's will is their greatest pursuit. All those who have a relationship with His Majesty are people they cannot touch. As for the Yuan family, now they are only supported by Yuan Wuji and some previous affection. Compared with Lord Cheng, they are yesterday's news. Now that they have offended the Cheng Mansion, they may not be able to get far. The captain analyzed and decided to make a big deal out of a small matter. Are there any casualties in this matter? Dida was stunned, and then quickly shook his head. No. Only a few beggars died, and in his eyes, they were not considered human beings at all. As for Yuan Cheng-jun with broken hands and feet, they have been reattached, so naturally they are not injured. The captain punched his palm and smiled. That's it. Since there are no casualties, the loss of some property will be taken care of by the merchants. We are short of manpower in the patrol department. How can we waste it on such a small matter? Let's all go away, and let the local government solve it by themselves. Your Excellency has a good idea. Dida looked humble and willing to learn. So a storm was calmed down before it even started. Cheng Mansion. Cheng Kai already knew what Fang Chong had done, and he rubbed his brows. If you don't find something for me to do, will you feel uncomfortable? Fang Chong said nonchalantly. Isn't it just the right time for me? Yuan Qinghuai, that bastard, bullied my wife, and I just went to his cousin to collect some interest. It's a pity that this guy didn't come out, otherwise I would have killed him. It was the first time that Cheng Kai knew about the grudge between Yuan Qinghuai and his granddaughter. He was stunned at first, and then his face sank. Bullying Dong Dong, what's the matter? Fang Chong said indifferently. No, I'm here, who dares to touch my wife? It's just that you left at the beginning, and fell into the trap of the female prince, so some people thought they could do it, and set their sights on Qingyafeng City. Fang Chong told what happened that year. About this matter, Dong Dong was afraid that it would affect your mood. After all, you were doing a business that could get you killed, so he didn't want to cause trouble for you, so he never told you. Later, we couldn't contact each other, so there was no place to talk. I also encountered it this time, otherwise, I would have almost forgotten about it. But since I have encountered it, this matter cannot be considered over. I have already alerted the snake, and I will follow the clues tonight and kill that bastard. Cheng Kai's face was serious. Nonsense. Under the feet of the emperor, in Chang'an City? How can you just mess around? Do you really think there is no one in the capital? Fang Chong curled his lips and said, Anyway, I can't stay for 2 days. If you don't let me make trouble, I won't make trouble. Fang Chong was in a bad mood on the spot. Anyway, the name of the Cheng family has been reported. Cheng Kai said, Now that you have entered the eyes of His Majesty, you must learn to be cautious in your words and deeds, and never ruin your future because of a small matter. This is not Qingyafeng City. Don't worry about this matter, just leave it to me. Although I am useless, I am still somewhat confident in dealing with the Yuan family. Wanqing is the only bloodline left by me. How can I let them go if they dare to bully Wanqing? Fang Chong pretended to be shocked and said, I just want to find the mastermind. Grandpa, you are going to uproot it. Cheng Kai laughed coldly. Isn't this what you want? Otherwise, you will bully Wanqing all the time. But even if you don't provoke me, I won't let them go. Cut the grass to the root. Yuan Wuji is an old fox. Back then, even I was just a soldier under his command. If we kill his grandson, how could he not remember it in his heart? So once we start, even he can't survive, otherwise there will be endless troubles. I will arrange this matter, you don't have to worry about it. Fang Chong raised his thumb and said, The old ones are still the best, Grandpa is awesome. Don't flatter me, just treat Wanqing well, and I will be satisfied. Cheng Kai ignored this matter and frowned. I heard that you brought back a woman. Fang Chong was about to explain when he heard Cheng Kai say expressionlessly, It's okay for a man to be a little romantic, but the most important thing is to take care of the family. Playing with women is playing with women, but you can't leave blood outside, and you can't bring them home to make Wan Qing lose face. Fong Chong paused, swallowed his saliva, and said dryly, Grandpa, you are really my dear grandpa. Now we really have no hatred. But you really misunderstood. I just saw that your house was deserted, so I brought you someone who can sing to add some atmosphere. That person is scheming and cruel. After training, he may be a good chess piece. If you don't like him, just find a place to send him away. Really? Really? Then stay. In addition, don't go out these few days. I will handle the things outside. Grandpa is domineering. Chapter 242. 2 days later. Fong Chong and Li Hu, who were recuperating in Chung Mansion, were sent to the palace by Chung Kai. As for the Yuan family, Chung Kai had already set his sights on them. The head of the Yuan family was a senior official in the court, and even Chung Kai could not kill them for no reason. This was the court system. However, Chung Kai also said that he would make the Yuan family disappear in Chang'an City in a year or 2 or 3 years. Similarly, this was the confidence of an emperor's confidant. Fong Chong and others entered the palace, naturally not to meet the empress, but the passage to Jingxiuji was in the palace. They were led to a corner-side hall. There were about 100 seats similar to lotus pedestals arranged in the hall, with single seats for one person. At this moment, many people had sat down, all with solemn faces, and no one talked or spoke. Fong Chong saw Luo Xian, the captain of the Phoenix Guard army, who he met when he was teleported last time, was also there. According to Grandpa Chung Kai, he and Li Hu arrival took away 2 quotas for the Phoenix Guard, so when he saw Fong Chong and the others, his attitude was so bad. But Fong Chong didn't care. Unlike those guys who traveled through time at public expense, they paid money. As for the quota, seeing Yang Guang's attitude that it was okay to give points, he didn't believe there was any quota limit. Mostly it was a hunger marketing routine. These guys were probably deceived. Fong Chong and Li Hu sat on the lotus platform, thinking with envy in their hearts. The lotus platform was made of polished granite, which looked extremely smooth, and there were inexplicable lines engraved on the edge. From Fong Chong's unprofessional eyes, this thing was basically useless, and it was cold to sit on. When the specified time came, an inexplicable suction force appeared in the center of the hall, as if to suck away people's souls. Fong Chong was just in a trance, and saw the sky full of twinkling stars, followed by the galaxy shining brightly, and then extinguished. The sky and the earth were pitch black, a little bright color appeared, and a long silver river flowed in space. The cold and smooth touch wrapped him up. He was like a helpless fish, drifting with the current, being sent to an unknown destination by the Milky Way. He struggled to break free and wanted to jump out of the river. Suddenly, an inexplicable force emerged in his body. He jumped with all his strength and saw the light on the river. Jingxiuji. Jinghua, Ningling County, Sanning County, Xiama Village. It is said that when Jinghua fought with its neighboring country Weigua, a general of Jinghua returned victoriously and dismounted here to ask for a sip of water. The general said that when he was fleeing, he was fortunate to have a half bowl of white porridge from a peasant woman in the village, which led to his current achievements. He came to repay her kindness and left 100 taels of gold. So there was a legend of the general dismounting to repay his kindness. The name of the village was changed to Xiama Village. But Fong Chong felt that this was purely the villager's self-flattery. Dismounting clearly means an inferior horse. Everyone in the surrounding area knows that Xiama Village is the poorest. The village has not found a wife from outside for 3 years, but has been marrying off daughters from outside. Relying on intermarriage within the village alone, not only are there fewer and fewer women, but even widows who have remarried are sought after. And sooner or later, a bunch of idiots will be born. Brother Go, your mother is calling you home for dinner. A little brat with 2 strings of snot hanging from his nose, wearing open-crotch pants and bare buttocks shouted gloatingly. There are guests at your house, and your mother can't find you. She also said she wants to beat your butt. Fong Chong, who was basking in the sun at the entrance of the village, I beat your butt first. Fong Chong slapped the little brat sturdy, but with a slap, and the sound was extremely crisp. Seeing that the little brat was about to cry with his mouth pouted, he took out a candied fruit like a magic trick. The kid had tears in his eyes, but he held them back when he saw the candied fruit. Mine? Fong Chong stuffed the candied fruit directly into the kid's mouth. Next time, remember to eat it first before asking. Fong Chong put his hands behind his back and dragged his frail 10-year-old body, leaving the kid with a towering figure. He was such a great Yuanine cultivator that he was so bored that he pretended to be cool with a little brat. He was such a failure. Fong Chong couldn't help but think of the culprit, who turned him into a child, the girl who smiled innocently and called herself the spirit of the Jinxiu world. The girl called herself Yao Ji, Yao Guang's sister. Well, she didn't look as old as Yao Guang anyway, so the sister was debatable. Yao Ji said that in order to prevent them, the outsiders, from disrupting the rules of this world, and to prevent the time flow of this world from disrupting their soul perception and making them unable to distinguish the reality and illusion of the two worlds. So everyone who entered the Jinxiu world had to go through the reincarnation calamity, which was to let them obtain the identity of a native in the Jinxiu world. So he became a little brat in such a confused way. Of course, this was not a real reincarnation. It was just that his Yuanshan was sleeping in the body of the little brat, using the body of the little brat to adapt to the rules of this world. When the time came, his Yuanshan returned to his place, and he was a hero again. He woke up half a month ago. Calculating the time, in about 2 days, the brat's 10th birthday will come, and he will sleep in the brat's body for 3 years. Then he can return the body to the brat and start to live freely. It's not that he didn't try to come out early, but every time his soul just left his body, he felt dizzy, stirring all his perceptions like a drum, distorting the three-dimensional world. The brat was affected by Fong Chong's soul power. Since 3 years ago, he suddenly became smart and intelligent. His body contains power far beyond his peers. He is the king of children in Xiaoma village, and the children respectfully call him Dog Brother. However, after Fong Chong's soul woke up and took over the brat's body, he was always ashamed of this title. A dilapidated mud brick house, surrounded by earth blocks, and the gate is made of bamboo strips, which creaks when the wind blows. Fong Chong pushed open the bamboo door with a serious face, and saw a woman in a coarse linen skirt coming towards him, wiping the apron around her waist with her hands. The woman pinched Fong Chong's ear. "I told you not to go out when your uncle comes today. Why are you back so late?" Fong Chong broke his composure in a second, forced a smile on his face, tilted his head and stood on tiptoe to flatter. "Hey Mom, I forgot. I really forgot. Be gentle, don't get angry. I'm back now, right? Do what you love." Since he has taken over someone else's son's body, Fong Chong doesn't feel wronged. Just accompany her to perform for 2 days. At this time, a wealthy middle-aged man wearing a gentry hat came out of the inner room, saw the innocent Fong Chong, and said with a smile, "Gooden, do you still remember your uncle?" Fong Chong rolled his eyes silently in his heart, but kept the innocence of a child on the outside, and said happily, "I remember, Uncle, you gave me a lot of candy last time." "Haha, you only remember to eat candy." The wealthy middle-aged man is named Lin Fu, the uncle of Fong Chong's body. According to him, when he was young, he went to the city to find a job and worked in a restaurant. Because he worked hard and was willing to learn, he was appreciated by the boss. Now he is the shopkeeper of a restaurant and is considered one of the few wealthy relatives in Xiaoma village. However, Lin Fu only returned home to find his relatives after he became rich 2 years ago. Before that, the Lin family thought that the second brother had died outside. At dinner, Lin's parents asked Fong Chong to kowtow to Lin Fu. Fong Chong was not willing to do this. Although it was not his body, his soul lived in it, so he got stubborn with his parents, and his father was so angry that he almost hit him with a shoe. Although Lin Fu was a little disappointed, he still smiled and said, it's okay, don't kowtow, the child is still a little shy, and it will be fine after a few more days of getting along." "Yes, second brother, you know this child is smart, and he has his own ideas when he is smart, and sometimes we can't control him. Following us will delay the child, so it's better for him to be handed over to you to train." As the eldest brother, Lin's father had a low attitude. Because Lin Fu had no children, he went home to choose a smart child to adopt as his son. After careful selection, he chose Fong Chong. You should know that there are many Lin family members in Xiaoma village, and Lin Fu has more than one elder brother, as well as younger brothers and sisters. If he wants to adopt a child, others will scramble for it. And being able to follow Lin Fu is tantamount to changing fate. For the Lin family, it is also very beneficial. Apart from other things, the 50 taels of silver brought back by Lin Fu alone are enough for the Lin family to live a wealthy life. There is no need to worry about the other children not being able to marry a wife in the future, or not having enough dowry, and being bullied by their in-laws after getting married. Child, from now on, call your second uncle second dad, and live well with your second uncle in the city. When it came to the emotional part, Lin's father and mother couldn't help but shed tears. Fong Chong looked at Lin's father and mother, and then looked at the smiling Lin Fu, and couldn't help blinking. Good guy, he was sold out. Lin Fu said with a smile, "Child, from now on you will follow your second father, and he will definitely treat you as his own son." As he said this, he lined up a row of snow-white silver on the table in front of Lin's father and mother. "Brother and sister-in-law, my younger brother is a layman. Since you are willing to give me the child, I can only give you this little compensation. Please accept it." Lin's father and mother's face changed, and they quickly looked at Fong Chong. They knew that their child was smart since he was young. If he saw this scene, he would understand it when he grew up. But Father Lin still took the money and said, "Second brother, you must take good care of Gooden." Lin Fu shook his head and said, "Gooden is a good name for a child, but not for an adult. I will take this opportunity to name the child. I can be where I am today because of the word seriousness, so the child will be called Lin Jun, the serious Jun." "Okay, this name is good, second brother, you are worthy of being an educated person. I think it is better than the names given by the teachers in the village." Father Lin smiled. "Then it's settled. I will take Jin'er back to the city tomorrow," Lin Fu said. "That?" At this time, Mother Lin was a little hesitant. Lin Fu asked, "Does the elder sister-in-law have any questions?" Mother Lin asked carefully, "The child will be 10 years old in 2 days. Can the child celebrate his birthday before returning to the city with you, my second brother?" Lin Fu thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let Jin'er stay with elder brother and sister-in-law for 2 more days." "Okay, then I give it to Gooden no to Lin Jun." Father Lin picked up the chip pottery bowl, which contained slightly yellow rice wine. "Come on, second brother, I toast you a glass. You are the most promising one in our old Lin family now." Under the dim light, the cups were exchanged. The night gradually became darker. 2 days later, it was the night of the full moon. Fong Chong, who had celebrated his birthday lively, leaned against the window and couldn't sleep. He felt the recognition of his heaven and earth. His soul could now leave Lin Jun's body at any time. Now that his soul was outside, there was no more distortion. Even without calculating the days, he could still feel the traces of time on his soul. In this way, he could clearly feel how much time had passed. And his lifespan also began to pass with the time of this world. But what about his body? Suddenly, he looked up at the moon, and in the moonlight, there seemed to be a black shadow falling. Dong! There was someone outside the house. The wealthy second uncle stood in the yard, and someone floated in from outside the wall. There were 4 men in black, who were like ghosts, just surrounding the second uncle. Who would have thought that the 3 dragons and 4 tigers of the dragon and tiger gang came from such a small village? Lin Long too, you made it hard for us to find you. Hand over the things. The leading man in black said. Lin Fu put his hands behind his back, and his small belly reduced his master temperament a lot. "For ghosts from the West Mountain, how did you find me? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Lin Long too, although you acted secretly, you still trusted a villain. We spent 10,000 taels of silver to buy your itinerary. Now the whole world of Jingwa has heard the news, and you can't escape. Hand over the things, and our master can save your life," the leading black-clad man said. Lin Fu snorted coldly. "I didn't expect that even the 4 ghosts of Shishan would become someone else's lackey, but I am used to standing and can't kneel down. This is what you want, come and take it." Lin Fu took out a white jade statue from his arms, about the size of a palm. It was a lady playing the flute, with a delicate face, lifelike in the moonlight, as if alive. The eyes of the 4 ghosts of Shishan lit up. The statue of the fairy of the flute, which is said to contain the secret of longevity, is really as beautiful as the legend. While the 4 ghosts of Shishan were attracted by the statue, Lin Fu threw the statue high. "Don't!" Fearing that the statue would be broken, the 4 ghosts of Shishan all stepped forward to catch the statue, and Lin Fu's temperament changed instantly. If he was a wealthy man just now, he was now a violent ape in human form. His body swelled, and his loose clothes became tights. His muscles were bulging, like the roots of an old tree. "Die!" Lin Fu's sleeves burst open, and a hand as big as a millstone slapped down at a ghost. This palm was like a flash of lightning, and even the air was compressed into a ball. The ghost, distracted by the statue, was terrified and reacted conditionally. He retreated violently. But Lin Fu took advantage of the situation and stepped on it, making a small hole. He arrived first and slapped him hard on the chest. Rip! A ball of clothes burst open. Lin Fu's face changed. Phantom magic. Lin Longto's blood evil palm is also well deserved. If my second brother was a step slower, I'm afraid you would smash it into pieces. The boss of the 4 ghosts sighed, holding the statue in his hand. It's a pity that there are only 1 dragon, and 2 tigers leapt out of the 3 dragons and 4 tigers. The 2 tigers are not with you. You missed your last chance, Lin Lao Tu. Beside him was a thin masked man with his shirt torn open. There was a faint bloody handprint on his chest. Lin Fu's face changed and he said, "The rules of the underworld are that the family should not be harmed. Let them go." The 4 ghosts shook their heads and said, "Cut the grass and root it out. You don't even understand this, Lin Lao Tu. Then we will fight to the death." Lin Fu's face turned red, and his eyes turned red. He was ready to fight. "It seems that I can only bring back a corpse for my master," the 4 ghosts said regretfully. "Why are you talking so much nonsense during a fight? You disturbed me from watching the moon." The 4 ghosts all changed their faces. Who? Someone actually approached them, but they didn't notice it. They looked around but didn't see a figure. It seemed that there was really a ghost talking in their ears. They were known as the 4 ghosts, but they still broke out in a cold sweat. "Lower your head, damn it." The 4 ghosts lowered their heads and saw a child rolling his eyes. Chapter 243. The 4 ghosts of Shishan saw that it was a child, and instead of being careless, they became even more nervous. As we all know, when walking in the world, there are several types of people that must not be provoked unless it is absolutely necessary. The elderly, children, the disabled, women. Why can't they be provoked? Because they are weak by nature. And a weak person who dares to enter the world alone must have extraordinary skills. Even a master who has been famous for many years may be careless when encountering such people. Fong Chong, who is standing in front of the 4 ghosts at this moment, is such a child. "Who are you, my friend?" This is the grudge between our 4 ghosts of Shishan and the dragon and tiger gang. "Please don't joke with us, and return the fairy statue to us," the big ghost of Shishan said in a measured tone. "Jinner?" Lin Fu, who was originally ready to fight, was also stunned when he saw that the child who shocked the 4 ghosts of Shishan was actually his nephew, who was going to adopt as his son. Is he dreaming, or is this world too crazy? Fong Chong was looking at the white jade statue in his hand. Suddenly, he exerted force on his hand. The jade statue seemed to be hit by a hammer, and white jade powder flew everywhere. "No!" The 4 ghosts of Shishan and Lin Fu were all shocked. The 4 ghosts of Shishan didn't care about Fong Chong's special identity as a child. Phantoms flashed in the air, and under the moonlight, they looked more like ghosts. If ordinary people saw it, they would be scared to death. But Fong Chong ignored them, and didn't even look at them. The 4 evil masters, who were feared by the world, were frozen in midair at this moment, just like mosquitoes sealed in amber. Their shocked expressions and fearful eyes were clearly seen, but they couldn't move. A chill suddenly rose in Lin Fu's heart. This is definitely not his nephew. The statue quickly turned into powder in Fong Chong's hand, and the powder flowed through his fingers, leaving only a thumb-sized jade chip on his palm. There are a few small words written on the jade token. Holding it can enable you to enter the realm of Taishian. So this is the so-called secret of immortality. Why does an entry certificate have a mortal flavor? Fong Chong complained silently in his heart. The rules of this world do not seem to allow cultivators to disturb mortals. Even for most people, cultivation is a legendary story. So an entry certificate has been passed around and has become the secret of immortality. But is it too early for him to reveal the secret? Fong Chong thought of something and threw the jade chip to Lin Fu. "Take it. If you are destined to use it in the future, you may be able to use it." Lin Fu's evil spirit dissipated, and he returned to the image of a wealthy man. He stared at the jade chip in his hand and muttered, "Can you enter Taishian if you hold it? Haha, it turns out that we brothers fought, and countless people died and injured, just for such a small jade chip. What immortality, it's all a scam." Lin Fu held the jade chip tightly, his face twisted. After a while, he recovered and faced Fong Chong calmly. "Senior, are you here for immortality? Where is my nephew now?" Although this man has the body and appearance of his nephew, he is definitely not his nephew. He just thought that the man in front of him was probably a master who was proficient in disguise and shrinking bones, and came for the statue in his hand. Fong Chong smiled and said, "Oh, what if I said your nephew is gone?" Lin Fu's pupil shrank, and then his chest collapsed, as if he was hunched over a lot. "Then I can only make up for my poor elder brother and his wife, and let them not miss my poor nephew too much. I thought you were going to fight me to the death? Senior regards the 4 ghosts of Shishan as nothing. My little tricks are nothing in front of you, and I don't want to die. So many brothers die for me, I have to live for them." Fong Chong raised his thumb and said, "I admire people like you who know the times, but you are wrong. The one standing in front of you now is your nephew, and I am just a tenant who happens to live in his body." As the rent for the next few years, I will leave these 4 people to you." Fang Chong's soul power spread out, and the 4 ghosts of Shishan were instantly refined into puppets. Although they were just ordinary puppets, they were considered top masters in the secular world. Any one of them could beat the 4 ghosts of Shishan. "My fate is over, I'm leaving." A ray of light bloomed on the child's head, and a soul covered by the light broke out of the body and flew to the moon. The child fell softly to the ground. Lin Fu waited for a long time, and when he saw that his nephew did not move, he carefully walked up, helped his nephew up, and patted his face. "Wake up. Second uncle." The child woke up rubbing his eyes, looking confused. Why am I here? Where is that fairy brother?" "Fairy brother?" Lin Fu's eyes lit up when he heard this, as if he understood something, and couldn't help but look at the 4 ghosts of Shishan, who were following the child like 4 shadows. "Prince Xiao, Black-Heart Tiger, all those who betrayed me, I will come back." Under the moonlight. Fang Chong looked at the body that fell from the sky under the moonlight, knowing that it was Jia Ling Yao Ji who sent the body to him. "Hey, you didn't do anything weird with my body, did you?" Fang Chong's soul returned to his place. Raising his hands and swinging his legs, a faint pressure suddenly appeared in the sky, and even the moonlight was distorted by his momentum. From a distance, it seemed that there was a huge hole, swallowing up the light of the moon. But this momentum was quickly restrained. The air returned to calm. Yao Ji's exasperated voice sounded in Fang Chong's ears. "What a mess you are thinking about. This place is a restricted area for cultivation, and the spiritual energy is extinct. Since you have recovered now, leave quickly." Fang Chong curled his lips and complained, "You still say you are a sister. Your sister is much more interesting than you." But no sound came. It seemed that Yao Ji had left. Fang Chong didn't care. He first reached out to touch his waist, and a delicate belt was pulled out. If you look closely, you can find that it is made of dozens of palm-sized storage bags. The storage belt is fine. Then he pulled it to his neck, and saw a necklace being pulled out of his arms. This necklace is connected with fairy silk that is impervious to water and fire, and is decorated with 20 or 30 storage rings. Although it doesn't look good, it mainly highlights a domineering look. Well, the storage necklace is fine. After all, Fang Chong has to practice here for 100 years, or even longer, and he has already made sufficient logistical preparations. He came here to practice, and fighting and killing have nothing to do with him. Of course, karma must be paid. He borrowed Lin Jin's body for 3 years, so he returned him 4 martial arts master puppets, and his soul accidentally transformed his body in the past 3 years, which is enough for the room fee. In fact, if he had not been reasonable, Lin Jin and the entire Xiaoma village would have been queuing up at Naiha Bridge. After all, the landlord was dead, so there was no need to consider who to pay the rent to. After sorting out his belongings, Fang Chong stopped where he was, muttering something. Is the spiritual energy extinct? He sensed it silently, and indeed found that the spiritual energy here was 10 times worse than when he first crossed over, not even 1% of the standard spiritual energy environment. It was considered a genius to be able to refine the energy here. The mana in his body was being consumed at an extraordinary speed. He found a direction and swooshed through the air. Listen to others' advice, and eat a full meal. Jinghua and even the surrounding countries are completely secular worlds, without any traces of cultivation. Because this is a region specially divided for the nascent soul to become immortal, even the spiritual energy has been artificially drained. Perhaps his elder brother Li, who is staying in a certain country at this moment, sealing his cultivation. Of course, there must be other short-sighted independent cultivators or practitioners with ulterior motives who sneak in. However, in such a place where spiritual energy is extinct, once the mana in the body is exhausted, it can only rely on external objects to replenish it. Moreover, not only can the cultivation level not improve, but it will be countered by the environment, and the mana in the body will be fed back to the world, and the cultivation level will decline. If you stay there for a long time, you may become immortal. Half a year later. Qing Kingdom. Pengza County, Cailian Lake, Cailian Manor. This is a Jindan cultivation family. The clan's supreme elderly Taishang is a dignified Jindan Jinren, who suppresses the entire Cailian Lake. The clan's industry is mainly breeding spiritual fish and planting spiritual medicine Cailian. This day, the Li family recruited a new worshipper. In the reception room, Li Yuanming, the head of the Li family, looked at the old monk in front of him and asked, "Do you want to rely on our Li family?" The old monk was a male cultivator who looked to be in his 50s, with gray hair on his temples and a somewhat cloudy look in his eyes. When he heard the question from the head of the family, he replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, I was originally from Linza County. When I was young, I met my master and followed him to practice for 50 years. Fortunately, I established my foundation. However, the immortal path is difficult. After 30 years of ups and downs, I finally realized that the path was over, so I wanted to return to my roots. However, my family relatives had already passed away. I heard that the Li family was recruiting talents, so I wanted to try. Li Yuanning was a little disappointed when he heard this. This old monk came to their Li family to retire, but if the family wanted to grow, it was essential to absorb new blood. Moreover, their Li family said that they were a golden elixir family, but the great ancestor had a lifespan of more than 400 years. How many years could he protect the family from wind and rain? Therefore, the reputation of the Li family was not as good as it used to be. If the old monk was replaced by a talented young man, he might have hesitated. After all, he knew his own limitations. A genius would not come to the Li family to rely on him. He would have gone to those big sects long ago. And even though the old monk looked like he was going to die soon, he was still a foundation-building monk. It would not be a problem for him to live another 30 or 40 years. Therefore, Li Yuanming thought about it for a while, and nodded in agreement. It is an honor for our Li family that you have a good opinion of us. There is a fish farm that is in need of someone to guard it. How about you go there? 30% of the annual profit of the fish farm is your annual salary. The old monk looked unconcerned. Just ask the head of the family to tell you what to do. Li Yuanming called his steward. This fellow Lu Qi is our new priest. He is now in charge of guarding the Xiuhu Island fish farm. You can take him there. Xiuhu Island is really small, only about 10 miles long and wide. A kind of spiritual fish called white sand fish is raised around Xiuhu Island. It is one of the Li family's fish farms. However, this fish farm is not big, catching more than 100,000 catties of fish every year, so even if it is 30% of the annual profit, it is only 1,800 spiritual stones. When introducing it, the steward was a little embarrassed. For a foundation-building cultivator, such a small amount of spiritual stones is really not much. On the contrary, the old monk looked calm and indifferent. After all, he is a new priest who has just joined. It is impossible to hand over important industries to him right away. He must take his time. And this is just affiliation. If the Li family needs him to do something else in the future, the remuneration will be calculated separately. The two are more of a cooperative relationship. He needs the reputation and service of the Li family, and the Li family needs his force. Xiaojiang Daqiang, this is the new priest Lu. From now on, he will be the guardian priest of Xiuhu Island fishery. You should serve him carefully. As soon as he arrived at Xiuhu Island, the steward summoned 2 fishermen in cloth short coats. They had big white teeth, were strong, and had bronze skin exposed, looking very healthy. The steward introduced the 2 parties, and led the old monk to his residence on the island. The house is not bad, with a courtyard with 2 entrances and 2 exits. The steward also said that he would arrange a few maids to serve in a few days, but the old monk refused, saying that he liked quietness. The steward did not force him, and chatted for a while. Seeing that the old monk had no requirements, he felt relieved and said goodbye, and went back to report to the head of the family. Greetings, Lord Worshipper. After the steward left, Xiao Gang and De Chong both saluted the old monk in awe. Usually, there would be a fishery steward in the middle or late stage of qi refining on their island, but they didn't expect a clan worshipper to come. You should know that the worshippers of the Li family are all legendary foundation-building monks. They also have a little magic power, but at most they are only at the first or second level of qi refining, and their skills are still incomplete. It is obvious that the Li family uses them to raise fish, but they don't intend to really train them. Well, from now on, I will guard this place. You can just follow the old rules. Come to me if you have anything. The old monk's attitude was neither hot nor cold. I know. But the 2 of them were relieved in their hearts, because they were afraid that the old monk had a weird personality, but they didn't dare to refuse. Now that the old monk said that he would not take care of things, they were naturally happy. Soon, the 2 were sent away by the old monk, and the room became quiet. For a while. The old monk wiped his palm across his face, revealing a handsome face, which was Fang Chang. I have been here for 3.5 years, and I can finally calm down and practice. It is not easy to find a safe place these days. Fang Chang sighed. He found that the Jinqiu realm seemed similar to the main world, but in fact the rules were completely different. Take the realm of the cultivators for example. The breakthrough of the great realm here is as difficult as hell. In the main world, the qi refining cultivators break through the foundation building realm, and the success rate is about 50% with 3 foundation building pills and 3 foundation building. This is for low qualified cultivators. For a genius like Li Hu, even the foundation building pill is not needed. But in the Jinshu realm, not only is there only one chance to build the foundation, but even people with medium qualifications have a high probability of failure, and failure means death. This is the case with the foundation, not to mention the golden elixir. Therefore, for a golden elixir family like the Li family, the Supreme Elder broke through the golden elixir realm for almost 200 years, but there is not even a second golden elixir real person. The internal circulation at the bottom is getting more and more serious. Fong Chan looked for several beautiful places, but they were all disturbed by people looking for secrets. As for the deserted places, he looked down on them. So he thought about it, and decided to live in seclusion in the city. He found a mediocre cultivation family, like the Li family, and became a vagrant. This Liu Qi really existed. He was an old cultivator, who was living in a foreign land that he met before. He helped collect the body, and took his place. After all, if he wanted to do a good job, his identity had to stand up to scrutiny. Chapter 244. In the blink of an eye. It has been 5 years since Fong Chan came to Xiuhu Island. During the 5 years, Fong Chan lived in seclusion and rarely left Xiuhu Island. He meditated and refined his qi every day. Occasionally, when he was free, he would pick up the fishing rod and fish by the water for a whole day. Although the fishery belonged to the Li family, no one would say anything if Fong Chan caught a few fish as a sacrifice. In addition to spiritual fish, there were also common fish species such as grass carp, and Christian carp in the fishery. The Xiuhu Island fishery has been running for many years, and Fong Chan hardly needs to spend any effort. And the Li family seemed to have forgotten that there was such a sacrifice. Except that the fishery made a lot of profits every year, and a gift was sent during festivals. Basically no one came to disturb Fong Chan at other times. Fong Chan was naturally happy and relaxed. This day, Fong Chan exhaled lightly to end his practice, and watched the level on the panel in front of him flash. In 5 years, with enough resources, his cultivation level will be upgraded to the next level, and he can start to break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. This upgrade speed is naturally not as fast as in the main world. If he was in Qishao City, he would have been in the middle stage of the nascent soul in 5 years, so how could he upgrade a mere level? However, if it is calculated in the time of the main world, at 100 times the flow rate, 5 years is only about half a month. In other words, he can upgrade to the next level in half a month. Even if it takes 10 years to break through to the next level, it is actually only about a month. Of course, it takes 10 years to consume lifespan. However, compared with his 1,000-year lifespan, Fong Chan thinks it is very cost-effective. Moreover, his lifespan will also increase slightly when he breaks through the next small realm. People feel refreshed when they are happy. Fong Chan opened the door, picked up the fishing rod and walked to the water. On the water, fishermen Xiaojiang and Da Qiang were collecting fishing nets on a fishing boat. Seeing Fong Chan holding a fishing rod, the two of them were not surprised and hurriedly rowed the boat over to greet him. "Greetings, Lord Gongfeng." Fong Chan nodded and said, "You guys are busy now, don't worry about me." He waved his hand towards the water bank, and his magic power turned into a breeze, blowing a small boat over. He stepped onto the boat and sailed on the lake. The magic power of the master is getting stronger and stronger. Look, he can summon wind and rain at will. I wonder when I can have such a skill. Xiao Gang looked at Fong Chan, who was left with a lonely and proud back, and was envious. What's the use of envy? We are destined to be fishermen all our lives, but we are like this, but my son can't. I plan to save some spirit stones, and send my son to the Li family's lecture hall, so that he can really practice. Don't let me be like me, who has been wandering around the second and third levels of qi refining all his life, and can only envy others. If he can be favored by a noble in the school, and enter the Li family, he can be a servant, and he doesn't have to be like us, smelling fish all his life. Time flies, and the former young fisherman is now married, and has children and has a family. Xiaojiang blinked and said, "Brother Chang, what do you think about us asking the Lord for help? We have been together for so many years, and he is a good-tempered man. As long as he can teach us a trick or two, our son doesn't need to be a slave to the Li family. If he has the ability in the future, he can make a name for himself anywhere." Da Qiang's eyes lit up. "Xiaojiang, I didn't expect you to be so smart. I will bring my son here to try in a few days. Then I will try it too." Xiaojiang also thought his idea was great. The two of them felt very motivated. By the way, why aren't there as many white sand fish caught these days as before? If it continues like this, we won't be able to collect enough next time. Xiaojiang, are you being lazy? Brother Chong, I heard that a fish monster has come to the lake recently. It specializes in eating spirit fish. The catches in several nearby fisheries have decreased. Do you think it has come to our fishery? Wait 2 more days. It's good if the fish monster leaves. If it's still like this, we go tell the Lord of Offerings. Yeah. They all knew that the Lord of Worship didn't like to be disturbed, so they followed the principle of less trouble is worse than more trouble. The matter of the fish monster was a roving crime, so they could only blame themselves for their bad luck. If they alarmed the Lord of Worship, even if the matter was resolved, he would probably not be in a good mood, and what they were seeking would basically be impossible. Fish monster? The two of them didn't know that Fong Chong had sharp ears and eyes, and a strong body. Even if he didn't use his spiritual sense to monitor the 4 directions, his ears and eyes could detect the slightest movement within a radius of dozens of miles. Although the two talked in detail, they didn't mean to be secretive, and he had already taken it into his ears. However, knowing it was knowing it, as the two expected, Fong Chong didn't intend to care at all. He came here to practice, not to eliminate monsters. It's good to be a scoundrel, just don't show off. Haven't you heard that several nearby fisheries couldn't do anything about it? Other fisheries also have guarding monks, and among them, large fisheries have foundation building monks like him at the moment. He has done what others have not done. Isn't it telling others that he is special? The boat moved with the waves on the lake. There was an earthworm hanging on the underwater fishhook, twisting with the water waves, just like a graceful beauty twisting her buttocks to tell the fishmen under the water, "Come and play, uncles." Soon, the first fishman was hooked. The float made of thin bamboo was pulled down vigorously. Fong Chong casually swung his hand, and a grass carp weighing 2 or 3 pounds was thrown up with its body tilted, and water droplets splashed, reflecting rainbow colors in the air. Then the grass carp accurately landed on the fish basket hanging on the side of the boat and immersed in the water, gurgling and choking a few mouthfuls of water. Fong Chong took out the fishhook and hung another fresh earthworm. The earthworm beauty went into the water again, and the fishmen remembered to eat but not to fight, and opened their fish lips towards the beauty again. Fong Chong did not cheat with his spiritual sense. He was just enjoying the fun of fishing. The fish seemed to be particularly hungry today, and soon after the hook was put down, another fish was caught, which made Fong Chong a little excited. Could it be that someone else's fishing skills have improved so quickly? The fishing line was taut, and another red carp with red scales was thrown out of the water, and the red carp was accurately caught in the basket. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I am not far from becoming a fishing master. But carp and grass carp are not at that level. I want to catch white sand fish this time. Fong Chong let out the fishing line and let the bait hang in the deep water layer. White sand fish is a spiritual fish, and it lives in a different water layer from carp and grass carp. It lives more in the deep water layer. Fong Chong stared at the float on the water's surface silently, and suddenly the float was pulled into the water. He pulled hard, and the fishing line made a whooshing sound in the air, and a palm-sized, snow-white fish bit the hook and got on the boat. This fish is the spiritual fish white sand fish specially cultivated in Xiuhu Island fishery. This fish has delicious meat, rich water spirit, snow-white body, and gravel-like spots on its scales. It is a special medicinal material, hence the name of white sand fish. However, white sand fish grow slowly, and have high requirements for water quality. They also need to swallow a special spiritual sand during their growth. Among the nearby waters, only the small lake island has this, so the small lake island fishery has become a special white sand fishery. However, this fish is alert and afraid of people, and often runs away at the first sign of movement. Xiaojiang and Daqiang, 2 experienced fishermen, work hard every day to catch only about 100 kilograms of fish, which are kept in the pond on the island. Every half a month, people from the Li family come to collect the fish. Only every year before the white sand fish spawns, they need a lot of nutrition. At this time, Xiaojiang and Daqiang will spread a lot of nutritious fish food to attract them into the shallow water layer. Often at this time, 1 month is equivalent to half a year's harvest. And being able to catch a white sand fish can be said to be entering the realm of a master of fishing. But Fong Chong is still self-aware. His level is usually not good enough for catching grass carp. So why did he perform so well today? He remained calm and cast the hook again, saying, "This fish is too small. If it's not 2 or 3 pounds, how can I show my skills?" This time, his consciousness quietly probed down. He saw a red carp that was more than 1 meter long under the water, swinging its tail and driving a 2 or 3 gene white sand fish to Fong Chong hook. The white sand fish was obviously unwilling, and kept swimming around the hook, but refused to bite it. But the big carp opened its big mouth and bit the white sand fish. Then it twisted its body, and hooked the white sand fish directly on the hook with great difficulty, then sank back and quickly let go. Then it stared at the hook with a proud look, as if to say, "You will be satisfied now." But the white sand fish was not pulled up. Instead, an undercurrent suddenly surged under the water, and an invisible big hand condensed and formed, and scooped up the big red carp that was about to run away when it saw that the situation was not good. "Are you the fish demon who eats fish everywhere recently?" The big red carp was thrown heavily on the boat board, and just when he was dizzy, he heard such a question. "Pooh, pooh, pooh." The big carp blew bubbles and made a crisp girl's voice. It was a little girl. It was obviously them who secretly caught the fish, but they insisted that I ate it. "Then I will eat it for you to see." The big carp opened its mouth wide, revealing a circle of fine teeth inside, and looked fierce. "Don't come over, I'm very fierce." Fong Chong thought it was cute, and a little girl roaring like a dragon appeared in his mind. The main reason was that he had been alone for a long time, and he couldn't help but want to tease it. "Since it is so fierce, why are you so scared? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Look at your bulging belly, there must be a lot of fresh fish eggs inside, right?" The big carp obviously trembled, and the fish eyes showed fear, and hurriedly explained. "I'm still a big yellow carp. I don't have fish roe. That's because I've gotten fat, not fish roe. Wow, I've given you a gift, but you still eat me. You're so mean." The big carp shed tears of grievance. "Giving gifts? When did you give gifts?" Fong Chong said with a smile. "Does hanging a few fish mean you are giving gifts to me?" The big carp said seriously, "I have seen you fishing for a long time. Sometimes you can't catch a single fish in a day. If I hadn't hung the fish for you today, would you have caught any fish? There is a saying in the human race that the gift is small, but the sentiment is great. A few fish are nothing, but they are a token of my love." Fong Chong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "You actually knew that I couldn't catch any fish. This is my biggest secret. It seems that I can't keep you." The big carp was so frightened that it straightened its body, and water rushed out, and it fainted on the spot. The water poured on the big carp's face, waking it up. "Why are you so weak? How did you get to where you are now?" Fong Chong asked with a smile. "But you know that a small gift is worth a lot of money. Have you ever been to school?" "I used to be an ornamental fish in the pond next to the school, and I studied with the teacher." The big carp was a little ashamed, but he couldn't help but feel proud when he talked about his education. It was just that his tail was not easy to stick up, otherwise it would probably be sticking up to the sky now. Fong Chong squatted down, knocked on the fish's head and said, "Then why did you give me a gift?" The big carp said, "Because I want to live here, so I want to give you a gift as a neighbor, so that you won't be embarrassed to drive me away." Fong Chong couldn't help laughing. "You gave me my fish, and then made me feel embarrassed. It seems that you haven't learned enough. You have eaten a lot of my fish these days, so I give you to make up for it. The next time the Lee family comes to collect fish, I hand you over, and I should be able to exchange you for a lot of spiritual stones." The big carp burst into tears. "You can't hand it over. If you do, they will eat me. But if I don't hand you over, you're useless to me." Fong Chong rubbed his brows in distress, and his appearance didn't look like an old man at all. "Tell me what you can do. If you're useful, I won't hand you over." Fong Chong thought that he would have to stay in this world for another 100 years, and it would be boring to have no one to talk to. This fat carp just happened to come to his door, so it would be nice to keep it for fun. The big carp immediately tried to recall its skills, hoping to find a place where it could be useful. In the end, it thought hard, but couldn't think of any other use for itself besides its flesh. Finally, it had an idea. I can spit bubbles, and they are colorful bubbles." As if afraid that Fong Chong would not believe it, the big carp spit out a colorful big bubble. The colorful bubbles glowed in the air, rising higher and higher, and suddenly burst open, and a colorful rain of about 3 square meters fell. The rain fell into the water, like a signal, attracting all the fish in the nearby water. For a moment, thousands of fish surrounded Fong Chong's boat, as if thousands of fish were coming to pay homage. "Interesting." Fong Chong nodded slightly. "It's quite useful. You don't have to be a fish head hot pot for the time being. By the way, how can you speak when your cultivation is so low?" Fong Chong asked again, "Where are your elders?" The big carp answered honestly, "I ate a colorful lotus seed that fell into the water, and then I could speak. Later, I grew bigger and bigger, and the pond was too small, so I ran away secretly. I have no elders, and have been living in the lake for the past few years. Did you eat the spiritual fish here? I ate a little bit, but if you don't agree, I won't eat it anymore in the future. I can eat grass. The big carp explained hurriedly. Eat less spiritual fish, and the rest doesn't matter. Fong Chong paddled the boat back with a full load. The two fishermen, Xiaojiang and Daqiang, were shocked to see Fong Chong actually caught such a big fish, but they didn't dare to ask more questions. According to Fong Chong instructions, they caught some miscellaneous fish and threw them into the pond in the yard. Since then, the big carp has settled here. Of course, with Fong Chong bad taste, this big carp also has a familiar nickname, Bubble. Chapter 245. 2 years later. Small Lake Island. The faces of Xiaojiang and Daqiang, who are already in their 30s, are stained with the frost of time. Because they have been exposed to the sun for many years, their skin looks dark and rough. However, their faces now look more relaxed and contented than before, without the heavy pressure of life. The reason is that fishing is simpler, and there is no pressure of assessment. They dragged the fishing net to the boat, and saw a piece of snow-white silver flashing, sparkling in the sunlight. It was the rare white sand fish. They quickly packed up the white sand fish, washed their hands, skillfully took out a package from the cabin, and stood respectfully at the bow. Then, they opened the package, and revealed the small things inside. Probably snacks such as candied haws, dough figurines, crisp cakes, and desserts. But the two of them had solemn expressions and muttered something. Fairy Bubble, I am here to offer you an offering. Then ripples appeared on the water surface, and a red shadow emerged from the water, nearly 2 meters long, revealing a huge fish lip, opening and closing, and uttering a cute little girl's voice. Does anyone want the apricot blossom cake this time? Yes, yes. Xiaojiang and Daqiang quickly picked out an oil paper package from the package, opened it, and revealed the snow-white cake inside. Ah! Bubble opened her mouth wide. Daqiang jumped into the water, and swam to Bubble. Xiaojiang handed over the cake, and Daqiang took it, and carefully fed it to Bubble. Fairy Bubble, do you like it? Ah! Bubble swallowed the apricot blossom cake in one gulp, and the sweet taste immediately gave it a huge sense of happiness. Delicious. Although I don't know how a fish can taste, it is obvious that it is very happy. The tail kept flapping underwater, causing undercurrents and making Daqiang's body shake. Daqiang was delighted when he heard this, and quickly fed him the remaining apricot blossom cakes. Fairy Bubble, there are more here. Feed it to me quickly. Bubble ate the whole bag of apricot blossom cakes with a humming sound, and even her burps tasted like apricot blossoms. Then, Bubble enjoyed her daily afternoon tea comfortably under the service of the two. She sucked on a string of candied haws, ate a dough figurine, and smacked her lips from time to time. When she was in the mood, she even performed a fish-style flower dance around Daqiang, splashing a large pool of water on Daqiang's face. Her lively appearance infected Xiaojiang and Daqiang, who had been fishing for more than 10 years, and they showed a kind smile, like an elder on their faces. Since she changed from a wild fish to a domestic fish, Bubble has lived the dream life of a home fish. After all, if Fong Chong let something slip out of his fingers, it would be enough for this little guy to eat. So Bubble, who had nothing to do after eating, began to pursue spiritual needs. The first thing is to accept Xiaojiang and Daqiang as his two younger brothers, and strongly ask them to call him the Fairy Bubble. Of course, the fish who becomes the eldest brother must take responsibility. With it, the white sand fish in Xiaohu Island fishery are like sheep with a sheepdog, and they are managed obediently. Xiaojiang and Daqiang spread the fishing net every day, and the white sand fish will swim into the net by themselves. It is so easy. In this way, they naturally don't mind coaxing Bubble, and go to the city every now and then to buy some small things to honor it. Not to mention, Bubble is a pet fish for adults, and it is very cute. Even if it doesn't help, they have to worship it. Just when the two people and the fish were enjoying afternoon tea time, a playful voice suddenly came from a distance. I was wondering why Xiaohu Island has been delivering fish in full every time recently. It turns out that they secretly raised a fish monster. Who? Xiaojiang and Daqiang lost their relaxed look just now, and Xiaojiang on the boat unconsciously touched the harpoon on the boat. Although they work hard on the small lake island, every fisherman in Salian Lake needs some skills. The harpoon in his hand was a low-level magic weapon. In the distance, a black-sailed boat came against the wind. Standing at the bow was a young man in gorgeous clothes and a middle-aged man who was slightly bent. Xiaojiang and Daqiang recognized the middle-aged man as Zhang Guancher, who often went to the island to collect fish. The young man who could be served respectfully by him was naturally a member of the Li family. And he was not an ordinary member of the family, but a direct descendant. After all, Zhang Guanchu's status was not low, and ordinarily family members had to be polite when they met him. Xiaojing, don't mess around. Daqiang climbed onto the boat quickly and held his companion's hand. Pao Pao even shrank his head down and was about to flee. But the young man waved his hand, and a shimmering silver-white net quickly fell from the sky, covering the water area of dozens of meters in radius. A small fish demon in the chi refining period. You still want to run away in front of this young master? The young man showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and pinched his fingers. There were more silver lines passing through the surrounding waters, and a big red cart dodged left and right in it, but the range of movement became narrower and narrower. Finally, the silver lines were retracted, and a big net was woven to catch the big red cart. Bad guy, let me go! Bubbles' aggrieved voice came from the net. Otherwise, I will ask the master to beat you. Huh? Hearing that Bubble could speak, the young man's eyes suddenly lit up. This time I can't let you go. Fish monsters are not uncommon. In the vast waters of Silian Lake, many monsters are born underwater by chance every year, but this is the first time he has seen a fish monster that can speak human words in the chi refining stage. After all, monsters only have their spiritual intelligence in the chi refining stage, and they will refine the transverse bones in their mouths in the foundation building stage and have the ability to communicate with people. And Bubble can have such spiritual intelligence at such a low level of cultivation, and it is obvious that he is an alien species. Even though the purpose of this trip was not achieved, he still gained a lot from this strange fish. Seeing Bubble being caught, Xiaojing and Daqiang stepped forward and said, Manager Zhang, that's the fish that Lu Gongfeng raised. Isn't this bad? They didn't know the young man, and didn't know his personality, so they didn't dare to step forward, and had to persuade him in front of the familiar Zhang Guanchu. Zhang Guanchu smiled bitterly and said, This is Mr. Li Qi, the son of the second elder of the Li family. How can I, a servant, speak to you? Unless Lu Gongfeng comes in person. As soon as the voice fell, the young man's face suddenly changed, and the fishing net magic weapon was broken by invisible force before it entered his hand, and a big hole appeared. Bubble fell into the water from the hole. Bubble, who was originally full of tears and about to cry, sensed the familiar breath, and suddenly became bolder. Half of his body was immersed in the water, and stretched out a big fish head, and began to spit bubbles at the young man. Loyalu. The colorful bubbles exploded in the air, catching the young man, whose mind was taken away, off guard for a while, spraying water all over his face, and in a blink of an eye he became a drowned chicken. You are looking for death. The young man's face turned black, and another cone-shaped magic weapon flew out from his sleeves. But Bubble was very alert this time. Before the magic weapon could release its power, it swung its tail vigorously, and disappeared in a flash. Damn it! The cone-shaped magic weapon fell into the water, suddenly exploding a half-meter-long puddle, and the water splashed down. Who is it? The young man looked around the air, and saw an old man in his 50s with white temples. Fong Chong raised his finger, and the magic weapon went against the trend and fell in front of the young man, with a steady voice. Mr. Li, why do you have to get angry with a little demon? Just give me a face, and let it go this time. How about it? When the young man saw Fong Chong, his anger subsided, and he bowed and said, Since Senior Lu has spoken, the younger generation will obey. I have guarded Xiuhu Island, and I have nothing wrong. Why did Mr. Li have the leisure to come to Xiuhu Island today? Fong Chong said slowly, looking very old. The young man's name is Li Qi. He is the third son of the second elder of the Li family. He is already in his 40s, but with proper maintenance, he still looks like a young man in his 20s. He is mainly responsible for the business of 3 fisheries, including Xiuhu Island Fishery. Of course, Li Qi doesn't take care of things on weekdays. The specific business is handed over to Zhang Guanchu, and he is only responsible for collecting money. Fong Chong has been in Xiuhu Island for 7 years. This Mr. Li only met him once as a junior during the first year of the new year. Because he was uninterested and old, and it seemed that he would not live for many years, he gradually lost interest in him. Li Qi smiled and said, No, it's because Xiuhu Island Fishery has a good harvest in the past 6 months. After seeing it, I thought that Xiuhu Island Fishery had discovered some tricks for fish farming, so I came to learn. Fong Chong said indifferently, Now Mr. Li has seen it. It's just a big fish catching a small fish. Li Qi still didn't change his attitude and continued to smile. But since I'm here, I visit you. Can I go ashore and talk? Fong Chong glanced at Li Qi, but Li Qi didn't change his expression. He nodded and said, The small lake island is simple. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Li. 2 hours later. Li Qi left with a wave of his sleeves, his face turned blue, But he still endured it until he was more than 10 miles away from the small lake island. He then rushed out of his mad power, and the cone-shaped magic weapon turned into a stream of light, shuttled underwater, and instantly blasted out several large puddles. More than a dozen water columns gushed into the sky, and Li Qi did not dodge, letting the lake water hit his face. The old thief is really hateful. If it were 2 years ago, this old thing, how could this young master look at it? Manager Zhang watched Li Qi vent silently, not daring to offend him. When Li Qi gradually calmed down, he asked, "Young master, you are just an old foundation-building master who is about to die. You have been guarding this small lake island for 7 years, and have never applied for transfer to a smaller island with more lucrative resources. It is obvious that you have accepted your fate. Even if such a person is willing to follow you, I am afraid he is not willing to risk his life. Instead, you have to pay a lot of spirit stones to win him over. It is his loss if he is unwilling to do so." Li Qi didn't want to explain, but Zhang Guanche was his confidant. He thought about it and snorted coldly. "What do you know? It's true that this old man has lost his ambition, but don't forget that he will soon come to my Li family to serve for 10 years. Once 10 years are up, he will also have a vote as a foundation-building worshipper of the Li family. This is the benefit of seniority. Even if Fang Chong did nothing, he just stayed on the small lake island and took a pitiful dividend. But time is capital. In order to make the high-level cultivators who defected to them return to their hearts, the Li family once made an agreement that once the foundation-building cultivators served the Li family for 10 years, they would have the right to vote on major affairs of the Li family. For example, the replacement of the head of the family. Although it was only a small vote, and only the right to vote, it also gave the worshippers a sense of participation in being the master of the family. When the Li family was at its peak, these pitiful voting rights were just whitewashing. After all, the ancestor was still there, and who dared not follow his decision? But what if the ancestor is gone? Li Qi learned from his elder father that the ancestor's time is not far away. And the Li family's headline has lasted for nearly 200 years, and it's time to change to other branches. At this time, Fang Chong's vote is valuable. Moreover, he is a long-time foundation-building cultivator. Although he is old, his strength as a foundation-building cultivator cannot be faked. Li Qi thought that his sincere visit and promise of various benefits, including continuing the Lu family's lineage for him, and specially finding the descendants of the Lu family for him, were enough to impress an old foundation-building cultivator. The result was still the same as before, and all the hard work was in vain. How could he not be angry? This old thing can't be used by me, and no one else can use him. Manager Zhang took a breath. Does the young master want to? He wiped his neck. Li Qi rolled his eyes and said, "Are you stupid, or do you think I am stupid? He is a foundation-building cultivator after all. I have no life-and-death feud with him. Why would I waste a lot of money to take the life of a foundation-building cultivator? Then, if I don't need him, can't I force him to leave? From now on, the catch of the Xiuhu Island fishery will double. In addition, the Li family is in financial difficulties now, and our senior Lu will not mind the postponement of his annual salary. What if Lu Gongfeng comes to trouble you for this? I am a direct descendant of the Li family. Even if he makes trouble to the head of the family, I will at most return the deferred annual salary to him. By then, his reputation will be almost ruined. Let's see if he has the face to stay in the Li family. If he really dares to attack me, although my Li family has declined, it will not be bullied by a rootless foundation-building cultivator. You are smart, young master. What a pity, that red carp must be an aquatic species. If it is properly cultivated, it may become the trump card of my second branch in the future. It is a waste in the hands of an old guy. Go back." Fang Chong silently withdrew his consciousness, and was very speechless. The Li family's Jindan ancestor is about to die, and the successor Jindan has not yet come out, so the situation of the entire Silian Lake has become turbulent. Each branch is secretly planning for the position of the head of the family, and even he, an honest little transparent, has been troubled. Fortunately, he showed his foundation-building cultivation, which is considered a backbone in a Jindan family that is about to decline. Even the second-generation direct descendants, like Li Qi, only dare to use some insignificant tricks. But such tricks are really disgusting. He didn't want to pay attention, but if he didn't pay attention, people would think that he was wrong. The annual dividends were already small enough, and now he doesn't even want the spirit stones, and is willing to stay on a small lake island. So is there a problem with the small lake island, or is there a problem with him? There can't be a good person in this world who doesn't want anything and only silently dedicates himself. At that time, this behavior will attract more attention. But if he did, He couldn't kill Li Qi. After all, he had a disagreement with him, and was killed right after. Even a fool would think that he was suspicious. Fong Chong touched his chin and sighed. I just want to find a quiet place to practice well. Why do you all force me? He waved his sleeves, and a humanoid puppet appeared in front of him. If there were any senior members of the Li family present at this moment, they would find that this puppet looked exactly like the ancestor of the Li family, who had not appeared for a long time. So in order to prevent people from disturbing me, the best way is to make the ancestor of the Li family become my man. Chapter 246. Spring goes and autumn comes. The flowers outside the window bloom and wither. 2 years have passed since Li Qi failed to win over Fong Chong, and used various tricks to force Fong Chong away. In the past 2 years, the steward of the Li family, under the instruction of Li Qi, has made things difficult for Xiuhu Island. Not only did the fish catch have to be doubled, but even the distribution of fish fry and fish food was delayed everywhere. In addition, the salary of Fong Chong, the offering, began to be delayed. At first, it was not given without asking, and later it was said that he didn't know even if asked. Fong Chong pretended to go to Silian Manor and looked for people, but because he had lived in seclusion on Xiuhu Island for many years, he had no connections in the Li family and finally returned disappointed. Later, in a conversation with others, he revealed the idea of looking for another master. So time dragged on. No one suspected that Fong Chong was wrong. They only saw how an old foundation building cultivator was unhappy under the targeting of the Li family's children, but they felt awe in their hearts, and felt that the Li family was a lean camel that was bigger than a horse. Of course, there were many people who felt sad when the rabbit died. An old foundation building cultivator, who worked silently for the master's family, was so frustrated because of the targeting of a Li family's children. It can be seen that the Li family does not tolerate outsiders. No wonder fewer and fewer cultivators joined the Li family in recent years, and more people fished in troubled waters. This is a sign of decline. In short, the same thing will present different ideas in the eyes of different people. But all this has nothing to do with Fong Chong. He just quietly turned the ancestor of the Li family into his own. The ancestor of the Li family is a Jin Danjinren after all, and he was once an inner disciple of the Qinglian Sword Pavilion, the main sect behind the Qing Kingdom. It is a slow and laborious process to completely control him without alarming others. Fortunately, 2 years is enough. The place where the Li family's ancestor lived in seclusion was not in Silian Manor, but on a small island near Silian Island. This was a valley full of birdsong and flowers, and spring all year round. There were hundreds of flowers blooming in the valley, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, but it was difficult to cover up the strong smell of death emanating from the small house in the valley. In the hut, an old man with gray hair, black spots all over his face, and a hunched body sat cross-legged with his head bowed, and vitality was being drained from his body bit by bit. This is Li Taishang, the ancestor of the Li family. He should have died long ago. When he was young, he was brave and fierce, fighting with others, and the hidden injuries left in his body, as his blood and qi declined, his end was approaching, and all the pain broke out at this moment. But Li Taishang held it all in. He held his breath, and was unwilling to leave. The Li family still needs him. He was unwilling to give up until he saw the second Jin Danjinren appear in the Li family. It happened that the Li family was unlucky, and 3 consecutive Jin Dan seeds were broken at the Jin Dan level, and ended up dead. After the Li family fully supplied 3 Jin Dan seeds, the savings of the clan began to be stretched. Outsiders only see the glory of the Li family, but they don't know that there is suffering behind the glory. If it weren't for this, Fong Chong, a foundation building cultivator, wouldn't have stayed on the small lake island for 10 years, and would have been put to good use. Besides the fact that he didn't want to seek personal gain, this man was cheap. But he couldn't be driven away for no reason. If outsiders knew that the Li family couldn't even afford to support the offerings, that would be a bad thing. Of course, the Li family didn't have no spiritual stones, but the remaining ones were all from the private vaults of each family. Unless they were absolutely sure, they would never contribute their last savings. Even Li Taishang couldn't do anything about this. They were all his descendants. And their worries were not unreasonable. They couldn't gamble with everyone's future. Even those high-ranking large sects couldn't escape the cycle of time, with prosperity and decline, let alone their small Jin Dan family. Li Taishang had accepted his fate. Once he left, relying on his little affection in the past, the Li family would withdraw what should be withdrawn, and divide what should be divided. If they could leave some foundation, they could still plan for the future. Until 2 years ago, a mysterious voice came to him and told him that he could continue to live. Li Taishang was moved. Only after experiencing death can one understand the joy of living. He didn't care whether the man was a fairy or a demon. As long as he could continue to live, he would sell his soul. He then realized that the Li family was his concern, but staying alive was his obsession. He agreed to the mysterious man's request and practiced the skills given by the mysterious man. After 2 years, his body became more and more decayed, but his spiritual thoughts felt the long-lost vitality. Li Taishan, are you ready? The mysterious voice came again. Li Taishan's old face showed a smile, but there was no emotion, like a cold machine. Senior, I'm ready. The reason why Li Taishan, an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, can be so convinced by the mysterious voice is naturally inseparable from the subtle influence of someone's heart demon method. At this moment, his body burned like a torch. In the fire, a round, golden pill rose, and on the golden pill, Li Taishan's old face could be faintly seen. Using the essence and physical body as fuel, he maximized the catalysis of his soul power in a short period of time, so that Li Taishan, a Jin Dan cultivator, could briefly touch the power of the Yuanshan. At this moment, a body exactly like Li Taishan's appeared in front of him. Go, this is your new body, you will follow me and gain eternal life. The mysterious voice was very bewitching, and Li Taishan had no doubts at all. He stared at the new body that seemed old but full of power, as if he saw a new life, and he would live a second life. The Jin Dan suddenly drilled into the new body. Then Li Taishan screamed. Senior, why is this? I saw waves of strange pulling force emanating from the new body, and Li Taishan's Jin Dan slowly melted under this force. Don't resist, try to embrace it. It will get all your memories, your soul will turn into its spirituality, it will revive in the dead silence and become the new you. Take a nap. When you wake up, you will be reborn. The voice made Li Taishan half asleep. Even if he was resisting in his heart, he could not change his fate of disappearing from this world. Wait until the golden elixir is completely integrated into the puppet's body. The puppet opened its eyes, but it was particularly indifferent and ruthless. Li Taishan is dead, and the new puppet that has obtained Li Taishan's memory is alive. Fong Chong walked out of the shadows and looked at the new puppet he had built, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. If you want to blame someone, blame your descendants for being unfilial and having to disturb me. But you are not at a disadvantage. The puppet that has obtained your memory will replace you as the ancestor of the Li family, and protect the Li family until I leave this world. Maybe you will thank me. He could deal with an old Jin Dan like Li Taishan in a few minutes. But it was easy to decide whether Li Taishan would live or die, but it was quite difficult to disguise Li Taishan. So Fong Chong considered carefully, and finally decided to let Li Taishan sacrifice himself and contribute his memory. For today, he had subtly influenced Li Taishan for 2 years, and eliminated all his vigilance. Under the fear of life and death, under the control of the hard demon Dafa, Li Taishan successfully survived in another form. In addition, this was also an experiment for him. With his ability to control the hard demon and give the puppet a spiritual physique, could he merge? Together, they refined a new kind of puppet. This kind of puppet has human memory, but also has the essence of a puppet. It is similar to the puppet family like Fang Taizhu, but it does not have the strong growth potential of the puppet family. But the difficulty of creation is not as great as that of the puppet family, and it is better in fast formation. It is probably equivalent to the elite template and boss template. The previous evil spirit ghost General Dong Tianbao can be regarded as a preliminary attempt of this new puppet. However, evil spirits like Dong Tianbao are hard to come by, and they are not very reproducible. But now, even if he goes a step further, as long as he wants, he can easily copy the second and third ancestors of the Li family. The rest depends on the performance of the Li family. I think the Li family has seen the extinguishing of the soul lamp of the Li family ancestor. 3 days later, the news of the Li family ancestor's death spread from Silian Lake to all directions, which was obviously deliberately condoned by someone with ulterior motives. Otherwise, even if the Li family ancestor died, the Li family would continue to conceal it until they were ready to retreat. But at this moment, they had to hastily prepare for the ancestor's funeral. Soon Silian Lake became lively. Silian Manor. Li Yuanming, the head of the Li family, politely bid farewell to the guests, who came to pay their respects, and the sadness on his face was suppressed, and he hurried to the study. He bowed respectfully to the figure standing in the shadow behind the window. Ancestor. The figure turned around, and it was Li Taishan, the ancestor of the Li family. Are all the people here? He asked lightly. Li Yuanming nodded and replied, everything that should have come has almost come, but Yuanming really doesn't understand why you, the ancestor, pretended to be dead? He recalled that day when he heard the guards of the ancestral hall report that the ancestor soul lamp had gone out, and his mind went blank and the world was spinning. Later, when he rushed to the ancestor's secluded place, he found that the ancestor was still alive, and he was shocked and unbelievable. Li Taishang said, "Although I was lucky enough to get the longevity elixir this time, I can only survive. I can't break through the nascent soul stage and survive the thunder tribulation. I can't last for decades. Why not take this opportunity to clean up those opponents and internal members who have a guilty conscience towards my Li family? This way, you will be much safer after the ancestor passes away. Moreover, after this battle, even if I, the ancestor, really die, who dares to act rashly before confirming the truth? At that time, you will have a few more years and more hope." Li Yuanming's eyes suddenly filled with tears. It is unfilial to make the ancestor worry. Don't belittle yourself. In recent years, my ancestor is about to die and has difficulty in moving, which has caused the Li family to be uneasy. Thanks to you, the head of the family, who has mediated, the Li family is now in harmony. You have made an invaluable contribution, and I will never forget it. It's a pity that your qualifications are not high, and you will be useless if you fail to pass the Jindan barrier. Otherwise, if you can become the second Jindan of the Li family, it will actually be the best choice." Li Taishang talked eloquently, and his thoughts were clear. It is Yuanming who is useless, and has failed the expectations of the ancestor. Li Yuanming no longer has any doubts in his heart at this moment. Except for the real ancestor, who can understand his contribution to the Li family. Only the other few families are ambitious. They don't know the difficulties of the head of the family, and they are against him everywhere, trying to drive him out of the position of the head of the family. This time, let them see who is the orthodoxy in the heart of the ancestor. Well, you can receive guests with peace of mind these days. The ancestor is here for everything." Li Taishang waved his hand, and Li Yuanming respectfully left. However, he did not see the indifference and ruthlessness hidden in the shadows of Li Taishang. A puppet is a puppet after all. Even if it has human memories, it cannot become a human. Half a month later, the ancestor of the Li family pretended to die to lure the enemy. At the funeral, he fought one against two, and the two great enemies who would invade in the future. The old ghost crocodile monster and the lotus-picking demon girl killed one and injured the other. Only the old ghost crocodile monster abandoned his companion spirit beast, a ghost crocodile demon beast in the Jindan realm, and managed to escape with his life. And the other female Jindan, who was said to be born from the lotus-picking girl, was smashed to pieces by the 10-direction annihilation Jindan magic of the Li family ancestor on the spot. It is said that the Li family ancestor was not destined to die, and obtained the longevity spirit object, which greatly increased his strength and lifespan, and he had at least 50 years to live. As soon as the news came out, it shocked everyone. The originally declining Li family once again regained its momentum in its heyday. Li Yuanming sat on the throne of the head of the family with high spirits, looking at the second and third elders, who were kneeling on the ground like dogs, who had lost their homes, and sneered, "This head of the family only thinks that you are dissatisfied with me in your heart and covet my position as the head of the family. I can still tolerate this. No matter what, we are also of the same lineage and are all blood of the Li family. Even if I am incompetent, and you have taken away the position of the head of the family, I deserve it. But I never expected that you had such a wolfish ambition that you dared to collude with outsiders to seize my Li family's property. Don't you know that the old monster ghost crocodile and the lotus-picking demon girl are all the ancestors' enemies?" The second elder looks a bit like Li Yuanming. He is Li Yuanming's half-brother, and has far better qualifications than Li Yuanming since childhood. But later, he was adopted to the second house as an heir. Of course, he completely lost the possibility of inheriting the family head. He snorted coldly, "Winners are kings and losers are bandits. I have nothing to say. I only hate that the ancestors favor the first house. If it weren't for my mother's humble birth, the position of the head of the family would never have fallen into your hands. I just took back what should have belonged to me." Li Yuanming snorted coldly. "This head of the family is the direct bloodline of the ancestors, and you are just a bastard. It is my father's magnanimity that you can inherit the second house. I didn't expect you to be a wolf that can't be fed." As he said this, he turned his gaze to the elder of the third house. "Third elder, why do you want to rebel against me?" The third elder looked sad and said, "Because I am Yang Lian's son, is this reason enough?" Yang Lian is the real name of the lotus-picking demon girl. Back then, she was just a lotus-picking girl in the Li family. Later, due to a series of changes, she escaped from the Li family. When she returned 100 years later, she was already a golden elixir real person. It's a pity that the ancestor of the Li family was in his prime at that time, and the lotus-picking demon girl returned with serious injuries. I didn't expect that she had been hiding in the Li family, and had a son with the former head of the third house. Of course, it doesn't matter anymore. The smugness on Li Yuanming's face disappeared, and he didn't think. Of the 5 branches of the Li family, 2 actually rebelled, and one of the elders was actually the child of his enemy. The Li family was infiltrated to this extent in his hands. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No wonder the ancestor did not allow him to take the opportunity to expand his power after defeating the enemy, but instead asked him to rectify the internal affairs, shrink his power, treat the offerings well, and keep a low profile. The ancestor was as clear as a fire, and he was far behind. With the current state of the Li family, expanding outward would only make the Li family split faster. The second and third branches betrayed the Li family, the main offenders were all executed, the accomplices were abolished from their cultivation, and imprisoned on the prison island, and the rest of the clansmen were driven away from Silian Lake, and were never allowed to step into Silian Lake. Li Yuanming did not kill them all. After all, they were all of the same blood, so exiling them was enough. This also made the other people who were still in fear breathe a sigh of relief. Who can guarantee that they did not have any ulterior motives at the time? If Li Yuanming wanted to investigate, no one would be able to escape. The head of the family is wise. Everyone bowed down. Even the second and third elders showed an attitude of resignation. On a small lake island hundreds of miles away, Fong Chong retracted his gaze, and exhaled a foul breath. No one will bother me now, right? Chapter 247. Fong Chong's efforts were not in vain. The Li family's ancestor successfully extended his life, and the Li family's decline was immediately stopped, and Silian Lake fell into harmony again. And Li Yuanming, the head of the Li family, also followed the ancestor's teachings, rectified the internal affairs, and treated the offerings well. Although Fong Chong, the old man, did not make any contribution, he had been working diligently for 10 years in the Li family without making any mistakes. In the past few years, he was bullied by the second house. In order to compensate him, he was arranged to guard another larger fishing ground. However, Fong Chong was used to the small lake island and was too lazy to move, so he declined. The Li family was also easy to talk to. They did not force it. They just doubled Fong Chong's annual salary after he returned, but the work he did not increase. It can only be said that the head of the Li family understood the spirit of the ancestor very well. In a blink of an eye, Fong Chong has been in the Li family for 12 years. He looked at the osmanthus tree in front of the courtyard, and the fragrance of osmanthus floated in the yard. Suddenly, his heart moved, and his magic power reached a critical point. It was like a seed drilling out of the earth. A flower but opened its petals, and water fell from a high place. Everything was natural. He broke through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. He was the master of Qingyuan Mountain. He was nourished by the spiritual veins of Qingyuan Mountain day and night, and the essence of the spiritual veins nourished his soul. His physical bones and aptitude had already changed. Not to mention the blessing of spiritual treasures, such as Shan Ling and Tang Jins, that gathered the power of hundreds of millions of people. The bottleneck that once trapped him was like a thin film that broke with a poke under the impact of various external forces. The nascent soul realm could not stop him. It was only a matter of time for his cultivation to improve. It's just that the consumption is a bit large. Fong Chong thought about his 3 storage rings and 2 storage bags that had been emptied. With his current size, the daily consumption is not a small number. Even if he had made sufficient preparations in advance, the remaining cultivation resources would only be enough for him to cultivate for another 180 years. If he breaks through his cultivation realm, this time will be shortened. Although he now secretly controls the ancestor of the Li family, even if all the members of the Li family tighten their belts and save all their resources, it is still not enough for him to consume in a month. So he didn't think about squeezing the Li family, just running at the same pace as before. Daily practice, flower appreciation, boating, fishing, fish teasing, stargazing, observing all things, the realm of mana naturally improves. Of course, the premise of all this is that there are enough spirit stones. There is a saying, you don't need spirit stones to practice, but every bit of mana that increases more than others requires spirit stones. Fong Chong can be so free, all thanks to someone carrying the burden for him. For this retreat, he almost emptied his private treasury, and even overdrew the green tear fruit of morning glory for several years. The cool breeze rippled a pool of spring water. Fong Chong casually threw fish food into the pool, a kind of spirit pill specially used to feed monsters, which is said to be a specialty of a certain beast-controlling sect, called feeding monster pills. This was specially purchased by the Li family from outside. Because the ancestor of the Li family felt that his descendants were not good, he decided to cultivate a guardian spirit beast for the Li family, a black water snake that had lived for 500 years and had just formed a demon pill. Of course, it was a strange species in the lake that Fong Chong encountered when he was bored and sailing in the lake. The big snake practiced hard at the bottom of the lake for 500 years, but he didn't expect to meet the king of hell as soon as he was born. Because of its ugly appearance, it was not worthy of being his pet, so Fong Chong abolished its mind, turned it into a confused beast, and then threw it to the Li family, and took the opportunity to get some feed for his little carp. The Li family was really happy to see the ancestor bring back a golden pill snake. It was better without mind, which was easier to control. Half of the income in these years became the training funds for the big snake. Of course, most of the materials fell into Fong Chong's pocket. As for the slow progress of the big snake, in addition to the slow progress of the monster itself, it must be that it was not motivated. Puff, puff, puff. The big carp bubble was full and started to swim on its back in the pond, revealing its pink belly and blowing bubbles comfortably. Colorful bubbles rose from the small courtyard, gathered in the air, and reflected the sunlight, making the whole pond colorful. Well, it's a bit inappropriate to call it a small pond. At this moment, Bubble is more than 3 meters long. Although it looks cute, it is so huge that people can't help but feel a little odd. The pool that can hold it cannot be too small. It is more than 50 meters long and wide, which is the distance that can be moved back and forth by flicking its tail. Master, do you think the bubbles I spit are beautiful? Bubble held his breath and spit out a human-shaped bubble. Although the face was a little blurry, the body shape was somewhat similar to Fong Chong. Fong Chong patted the powder on his hands and said perfunctorily, "Beautiful." Hee hee. Bubble smiled foolishly, looking very happy and a little shy. With a splash, he turned over and went underwater. The bottom of the pool leads directly to the outside waters. Bubble took a lot of effort to dig it out mouth by mouth. Master, I'm going to play with Dasha and Xiao Xiao outside. Dasha and Xiao Xiao are the 2 kings of the white sand fish in the nearby school. They were originally ignorant and only knew how to swallow and spit out spiritual energy. They were fat and tender, waiting for the mouth with destiny to taste the taste. But because Bubble took a fancy to him, he was taken in as his younger brother, and he was fed a few demon-feeding pills to open his spiritual intelligence. Now he roams the fishing grounds with Bubble. Fong Chong smiled. Sometimes he envied this heartless little carp. Of course, it would be nonsense to ask him to learn from it. The little carp was free under his protection, but who could protect him? He was unwilling to let others control his joys and sorrows. However, he has lived alone for many years. If it weren't for the company of this little carp, his feelings would have become more and more indifferent. As the years of cultivation increased, his mentality seemed to develop more and more towards the direction of forgetting emotions. Under the power of time, all tangible things will age. Only oneself will remain unchanged forever. Then the fate and joy of others will naturally not be concerned. Suddenly, Fong Chong's expression moved, and he said helplessly, "It's only been a few years of peaceful days. Why are there so many people looking for trouble?" There was a turmoil in Qing. The old emperor died, but he did not appoint a crown prince before his death, so several princes began the royal tradition of fighting for the throne. Of course, this is just an appearance. Qinghua is a subsidiary dynasty of Shifang's Sword Pavilion. The royal family ministers and the people of the country cannot decide who will sit on the throne of the emperor. Only Shifang's Sword Pavilion can decide. Therefore, the civil strife in Qinghua also represents the dispute of Shifang's Sword Pavilion. The major princes are supported by the mountaintops of Shifang's Sword Pavilion, so there is chaos. A new master of the Shifang Sword Pavilion must naturally make his voice heard in the Sword Pavilion, and the throne of Qinghua is his first step to speak to the outside world. It is true that Qinghua is a subsidiary dynasty, and it is also one of the important sources of new blood for the disciples of Shifang's Sword Pavilion. If the new master can win, in the next 100 years, his faction will surely become a big mountaintop in the Sword Pavilion, and the various resources that can be distributed will naturally be different from that of an ordinary, indifferent master of the God of Transformation. This is why the ancestor of the Li family was once an inner disciple of the Shifang Sword Pavilion, and had connections in the sect, so he could know these news. Although he later left the mountain gate and returned to his family, in theory, he was still a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, and was on the list of lay disciples in the sect. Ordinary people thought it was a turmoil in the Qing kingdom. Those who looked deeper also thought that the Shifang Sword Pavilion was unstable, and something was going to happen. Only the internal disciples knew that the turmoil that seemed to sweep across the country was just a bet by several bigwigs. As for why it could disturb Fang Chong, because this turmoil was nationwide. Some forces supported the prince they favored in order to establish a relationship with the Shifang Sword Pavilion. Some forces wanted to stay away from right and wrong and retain their strength. And Silian Lake, which was far away from the court and in a remote corner, was thus favored by someone. The ancestor of the Li family could be a disciple of the Shifang Sword Pavilion, and naturally others could be too. The person who targeted Silian Lake this time was a cultivation family called the He family. The ancestor of the family was also a lay disciple of the Shifang Sword Pavilion, and was more than 100 years younger than the ancestor of the Li family. But the two have similar cultivation bases, both in the middle stage of the Golden Core. This time, the He family said that they were staying at Silian Lake and would leave when the chaos was over. But anyone with a discerning eye knew that it was easy to stay, but it was hard to leave. After all, who would give up the meat in their mouths? The Li family naturally knew this, so they didn't believe a word of the He family's talk about fellow disciples. But they insisted on staying, and their attitude was very polite. At the beginning, they only found a small island. Could it be that they were not allowed to do this? If they fought for this, it would be too overbearing. In addition, the Li family's principle of seeking stability and low profile really made them stand firm. Then they lived peacefully for 2 years. Now, the He family had a conflict with the Li family because of a fish. With the arrival of the elders of both sides, the conflict escalated immediately. The He family came prepared. Within a few days, many of the Li family's small island fishing grounds were occupied by the He family. 1/5 of the entire Silian Lake was renamed He. At this time, the Li family was indignant, and asked the head of the family to fight. The head of the family asked the ancestor whether to fight or not. The ancestor passed the news to Fang Chong. Fang Chong was speechless. What kind of butterfly effect is this? A change of throne thousands of miles away actually affected him, a lonely fisherman. He family, why are you looking for trouble? Fang Chong thought about it, and decided to turn the He family into his puppet as well. With the experience of the Li family ancestor, it shouldn't take much time to refine the puppet. Then let the two families fight slowly in Silian Lake. In the current situation, it is not good to drive either family away directly. Because when two tigers fight, one will be injured. If one is driven away, perhaps another will be eyeing it, and it will be annoying in the end. He can't turn everyone into his puppet. The water here is too deep, and he can't control it as a little Yuanying. If he attracts the attention of Shifang Sword Pavilion, he will have to pack up and run away. If he is unlucky and is targeted by a master of the God of Transformation, he will have no choice but to escape from this world. It is better to let them pretend to fight. For two families that are fighting, if another force is able to intervene, it is likely that they will want to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight between the crane and the clam, and will not intervene easily. Then these fishermen will find that this pair of cranes and clams will fight for a long time. He family, Dafang Island. This is the current base camp of the He family. Because the island is square and large, it is named Dafang. In the study, the He family patriarch encouraged the He family patriarch, who came to report the battle record, and waved his hand to let him leave. Then he looked out the window and said with a smile, "Brother Kong, if you come, you might as well show up." Then an old man with half of his face disfigured flashed through the window and entered the study. "Ancestor He, your He family seems to be doing something different from what we said before?" The old man's face was gloomy, and half of his face seemed to have been caught in a fire, twisted together, like an evil ghost, very scary. He was the ghost crocodile monster, who was driven away by the Li family patriarch a few years ago. His real name was Kong Yi. The word ghost crocodile refers to him, and the crocodile refers to his crocodile monster in the Jindan realm. Unfortunately, in order to cover his retreat, the crocodile monster became the dead soul under the sword of the ancestor of the Li family, and now it is somewhat unworthy of its name. This time, in order to seek revenge, he was found by the He family, and the two parties hit it off, and have done several major things for the He family in secret. Brother Kong, please be patient. The Li family has been based in Silian Lake for more than 300 years, and has a deep foundation. This time we have taken such a large territory, and it is already risky to move forward, and it is still unknown whether the ancestor of the Li family is really dying as you said. This time is just a test. If the Li family is still willing to tolerate, then this time, I will help you destroy the Li family, and none of the people you want will escape. Ancestor He is very confident. Originally, he was quite afraid of the Li family, but since he accidentally learned that the ancestor of the Li family was dying, and had little fighting power, he had other thoughts. Silian Lake has a superior geographical environment, and should be used by him. Kong Air snorted coldly. Li Taishang unleashed his potential last time, and fought with me and the Lotus Sky Fairy in succession. He has already reached his limit, otherwise he would not be unable to pursue me. And the Li family's behavior in the past few years has further verified my guess. Besides, if you don't confirm, you won't be able to contact me. Ancestor, he smiled but said nothing. He did spend a lot of money to use secret techniques to investigate the situation of the ancestor of the Li family. He found that his soul fire was dim, like a candle in the wind, so he had the idea of Kailian Lake. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with a Jin Danjinren who has been famous for a long time. Besides, there is also the ghost crocodile monster as the vanguard. It is unknown what deep hatred this old monster has with the Li family. His words have revealed his anger of not hesitating to die together. Just as the two were conspiring, a faint sigh came. My Li family lives in peace and has never offended you. Why do you have to force us? Who? Ancestor, he and Kong Yi were both shocked. They were so close to this, but they still knew nothing. I saw an old man sitting in the house, clenching his fists, covering his mouth and coughing lightly. Brother He, I gave you a foothold in the He family because we are from the same school. I never thought that you would be so ambitious and plot against my family business. I am really disappointed. Old monster ghost crocodile, what hatred do I have with you that makes you keep targeting my Li family for 100 years? Now you are willing to be someone else's lackey, and you want to take revenge on me. Ancestor Li looked sad. But before the two of them could speak, he said again, it's a pity that you two have cultivated for 100 years to achieve today's cultivation, but you have to die now. Just you? Ancestor, he pinched his fingers, and a cluster of blue flames appeared in his hands. This is a breath of Yin Yuan demon fire, which can burn with life as the material. I bought it at a high price. Senior Brother Li, how long can you hold it off? This is his real trump card. However, the cost of activating this fire is also huge, because it requires one's own life, but it is not that terrifying. It is a double-edged sword. Can you try? Ancestor Li looked calm. Then I'm sorry, junior brother. Ancestor, he made a hand gesture, and the Yin Yuan demon fire entangled Ancestor Li. Ancestor Li did not dodge or evade, allowing the demon fire to attack him. Ancestor, his face changed. How could it be? You must be holding on. I am more than 100 years younger than you. I don't believe I can outlast you. Ancestor Li did not speak, but instead showed encouragement in his eyes. Ancestor, his face quickly aged, his silver hair grew, and his forehead had a few more wrinkles. In just a short moment, he had burned 10 years of his life. Even if Ancestor Li had profound skills, he would have to spend 20 or 30 years. But he only felt that he was getting older and older. The weaker he got, the less change there was. But it was just a breath. If it dissipated, he couldn't summon it again. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. So he burned it for another 20 years. He finally died. At this moment, his body was hunched over, his eyebrows were full of fatigue, and wrinkles covered his face. But Li was full of energy, and nothing happened. You? You are not a human. No one can withstand the Yin Yuan demon fire without changing his expression, unless he is burning a stone. You are right. Ancestor Li smiled faintly, and under the tightened pupils of Ancestor He and Kong Yi, his figure disappeared, and the sword energy filled the study. Kong Yi didn't have time to speak, and the dazzling sword light cut him into pieces. Although he was a Jin Danjinren, most of his skills were on the crocodile monster. Now that he had no support, he was just an ordinary Jin Dan. Ancestor, he had made a stupid move, and was no longer able to resist. Take a nap. When you wake up, we are the same kind. Chapter 248. Since the Li family's ancestor paid a friendly visit to the He family late at night, Silian Lake has fallen into a strange balance again. To outsiders, the battle between the He and Li families in Silian Lake was fierce, and there would be news of a battle somewhere every now and then, and how much power both sides had deployed. As a result, the flow of people to Silian Lake has decreased a lot, fearing that they would be affected by the battle. Only the He and Li families knew that except for a few fierce battles at the beginning, the casualties of both sides in the seemingly fierce battles afterwards were frighteningly low. Every time they just got angry, the upper echelons of both sides began to order retreat. According to the above statement, the losses were too great at the beginning, so as to avoid heavy losses for everyone, so it is necessary to seek the best opportunity. Without full confidence, you must not go to war without authorization. Over time. Every time a war breaks out, the monks with loud voices on both sides become the main force, and it is better to be proficient in various greeting words. Anyway, in the end, there is no fight, and the mouth cannon becomes the only output. As for the best fighter, it has been so long and still not found, and no one knows when it will be found. Maybe it will never be found. Of course, there must be monks who disobey orders from above and go to war privately. But such people are a minority after all, and generally such monks will be hidden in the name of family training afterwards. The reason is that they are too impulsive, do not listen to orders from above, and put their monks in danger, so they need to be tempered. As long as they want to find faults, no one will be perfect. Silian Lake maintains a rhythm of a small battle in January, and a big battle in March, and the news is spreading like wildfire. So much so that people don't know how many of the news are true, and how many are false. And the drama of the princes fighting for the throne in the outside world has lasted for 10 years, and has not ended. The chaos dissipated from the imperial city, and the Qin kingdom was in chaos. The various places were divided, and the taxes were levied, and the people at the bottom were living in misery, but they couldn't even survive and rebel. How can a group of mortals defeat those high and mighty monks? Often, as soon as a place raises the banner of rebellion, the monks in the army will come and kill them. Once the magic weapons and magic arts are used, it is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The remaining people either flee in panic or stay and become obedient citizens, dying under the increasing oppression. After all, if there are more people who resist, the land will be barren. But there are fewer people farming, but the enjoyment from above cannot be reduced. Then, the honest farmers can only bear more taxes. In the end, after a year of hard work, the land will also be harvested. But the farmers who farm not only have no harvest, but also owe a lot of land taxes and miscellaneous taxes. The more they farm, the more they owe. So in recent years, more and more mortals have fled to Silian Lake to avoid disaster. First, it was the nearby fishermen, and later even the farmers and landlords on the shore abandoned their homes and land and entered Silian Lake. Although the He and Li families fought endlessly, they rarely involved mortals. On the contrary, because they did not care about these mundane things, they gave these people living space. People are like weeds. As long as there is a little sunshine and rain, they will struggle to stick their bodies out even in the cracks of stones. After 10 years of civil unrest in Qin dynasty, Fang Chong came to Jinqiu realm for the 22nd year. His cultivation has improved further. According to the display on the panel, he is now level 55. If he goes up one level, he will reach the threshold of the middle and late stages of the nascent soul. Before, he went up one level every 5 years, but now he goes up one level every 10 years. This speed is naturally far less than that of Li Hu, who has completed the nascent soul realm in 10 years. It stands to reason that his speed should not be so slow. After all, his qualifications are not low now, and he can be regarded as a genius. However, after careful consideration, Fang Chong summarized 3 reasons. The first and most important reason is the difference in the environment of heaven and earth. The cultivation difficulty in Jinqiu realm is greater, and it is more difficult to break through. If the breakthrough can be compared with an exam, then the main heaven and earth is a candidate with a Kyoto household registration, and Jinqiu realm is a populous province with serious internal circulation. Therefore, every step of cultivation in Jinqiu realm is much more difficult. Although he prepared various cultivation resources for himself, the small lake island is not as good as the Qinhuang mountain with spiritual veins that attract thousands of miles of spiritual energy, nor does it have spiritual energy that is so dense that it almost turns into liquid. The second is that Li Hu is a battle breakthrough. He is tempered and upgraded in battle. The survival instinct of the body and the ruthless squeeze of potential naturally make him upgrade like drinking water. The expedition of the First Legion of Qishao City was fought down by Li Hu, the Legion commander, with punches and kicks. Needless to say, the dangers faced are self-evident. If Fang Taiju, the corresponding Third Legion, did not have his own magic power to help, it would be equivalent to having immortal magical powers. I am afraid that he would have died long ago. And I am practicing at home. This method is safe, but the disadvantage is that there is no passion, no ups and downs, and the speed is naturally not much faster. However, due to his nature, it is impossible for him to learn from Li Hu. The third is an objective reason. His aptitude is acquired, far less than Li Hu's natural talent. Perhaps a painting, a piece of calligraphy, or a few words can make Li Hu feel enlightened, and then his magic power level will soar. And after so many years of debut, the only small enlightenment he had can be traced back to the time when he refined the eye of the demon. In just a short moment, millions of experience points were increased, which is better than several months of hard practice. How can it be described in one word? Unfortunately, enlightenment is something that can only be encountered by chance, and he tried to pursue it later, But it didn't work. Fong Chong summed it up, and felt that the practice in the Jinxia world was really unpleasant. But at the speed of time of 100 to 1, these problems are not a problem. Bubble. Fong Chong patted the cabin under his seat and said, faster. At this moment, he was sitting on a black boat, without oars or poles, relying entirely on pure natural, pollution-free biological kinetic energy, that is, the big carp bubble under the boat that served as the engine. And it can also be controlled by voice. Sure enough, after hearing the master's order, the boat seemed to have taken stimulants, like a swordfish, and in the blink of an eye it cut a straight waterway on the water, with splashes on both sides and a loud splashing sound. With Bubble's full acceleration, the boat arrived at the edge of a small island in less than a cup of tea. This is an island surrounded by white fog, and its size is similar to that of a small lake island. Because this area of water has no resource output, and is not a place with rich spiritual energy, it is not valued by the Li family, and there is no mention of development. The island is surrounded by white fog all year round, and mortals will get lost if they enter, so the island is extremely primitive, and no one lives. But at this moment, the island is full of smoke and life. There are also paddy fields on the island, and the rice seedlings have begun to ear, and a good harvest will be available soon. However, such a small amount of paddy fields is not enough for the people on the island to live, so the people on the island have to add fishing to their lives, and occasionally buy food from the outside world to barely survive. Fong Chong came silently, and no one knew. He sat on the boat, looking at the people on the island, silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. The underwater big carp bubble stretched out its head, with two golden dragon whiskers growing on it. The fish head was so huge that one person couldn't hug it. Obviously, it has had good food over the years, and even though it has grown in size, it has the potential to turn into a dragon. Master, why don't you go to the island? The reason why this nameless island has become like this can be said to be the support of the master. At the beginning, it followed the master on a boat trip on the lake, and met a group of refugees, who were fleeing to the ends of the earth, with their children. This group of refugees were originally farmers in a village on land, but because of the oppression of the government and the rampant bullies, they could not survive. So a man from a village gritted his teeth and gathered money to find someone who was said to have a way to move to Silian Lake. In recent years, Silian Lake has almost become a paradise in the mouths of the people on land nearby. As long as you go to Silian Lake, you don't have to worry about the government, and you can harvest as much grain as you plant. I don't know how many people are tempted by this alone. As a result, they met the wrong person. The fishing boat that was supposed to take them to the island turned into a pirate ship. Everyone in their village was killed, and all their property was robbed. The remaining dozen people were lucky. Seeing that the situation was not good, they paddled the raft and ran away. They encountered a water monster on the way, and the group was washed away. Finally, they drifted with the water holding the wooden board. When they finally saw the master, there were only 5 people left. The master was kind, and showed them a way to the uninhabited island. He also gave them food, seeds, and some tools. Later, they met many refugees one after another, and threw them all on this island. Occasionally, the master would go to the island to take a look. Pao Pao didn't know what the master wanted to do, and why he wanted to save some insignificant mortals. But everything the master did must have a reason. After living together for so long, Pao Pao has understood that the master is unfathomable, and is definitely not a dying old man. The black water snake, that is now showing off its power in the Li family, was once a younger brother of Pao Pao. And it was also fed by various fish food with abundant spiritual energy, and turned into a foundation-building monster. And it also awakened the dragon blood in its body, and had the foundation of a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Fong Chong retracted his gaze and said lightly, "Don't go up, and don't come in the future." He saved these people just to see if they could survive on the island by themselves. There was no reason. It was like when you met a rabbit seller while shopping, so you bought a few and threw some vegetable leaves to raise them in the field. Occasionally, when you remembered, you would go to see if they were still alive. When you are interested, you do it. Saving people is a byproduct. Now that there are groups of rabbits, he is not interested. Ah? Bubble was a little surprised. Although mortals are not strong, they are skilled. Thanks to the master, every time the master goes to the island, the villagers on the island will specially send all kinds of delicious things to offer to it, the first spiritual fish under the master's seat. I heard that the islanders even built a statue of it. This made Bubble very happy. If I don't come here anymore, wouldn't it mean that all the delicious food and fun things will be gone forever? Fong Chong flicked his finger, and Bubblefish's head trembled, and ripples appeared on the water surface. It was obvious that it was hit on the head. You dare not listen to me. Bubble, be obedient, master. Don't hit Bubble, it hurts. Bubble's 2 dragon whiskers were like 2 tentacles, constantly touching the head that was hit, and it dived down aggressively, holding the boat, and began to return. Fong Chong shook his head. It's not good to keep it too pampered. Maybe it's time to find something for it to do, and it can't bully a group of small fish that are not much bigger than its scales all day long. It's finally over. Fong Chong put away the information sent by the ancestors of the Li family and the He family. The throne of Qing Kingdom finally has a formal successor. A little prince, who was originally unknown, only 15 or 16 years old, defeated a group of powerful prince brothers and ascended the throne under the popular expectation. I wonder what a group of princes think after fighting for so long, but ended up making wedding dresses for others. No matter how they struggle, they are just chess pieces of others. Live or die. How ridiculous. Fong Chong, a bystander, felt a sense of powerlessness, let alone those who were on the chessboard. For the great masters of the 10-direction sword pavilion, the princes are chess pieces. But for the princes, those low-level people are also chess pieces in their hands. Are the high-ranking masters of the great masters. In this strange world, no matter what he did, he could put on his pants and not recognize anyone after returning to the main world. He could find a small country, be the emperor for decades, and live a life of luxury with 3,000 beauties in the harem. That was what he had always dreamed of, so he just regarded it as a dream come true. This was also the thought he had before entering the Jinshu realm. Anyway, his lifespan was so long, and the flow rate was 100 to 1 anyway. Even if he wasted decades, it would only be a few months in the main world. After working so hard for so long, what's wrong with enjoying a few months? But he was also afraid that he would get used to enjoying. He has always been a man with an unsteady will. If there was no pressure from the surrounding environment and the scenery at the peak, he would have fallen long ago, just like his thoughts before marrying Dong Dong. This time when he came to the Jinshu realm, Fong Chong found that his greatest gain was not cultivation, but his determination to seek the truth. A gentleman is cautious when he is alone, and he does not deceive in the dark room. When a person is alone, without any constraints, he can face his heart. If he can maintain a normal attitude even when he is alone, it means that he has truly reached the state of unity of knowledge and action. The thought flashed through his mind, and Fong Chong quickly put away this complacent mentality. He has not yet reached the state of unity of knowledge and action. He lived like an ascetic monk only because he had greater aspirations. Before the goal was achieved, he was willing to endure this loneliness. The civil strife in Qing state ended, and the Li and He families no longer had to fight. The resources of Silian Lake were not enough for the 2 Jinden families to share. If they could only suppress it, sooner or later even the ancestors of both sides would not be able to stop the conflict, so one side had to be eliminated. But who made me the Li family's worshipper? I can only let the He family down. I don't know where they should go without the Jinan ancestor, but what does it have to do with me? The fate of the He family was decided in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, the ancestors of the Li family and the He family had an appointment to fight on a remote island. Under the witness of many invited fellows, the ancestor of the He family was defeated by the Jinden supernatural power of the Li family ancestor and the sword energy of the 10 directions annihilation, and died on the spot. The He family was excited, but they could only withdraw from Silian Lake sadly. On the way, they had to guard against the pursuit of various deadly enemies they had offended, and suffered heavy losses for a while. After this battle, the reputation of the Silian Lake Li family has risen to a new level. Time has returned to its former state. Chapter 249. Small Lake Island. Puff, puff, puff. Pow Pow swam on his back in the pool like a dying fish. If he hadn't been blowing bubbles out of boredom, he would have been ready to start the cooking. Pow Pow was bored at this moment, because the master had been in seclusion for a long time, longer than before. In the past, the master would come out to relax at most once every 2 weeks, but this time it has been almost 2 months, and he still hasn't appeared. Pow Pow was not worried about the master's safety, but just thought that the master would feed him every time he came out of seclusion. When the master made a move, it must be a fine product. Those were all good things he had never eaten before. So if the master didn't come out of seclusion again, he would be starving. After being used to eating delicacies from mountains and seas, he didn't care much about simple meals. It's okay to eat occasionally, just as a reminiscence of the past. But you can't eat all the time. Bubble sadly touched its nearly 5-meter-long body with its dragon whiskers. No, it was already thin from hunger. Suddenly, it turned over, splashing a large amount of water, and restored its appearance as a fish from a wealthy family. Xiaojiang Daqiang, Why are you here? Bubble stuck its head out of the pool. The people who came were the only 2 fishermen on the island. At this moment, Xiaojiang and Daqiang were no longer as young and strong as when they first came. They were already in their 50s. Because of years of hard work, even if they had a little magic power in their bodies, they could not stop the aging of time. They looked like old people in their 60s. Bubble, this is a gift we brought for you. Xiaojiang and Daqiang looked at each other and took out the package from behind. They were all snacks that Bubble liked, and they were particularly rich. Now they were familiar with Bubble, and the name of the fairy was strongly requested to be removed because of Bubble's sudden shame. There was a flash of light, and Bubble accepted the package without hesitation. Now it is also a fish with a storage device. So these snacks don't have to be eaten all at once, they can be packed up and savored slowly. What do you want to ask me for? For the sake of snacks, I will help you. Bubble said generously. The 2 dragon whiskers on his lips moved. Xiaojiang and Daqiang sighed and said, Bubble, we are here to say goodbye to the Lord. Say goodbye? Are you leaving? Bubble was puzzled. Why do you want to leave? Isn't it good to stay on the island? The 2 replied, because we are old and can't work anymore and we miss home. Bubble still didn't understand. Isn't Xiaohu Island your home? Home is where the family is. There are old people, children, and our wives. Xiaohu Island is where we work. The 2 explained to Bubble patiently. And work is for home. After nearly 20 years of getting along, their feelings for Bubble are actually more like the care of the elders for the younger generation. Although these 2 elders often need the care of the younger generation. Bubble is very simple and easy to satisfy. A little thing that is not worth money or valuable in their eyes is enough to make it happy for a long time. Even though they have aged so much over the years, Bubble is still as carefree as a little girl. Bubble is a little heartless, and doesn't know the relationship between home and work. When she heard that the 2 were leaving, she asked them when they would come back. The 2 looked sad for parting and said softly, We won't come back. Someone will take over our jobs. We won't come back. Bubble finally reacted and panicked for some reason. You won't come back? Why won't you come back? If you're not here, who should I talk to? Who will buy me snacks in the future? Bubble, I'm sorry. Thanks to you for taking care of us all these years, otherwise we would have stopped working long ago. There are no other fishermen as old as us in other fisheries. But now it's not possible. We don't have many years left. We miss home. When I went home last time, my grandson was almost as tall as my waist. But I almost didn't recognize him. The 2 were very grateful to Bubble. They had worked in the Xiahudeo fishery for many years. Although it was hard work, the pay was enough to support the families behind them. Especially during the war a few years ago, they were able to protect the 2 families thanks to the relationship with the Lord. In view of their hard work, the Lord allowed them to exchange a cultivation method in the Li family in his name. Although the method was not very advanced, and his son did not become famous, he has now successfully joined the Li family and become a low-level guest of the Li family. Maybe after a few generations, they can also have their own small cultivation family with the support of the Li family. And these 2 humble fishermen are the founders of the family. All this originated from the Lord and Bubble in front of him. Bubble, Lord, do you have time to see us now? The 2 gathered their moods and thought about the purpose of this visit. Bubble shook his head, feeling inexplicably depressed. The master has been in seclusion for a long time. I don't know when he will come out. The 2 smiled and said, It's okay. We will come to say goodbye after the master comes out. Manager Chen also said when we leave, he will send someone to replace us. Bubble hummed, then thought for a long time before thinking of something. Wait a minute. The 2 who were about to turn around and leave looked at Bubble. What's wrong? Bubble opened his mouth and spit out gold and silver light. It fell in front of the 2 people. When the light faded, it turned out to be pieces of gold and silver, piled up as high as an adult's calf. These were collected by Bubble underwater when he was bored, because it accidentally learned that this thing can buy a lot of food in the human world. When the 2 saw that it was gold and silver, they quickly waved their hands and said, No, we have money. You have taken care of us so much over the years, how can we take your money again? But Pow Pow rolled his eyes and said, Who said I would give it to you? You are all leaving. Who will buy snacks for me in the future? You can take the silver and exchange it all for snacks for me. I will save it and eat it slowly. The 2 self-indulgent people, After a while, they picked up a few gold and silver pieces and said, These are enough to buy a lot of snacks. I can't finish them in a year. If there are more, they will go bad. The internal space of the storage magic weapon is not time freezing, but it does slow down the decay of many things. Pow Pow said with some concern, It's only 1 year. How should I live in the future? Hey, why am I a fish? It's inconvenient to go ashore. The two looked at each other helplessly, without saying anything, bowed respectfully to Pow Pow, and retreated. With a creak. Not long after the two left, the gate of the yard opened, and Fong Chong walked out with a faint expression. Bubble, who was depressed alone, immediately jumped out of the fish pond. His huge body fell heavily on the ground, shaking the earth. The two fins under his belly were like two short legs, and he crawled to Fong Chong with a grunt. As a fish that has built a foundation, it has long been able to survive out of water for a short period of time, but it just doesn't like it normally. Master, Xiaojiang and Daqiang are leaving. Bubble's tone was a little sad. Fong Chong nodded lightly. I know. They also said they came to say goodbye to you. I know. They want to see you, Master. Why don't you see them? Bubble asked belatedly. Fong Chong smiled, pointed his finger at Bubble's forehead, and said, think about it yourself. The two said goodbye to him, perhaps because they were grateful in their hearts, just saying goodbye, or perhaps for other reasons, such as seeking a future for future generations. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to see anyone, nor does he need anyone's gratitude. Everything he did on the little lake island, including taking care of Xiaojiang and Daqiang, was because he wanted to do it, not for any so-called favor. It didn't matter whether they remembered the favor or held a grudge in their hearts. Bubble didn't want to use her pitiful brain capacity. Since the master asked her to think, she didn't think about it. Of course, she didn't ask. But master, they said they wouldn't come back. Why do I feel sad and don't want them to leave? Master, is this what friends mean? I regard them as my friends. Bubble didn't understand and asked. Fong Chong replied, for us, separation is a common thing. There is no need to be sad. We will get used to it in the future. Bubble seemed to understand and answered sullenly, then I won't make friends in the future. In this way, I won't feel bad. Don't feel bad, open your mouth. Ah! A demon pill with black light was thrown into Bubble's mouth. This is a demon pill of a dragon demon beast, which contains powerful energy and some dragon blood. Its owner was killed by Fong Chong, and the most valuable demon pill was taken. Bubble felt as if his body was about to swell. Fortunately, a gentle force immediately protected it and suppressed the energy release of the demon pill, allowing it to digest slowly. It felt a deep sleepiness. Have a good sleep. Fong Chong's gentle voice sounded in Bubble's ears. After waking up, you won't feel uncomfortable. Splash. The pool broke the waves, and Bubble's huge fish body sank to the bottom of the pool. The faint black light wrapped it like a big cocoon, and it was also like a newborn egg. This winter is particularly cold. The pool at the door of Fong Chong house was covered with a thick layer of ice, and the entire Xilian lake fell into a cold loneliness. This is not a normal phenomenon. Manager Chen in front of Fong Chong came to warn him for this. Lu Gongsheng, the demon dragon, insisted that its son disappeared in our Xilian lake and asked us to hand over the murderer. This is blackmail. The demon dragon's son is a golden elixir demon. Who in our Xilian lake can kill it silently? I heard that the demon dragon has a violent temperament, and his son must not be a good demon. He must have been killed by some passing expert. I think they just can't stand seeing people doing well. Our Li family had a hard time defeating the He family, and we have only lived a good life for a few years, but we are targeted by this evil dragon. Who knows its purpose? It has set its eyes on the colorful Lotus Lake, and wants to use it as its underwater palace. However, our Li family is not a pushover. The ancestor is a disciple of the 10 Direction Sword Pavilion. Although this name is not well known, if the evil dragon dares to bully the weak, the old seniors of the 10 Direction Sword Pavilion will take action to deal with him. The ancestor has sent a letter to the 10 Direction Sword Pavilion, and a master will come down to eliminate the monster soon. Lu Gongfeng, don't panic. Well, after saying so much, the key point is the last sentence. Manager Chen's words and deeds have the same meaning. The Li family has the confidence to stop the Demon King, so don't run away. These days, many of the Li family's worshippers have resigned, and they would rather pay the spiritual stones. Although most of them joined in recent years, after seeing the Li family beat the He family, they wanted to find a big tree to take shelter. Such people are naturally not loyal. But because of their actions, Xilian Lake was in a panic for a while, and many people were ready to move away from Xilian Lake. After all, that was a demon king in the nascent soul realm, a full level higher than the ancestor of the Li family. Great realm. Even for a large sect like Shifang Sword Pavilion, if the supreme master of the spiritualization realm does not come out, it will take careful planning to take down a demon king in the nascent soul realm. Although the Li family has some incense and friendship with Shifang Sword Pavilion, Most people do not think it is a good idea to fight a demon king to death for this incense and friendship. Therefore, Manager Chen was ordered to appease, but he did not have much confidence in what he said. Fong Chong unconsciously wanted to touch his nose, but he realized that something was wrong and changed his mind to stroke his beard. Manager Chen, don't worry, I have been in the Li family for so many years, and have long been accustomed to the life of the Li family. Even if the Demon King comes, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't have many years to live, so I just die when I die. Manager Chen immediately stood in awe when he heard it. A journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength, and a person's heart is revealed over time. People like Lu Gongfeng are the cornerstone of our Li family. Today, I will report these words to the master truthfully. After this matter is over, the master will definitely not treat Lu Gongfeng unfairly. Fong Chong waved his hand lightly and said, I am just doing what I should do, it is not worth mentioning. In this case, I will take my leave first. Next, I will visit the seniors guarding other islands and pass on the master's words. Today, with Lu Gongfeng as an example, it is just right for them to see what loyalty is. Manager Chen said goodbye. Fong Chong hurriedly called, Manager Chen, there is no need to mention my name. Why not? Lu Gongfeng's deeds should be passed on as a model. Manager Chen felt that such a loyal minister should not be left unknown. Fong Chong explained, I don't like common names, I like peace and quiet. If Manager Chen said so, I don't know how many people will disturb me in the future. Besides, the Demon King has not entered the country yet. I am just talking about it now. It is possible that he will be scared to death when he sees the Demon King, which will damage the reputation of the master family. But Manager Chen did not think so. He admired him even more in his heart. Senior, you are so righteous. I will not spread your name casually, but I don't know if I can say these words, especially the 4 words die when you can die, which I really like. That's fine. Senior, please stay. I will take my leave. Manager Chen's face was covered with a righteous glow, and he strode away. Fong Chong watched Manager Chen leave, sighing silently in his heart. Even if he killed a little loach, the Demon King would come to seek revenge. By the way, when he took the elixir, the little loach seemed to want to say something, but his knife was too fast, and he didn't give it a chance to speak. No wonder in Journey to the West, those monsters with backgrounds would not be beaten to death by sticks no matter how evil they did, but would only be sent back to their parents for discipline. It's really troublesome to be found by their masters. Fong Chong glanced at Bubble, who was still sleeping in the pool, and almost couldn't help but burst his head. Forget it. Let's see if anyone from Shifang's Sword Pavilion comes down the mountain first. If not, move. A demon dragon is nothing to him, but it is not to the extent that he can solve it silently. 9 out of 10 times, he will be exposed to others. So he didn't want to make a big move unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 250. The weather is getting colder. A demon dragon in the nascent soul stage has the ability to affect the weather of a place, especially a dragon species, which is born with the bloodline magical power of making clouds and rain. Therefore, this year's Silian Lake is destined to have a fierce winter. Fong Chong looked up at the gray sky, turned back to the house, his mind calmed down, and when he opened his eyes again, his vision had come to a new world. The Li family ancestor was his carefully refined puppet, and he had the eye of the demon planted the demon seed, so it was just a shared vision, not too simple. Even if he wanted, with the eye of the demon observing the void, he could monitor most of the Silian Lake at any time. The 500 miles of Silian Lake seemed very large, but for high-level cultivators, it was actually very small. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of a Jindan family to occupy it. However, this method was too ostentatious. If he met a cultivator with sensitive spiritual perception, it would clearly tell others that there was a master hidden in Silian Lake. At this time when the demon dragon is seeking revenge for his son, this expert is definitely the best person to take the blame. Silian Manor. The ancestor of the Li family is receiving a senior from the 10 Direction Sword Pavilion, a Yuaning realm sword cultivator known as Song Qingjian, named Song Qingzi, and his common name is unknown. To be honest, the Li family asked for help from the 10 Direction Sword Pavilion, but it was just to appease the subordinates. After all, in this situation, you have to pretend. Everyone is looking for a backer. If you don't do it, you will seem out of place. But even Fong Chong never thought that the 10 Direction Sword Pavilion would send out a Yuaning realm sword cultivator for a lay disciple who has been down the mountain for many years. But since he is here, it's just right for him to try whether his puppet technique can be seen through by these Yuaning masters from the big sects. Song Qingzi's face is about 30 years old, and he can't be said to have sword eyebrows and star eyes. He can only be regarded as ordinary, even a little sad. With a green long gown, he looks like a frustrated and downtrodden scholar in the folk. He did not notice Fang Chang's arrival. He raised his hand to stop Li Laozu from flattering him, and said calmly, "If Qixia Monster King does not take action, I will not take action. If you are killed by his golden elixir monsters, it is your bad luck, you can't blame others. Qixia Demon King is the name of the Demon King, named because he has been entrenched in Qixia Mountain for many years." Hearing Song Qingzi's ruthlessness, Li Laozu's face froze, and he just smiled bitterly. Junior knows. Yeah. Song Qingzi's expression was very indifferent, and seeing that Li Laozu was so tactful, he didn't say much. In fact, in his eyes, lay disciples like Li Laozu had already ended their fate with the sect. He didn't come down the mountain this time to save them, because he received help from the Li family. After all, Shifang's Sword Pavilion has been established for more than 10,000 years. Almost every year, many disciples see that there is no hope for future cultivation and ask to go down the mountain, or to establish a sect, or to return to the family. These disciples are not ordinary disciples. They are all inner disciples, who have received the true teachings of one or several sword pavilions. They have made enough great contributions, otherwise they are not qualified to go down the mountain. Once they go down the mountain, except for keeping their names on the sect list, they have almost no privileges. The only remaining benefit is that if the younger generation has the qualifications, the possibility of entering the 10-direction sword pavilion is higher than that of others. In addition, he can use the sword pavilion disciples' tiger skin to scare ordinary casual cultivators who have no knowledge. However, being able to have a channel to communicate with the 10-direction sword pavilion is a great asset. But if these disciples ask for help from the sect will save them, then the sect will have been exhausted. The reason why he went down the mountain to help the Li family this time has nothing to do with the Li family. Rather, the Qixia Demon King is the Demon King under the seat of the 10,000 Demons Palace, and its ancestor is one of the Demon Masters of the 10,000 Demons Palace. Not long ago, a Demon Master of the 10,000 Demons Palace was injured by the Sword Pavilion Supreme. This time, the Qixia Demon King's invasion was considered by the sect as a test and revenge of the 10,000 Demons Palace against the 10-direction Sword Pavilion. This is also an old tradition of the two sides. After the fight above, it is the turn of the fight below, and you have to get your face back. They all picked some seemingly related, but actually irrelevant forces to vent their anger. If we really investigate, they are just some ignorant wild monsters. When the 10-direction Sword Pavilion seeks revenge, it will say that it was an unknown casual cultivator who accidentally obtained the inheritance of the Sword Pavilion scattered outside. After all, there are so many lay disciples, so it is reasonable to leave a little inheritance. Therefore, this time, there are more than a dozen forces such as Xin Songshan and Dai Liangmen that are in distress with Silian Lake. They are all forces created by the lay disciples of the 10-direction Sword Pavilion and are also invaded by big monsters. It is to tell the 10-direction Sword Pavilion that this is their revenge. Of course, only Silian Lake is unlucky and encountered a Demon King in the nascent Soul Realm. Other places can only encounter a Golden Core Demon at most. This has never happened before, so the sect discussed it and decided to send Song Qingzi down the mountain. If the Demon King destroys the Li family and occupies Silian Lake, where is the face of their 10-direction Sword Pavilion? Song Qingzi explained to Patriarch Li that he would show up when he should, and then got up and left, not caring whether Patriarch Li saw him off or not. In fact, if he was not afraid that the Li family would be afraid of the Demon King and flee without a fight, he would not have appeared. After Li Laozu sent Song Qingzi over, his eyes suddenly turned and became much more lively. The indifference in his eyes disappeared, and he felt like he was alive again. Fang Chang took over the control of Li Laozu. He touched his chin and thought, "It seems that the 10-direction Sword Pavilion has some reason to come. It is unlikely that the Li family can count on them to see this situation. They can only serve as a deterrent. But even if they only deal with the big monsters in the Jindan realm, the Li family seems unable to hold on. That is a demon dragon at the level of the Demon King. It is reasonable to have 7 or 8 big monsters under his command. If 2 or 3 come, the Li family will still be in trouble. It is not easy to save people, so it is better not to come. Now that there is a Yuanying sword cultivator next to me, it is even more difficult for me to act casually, otherwise I will be targeted by the 10-direction Sword Pavilion. Who knows what they will think, which goes against my original intention of practicing low-key. It is really not easy to find a quiet place these days." Fang Chang thought seriously, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Got it. Another 3 days passed. These days, Silian Manor has been constantly in and out of people, and it looks lively, but it is shrouded in an atmosphere of anxiety and decadence. Because many people come to say goodbye. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The big tree of the Li family is dying, and no one will accompany it to die. Although the Yuanying sword cultivator of the Shifang Sword Pavilion has arrived, he is not allowed to spread his news. Seeing that the deadline given by the demon dragon is approaching, more and more people are leaving. The Li family did not make it difficult for them. At this time, forcing them to stay would leave an unstable factor for the family. Fortunately, the closer the deadline is, the fewer people are leaving. Obviously, the remaining people are ready to live and die with the Li family. After all, the Li family has been operating in Silian Lake for more than 200 years, and they treat people well, so there are always people willing to stay. Especially after a certain manager can spread the word die if you should die, many people strengthened their confidence and stayed. This is the 35th day since the demon dragon came to Silian Lake. Silian Lake has been completely frozen. Adults can jump around on the lake, or even chop with knives and axes, without worrying about the ice breaking. In Silian Manor, Patriarch Li led a team of about 100 people, braving the fierce cold wind, and walked towards the demon dragon's residence with a tragic momentum. The body of Qixia Demon King is an ice dragon, of course, with mixed blood. The blood of a true dragon is like the peerless demon among the human race, or even rarer. After all, the number of human race is there. But even if it is only a mixed blood dragon species, the strength of Qixia Demon King cannot be underestimated. Even with the help of the weather, he was able to completely freeze the 500 miles of Silian Lake in just 1 month, which shows the extraordinary nature of his blood. At this moment, she turned into a beautiful lady with extraordinary ambitions. With her long hair tied up, and an ice blue slim-fitting cheongsam on her standard 9-headed body, full of mature charm. The fork on her legs was almost open to her waist. Standing on the back of a giant turtle, the cold wind blew slightly, and the white thigh roots flashed away. Well, Qixia Demon King is a female dragon. As a demon king in the nascent soul stage, she already has the ability to transform into a human form, and she is also a great beauty. Fong Chong, who was mixed in the team, swallowed his saliva silently, and expressed a man's highest respect for her current dress. After sobering up for so many years, I suddenly met such a fierce one, and I was really a little impulsive. I am a good man, what's wrong with being a dragon knight? But soon, his eyes flashed with murderous light. Monster, dare to ruin his practice. Li family, have you found the murderer who killed my son? Qixia Demon King didn't know that someone was ready to ask her to help him practice. She looked down at the Li family ancestor, with a cold look like an ice knife. As a puppet, Li Laozu seemed to be the same as an ordinary person, but he had long lost the emotions of normal people. He was stared at by the cold eyes of Qixia Demon King, but he did not show any fear. He politely bowed his hands and said, Qixia Monster King, all the power of Silian Lake is here. Take a look, who can take your son's life? Your son is an Ice Thunder alien species, with natural Ice Thunder magical powers. He is also a strong player in the Jindan realm. Who can be his opponent? These days, I have searched Silian Lake, and no one has seen your son. You have blamed our Silian Lake for your son's death without any evidence. It is really a false accusation. I can't defend myself. But my son died, and he died in your Silian Lake. Qixia Monster King snorted coldly. Do you think I have done nothing these days? I found my son's body under your Silian Lake. She waved her hand, and a few bloody purple-black scales were thrown out, like steel plates, directly inserted into the ice layer on the lake. The flesh body had naturally turned into ashes long ago. As for the broken scales, Fong Chong really didn't bother to find them one by one, but he didn't expect that the Qixia Demon King would find them. Here is the evidence. He died in your Silian Lake. You are the masters of Silian Lake. Since you can't hand over the murderer, then the murderer will be blamed on you. I gave you a month out of respect for the 10 Direction Sword Pavilion. But you failed to live up to my kindness. A cold light shone in the hand of Qixia Monster King, like a pearl-emitting white light. Do you think that if you secretly send people out, I will not pursue them? All living things in Silian Lake must be buried with my son. The light bead in the hand of Qixia Monster King hit the ice layer, and the ice layer broke, breaking a big pit, and the frozen corpses emerged from the water one by one. There were so many people that it was hard to resist. These were the Li family's worshippers, and their relatives and servants, who had left recently, some young bloods secretly sent away by the Li family, and mortals who accidentally entered Silian Lake. From the moment Qixia Monster King came, no one could leave Silian Lake. That's my son. Yi Fun. Xiao Jun. When the people on the Li family saw these corpses, many of them were confused. Li Yuanming, the head of the Li family, saw the panicked crowd around him and said with an ugly face, "You actually secretly sent someone away from the lake. How stupid." Several old men of the Li family wiped their tears and murmured, "I can die, but the incense of the Li family cannot be cut off. It was I who harmed you. I harmed you." Li Yuanming snorted coldly, and it was hard to say anything. They have already received the greatest punishment. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't do anything sneaking into Jinsong. After all, he is the head of the family, and can set an example. As for the lives of the younger generation, if he died and the family was gone, they would be in pain if they lived, so it would be better to leave with the Li family. The bloodline of the Li family has been spreading for more than 200 years, and the Li family members in Silian Lake are just the winners of the competition for the head of the family. Just like the remaining bloodline of the second and third rooms that were expelled from Silian Lake before, isn't it the bloodline of the Li family? The so-called leaving the bloodline of the Li family is just leaving their own bloodline. Why bother to say it so high-soundingly? You're not sad at all? Qixia Monster King looked at the calm Li Laozu, and a bit of fear flashed in his eyes. Seeing his family members destroyed in front of him without changing his expression, even an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years can have this state of mind, which is extraordinary. If you are given a chance, maybe you can really have the opportunity to jump over the dragon gate and break through the nascent soul. Unfortunately, you won't have it. Qixia Monster King waved her hand lightly, and saw two snow-white giant pythons rushing out from behind her like a thread. One on the left and one on the right attacked Li Laozu. The giant pythons are small in the monster clan, only about 10 meters long, but they are so powerful that even the air is blown up, just like two flying swords. With the force of thunder and lightning, even the air is stagnant. It seems that there is no huge light and shadow color, but the power is concentrated at one point, and the speed is so fast that no one in the Li family can see their figure except Li Laozu. Even when the sound of the air burst was heard, Li Laozu had already fought with him. When Li Laozu raised his sword, a colorful lotus throne seemed to bloom under his body, and countless colorful sword chi flew out of the lotus throne. A golden elixir fell into the lotus throne, like a lotus seed. 10 directions are annihilated by sword chi. The puppet who swallowed the elixir of Li's ancestor, and even everything else can naturally use Li Laozu's elixir magical power. Even because of his body, his divine will is not as good as his own, but his power is greater. The colorful sword chi fanned in front of him, and spread out like a storm. Everyone could only see that there were two very obvious holes in the fan-shaped storm sword chi. When the sword chi became stronger and stronger, the holes were blocked, and the true form inside was revealed. It was the two blood pythons just now. The colorful sword energy kept cutting the giant pythons, but their bodies were too strong. The sword energy that could easily destroy Jin Danjinring could only break their defenses. As a fierce beast cultivated by the Yuaning Demon King himself, it could kill Jin Dan Perfection Realm with its combined strength. Ancestor Li was obviously a little short, but he was not slow or hurried. Seeing that he was defeated, he whispered, "Brother Dao, please help me." In the panicked crowd behind him, two ordinary-looking men suddenly jumped out. They were silent, and they passed through the crowd and crossed the sword energy. They actually grabbed a snow-white python. Then, their bodies suddenly swelled up and turned into two giants, who were 3 or 4 meters tall. They used the snow-white python as a whip, and whipped it on the ice layer left and right. Then, they heard a crackling sound. The ice layer that was more than half a meter deep in a radius of several miles could no longer support it, and broke into pieces, revealing the cold lake water. The two men and two pythons fell into the lake. The giant python is supposed to have the advantage of the terrain, but the two men seemed unaffected and actually fought with the giant python. Not long after, Qixia Demon King suddenly looked cold and was about to attack. "You just hurt my python?" At this moment, a green sword light fell in front of Qixia Demon King and turned into a human figure. "Qixia Demon King, you are bullying the weak with your bigness. You really don't take our human cultivator seriously." Shifang Sword Pavilion, Tsangqingzi.